With the passage of time, we must adapt and stay attuned to the currents of change. Zhao Chong, for the uncivilized act of urinating in public, which has had a profoundly negative impact, he is sentenced to a term of 2,000 years in prison and is dispatched to the 23rd Survival Zone for rehabilitation. Zhang Wanghui. He derives pleasure from the theft of others' belongings, particularly the undergarments of women, a behavior that grossly violates the privacy and dignity of others. He is sentenced to life imprisonment and dispatched to the 2,134 Survival Zone for reformation. Tan Okinaka. Due to the excessively erotic and violent nature of her films, many male viewers have developed troubling habits. She is sentenced to 1,200 years in prison and is sent to the 10,086 Survival Zone for rehabilitation. Chao Jinliang. His physiological shortcomings have fostered feelings of inferiority, leading to a distorted personality that has negatively impacted society. He is sentenced to 800 years in prison and dispatched to the 6,000 Survival Zone for psychological treatment and character development. 18 midday. A mysterious voice suddenly resonated in the minds of all. Han Feng, who was lying in bed, abruptly awoke. What was happening? Where did that voice come from? Could it be a hallucination? In his moment of bewilderment, the mysterious voice spoke again. Han Feng. Due to his extraordinary handsomeness, many young women have fallen victim to lovesickness. Such beauty is shameful and sinful that he is sentenced to 1,000 years in prison and dispatched to the 10,086 Survival Zone for penance. Han Feng. Is he speaking of me? Instinctively, Han Feng reached for a small mirror on the bedside table. Gazing intently into it, an extraordinarily handsome visage appeared before him. In terms of appearance, while not entirely breathtaking, he was undeniably striking, though he may pale in comparison to some readers. It seems the person spoken of is indeed me. With a thoughtful murmur, a surge of indignation welled up within Han Feng. Others are sentenced for their transgressions. Yet what fault has he committed? Is it merely the misfortune of being handsome? Is beauty a crime? Is there still justice in this world? As Han Feng lamented, the mysterious voice echoed once more. All sentenced individuals are about to be transported to their respective survival zones. Please prepare for transfer. Transport? Where to? A sense of panic gripped Han Feng, and before he could fully comprehend, darkness enveloped him. It felt as though the entire world had collapsed in an instant, swallowing him in an abyss of shadows. Soon, an overwhelming dizziness surged within him, making it nearly impossible to remain upright. In the next moment, Han Feng's body began to fade, ultimately vanishing from his bed. Seconds later, the oppressive darkness receded, revealing a gradually brightening landscape. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself on a solitary island. The island was modest in size, approximately 1,000 square meters. Surrounding the small island is an endless expanse of tumultuous blue ocean, where waves crash against the shore, creating frothy white splashes accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The sea breeze caresses Han Feng's cheeks, bringing with it a briny taste and a hint of coolness. The sky is as blue as a sapphire, with sunlight cascading upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle of beauty. A surge of excitement and trepidation wells up within Han Feng. This must be the 10,086 Survival Zone. What should he do next? Just then, the mysterious voice resounded once more. Greetings, survivors. I am the Heavenly Tao, the sovereign of this world. Welcome to the realm of survival, where you shall embark on your journey of self-redemption. During your impending term, please heed the following points. Firstly, upon entering the survival zone, each survivor will receive a precious supply of survival resources, crucial for your very existence. Utilize them wisely. Secondly, there are 1,000 islands in the survival zone, each inhabited by 4 survivors. Thirdly, every survivor possesses a game panel that can be activated through mere thought. This panel is equipped with numerous functionalities. Feel free to explore. Fourthly, each survivor will randomly acquire a talent, which varies in strength and weakness, entirely based on fortune. Fifthly, at the end of each phase, a crisis will emerge. There is but one way to survive: to continually enhance your own strength. Sixthly, death within the game signifies true demise. Seventhly, treasure chests will sporadically appear around the islands, some containing various supplies, while others may harbor dangers. Exercise caution in your endeavors. Eighthly, The survival game officially commences. I wish all survivors the best of luck. As the Heavenly Dao's words faded, a backpack suddenly materialized in Han Feng's hands. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 loaves of bread, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 blueprints, a spade, and a packet of unknown seeds. This was all the survival supplies he had. Han Feng's brow furrowed in deep concern. With only 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water, he could last at most 1 or 2 days. What would he do after that? Would he starve? Sigh. Han Feng exhaled, his expression hardening with resolve. The situation was set, no amount of lamentation would alter it. The most pressing concern now was survival. Shortly thereafter, Han Feng picked up the packet of seeds to examine them. There were 10 seeds in total, each the size of a peanut, entirely green, resembling peas, yet significantly larger. What kind of seeds could these be? After observing for a moment without any clues, just as he was about to put the seeds away, an odd voice echoed in his mind. What troubles you? Hurry and plant us in the ground. Today's youth have never tilled the soil. Can he even do it? Dig a hole, pour some water, and bury us in the earth. How difficult could that be? Look at him. He seems utterly clueless. He may not possess the capability. Hearing this, Han Feng's mouth fell agape. Who was speaking? Could it be the seeds? But how can seeds speak? Is it merely an illusion? Chapter 2. I can hear the voices of all things at that moment. A peculiar sound reverberated once more in his mind. Could he possibly hear our conversation? He is but a mere human, not a deity. How could he discern our words? Yet, his expression suggested an uncanny understanding. Han Feng widened his eyes, filled with astonishment. Muttering, "This is not an illusion." He was utterly convinced that it was indeed the seeds communicating. Thus, a question arose. How was he able to hear the discourse of the seeds? Aside from the seeds, could he also perceive the voices of other entities? Han Feng's gaze flickered momentarily before shifting to a large stone nearby. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed in his mind. "Kid, what troubles you? I am merely an ordinary stone, of no particular use. Do not entertain any thoughts about me." Upon hearing this, Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before a realization struck him. The Heavenly Dao had previously mentioned that every survivor would randomly awaken a unique talent. Being able to converse with seeds and stones must surely be a form of talent, he mused. With this thought, Han Feng focused his mind, and a transparent screen measuring 1/2 meter appeared before him. This screen served as the game interface. It was divided into 5 sections: World Channel, Regional Channel, Trading Hall, Attribute Panel, and Private Chat. After a brief glance, his attention settled on the Attribute Panel, which he promptly opened. Survivor, Han Feng. Region, Zone 10086. Level, 1. Experience, 0-100. Physique, Strength, 8. Below Cosmic Average. Agility, 10. Cosmic Average. Defense, 5. Far below Cosmic Average. Mental Strength, 11. Slightly above Cosmic Average. Overall Evaluation, an exceedingly ordinary physique. Lacking any remarkable attributes. Decidedly unremarkable. Talent, Healing. As levels increase, the talent's capabilities will also rise. After reviewing the Attribute Panel, Han Feng found himself at a loss. His talent was healing? What, then, could be the significance of hearing the seeds? He did not dwell on the matter for long. Regardless of the reason behind this unique ability, it was undoubtedly advantageous for him. An additional ability meant an extra layer of security in this perilous world. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng resolved to set aside the complexities and focus on the present. Shortly thereafter, he closed the game panel and retrieved the 2 blueprints, preparing to examine them. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out beside him, "Hey, you, come here for a moment." Han Feng looked up and spotted 3 women standing beneath a large tree. These 3 women were presumably the other survivors. With a glance, Chu Feng approached them directly, scrutinizing their features up close. The woman on the left appeared to be under 20, petite and delicate, with soft, golden curls that shimmered as if kissed by sunlight. Her lips curved slightly upwards, revealing a faint smile, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, resembling blooming peach blossoms, exuding an extraordinary charm. Most striking were the prominent features on her chest, seemingly poised to burst forth from their fabric confines, truly a spectacle to behold. Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel silently, then shifted his gaze to the other 2 women. The woman in the middle appeared somewhat older, perhaps in her 30s, with a curvaceous figure and a captivating visage. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and an elusive smile lingered on her lips, emanating a unique allure of mature femininity. Akin to a ripe apple, intoxicatingly fragrant. The woman on the right appeared to be in her 20s, tall and graceful. Yet her exquisite features hinted at a trace of aloofness. Her hair was styled into a high ponytail, imparting an impression of sharpness and efficiency, much like a thorny rose. After a brief appraisal, Han Feng spoke first. "Hello everyone. I am Han Feng. Pleased to meet you. I am Yuling Shan." The curly-haired woman giggled, tilting her head as she studied Han Feng. "Han Feng, you are quite handsome." "Well, it's all right," Han Feng replied, rubbing his nose, feeling a mix of emotions. It was precisely because of his striking looks that he had been sentenced to 1,000 years by the heavens. The thought of it weighed heavily on his heart. "I am Zhao Yunxi." The long-haired woman smiled gracefully. "Lu Chu Shuang." The ponytailed woman spoke coldly. As the introductions concluded, Zhao Yunxi calmly stated, "Since we have been transported to the survival zone, we must confront reality. The foremost priority is to construct a shelter. How do we build it?" Han Feng couldn't help but inquire. Constructing a shelter was no simple task. Even the most basic wooden hut required a substantial amount of timber. However, this small island had scarcely a few trees, insufficient for the task at hand. "The solution is straightforward." Zhao Yunxi arched her eyebrows, retrieving a blueprint from her backpack and laying it on the ground. In the next moment, a wondrous scene unfolded. The blueprint suddenly radiated a glow, akin to the first rays of sunlight at dawn, soft and warm. Following this illumination, a modest thatched cottage began to materialize within the light. Initially, its outline was quite vague, resembling merely an ethereal shadow. Yet, as time passed, the structure's form grew increasingly distinct. Finally, when the glow dissipated entirely, a genuine thatched cottage stood before them. This humble dwelling, though simple, imparted a sense of tranquility and peace. "Zhao Jie, how did you conjure this thatched cottage?" Yuling Shan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Zhao Yunxi chuckled lightly. "That blueprint is a construction plan for a thatched cottage, once placed on the ground. It generates the cottage automatically. Is it truly so magical?" Han Feng raised an eyebrow, quickly rummaging through his backpack to retrieve 2 blueprints for inspection. Upon one of the blueprints lay a striking illustration of a thatched cottage, which unmistakably served as the construction blueprint for the dwelling. The other blueprint depicted a surrounding wooden fence, presumably intended as the design for its construction. "Sister Zhao, I am rather timid. May I build the thatched cottage beside yours? With your company, I would feel unafraid," Yuling Shan implored, her gaze filled with a hint of yearning. Zhao Yunxi responded with a gentle smile. "Of course, you may." "That is splendid," Yuling Shan exclaimed joyously, swiftly retrieving the blueprint and placing it adjacent to Zhao Yunxi's cottage. In no time, a new thatched cottage emerged from the ground. Lu Chu Shuang surveyed the scene before placing her blueprint beside the 2 cottages. Han Feng, following suit, approached with his blueprint in hand. However, at that moment, Lu Chu Shuang interjected with a light scoff. "You cannot construct the thatched cottage here." Chapter 3. I am God. We are a team, united to assist one another. Why should I be denied the opportunity to construct here? Han Feng furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure etched upon his countenance. Lu Chu Shuang's expression was frigid. "We are all women, and you are the sole man among us. What if you harbor ill intentions and stealthily infiltrate our thatched hut at night?" "I am certainly not that kind of person." Han Feng was incensed. His integrity was as bright as the sun and moon. A paragon of righteousness, how could he possibly engage in such despicable acts? Lu Chu Shuang was clearly impugning his character. Lu Chu Shuang smirked slightly, stating, "One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who's to say you are not such a person?" Han Feng scrutinized Lu Chu Shuang with a meaningful gaze and replied, "In truth, you need not worry about this matter at all, for with someone like you, even in the direst hunger, I would not lower myself to that level." "What did you say?" Lu Chu Shuang's chest heaved violently, her beautiful eyes glinting with a frosty light. Was she truly so undesirable in the eyes of Chu Feng? "Angry now? Were you not quite spirited when you spoke of me? Can you not bear it when the tables are turned?" Han Feng mocked. "You." Lu Chu Shuang trembled with rage, her eyes widening, ready to strike. Sensing the rising tension, Zhao Yunxi quickly interjected, "Han Feng, it is indeed inconvenient for you to be with us. Perhaps you should keep a distance." "I would rather not be with you at all." Han Feng scoffed and turned away. "If I am not welcome here, then I shall find another place. Would I perish simply for leaving 3 women behind?" Watching Han Feng's retreating figure, Yuling Shan felt a twinge of remorse and murmured, "Will he be upset with us for isolating him like this? He appears insufferably arrogant. I find him quite bothersome, so let us not concern ourselves with him." Lu Chu Shuang huffed. Zhao Yunxi shifted the topic. "Let us hasten to construct the shelter." After parting ways with Zhao Yunxi and the others, Han Feng wandered around the small island. If a shelter were to be built, The optimal location must be selected. After a thorough exploration of the island for several minutes, he ultimately halted before a massive stone. Constructing the shelter beside this great rock may not be the wisest choice. However, the crucial factor was the 30-centimeter diameter small pond adjacent to it, its crystal clear spring water bubbling gently. Water is an invaluable resource at any time. The heavens had only granted 3 bottles of mineral water, conservatively consumed. They would last at most a couple of days. If the water from the small pond is potable, then you need not worry about water supply any longer. It was precisely this small pond that Han Feng had his sights set on for building the shelter. Yet, a pressing question loomed. Is the water from the pond safe to drink? What if it were toxic? Would he not be poisoned? With this thought, Han Feng shifted his gaze toward the small pond. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Do not be deceived. I am quite pure and rich in various minerals, fully meeting the standards for drinking. However, my daily yield is limited, capable of producing only 10 bottles of mineral water at most. Delight danced across Han Feng's lips, a smile of joy emerging. Though 10 bottles may not seem abundant, it was sufficient to satisfy daily needs. Subsequently, Chu Feng unveiled the blueprint for a thatched cottage, selecting a suitable location to place it upon the ground. In an instant, a radiant light erupted. The next moment, a thatched cottage appeared, measuring 3 meters in height, 5 meters in length, and 2.5 meters in width. This cottage appeared rather rudimentary, with its roof, walls, window frames, and even the door crafted entirely from thatch. Han Feng surveyed the interior before stepping inside. Inside the thatched cottage, apart from a small pond, it was utterly barren. Truly a case of an empty abode. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Though I may be simple, I am not without merit. At the very least, I can provide shelter from the wind and rain. Moreover, I am capable of upgrading. Just gather more thatch for me, and I shall become more fortified, enabling the creation of thatch mats, thatch beds, and thatch tables. Do not underestimate me. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's thoughts began to swirl. With nothing in the cottage, where would he sleep at night? Surely, he could not lie on the ground. The best course of action would be to construct a thatch bed. If that proved unfeasible, a thatch mat would suffice. However, before that, he needed to install the wooden fence and plant the seeds. Consequently, Han Feng exited the thatched cottage and retrieved the blueprint for the wooden fence, placing it on the ground. Suddenly, the earth shimmered with silver light. Subsequently, a wooden fence, standing approximately 1 meter tall, rose majestically, encircling the thatched cottage. With the completion of the wooden fence, the shelter had begun to take shape. Han Feng approached the wooden fence, scrutinizing it closely, and then reached out to touch it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Have you had your fill of touching? Do you not know I have obsessive cleanliness? Han Feng, it must be the wooden fence speaking. A wooden fence with a cleanliness obsession? Remove your filthy hands quickly. Do not disgust me. At that moment, the voice of the wooden fence resounded once more, laced with disdain and anger. Han Feng's expression darkened, and he pressed his hands firmly against the wooden fence, rubbing incessantly. The wooden fence lamented, I am no longer clean. I wish to perish, to be destroyed. From now on, maintain a low profile before me, or I shall touch you to oblivion. Han Feng scoffed lightly and strode toward an empty patch of land, retrieving a spade to begin digging. Before long, 10 holes, each the size of a bowl, materialized before him, each spaced 20 centimeters apart, remarkably orderly. Having never farmed before, Han Feng was uncertain of the depth required for the holes. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a pouch of unknown seeds. This lad has indeed learned to dig. At last, we can finally rest in peace. Why are you so excited? Look at the pit he has dug. It is a full 30 centimeters deep. Does he intend to bury us alive? You have a point. 5 centimeters would suffice. Yet, this fellow insists on digging so deep, clearly brimming with unnecessary vigor. It's evident he has never toiled in the fields. The mere fact that he can dig a hole is commendable, so let us not harbor excessively high expectations. Hearing this, Han Feng stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment, then grasped the shovel and began to fill each pit with soil. Before long, the depths of the 10 pits were reduced to 5 centimeters. What is the matter with this lad? I am beginning to seriously suspect that he can hear our conversation. That is impossible. I have always maintained that only a deity possesses such abilities. The corners of Han Feng's mouth curled slightly, forming a mysterious arc as he squinted at the 10 seats. I am a god. The 10 seats. Chapter 4, on this island. I am the boss, my goodness. He truly understands our conversation. Could he possibly be a deity? Nonsense. At most he is merely a charlatan. Indeed, this fellow possesses only level 1. Where in the world can one find such a weak god? The 10 seeds began to express their opinions. Han Feng cleared his throat. Everyone, enough of this. I will first place you into the soil pit. You may converse further after that. Wait a moment, you haven't watered us yet. Without water, how can we take root and sprout? One seed protested. Han Feng rubbed his nose. How much water does a soil pit require? About a third of a bottle of mineral water, another seed reminded him. Is it really that much? Han Feng furrowed his brow. A single pit requires a third of a bottle, and for 10 pits, that amounts to over 3 bottles of mineral water. This is quite a considerable expense. We can manage with this one time. Do not be so stingy. After watering, we can sprout by tomorrow morning. The sooner we mature, the sooner you will reap the rewards. Surely, you can calculate that. We are worth your investment, so do not hesitate. Very well. Han Feng nodded. Retrieved 3 bottles of mineral water from his backpack, then licked his slightly parched lips, muttering, I haven't had a sip of water myself. Yet I must let you drink first. If you do not bring me some surprises by tomorrow, I shall deal with you all. Fear not. We will not disappoint you. Do not dawdle, you big man. Hurry up. I am parched. Let us get moving. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng unscrewed the cap of a mineral water bottle, watering one pit after another. Soon, all 3 bottles were consumed. He had watered a total of 9 pits, leaving one dry. Han Feng picked up an empty bottle, entered the thatched cottage, filled it with water, and returned to his original spot, tilting his head back to drink. Gulp, gulp. In just a few swigs, he drained 2/3 of the bottle. Refreshing. Han Feng wiped his mouth, laughing with a bittersweet tone. Human, you drink water so recklessly before us. Have you considered our feelings? How outrageous. Is there no humanity left? The seeds began to voice their complaints. Here it comes. Han Feng chuckled lightly, pouring the remaining pure water into the 10th soil pit. He then placed the 10 seeds into their respective pits. After completing this task, he began to refill the soil. Soon, all 10 pits were covered with a layer of earth. Laughter and joy erupted from within the pits. How delightful. I feel as if I have returned to my mother's embrace. Brothers, quickly absorb the nutrients and grow robustly. Grow, grow, grow? Develop cautiously. Do not be reckless. Han Feng paused to listen for a moment, then took his spade and walked outside. The shelter had been constructed, the seeds were planted, and the next step was to gather thatch. Departing from the sanctuary, Han Feng hurried towards the eastern side of the island. During his previous exploration, he had discovered a vast expanse of thatched grass in that direction. The grass grew exceedingly lush, with each stalk reaching a height of 2 meters. If he could gather all this thatch, he could craft tables, chairs, and beds, and the thatched cottage would become considerably sturdier. With this thought, Han Feng felt a surge of motivation and quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to reach the grassland, he unexpectedly spotted 2 beetles beside a large stone. These beetles were entirely black, their bodies encased in a hard shell that glimmered faintly, reminiscent of obsidian. They were not large, measuring only a few centimeters in length. Yet they exuded an aura of solidity and steadiness. Their heads were relatively small and conical, adorned with 2 prominent eyes. At this moment, the 2 beetles were huddled together, one in front and the other behind. What kind of insects are these? Han Feng observed them with great interest, having never encountered such creatures before, which piqued his curiosity. Darling, there's a human spying on us. How unfortunate. One beetle exclaimed. Let us move to another spot. No need to bother with him. If he wishes to watch, let him do so, as if he doesn't exist. But his size is enormous, easily several hundred times ours. Moreover, his gaze is clearly malevolent. What if he harbors ill intentions towards us? Fear not. In this season, I possess a lethal toxin. Should he dare to bite me, not even a weak human nor a mighty gorilla could escape unscathed. Well, you're amazing, darling. Soon, I shall show you my true strength. The 2 beetles conversed. Upon hearing of the toxin within the other, Han Feng was taken aback and quickly retreated several steps. Darling, the human has left. I told you, he may appear formidable, but in truth, he is a mere facade, just a little weakling, likely intimidated by my imposing presence. Indeed, you are magnificent. They laughed. Hearing this, Han Feng suddenly halted, his expression darkening. A facade? A little weakling? Was he truly so insignificant in the eyes of the male beetle? A soldier can only endure so much. In a fit of anger, Han Feng seized a large rock from the ground and strode back to the original spot. Darling, this is bad. The human has returned. The female beetle cried in alarm. Damn it. He dares to intrude upon my enjoyment. I shall poison him. The male beetle muttered fiercely. You want to have the chance. Han Feng scoffed coldly, raising the rock to strike at the two beetles, caught off guard by Han Feng's sudden aggression. The beetles had no time to evade as a massive shadow loomed over them. With a resounding thud, the rock accurately struck the two beetles. Ah! Accompanied by two piercing screams, two beetles were crushed into a pulpy mass, utterly lifeless. On this island, I reign supreme. Anyone who dares oppose me shall meet their demise. Han Feng snorted, his gaze drifting to the corpse of the male beetle. This creature harbors potent venom. Even in death, its remains could prove to be of great utility. Chapter 5. That accursed human has returned. However, it is no simple task to remove the carcass of this beetle. Handling it directly with one's hands risks poisoning. What to do? Han Feng pondered for a moment before his gaze fell upon a nearby sapling, and he swiftly snapped off two branches. The sapling exclaimed, "Ah, that hurts. I have done nothing to provoke you. Why must you cause me pain?" "Silence," Han Feng retorted coldly. "I am the master of this island. Everything here belongs to me, including you. What is the snapping of two branches to me? Anger me, and I shall uproot you entirely." The sapling fell silent in fear. Han Feng cast a glance at it, and then plucked a leaf. "Ah, you are pulling my hair. This is too much," cried the sapling in distress. Without uttering a word, Han Feng brandished his entrenching tool before the sapling, which was instantly cowed into silence. "Impudent." Han Feng scoffed lightly, and then used the two branches as chopsticks to lift the beetle's carcass onto the leaf. He wrapped it securely in the leaf and tucked it into his pocket. Having completed this task, he made his way toward a nearby thicket of grass. As he approached, a cacophony of voices erupted from the grass. "Brothers, someone has come to harvest us." "Really? Splendid. I have waited 100,000 years for this day. Come, reap me. Start with me. My long, straight, and fair legs are sure to be your type." "You foolish little grass, what are you babbling about? You are but a blade of grass, not a person. Know your place. You bring shame to our kind. Are you to tell us what to do?" "Humph." Han Feng was perplexed. He had indeed come to harvest the grass, and once harvested, would they not perish? Why then did they plead for him to do so? As Han Feng hesitated, the grasses grew restless. "Hurry and cut us down. With so many fine blades of grass before you, are you not tempted? What are you waiting for? Wield your scythe, young man. Are you blind? That fellow wields a shovel, not a scythe. Do not mind the details." Snapping back to reality, Han Feng ceased his contemplation and wildly swung the entrenching tool. Crack, crack, crack. After a flurry of strikes, a vast expanse of grass lay before him. An estimated 100 or more blades fallen. Han Feng gathered the grass and tied it together simply. Just as he was about to continue his cutting, the entrenching tool suddenly spoke. "You ought to cease. I am a shovel, meant for digging, not for cutting grass. Could you not show me a modicum of respect?" "What respect does a mere shovel deserve?" Han Feng scoffed, swinging the tool at the grass once more. With a snap, 7 or 8 blades fell, collapsing to the ground. "Human, be cautious. The great locusts have arrived." At that moment, a rustling sound echoed in Han Feng's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. Fixing his gaze on the thicket of weeds, the once tranquil grass suddenly began to sway, a continuous rustling sound filling the air. In the blink of an eye, swarms of large locusts emerged from the underbrush, numbering in the hundreds. Each locust was impressively large, measuring 10 centimeters in length, their bodies of vivid green or yellow-brown. They clustered together in dense masses, resembling a surging green sea, evoking a sense of dread. "Brothers, this human is destroying our home. Can you endure it?" "No. What shall we do?" "Let's take him down." "Yes, let us eliminate him." In an instant, all the locusts turned their fierce gazes towards Chu Feng, their eyes ablaze with malice. "Do you truly think you insignificant creatures can take me on? Do you possess the strength?" Han Feng's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. "Brothers, this human is too arrogant. Let us unite and end him. Anyone who destroys our home must die. Charge!" With a chorus of shrieks, hundreds of locusts surged towards Han Feng like a torrential downpour. "Die!" Han Feng swung his entrenching tool, delivering a powerful strike. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of explosive sounds, 7 or 8 locusts were sent flying, landing on the ground, motionless, leaving their fate uncertain. "Ha ha!" Han Feng laughed maniacally. Lifting his tool once more, dozens of locusts were smashed into the earth. Just as he prepared to strike again, a sudden sharp pain shot through his calf. Furrowing his brows, Han Feng glanced down to see a large locust perched on his foot, its mandibles biting into his leg. With a tearing sound, his pants were ripped open, and a gash appeared on his skin, bright red blood gushing forth, quickly staining his pant leg. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged within him. "Damn it!" Han Feng was both astonished and furious. He never anticipated the bite of such a small locust could be so terrifying. If it continued its rampage, the consequences would be dire. Get off! Han Feng stomped his foot, sending the locust flying. He intended to deal with it immediately when another locust suddenly leaped onto his groin. Han Feng's eyelids twitched violently. If it bit there, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Without hesitation, he grasped the locust tightly. At the same time, the large locust sank its jaws into Chu Feng's finger, tearing a 1-centimeter-long gash. Hiss! Han Feng gasped sharply, enduring the pain as he forcefully slammed the locust to the ground. Yet, before he could finish it off, other large locusts charged at him. Given the terrifying strength of their bites, Han Feng decisively turned to flee. A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. For now, he must evade their assault. The colossal locusts did not cease their pursuit, relentlessly chasing Han Feng. After trailing him for over 20 meters and realizing they could not catch up, they finally halted their chase. Brothers, we have triumphed. We have successfully driven that despicable human away. As long as we stand united, we shall fear no adversary. The army of locusts returned to the thicket of grass, exuding the aura of victors. What a close call! Han Feng exhaled deeply, a look of lingering trepidation crossing his face. Thankfully, he had run swiftly. Otherwise, being surrounded by locusts would have been dire. If he did not perish, he would surely endure a painful ordeal, which would be quite unfortunate. Standing still, Han Feng awaited patiently. His purpose for this venture was to gather reed grass. Without securing any, he could not depart. After a brief moment, he waited for the entire locust army to return to their grassy refuge. Stealthily, Han Feng approached. However, just as he reached the vicinity of the reeds, he was detected by a locust sentinel. Brothers, this is bad. That wretched human has returned. Chapter 6. A single fart felled a small tree, and you all simply proclaimed its strength. Does it dare to return? Brothers, we must not let it escape. Let it be met with a barrage of indignation. Charge forth. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from the grass. In the next moment, hundreds of large locusts surged forth from the thicket. Han Feng's pupils constricted as he grasped the bundle of reeds and sprinted away with all his might, his feet barely touching the ground. The locusts pursued him for a while, but upon realizing they could not catch up, they reluctantly retreated. Han Feng came to a halt, gasping for breath, then squinted towards the thicket, his eyes suddenly gleaming with cold resolve. On this island, there could only be one sovereign, and that was he. How could he tolerate a mere swarm of locusts aspiring to dominance? A powerful counterattack was imperative, yet it was not the right moment. The sheer number of locusts necessitated a comprehensive strategy. Subsequently, Han Feng returned to the shelter. Upon seeing him carrying such a substantial bundle of reeds, the reed hut sprang to life, exclaiming for the humans to hasten and deliver the reeds. Han Feng cast a glance at the reed hut and softly remarked, "These reeds were acquired at great personal risk. I shall grant them to you, but you must not squander them. First, create a reed carpet for me." "No problem." The reed hut readily replied. "How shall I do this?" Han Feng inquired. "Just place it in my mouth," the reed hut quickly responded. Han Feng was taken aback. A reed hut, where would it find a mouth? At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in one of the walls of the reed hut, resembling a large mouth. "I have opened my mouth. Quickly, fill it with reeds," the reed hut urged. Was this truly possible? Han Feng hesitated slightly before promptly feeding the reeds into the fissure. In an instant, the bundle of reeds vanished without a trace, as if the reed hut had devoured it whole. Han Feng stared in astonishment and cautiously asked, "When will you be able to produce the carpet?" The reed hut pondered before responding. "Currently, I am in my most primitive form, and my production capabilities are quite inefficient. It will take approximately 4 hours to create the carpet." At this, Han Feng's gaze flickered. "Then how much reed would you require to continue upgrading?" "A quantity equivalent to the previous bundle, about 100 bundles should suffice," the reed hut stated plainly. Han Feng clicked his tongue in disbelief. To gather 100 bundles, I would need to completely harvest that thicket. However, a swarm of locusts guards it, so I must devise a longer-term plan. Just as Han Feng was preparing to take a moment's respite, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingers and calves. Both areas had been bitten by the large locusts, leaving behind wounds. He glanced down and noticed that the 2 wounds had not healed. They continued to bleed. Although the bleeding was minimal, it was unsustainable. He needed to staunch the flow of blood promptly. But how could he achieve that? Suddenly, Han Feng recalled that he possessed a healing talent. Surely, utilizing this ability to mend 2 minor wounds would not pose a challenge, would it? The crux of the matter, however, lay in the method of application. After a moment's contemplation, Han Feng swiftly accessed the game interface. With so many individuals gathered for survival, inquiring amongst them would surely yield clarity. Scanning the 5 sections, he ultimately selected the regional channel. Survival Channel 10086, 39, 994, 000 participants, Sudama, brothers. What brought you all here? I merely spat on the ground, and I was sentenced to 2 millennia, isn't that outrageous? Wudahai, what is that compared to my plight? I am the truly wronged one. Sudamao, and what was the reason for your sentencing? Wudahai, a certain part of my anatomy exceeded the limits of normalcy, resulting in a 1,000-year prison term. Who can reason with that? Zhangsheng, which part? Wudahai, you know, as men, we understand. Everyone. Yang Shuliang, can you tone it down a bit? Wudahai, I am already quite discreet. Yang Shuliang, could you elaborate? Wudahai, have you ever seen a donkey? Jiang Feng, that is quite an exaggeration. Yang Shuliang, must you always boast? Wudahai, believe it or not, I possess that kind of capital. Taonagi Kana, this island is terrifying. Even ants can attack people. I'm so frightened, who can come to my aid? Pingyu, are there island girls too? Wudahai, Teacher Tao, I haven't seen your new works in ages. How nostalgic. Taonagi Kana, we've all crossed over. Can we discuss something of substance? Chin-chan, while I would love to protect you, my abilities fall short. You must fend for yourself. Taonagi Kana, boo. Is there really no one to protect me? I would offer special services. Zhang Sheng licked his lips. What kind of special services? Taonagi Kana, you know what I mean. Li Qingguang, each island has 4 survivors. Can't you seek their assistance? Taonagi Kana, the other 3 are also women. Just like me, utterly powerless. Li Qingguang, if only I were on your island, I would protect you fiercely. Su Lin, each survival area has 4,000 survivors. Why does our region only have 3,999? Wudahai, that fellow has already perished. Su Lin, huh? Didn't we just arrive? How could he have died? Wudahai, he was on the same island as I, and while attempting to catch crabs on the beach, he was dragged into the sea by a giant turtle without catching a single crab. Su Lin, do turtles eat humans? This world is far too perilous. Mikami Yua, not just turtles, even the mosquitoes on this island are eyeing us hungrily. Everyone, be cautious. Do not stray from the shelter at night, lest those gigantic mosquitoes target you. Yang Shuliang, by the way, what talents have you all awakened? Wudahai, I awakened the earth manipulation ability, allowing me to create traps and spikes from the soil. Su Lin, wow, that talent is remarkable. Zhang Sheng, what a joke. Compared to my innate talent, it's vastly inferior. Wudahai, what talent have you awakened? Zhang Sheng, transformation. Su Lin, could you elaborate on that? Zhang Sheng, it allows me to transform into a gorilla. Once the transformation is complete, my strength, agility, and defense are all doubled. Yang Shuliang, that's rather mediocre. It pales in comparison to my talent. Qin Chang, doubling 3 attributes is quite formidable. Is that truly considered mediocre? What is your talent then? Yang Shuliang, energy bomb. Li Qingguang, is the energy bomb a type of explosive? Can you unleash bombs? Yang Shuliang, not a real bomb. Simply put, it's a cyclone formed when I pass gas. Everyone, we initially thought it was an extraordinary talent. Who would have thought it was merely passing gas? Who can't do that? What kind of talent is that? Yang Shuliang, don't underestimate my talent. I experimented once, and a single release snapped a small tree. You tell me if that's impressive. Chapter 7. Selecting a team leader. Qin Chang. With just a single fart, one could snap a small tree in 2. If such force were to be unleashed upon a person, would it not be fatal? Truly impressive. Zhang Sheng, your innate talent surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. Li Qingguang, how I wish I possessed such remarkable abilities. Yang Shuliang, indeed, this talent is formidable, yet it carries significant drawbacks. Once unleashed, it could tear one's trousers asunder. I am currently exposed myself. The crowd, Sudamao, I have a suggestion for you. Next time you feel the urge to fart, simply remove your trousers beforehand. Yang Shuliang, that is a reasonable idea, albeit somewhat embarrassing. Sudamao, better to experience a bit of shame than to have one's trousers explode and be left exposed. Yang Shuliang, you make a valid point. At this juncture, Han Feng could not contain himself. May I pose a question to everyone? How does one unlock their innate talent? Su Lin, are you truly unaware? Han Feng, I genuinely do not know. Su Lin, there are numerous strategies available on the World Channel, including guidance on how to utilize your talents. Han Feng, thank you. I shall look into it shortly. Wudahai, no need for such trouble. I can explain it to you directly. The method of harnessing your talent is quite simple. Just exert your will. However, do bear in mind that exercising your talent will deplete your mental energy. The more powerful the talent, the greater the consumption. Should your mental energy be exhausted, you will be unable to utilize your talent. Hanfeng, understood, thank you. With that, Hanfeng closed the game panel and focused intently on the wound on his hand. With a mere thought, a soft, milky light emanated and penetrated the wound. Hanfeng felt a refreshing sensation coursing through the injury, providing immense comfort. In the next moment, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. How extraordinary! Hanfeng marveled, then proceeded to heal the wound on his calf. After completing these tasks, he opened his attribute panel. The process of utilizing one's talent consumes mental energy. He needed to ascertain the total amount of mental energy expended from his 2 healing sessions. Attribute panel, Survivor, Hanfeng region, Zone 10086 level, 1 experience, 17100 physique, strength, 8 agility, 10 defense, 5 mental energy, 114 auto recovery. Regaining 1 point per hour, talent, healing not bad. Hanfeng mused thoughtfully. He had consumed a total of 4 points of mental energy after using his healing talent twice, which was entirely acceptable. Moreover, mental energy replenishes automatically, alleviating any concerns. Just as Hanfeng was about to close the attribute panel, he suddenly noticed an increase of 17 experience points. What is the meaning of this? He hadn't done anything. How could his experience points have risen? After pondering briefly, he recalled having defeated 2 beetles and a dozen locusts, which totaled approximately 17 creatures. So, could it be that each creature slain grants a single experience point? If I were to slay another 83, would that not elevate me to the next level? Hanfeng felt a surge of excitement, almost yearning to dash into the thicket and capture those locusts in one fell swoop. However, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Given his current strength, confronting such a multitude of locusts was rather impractical and could likely lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, at this stage, his primary focus should be on gathering sustenance. Once he had amassed ample provisions, he could then strategize accordingly. Shortly thereafter, Hanfeng consumed a loaf of bread and half a bottle of mineral water to replenish his energy before stepping outside. Just as he opened the gate, the sound of the wooden fence resonated in his mind. Human, you cannot favor one over the other. Hanfeng paused momentarily, amused. What do you mean? The wooden fence responded, you only feed the thatched cottage grass. You should also provide me with some wood. What do you need wood for? Hanfeng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Without hesitation, the wooden fence replied, of course, to upgrade. Hanfeng's eyes flickered with intrigue. You can also level up? The wooden fence affirmed. If the thatched cottage can upgrade, so can I. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Hanfeng's mouth. Then beg me. The wooden fence, momentarily taken aback, retorted indignantly, we are a team. If I grow stronger, I can protect you better. Can't you grasp that? Why should I beg you? After some reflection, Hanfeng conceded that the wooden fence had a point and nodded, I can help you gather wood. But the issue lies in the fact that I don't have an axe to fell trees. The wooden fence reminded him, but you possess a shovel, don't you? You can use that to chop wood. It will just take a bit longer. The engineer's shovel interjected, I was designed for digging, not for cutting grass or chopping trees. Can you not show me a modicum of respect? Have you considered my feelings? The wooden fence chided, broaden your perspective. Do not be petty over trifles. The engineer's shovel retorted, if you're so magnanimous, why don't you go chop the trees yourself? The wooden fence replied, each has their specialty. My role is to safeguard our home. You expect me to chop trees? Have you lost your mind? You sound foolish. Hanfeng cleared his throat. All right. We are all part of the same team. Let us not quarrel over trivial matters. Let us be more magnanimous. The wooden fence conceded, for your sake. I shall overlook the shovel's insolence. The engineer's shovel muttered, you, but Hanfeng shook his head and chose not to engage further. Striding directly toward the beach. The beach was a perilous place, fraught with danger, where one could easily lose their life. However, compared to other locales, it was likely to harbor more food, and thus he resolved to venture forth in hopes of fortune. Unexpectedly, just as he had taken a few steps, a woman's voice called out, Hanfeng. He halted, turning to see a petite girl, about 5 feet tall with a head full of golden curls, bounding toward him. It was Yu Lingshan. Do you need something? Hanfeng inquired with a gentle smile. Sister Zhao is calling you for a meeting. Yu Lingshan's lips curled into a playful smile, revealing 2 delicate dimples upon her cheeks, exuding an air of charming innocence. Not interested. Hanfeng promptly declined. What a waste of time for a meeting. Instead of attending, I would rather indulge in food. I believe you should go, Yulingshan advised earnestly. This meeting is not only about resource allocation but also includes the election of a team leader. The thought of electing a leader sparked Han Feng's curiosity. If one could attain the position of leader, they would wield the power to distribute resources, undoubtedly reaping greater benefits. I must contend for that leadership role. Very well. I shall accompany you. Han Feng nodded in agreement. With that, the two of them set off in a determined direction. 5 minutes later, they arrived beneath a grand tree. This was the sanctuary where Yulingshan and her companions resided. Chapter 8. You should appear more handsome, yet otherwise worthless. Han Feng arrived. Zhao Yunqi smiled charmingly. Her smile was like a refreshing spring breeze, prompting Han Feng to glance at her again, stirring a ripple of emotions within him. Why are you staring like that? Lu Chushuang scoffed. Snapping back to reality, Han Feng realized his momentary lapse and offered an awkward smile. Apologies, I was a bit distracted. Let's commence the meeting promptly. Zhao Yunqi nodded and spoke slowly. The theme of this meeting is to elect a team leader. As a small team of 4, we require someone to provide unified direction and organization. Only then can we thrive and survive. Otherwise, chaos is inevitable. Do you have any objections to my proposal? None. Yulingshan replied without hesitation. Nor do I, Lu Chushuang added coolly. And you, Han Feng? Zhao Yunqi fixed her gaze on him. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng smiled lightly. Selecting a team leader is indeed necessary, but how shall we conduct the election? Zhao Yunqi raised an eyebrow. In the spirit of fairness and justice, we shall naturally adopt a democratic voting process. Each person may nominate candidates and provide their reasoning. Ultimately, we will decide on the team leader through voting. Upon hearing this, Han Feng furrowed his brow. The notion of voting sounded democratic, yet in reality it lacked true fairness. The reason was simple. Zhao Yunqi and the others were in cahoots and would undoubtedly vote for one of their own. As for him, he would merely be a bystander, utterly unqualified to be elected as leader. What is your stance, Han Feng? Zhao Yunqi's penetrating gaze remained fixed upon him. Han Feng chuckled lightly. I believe this method is rather inappropriate. What alternative do you propose? Zhao Yunqi inquired, clearing his throat. Han Feng spoke earnestly. We have traversed into a realm of survival on a perilous island, where we may face numerous dangers ahead. Hence, we need a leader who is responsible, capable, and exceptionally wise. Therefore, the interpersonal voting should be dismissed. But if we do not vote, how shall we select a leader? Yulingshan interjected. With a confident smile playing on his lips, Han Feng responded, Did I not just mention? We require a leader who is responsible and powerful. Among the 4 of us, I am the only man. Is there any need for further deliberation? At this revelation, Yulingshan and the others finally grasped his intention. So, Han Feng desired to be the leader without needing a vote. Do you think you are worthy? Lu Chushuang sneered. Han Feng's expression darkened as he glared at Lu Chushuang. Why do you presume I am unworthy? Lu Chushuang smirked, her tone laden with sarcasm. Did you not assert that only the strongest should lead? Do you believe yourself superior to the 3 of us? Is that even a question? As a man, I certainly cannot be outmatched by 3 women, Han Feng declared, brimming with confidence. Lu Chushuang chuckled softly. Indeed, you are a man, but in terms of strength, you are likely the weakest among the 4. So, there's no need for you to seek attention here. Who do you look down upon? Han Feng snorted lightly, standing at 6 feet tall and boasting a robust physique. How could he possibly be outmatched by 3 women? What a joke. Lu Chushuang speaks the truth, Han Feng. When it comes to combat prowess, you may not necessarily surpass us, Yulingshan interjected suddenly. Han Feng raised an eyebrow, turning to Yulingshan, who instilled such confidence in you. Zhao Yunqi raised an eyebrow. Strength is not solely determined by one's attributes, it heavily relies on talent. Han Feng, what is your talent? Healing. Han Feng blurted out. Ah, so you are a nurse. Lu Chushuang laughed lightly, her laughter laced with derision. Do you know how to speak? I am a doctor, thank you very much. Han Feng retorted. Whether you are a doctor or a nurse, compared to our talents, you are vastly inferior. You should withdraw from this captaincy election, Zhao Yunqi said with a knowing smile. Han Feng frowned slightly. What are your talents? Why don't we showcase them for Han Feng? Zhao Yunqi suggested with a smile. That would be beneficial for him to understand his place. Lu Chushuang added, a playful glint in her eyes. I'll go first, Yulingshan said as she trotted toward a large boulder, extending her delicate hands to grip its sides. What does this mean? Han Feng was puzzled. Judging by Yulingshan's stance, could she possibly lift that heavy rock? After all, it weighed at least 200 pounds. Would her petite frame be able to manage it? Just as he was lost in thought, Yulingshan suddenly hoisted the boulder effortlessly above her head. What the hell? Han Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The next moment nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief as Yulingshan lifted the boulder overhead and tossed it away. With a thunderous crash, the boulder flew 5 meters before crashing down to the ground. Yulingshan dusted off her hands and walked over to Han Feng, winking playfully. So, what do you think of my strength? Impressive. Han Feng marveled. Curious, what is your talent? Mighty strength. Yulingshan replied with a light laugh. This talent allows me to amplify my physical power 5-fold. Impressive, sister. Han Feng exclaimed, clicking his tongue. But I am still far from Zhao Jie's talent. Yulingshan chuckled. Is it even more formidable than yours? Han Feng inquired, turning to Zhao Yunqi. Zhao Yunqi flicked her fingers, unleashing a bolt of blue lightning that shot forth and struck the distant boulder. With a resounding explosion, the boulder emitted a plume of white smoke, its surface charred, before splitting in two and scattering to the ground. Wow! Han Feng gasped in astonishment. Zhao Yunqi undoubtedly unleashed a formidable lightning talent, the power of which was truly terrifying, capable of shattering a solid stone with a single strike. If such force were to befall a human, would it not obliterate them instantaneously? This woman is not merely strong. Han Feng, it is now my turn to demonstrate. At that moment, Lu Chushuang suddenly spoke up. Han Feng raised an eyebrow and swiftly turned his gaze toward Lu Chushuang. He watched as she stepped beneath a great tree, leaping gracefully as if she were a delicate swallow, soaring over 2 meters high. Following that, she lifted her long leg and delivered a powerful kick to a branch as thick as an infant's arm. With a sharp crack, the branch snapped in response. Han Feng was left dumbfounded. Is this truly a woman? How is it that each one is so astonishingly powerful? After landing, Lu Chushuang approached Han Feng, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Aside from your handsome appearance, you are utterly lacking in merit. With someone like you, do you think you can compare with us? Han Feng. Though her words bore little lethal force, their insult was profoundly piercing. Chapter 9. Without clinging to our support, you would be utterly unable to survive. Han Feng, after witnessing our strength, still wishes to vie for the captaincy? Zhao Yunqi smiled subtly. I shall withdraw. Han Feng sighed. These 3 women are each more formidable than the last. Competing against them, he truly perceives no advantage. So he decided to step aside. Chu Feng has withdrawn. Let us 3 choose. Zhao Yunqi spoke calmly. I choose Sister Zhao as captain. Yulingshan declared without hesitation. I too. Lu Chushuang echoed. Han Feng had long anticipated this outcome, shrugging his shoulders. I have no preference. Since everyone has elected me as captain, I shall now lay down some rules. Zhao Yunqi cleared her throat and spoke earnestly. First, from this day forth, regardless of the resources collected, all must be submitted to me for redistribution. Second, everyone must adhere to my commands. Those who violate the rules shall face appropriate consequences. Lastly, I hope we can unite and strive together to make our team even stronger. Han Feng immediately felt displeased, voicing his objections. Whatever resources one collects should belong to that individual. Why should they be handed over to you for allocation? With the ability to communicate with all things, he undoubtedly holds an advantage in resource gathering. Should the distribution be equal, would he not suffer a great loss? Such a disadvantageous arrangement was not one he would entertain. Zhao Yunqi's gaze flickered momentarily as she spoke earnestly. We are a team, and certain matters must adhere to a unified standard. If you refuse to comply, we shall not welcome you among us. Fine, I withdraw. Han Feng said without hesitation. Han Feng, do not act impulsively. Yulingshan desperately gestured to Chu Feng. Zhao Yunqi frowned, urging, you are well aware of the dangers on the island. Remaining with the team ensures our protection. How will you face the perils alone? No need to worry. I have my own means. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. As a man, does he require the protection of 3 women? Wouldn't he be ridiculed if that got out? Do not come seeking us later. Lu Chushuang scoffed. Just don't come to me. Han Feng sneered and turned to leave. Should I speak with Han Feng again? Yulingshan suggested. No need to concern yourself with him. He merely has a stubborn mouth. Just watch. Within 2 days, he will certainly come seeking us. Without clinging to our support, he cannot possibly survive on this island. Lu Chushuang remarked coldly. Yulingshan. Zhao Yunqi. After parting ways with the 3 women, Han Feng strode briskly towards the seashore. After traversing over 100 meters, he reached his destination. The sight before him left him utterly astonished. The vast, boundless ocean unfolded in his view, shimmering with light, a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, the surface of the sea appeared exceptionally tranquil, devoid of even a hint of ripple, resembling a vast mirror reflecting the azure sky. Han Feng cast a glance, then shifted his gaze to the beach. The beach seemed to be enveloped in an eerie silence, with not a single breeze stirring. As if time itself had come to a standstill. Han Feng did not recklessly step onto the sand. Instead, he chose to remain in place, meticulously observing his surroundings. He understood well that apparent calmness often conceals latent dangers. His keen eyes scanned every corner of the beach, seeking any signs of potential threats. Suddenly, a section of sand began to flow gently, as if propelled by some mysterious force, gradually sinking and eventually forming a funnel shape. Bang! Immediately, a colossal claw emerged, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, gripping a large clam. Is this a crab? Han Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. If merely the claw was so lengthy, how enormous must the creature itself be? In a moment of daze, a gigantic green crab burrowed out from the gravel, measuring over half a meter in length, resembling a basin. Its massive claws waved in the air, exuding an air of authority, as if it were the sovereign of the beach. Crack! Just then, one of its formidable claws snapped shut with force, instantly shattering the clam. Witnessing this scene, Han Feng could not help but click his tongue. Fortunately, he had refrained from carelessly entering the beach. Otherwise, a single misstep upon this giant crab could have resulted in a crushed foot. The great crab, after crushing the clam, did not immediately feast but called out to a distance. "Wife, dinner is ready." Clack, clack, clack. An unusual sound emanated from the nearby beach, followed by another large crab emerging from the sand. This one was slightly smaller than the first, presumably a female crab. "Honey, what are we having?" The female crab scurried over to the male crab. "I just caught a large clam." "Hurry and eat," replied the male crab, presenting the shattered clam to the female. "I adore clam meat, darling. You are so good to me. Please eat slowly. I will continue to catch more," said the female crab, as the male crab burrowed back into the sand. Goodness, displaying affection in such a public setting, who can endure that? Han Feng inwardly scoffed, his thoughts beginning to churn. If he were to eliminate these two crabs, not only would he secure a source of food, but he would also undoubtedly gain a considerable amount of experience points. With this thought, Han Feng glanced down at the entrenching shovel in his hand. Currently, he possessed no other weapon, just the shovel. He wondered if a single strike would be sufficient to crush the giant crab. "Calm down, brother. Look at the crab's shell. It's as hard as stone. Breaking through its defenses is nearly impossible, let alone slaying it. Thus, I advise against taking such risks," the entrenching shovel cautioned. Han Feng pondered for a moment and found the engineer's words to be quite reasonable. However, the thought of returning empty-handed without procuring any food left him feeling somewhat discontent. Suddenly, an idea struck him. There were clams on the beach, and surely they were less formidable than crabs. A few gathered to make a delicious soup would suffice. Thus, Han Feng steered clear of the two large crabs and ventured onto another stretch of sand. This area, too, appeared tranquil. Yet, behind that serenity lay the uncertainty of hidden dangers. Han Feng refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he gazed intently at the sandy expanse before him and softly inquired, "Little beach, may I ask you something?" The beach replied, "What is it?" Han Feng continued, "Are there any clams or crabs nearby?" The beach retorted, "Why should I tell you?" Taken aback, Han Feng's lips curled into a malicious grin. "If you refuse to share, I shall relieve myself right here, making you utterly disgusted." The beach remained silent. Chapter 10. Enough of your incessant prattling. If you don't tell me, I might just relieve myself right here. Han Feng raised an eyebrow, barely able to contain himself. "Wait, I'll tell you." The sandy beach replied in a flustered tone, "There are no crabs nearby, only a few clams." "Where?" Han Feng's eyes sparkled, akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey. "Directly ahead, 3 meters away, there's one. To the left, 5 meters away, there are 2, and to the right, 10 meters away, there are 7. Han Feng was instantly invigorated, striding forward 3 meters before wielding his shovel and commencing to dig. Chop, chop, chop. Several strokes later, a sizable hole had been excavated in the sand, yet the clams remained elusive. Undeterred, Han Feng persevered, digging deeper. After a few more strokes, the shovel suddenly cried out in anguish. "Ah, it hurts." "What's wrong, little shovel?" Han Feng queried, bewildered. "Big brother, I've been bitten by a giant clam. Help me." Han Feng was at a loss. "You're made of iron. How can it possibly bite you? The force of its bite is tremendous. It truly pains me. Please, think of something. Could you be a tad more resilient?" Han Feng scoffed, casually lifting the shovel. To his surprise, a clam the size of an egg clung stubbornly to the shovel. Han Feng shook it twice, but it refused to budge. His expression darkened. "Listen here, little clam. I advise you to release my shovel, or I shall not be kind. If I let go, will you spare me? The clam inquired. I assure you, I shall toss you into the pot. The clam paused. Into the pot? Are you planning to stew me? This is your doing. Realizing the clam was unyielding, Hanfeng's temper flared. He rushed to a massive stone, raising his shovel and striking it with force. Crack! The clam's hard shell cracked under the impact. Ah! It cried out, releasing its grip. Hurry, crush it. Avenge me. The shovel yelled in fury. That's unnecessary, Hanfeng chuckled. Why not? The shovel asked, perplexed. Hanfeng smirked. I prefer my seafood fresh. Is this a devil's work? The clam muttered in disbelief. Hanfeng cast a sidelong glance at the clam before returning to the sandy beach. Following the beach's directions, he continued digging. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, he unearthed 9 more sizable clams, bringing his total to 10, ample for dinner. However, Hanfeng was not easily satisfied. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to dig up a few more. Even if he did not consume them himself, they could be traded for supplies. Thus, Hanfeng inquired of the beach. Are there any more clams? There are no clams left, but there is an oyster on the reef. Where? Hanfeng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The meat of the oyster is exquisite and considerably larger than that of clams. It is essential to acquire one. On the beach, directly ahead, there lies a rock formation 15 meters away. Hanfeng focused his gaze and indeed spotted an oyster on the rock. This creature was quite substantial, measuring a full 30 centimeters, firmly attached to the stone. Hanfeng glanced at it and strode forward. Oyster, he inquired, what are you up to? Are you contemplating my intentions? The oyster scoffed. If I accompany you, I might end up in your pot. I am not that foolish. Since you refuse the soft approach, I shall resort to a firmer one. Hanfeng's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. The oyster, with disdain, retorted, It is not that I underestimate you, with your capabilities. You think you can overpower me? You are quite naive. How dare you? Hanfeng's lips curled in anger. How could this mere oyster dare to mock him? This was intolerable. With a fierce countenance, he grasped his entrenching tool and attempted to pry the oyster free. Yet it seemed as if it were growing from the rock itself. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge the oyster in the slightest. Unfazed by this obstacle, Hanfeng continued his efforts. However, after a few attempts, his tool cried out in distress, Brother, stop. I might bend if you continue using me like this. At this critical moment, his tool faltered. Human, are you not here to be forceful? Come on, stop hesitating. The oyster mocked mercilessly. Curse you. Hanfeng could hardly tolerate such insolence. He swung his entrenching tool with great force against the oyster. With a resounding thud, the tool was flung away. While the oyster remained unscathed, its shell harder than stone. Huh, you think you can intimidate me? The oyster continued to taunt. The entrenching tool advised, Brother, this creature is too tough. We should abandon this endeavor. Hanfeng, his expression darkened, retorted, Is it not your softness that is to blame? Had you been a tad stronger, we would have succeeded long ago. The entrenching tool sighed in silence, lamenting, blaming others for one's failings is quite shameless. Alas! As Hanfeng sighed and prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed 3 dark objects floating on the surface of the sea nearby. They appeared to be 3 iron chests. How could iron chests float on the ocean? Should they not sink to the seabed? Hanfeng paused, an epiphany striking him. These chests must be treasure. He felt an exhilarating rush, practically yearning to plunge into the ocean to retrieve them. Yet, ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. This ocean was not like those on Earth. It harbored myriad perilous creatures, and entering its depths could lead to an untimely demise. However, the proximity of the 3 chests made the prospect of abandoning them utterly disheartening. What method shall I employ to bring it forth? Hanfeng squinted his eyes, his thoughts whirling incessantly. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his mind. Without delay, Hanfeng departed from the beach and approached a grand tree. He then seized a spade and began to peel away the bark. Scrape, scrape. Strips of bark were methodically removed by Hanfeng. The tree lamented, Human, what are you doing? I have wronged you in no way. Why inflict harm upon me? Hanfeng offered a sheepish smile. My apologies, dear tree. I shall borrow your bark for a moment and will return it once I am finished. The tree retorted. Returning it once you are done? What use is that? People have their dignity, and trees have their bark. How can I survive without my skin? Hanfeng rubbed his nose. A little less won't kill you. The tree protested. Even a little is painful. You must cease this at once. Hanfeng's expression darkened, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his lips. I am the sovereign of this island. Everything upon it belongs to me, including you. I shall do as I please. And should you continue your incessant complaints, I may very well strip you of all your coverings. Chapter 11. You would not wish for any mishap to befall your wife. The tree, under Han Feng's relentless pressure, ultimately capitulated. It could only watch helplessly as Han Feng audaciously stripped it of its bark. After tearing off 4 strips of bark, Han Feng deemed it sufficient and ceased his actions. He then twisted the 4 strips together, gradually creating 2 resilient ropes of bark. Curious, the engineer asked, "Brother, what do you intend to do with those 2 ropes?" Han Feng raised an eyebrow and replied, "To catch crabs." The engineer was taken aback, well aware of the formidable nature of the crabs. "What will you use to catch them?" "Fear not, for I possess clever schemes." Han Feng smirked, casually grasping 2 clams and making his way towards the beach where the crabs lay. After traversing over 20 meters, he arrived at a patch of grass. Crouching down, he peered out towards the beach. To his delight, he spotted only a female crab, while the male was absent, likely burrowed in the sand to hunt for clams. Han Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. If both crabs were present, his chances would be nil. Yet with only one, the odds were considerably in his favor. Naturally, he would not act rashly. He awaited an opportune moment to strike. Seizing a moment when the female crab was distracted, he flung the 2 clams away. With 2 soft thuds, the clams landed on the beach. Though the sound was subtle, it distinctly reached the ears of the female crab. She turned, and upon spotting the clams nearby, her eyes shimmered with eagerness as she rushed towards them. With her pincers, she seized 1 clam and indulged in her unexpected feast. The opportunity had arrived. Han Feng dashed out from the grass, wielding the engineer's shovel, and aimed a forceful strike at the female crab. Caught off guard, she had no time to react. By the time she sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. With a resounding thud, the shovel struck the female crab's shell. Although the blow did not breach her defenses, it forcefully slammed her onto the sand. The female crab emitted a pained cry. Her mind clouded as she slipped into a daze. Han Feng swiftly placed his foot upon her shell and deftly bound her with the bark rope. At that moment, the male crab, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the sand. Upon witnessing the female crab ensnared in human hands, an intense fury ignited within him. "Human, release my wife," he bellowed, brandishing his pincers menacingly as he advanced towards Han Feng. "Stand down, or I shall harm your wife," Han Feng retorted, a fierce glint in his eyes. The male crab, hesitating in fear, begrudgingly halted his advance. Meanwhile, the female crab had regained consciousness and, in a state of panic, cried out, "Husband, come save me." "Human, what do you intend to do?" The male crab fixed its gaze upon Han Feng, revealing no concealment of its murderous intent. "You wouldn't want anything to happen to your wife, would you?" Han Feng's lips curled into a sinister smirk. "Let us converse amicably, as long as you release my wife. I shall comply with any of your demands." The male crab, sensing fear, softened its tone. "This is the attitude I desire." Han Feng chuckled lightly, then pointed towards the sea. "You see those 3 iron boxes? If you bring them to me, I will release your wife." "Are you serious?" the male crab inquired tentatively. For it, retrieving the 3 boxes was a trivial task. However, would Han Feng truly release the female crab? Would he go back on his word? "In my eyes, your wife's worth pales in comparison to those 3 boxes. Hence, you need not worry." "Hurry, do not keep me waiting too long," Han Feng stated calmly. Without further ado, the male crab dashed into the ocean, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the 3 treasure chests. Using its formidable pincers, it pushed the boxes towards the shore. "Human, I have brought the iron boxes. Now release her," the male crab shouted. "Toss the 3 boxes over here," Han Feng commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The male crab flung the 3 boxes at Han Feng's feet. Han Feng glanced down, his eyes flickering momentarily. "If I release your wife, you won't harbor any grudges, will you?" "Absolutely not," the male crab asserted resolutely. Han Feng remained uncertain if the creature would uphold its promise. But one thing was clear, the female crab must not be harmed. For if she were to be killed, it would render him irrevocably opposed to the male crab. In truth, facing a single male crab was not particularly daunting. The real concern lay in the potential gathering of its kin. Should it summon its family, the prospect of clam digging on the beach would be irrevocably ruined. Thus, after careful consideration, Han Feng resolved to release the female crab. However, before doing so, he required the male crab's assistance in a matter. Clearing his throat, Han Feng said, "There is one more task I need your help with. Please retrieve the oyster from the rocks." The male crab replied immediately, "Human, it is not that I refuse to assist you, but I am incapable of dealing with the oyster. Otherwise, I would have consumed it long ago." "Very well," Han Feng acknowledged. untying the bark ropes that bound the female crab and casting them aside. Darling, the female crab rushed to the male crab's side. With me here. There is nothing to fear. I shall protect you. The male crab extended a large claw, gently caressing the shell of the female crab, brazenly displaying their affection before Han Feng. Public displays of affection lead to swift demise. Han Feng silently scoffed, grasping the 3 iron boxes and hastily departing from the beach. He retraced his steps, heading straight for the refuge. As he passed by a large tree, he casually discarded 2 pieces of bark rope on the ground. Brother tree, I've used your bark. Here it is back. The great tree lamented. The bark has been stripped away and twisted into ropes. What use is it to me now? Is this a deliberate affront? With a sense of indignation, Han Feng took a few steps forward before halting abruptly. Approaching the tree, he retrieved the 2 pieces of bark rope and declared, "This trinket serves you no purpose. Allow me to take it instead. In due time, it may prove useful for crab catching." The tree retorted, "Such treatment of a tree is unthinkable. How vexatious." Moments later, Han Feng returned to the shelter. Placing 3 treasure chests upon the ground, he refrained from opening them immediately, choosing instead to scrutinize them closely. The act of opening treasure chests carries inherent risks. Occasionally, one might uncover valuable supplies, while at other times, perilous items may emerge. Without ensuring safety, one must never act recklessly. Chapter 12. Opening the treasure chest. Human, what troubles you? Suddenly, a treasure chest creaked open. What do you want? Han Feng retorted disdainfully. The treasure chest growled, "Try to worry a bit more." Han Feng smirked. "I shall worry as I please. What can you do about it?" The chest replied, "Nothing at all. If you wish to fret, then fret away." Han Feng pondered. Is this chest truly jesting with me? After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Little chest, what do you contain within? Are you addressing me?" The chest queried. "Of course," Han Feng answered. "Who else would I be speaking to?" The chest's question left Han Feng momentarily speechless, igniting a surge of anger within him. "How could you not know what you hold inside?" The chest chuckled. "What I contain is of no concern to you. Why should I divulge anything?" Han Feng inhaled sharply, stifling his fury, and coldly warned, "Little chest, do you comprehend the grave consequences of your tone?" Unfazed, the chest responded, "You don't intend to beat me, do you? I lack the capacity for pain, so feel free to strike me as you wish. Come on, torment me. How dare you?" Han Feng's frustration boiled over, and he turned to the other 2 chests. "Gentlemen, could you enlighten me on what you contain?" The second chest scoffed, "Don't play coy with me. We are not acquainted." The third chest sneered, "With your demeanor, you think you deserve to be our peer? Take a moment to reflect upon yourself. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Han Feng was taken aback, feeling humiliated by the 3 chests. If word of this spread, he would become the subject of ridicule. The engineer could no longer bear it. "Brother, these 3 are insufferably arrogant. Enough of this banter. Let us show them some strength." The first chest taunted, "Come on then. Don't just talk the talk." Han Feng gradually narrowed his eyes, a dark glint settling in them. "I shall grant you one more chance. Confess honestly, and I shall refrain from lowering myself to your level. Otherwise, I shall cast you into the cesspit." The first chest gasped, both shocked and furious. "Human, you are truly malicious. How could you stoop so low?" The second chest trembled. "What you propose is inhumane. I shall curse you for this." Han Feng's lips curled into a sly smile. "When I throw you into the cesspit, I hope you retain your bravado. By the way, I should inform you that the cesspit contains not only filth but also numerous maggots. Henceforth, you shall be companions with waste and vermin." The third chest responded with a retch. The first chest pleaded, "Brother, my previous demeanor was lacking. Would you grant me a chance to rephrase? You think you can challenge me? I shall not let you off so easily." Han Feng chuckled silently before stating, "Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity." The first chest declared, "I contain 10 bottles of a revitalizing drink." Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes lit up slightly. The revitalizing drink not only quenches thirst but also aids in restoring energy, far superior to mere mineral water. "Excellent." Han Feng nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the other 2 treasure chests. "What do you contain?" The second chest replied, "I hold a frying pan." "Excellent." Han Feng's expression shifted. The frying pan serves a multitude of purposes. Not only can it be used for cooking, but it can also be wielded as a weapon. This item is worth far more than 10 bottles of energy drink. The third chest chimed in, "I contain a D-cup bra." What on earth? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. How could such an item be extracted? As a man, he had no use for it. A few loaves of bread would be far more practical. Sighing in disappointment, Han Feng addressed the 3 chests, "Open your lids." The first chest responded, We are under the constraints of the heavenly laws and cannot open ourselves. Only you survivors can do so. Is that so? Han Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The second chest affirmed, it is absolutely true. There is no reason for us to deceive you. After pondering for a moment, Han Feng inserted his entrenching tool into the seam of the chest lid. At this juncture, he could not ascertain the truthfulness of the chest's claims. What if a venomous snake sprang forth and bit him? For safety's sake, it would be wiser to utilize a tool to open the chests. Brother, what are you doing? The entrenching tool asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Feng replied, I am opening the treasure chest. But you have hands of your own. Why employ me? Han Feng chuckled lightly. I fear there may be danger. The entrenching tool paused, irritated. You fear danger, and yet you want me to take the risk? Have you considered my feelings? Han Feng replied with a knowing look. If you perish, you may be silent, yet still serve as a tool. If I die, it is truly the end. I lose everything. Surely you understand the principle of a dead friend does not threaten the living one? The entrenching tool fell silent. Han Feng reassured. Little shovel, do not be overly pessimistic. I believe the little chest would not deceive me, and you may not be in peril. But what if there is danger? The tool pressed. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Han Feng declared, I will vanquish them and ensure your burial. What good does that do? The entrenching tool retorted. Then suddenly had a bright idea. Brother, why not use something else to open the chest? Perhaps a branch? You are quite clever, Han Feng praised. Casting aside the entrenching tool and walking towards a nearby tree. In life and death situations, I must employ my wits. The entrenching tool sighed in relief. In no time, Han Feng returned with a branch in hand, and with ease, he pried open the lid of one treasure chest. Suddenly, a blinding light emanated from within. As the light appeared, the chest gradually vanished, revealing 10 bottles of energy drink before his eyes. Han Feng frowned, perplexed by the disappearance of the chest. The second chest explained, once a chest is opened, our mission is complete, and we shall vanish from existence. So this is how it is. Han Feng realized with a sigh, farewell, my brothers. As his words fell, he grasped a branch and struck it twice. Crack, crack. The lids of 2 treasure chests opened in succession, releasing brilliant rays of light. Soon, the chests vanished, revealing a frying pan and a neatly wrapped bra before him. Han Feng lifted the frying pan, swung it a couple of times, and nodded in satisfaction. As a weapon, it seemed quite adequate. Frying pan. Hey, buddy. I am merely a pan, intended for cooking. You intend to use me as a weapon? What are you thinking? Han Feng scoffed lightly. Enough of your chatter. You are my private property, and I shall use you as I please. It is not for you to dictate. Frying pan. Chapter 13. The exchange of purified water for a magnifying glass. Han Feng turned his gaze toward the bra, a pensive expression crossing his face. This item held no utility for him. Keeping it would be a waste. If he could trade it for some supplies, that would be splendid. There were quite a few female players seeking survival here. Surely someone would find it of use. Regardless, he decided to list it in the trading hall shortly. Exchanging it for whatever he could. He was eager to dispose of it. The sight of it vexed him. Human, why do you stare at me so intently? Do you harbor thoughts about me? The bra suddenly spoke. What thoughts could I possibly have? Spare me your narcissism, Han Feng retorted, casting it a disdainful glance before tossing it into the thatched hut. Out of sight, out of mind. After finishing with the treasure chest, the next task was to prepare dinner, as the sky had already darkened, and nightfall was imminent. Given that it was his first day here, he was uncertain of the dangers that lurked in the dark. It would be prudent to finish dinner quickly and retreat to the safety of the hut. With that, Han Feng set to work. He gathered some thatch and twigs, then cleaned the 8 clams, tossing them into the frying pan. The freshest ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. He intended to boil the clams directly. This way, he would not only savor the flesh, but also enjoy some broth. As the 8 clams were placed into the pan, they seemed to realize the imminent threat and became utterly panicked. Human, what are you planning? Are you intending to boil us? This is cruel. Do you have any humanity left? Boo-hoo. I've just come of age and haven't even found a partner yet, and you wish to consume me. Your conscience will be condemned. I will haunt you. Eat me, and you shall suffer the consequences. Listening to the clam's lamentations, Han Feng felt a headache coming on and coldly responded, enough of your wailing. You are clams, destined to be consumed by humans. That is your fate. Their essay saying, fate is like a violation. Since resistance is futile, one might as well enjoy it. The 8 clams fell silent, contemplating their impending fate. Just as Han Feng was about to ignite a fire, it suddenly occurred to him that he lacked a lighter. How can I start a fire without a source? The frying pan chimed in. Hurry up and light the fire. I wish to enjoy a hot bath. Don't be ridiculous. Han Feng snapped. The frying pan was bewildered. Aren't you going to cook the clams? Han Feng sighed in frustration. I have no source of fire. Haha. Fellow clams, this guy has no fire source. We're saved from being cooked. The clams rejoiced. Han Feng's expression darkened, a sinister smile forming on his lips. You have already been sentenced to death. You will meet your end today, one way or another. Even without fire, I shall devour you whole. The clams trembled in terror, their hearts racing. Brother. Stop wasting time with them. Quickly consume them. The engineer's shovel began to stir. Han Feng cast a sidelong glance at the engineer's shovel, remarking, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. He merely intended to intimidate those 8 clams. How could one possibly consume them raw? What if it led to an upset stomach? The engineer's shovel muttered under his breath. What have I said wrong now? Han Feng chose to ignore him and opened the game panel, scanning through the 5 sections until his gaze settled on the trading hall. He intended to try his luck there. Perhaps someone might be selling a lighter or matches. Player Wu Chuang, selling a pair of black stockings in exchange for a bottle of mineral water and a loaf of bread. Player Xiang Zenin, selling a photo book, extremely provocative, in exchange for any food. Player Panli, selling a piece of intimate apparel in exchange for a bottle of mineral water or a loaf of bread. Upon reading this, Han Feng's expression darkened. What on earth were these items? Could they not be a tad more reasonable? This was the initial phase of survival. Food and water were incredibly precious. Who in their right mind would trade sustenance for black stockings? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a transaction was completed in the trading hall. Player Zhang Depeo exchanged a bottle of mineral water for a pair of black stockings from player Wu Chuang. Han Feng, there truly are those with peculiar tastes. What on earth does one do with a pair of black stockings? Snuggle up with them at night? He found himself at a loss for words. Shaking his head in disbelief, Han Feng continued to scroll down. Player Gu Haoyan, selling a tuft of hair in exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Damn, Han Feng couldn't help but curse. Where did Gu Haoyan come from with such oddities? Truly disgusting. He spat and continued to peruse further down. The subsequent items for sale were somewhat more normal. However, throughout the entire list, no one had offered a lighter or matches. Sighing in disappointment, Han Feng was about to close the trading hall when a new transaction notice appeared. Player Yin Tao, selling a magnifying glass in exchange for 2 bottles of mineral water. Upon reading this, Han Feng's eyes lit up. Although a magnifying glass was not a direct source of fire, it could indeed create fire. Moreover, it had no consumption cost. In principle, as long as there was sunlight, fire could be produced. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Feng picked up the 2 empty mineral water bottles, filled them with pure water, and placed them in the trading window. Suddenly, a message popped up in the trading hall. Player Yin Tao requires 2 bottles of mineral water. Transaction cannot be completed due to unmet requirements. After reading the message, Han Feng furrowed his brow slightly. If pure water wouldn't suffice, surely a sports drink would do? However, the value of the sports drink far exceeded that of mineral water. Trading 2 bottles of sports drink for a magnifying glass felt somewhat unbalanced. After pondering for a moment, Han Feng contacted Yin Tao. Hey there, would it be possible to exchange your magnifying glass for 2 bottles of pure water? Yin Tao, is your water drinkable? Han Feng, not only is it drinkable, but it contains various minerals, much superior to mineral water. Yin Tao, exchange is acceptable. Han Feng reminded, please revise the transaction details. Once Yin Tao completed the adjustments, the 2 successfully finalized the exchange. Han Feng, wielding a magnifying glass, sought a suitable angle to focus on a pile of highly flammable straw. Soon, a blinding point of light appeared upon the straw. The sunlight was not particularly abundant, leaving uncertainty as to whether it would ignite the pile. The engineer, curious, inquired, Brother, what are you doing? Han Feng casually replied, starting a fire. The engineer questioned, Can this actually catch fire? Han Feng retorted, With your intellect, you would never fathom the intricacies involved. Just stand aside and observe. The engineer fell silent. After a moment, noticing the straw pile had yet to emit any smoke, Han Feng grew anxious and exclaimed towards the magnifying glass, Little mirror, exert yourself. Help me ignite the straw. Chapter 14 You are but an insignificant creature, unworthy of making demands of me. The magnifying glass remained silent. Han Feng frowned slightly. Why could he converse with all other objects, yet the magnifying glass chose to remain mute? Could it be that it was incapable of hearing him? Or perhaps it was simply a mute? After pondering this, Han Feng turned his attention to the entrenching tool. Little shovel, can you hear me? Indeed. The entrenching tool responded promptly. Very well, refrain from speaking for now, Han Feng whispered. The entrenching tool thought, why do I feel so used and discarded? Han Feng fixed his gaze upon the magnifying glass. Come on, say something. Yet, the magnifying glass remained obstinately silent. Are you deaf? Is it so difficult for you to utter a word? Are you mute? What nonsense is this? Han Feng exclaimed in frustration. You are the little mirror. And your entire family consists of little mirrors. Unable to endure any longer, the magnifying glass finally spoke. So, you are not mute, nor deaf. Han Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Since you dislike the name Little Mirror, what would you prefer to be called? After a moment of contemplation, the magnifying glass replied. You may call me Big Mirror. Han Feng was taken aback. I expected something more grandiose. So, Big Mirror it is. Can you ignite the thatch for me? The magnifying glass sighed. The current light shield is insufficient. It can only gather a small amount of heat, making it quite difficult to ignite the thatch. The light is inadequate. Han Feng muttered under his breath and suddenly turned his gaze toward the sun. He possessed the ability to communicate with all things, surely. Conversing with the sun would pose no challenge. With this thought, he cleared his throat and addressed the sun. Oh, radiant sun, might I trouble you for a moment? What is it? The sun replied. Han Feng's heart raced. Could you ascend a bit higher, help me ignite the fire, and then descend again? Not possible. My shift is over. I do not work overtime. Han Feng pleaded. Just for a brief moment. It won't take much of your time. We are all here to serve the people. After all, the sun scoffed. If I accommodate you, who else will I be obliged to assist? Can I ever clock out? Han Feng conceded. You make a valid point. But before he could finish, the sun interrupted. There are no buts. You, a mere insect, lack the stature to make demands of me. Best retreat to a more comfortable place. If you bother me again, I shall not be so courteous. How arrogant. Han Feng inwardly scoffed. Just then, the magnifying glass spoke up. Actually, there is another way to ignite the thatch. Han Feng's eyes brightened. What method do you propose? The magnifying glass stated plainly. If you can procure some glass for me, once I consume it, I will be able to upgrade. At that point, even in dim light, I could assist you in igniting the thatch. Han Feng was left astounded. Can even magnifying glasses undergo upgrades now? What kind of world is this? It seems utterly insane. In a moment of bewilderment, Han Feng inquired, how much glass do you need to consume to upgrade? The magnifying glass replied, for the initial upgrade. The requirement is not substantial. A single beer bottle will suffice. Han Feng pondered for a moment. A beer bottle is not much. But the crux of the matter is that he doesn't have one. It appears he must venture to the trading hall in search of fortune. Thus, Han Feng opened the trading hall and began to browse meticulously. Although he found no listings for beer bottles, he stumbled upon an offer for a liquor bottle. Since liquor bottles are also made of glass, consuming one should facilitate an upgrade as well. However, the seller demanded 2 bottles of mineral water and a loaf of bread, which seemed excessively high. After a brief hesitation, Han Feng contacted the seller. Hey, I'm interested in your liquor. Could you lower the price a bit? Feng Gang responded. This is a bottle of Matai. Do you have any idea how much it costs? 2 bottles of mineral water and a loaf of bread is hardly a fair exchange. Han Feng scoffed. You need to understand one thing. We are not on Earth anymore, but in a survival realm. Here, the value of any liquor has significantly diminished. It's worth even less than a bottle of mineral water. Feng Gang fell silent for a moment before stating. Then let us make it 1 bottle of mineral water and a loaf of bread. It cannot be any less. Han Feng chuckled. How about this? You keep the liquor and sell me the bottle. I will offer you a bottle of purified water. He could hardly drink beer, let alone liquor. Acquiring it would be a waste. He only needed the bottle. Feng Gang was taken aback. A bottle of purified water for an empty bottle? Are you joking? Han Feng replied. Am I jesting with you out of boredom? If you're willing, we can trade now. If not, then move along. Feng Gang conceded. All right, but you'll have to wait a moment while I pour out the liquor. Han Feng replied. No problem, I'll wait. A minute later, after Feng Gang had emptied the bottle, they completed the transaction. Han Feng immediately placed the liquor bottle before the magnifying glass, exclaiming, Great magnifier, here comes the bottle. Please consume it quickly. The magnifying glass responded, Why is this a liquor bottle? Han Feng probed, Will the liquor bottle not facilitate an upgrade? If it doesn't, I would have wasted a bottle of purified water. The magnifying glass reassured him, It will indeed upgrade. It may just leave a bit of a buzz. Well then, let us make do. Han Feng was taken aback. Is it not enough to have the opportunity to upgrade without being picky? Does it not dawn on them how harsh the current conditions are? Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the magnifying glass, slowly widening like a gaping mouth. Abruptly, A powerful suction emerged from the mouth, swiftly drawing in the liquor bottle. Crunch, crunch soon. A sound of chewing resonated. A minute later, the magnifying glass ceased its chewing and returned to its original state. Han Feng eagerly inquired, "So, how did it go? Did you upgrade?" The magnifying glass let out a satisfied burp. Upgrade successful. The sun was about to set, and Han Feng urged, "Hurry and ignite the fire." The magnifying glass retorted, "I cannot move. How can I ignite the fire?" Realizing the oversight, Han Feng swiftly picked up the magnifying glass, adjusted its angle, and aimed it at the pile of straw. Soon, a bright point of light appeared on the straw. After a brief wait, a wisp of white smoke suddenly rose from the spot where the light shone, followed by the emergence of sparks. Observing this, the magnifying glass quickly advised, "Don't just stand there. Blow on it." Han Feng discarded the magnifying glass, cupping the straw with both hands, and blew vigorously. Sparks flew in all directions, and thick smoke billowed upwards. In just a few breaths, a small flame suddenly leaped forth from the straw. "Success!" Han Feng exclaimed joyfully, laughing heartily. He then placed the ignited straw on the ground, continuously adding branches and dry grass. Before long, a roaring fire blazed to life, illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 15. "You are the accomplice of the big brother." The magnifying glass spoke with an air of triumph. "Han Feng, I did well, didn't I? I didn't let you down, right?" Han Feng replied with admiration, "Little mirror, you did splendidly." The magnifying glass paused in surprise. "What did you just call me?" "Of course, I called you little mirror. Is there a problem?" Han Feng raised an eyebrow. The magnifying glass, infuriated, corrected him. "I prefer to be called big mirror. Do not refer to me as little mirror." Han Feng rubbed his nose, pondering why such a trivial name would matter so much. The magnifying glass declared, "Let me make it clear. If you continue to call me little mirror, I shall call you little cutie." Han Feng's expression darkened immediately. "If you dare call me little cutie, I will toss you into the cesspit." The magnifying glass protested indignantly, "You can call me little mirror, but I cannot call you little cutie. Can we not have a rational discussion?" Han Feng glared, his demeanor commanding. "In our shelter, I am the law. What I say goes, whether you accept it or not." The magnifying glass was taken aback. "Isn't that a bit tyrannical?" Han Feng chose to ignore him and turned his attention to the skillet placed over the fire. Under the searing flames, the water in the skillet began to boil, eliciting desperate cries from the clams. "Brothers, it's over. He has ignited the fire. Ah, I'm boiling alive. Someone save me. Farewell. May we be brothers in another life. I hope to never encounter this despicable human again." Upon hearing this, Han Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The clams' lamentations were quite bothersome. How wonderful it would be to silence them. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden tranquility enveloped his ears. The clams' cries seemed to vanish into thin air. Could it be? Han Feng's expression shifted. Was it truly possible to mute their voices? With this notion in mind, he quietly intoned, "Mute." In the next moment, the clams' curses erupted once more. "Human, I will haunt you even in death. You shall meet a terrible fate. Your conscience will be condemned. I curse you never to grow again." "Remarkable." Han Feng smirked, an amused grin spreading across his face. He then silenced the clams once more. The engineering shovel, witnessing the clams' suffering, felt a pang of sympathy. "Big brother, I think you are being too cruel. For the sake of your own desires, you are harming so many lives. Do you still possess any humanity? It would not be an exaggeration to call you a brutal executioner. I disdain you. Little shovel. How can you speak like that? Big brother is human. He needs to eat." The skillet defended Han Feng. The engineering shovel huffed, "You are complicit in his tyranny. Do not speak to me." The skillet remained silent. Han Feng seized the engineering shovel, glaring at it with a sinister gaze. The engineering shovel felt a chill run down its spine and trembled. "Big brother, I spoke out of impulse. You aren't angry, are you?" Han Feng chuckled lightly. "Little spade, have you ever considered that you are my accomplice? If it weren't for your assistance in digging up the clams, how would they have found their way into the iron pot?" The engineer spade was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, it indeed seemed to be the case. A smirk played on Han Feng's lips as he taunted, "Now, do you have anything to say?" The engineer spade hung his head in despondency, feeling like a fool. "You don't just feel like one. You are a fool." Han Feng scoffed, then changed his tone. "If you can converse, then speak. If not, keep your mouth shut and act like a mute. Should you dare address me in such a tone again, I shall toss you into the cesspit." The engineer spade responded with a silence. Suddenly, the wooden fence interjected, "Big brother, our shelter lacks a toilet. Am I unaware? Do I need your reminder? I'll dig one myself. Whoever disobeys will find themselves thrown into the cesspit. Han Feng shot a fierce glare at the wooden fence. It was imperative to establish some authority. Everyone was daring to argue with him. It was utterly insufferable. The wooden fence retorted, as if I never spoke. The engineer spade. Startled, quickly assured, Big brother, I acknowledge my mistake. I swear to the sun, I shall never speak out of turn again. The sun rebuked, wretched creature. Do you presume to swear by me? Have you lost sight of your own insignificance? The engineer spade remained silent. Han Feng chuckled lightly. Dear son, do calm down. There is no need to be vexed over a mere spade. The sun retorted, do you think we are familiar? Spare me your attempts at familiarity. Han Feng thought, has he taken a dose of bitter medicine? Why does he quarrel with everyone? Just because you are the sun, does that make you superior? Han Feng scoffed again, choosing to ignore the sun. At that moment, the frying pan chimed in. Big brother, the clams are cooked. Any longer, and they'll be overdone. Han Feng hastily removed the frying pan from the fire and surveyed the contents. All 8 clams had opened up, signaling they were ready to eat. Soon enough, Han Feng devoured all 8 clams, savoring every drop of broth. It was truly delightful. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, the sun had already set, and darkness swiftly enveloped the surroundings. After finishing in the makeshift toilet, as Han Feng was about to enter the thatched hut, the engineer spade suddenly spoke up. Big brother, it's dark now. You can't leave me outside. I'm afraid. The frying pan chimed in. Big brother, I'm also scared. The magnifying glass added. Brother, I am your most sincere little mirror. You cannot abandon me. Such cowardice. Han Feng scoffed disdainfully as he picked up each of these 3 companions one by one. However, just as he was about to step into the thatched hut, the voice of the wooden fence rang in his ears. Big brother, what about me? Han Feng halted. Turning to face the wooden fence, what do you mean? The wooden fence replied, you've all entered the hut, leaving me alone outside. I'm afraid too. Chapter 16. You can eat shit. Han Feng found himself at a loss for words. Aren't you supposed to be protecting our homeland? If you retreat into the thatched cottage, who will safeguard us? The wooden fence lamented, but I am afraid. Fear my foot. Be a little braver. Han Feng scoffed and turned to enter the thatched cottage, shutting the door with a heavy thud. Ouch, be gentle. You've hurt me, the cottage complained. You all are quite the drama queens. Han Feng quipped as he surveyed his surroundings. Due to the darkness, the cottage lacked any illumination, casting it into gloom. A glance around revealed an additional object on the floor, resembling a straw mat, measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 5 centimeters in thickness. The mat appeared to be crafted from thatch. Although modest in size, it was serviceable enough. Han Feng tossed aside a frying pan, a spade, and a magnifying glass into a corner before plopping down onto the mat. To his surprise, it was quite soft and comfortable. Suddenly, the spade spoke up. Big brother, is it comfortable to sit on? Han Feng replied nonchalantly, it's all right. Why do you ask? The spade chuckled. May I join you? Han Feng scoffed. Do you think you deserve it? A mere shovel wanting to rest on the mat? Who indulged you? The spade fell silent, feeling scorned once more. Ignoring it, Han Feng reclined on the mat and opened the 10086 regional chat group. In an instant, he noticed that only 860 members remained. Where had the other 140 gone? Had they all perished? It had only been half a day since arriving in this world, yet over 100 had already met their demise. And this was merely one region. How many lives would be lost if all regions were considered? Surely, countless. This world is perilously dangerous. Han Feng mused as he observed the chat. Wu Dahai. Brothers, I shall repeat. Do not go to the beach. Do not go to the beach. Do not go to the beach. Li Qingguang. You've repeated it thrice. Wu Dahai. Important matters must be stated thrice. Zhang Sheng. What's wrong with the beach? I had plans to go crab catching there tomorrow. Wu Dahai. The beach is too perilous. Not only are there man-eating sea turtles, but the crabs are vicious as well. Su Lin. The crabs eat people too? Wu Dahai. Of course they do. Zhang Sheng scoffed. Once I activate my transformation ability, how can a few crabs possibly harm me? Wu Dahai. Don't think that turning into a gorilla will save you. Even transforming into King Kong won't help. Zhang Sheng. Is it truly that grave? Wu Dahai. These are not ordinary crabs. Each one is 30 centimeters wide, as large as a basin. Their attack power is ferocious. Just today, Li Liang from our island went to the beach, and guess what? He was torn to pieces by a swarm of crabs. Everyone. No way. Zhang Sheng, brothers. Since the beach is so dangerous, let us avoid it. Jiang Feng. Yet, the heavens have only bestowed upon us 3 loaves of bread. How can that suffice for anyone? If we do not venture to the beach in search of sustenance, where else shall we turn? Chong, we could capture insects, such as grasshoppers. They are rich in protein and can serve as a viable food source. Yang Shuliang, where might we find grasshoppers? Chong, they abound in the grassy thickets. But one must be cautious, for these grasshoppers possess formidable strength and often swarm together. If you intend to catch them, it would be wise to form a group. Otherwise, if you venture alone, you may find yourself not merely failing to catch grasshoppers, but potentially facing dire consequences. Su Lin, are grasshoppers truly that terrifying? Tao Nao Mu Kana, I have long asserted that any creature on this island is exceedingly fearsome. Shermang, woe is me. I am frightened. I wish to return home to my mother. Chan, my friend, face reality. We have all been exiled, and you shall never see your mother again in this lifetime. Shermang, do not speak foolishly. I have only been sentenced to 6,000 years. If I can endure that duration, I shall return. The group. After such a lengthy sentence, you still hold hope of returning? Are you not of sound mind? Zhangsheng, Shermang. What crime did you commit to warrant such a sentence? Shermang, indignant. I merely assisted Sister Wang next door with her plumbing, and, while she bathed, I glanced in. By heaven's grace, it was but a fleeting glance, yet I was condemned to 6,000 years. Do you not see the injustice in that? Wudahai, this narrative seems oddly familiar. I feel as though I have encountered it before. Yang Shuliang, no need for contemplation. You have undoubtedly seen such films from the island nation. Zhangsheng, ha. So you were a peeping Tom. No wonder you received such a lengthy punishment. Shermang, I merely glanced. I did nothing else. Chong, a glance is still a crime. And to be exiled in the same vicinity as you is the greatest humiliation of my life. Shermang, Jiang Feng, brothers, do you have any provisions remaining? Su Lin, each of us was allotted 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. Have you consumed all yours? Jiang Feng, my appetite is substantial. I typically consume at least 10 loaves in a single meal. 3 loaves are hardly sufficient. I am now famished and feeling quite unwell. Wudahai, given the current circumstances, even the landowner has no surplus provisions. We are all in dire straits, and none can spare you food. However, I do have a suggestion. Jiang Feng, what is it? Wudahai, endure. Jiang Feng, darn it. If I could endure, would I need to lament to you? Wudahai, then there is nothing more to be done. Sudomao, if your hunger becomes unbearable, you might consider digging for roots. They are also edible. Jiang Feng, are you certain? Are not those meant for livestock? Sudama, when driven by hunger, one might resort to consuming even tree bark. I partook of it in my youth. It has a sweet flavor. The only drawback is that overindulgence may lead to constipation. Jiang Feng, that is still preferable to starving. I shall give it a try tomorrow. Pingyu, do not heed Sudamao. I have a far superior solution. Jiang Feng's eyes glimmer. What is it? Pingyu. With utmost seriousness, you could consume excrement. After eating, you could excrete, and then eat again, thus perpetually avoiding starvation. Amidst the conversation, someone exclaimed, eat excrement? How could Pingyu even conceive of such a thing? Zhang Shen cautiously inquired, Pingyu, have you ever consumed feces? To which Pingyu retorted, is that something humans would eat? Wouldn't it be revolting? I would never partake in such a thing. Jiang Feng interjected, then why did you urge me to do so? Pingyu replied, wasn't it to assist you? Jiang Feng shot back, I sincerely thank your ancestors for generations. At this point, Han Feng quietly closed the regional chat channel and subsequently opened the trading hall to peruse the listings. Zhang Lily offers a diamond necklace in exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Wei Guomin offers a Rolex watch in exchange for a loaf of bread. Tong Xiaowei offers 100 empty mineral water bottles in exchange for a loaf of bread. Upon reading this message, Han Feng's expression shifted. While empty mineral water bottles held no value for others, they were of great significance to him. He possessed a pond capable of yielding 10 bottles of mineral water daily. It was evident that he could not consume such an abundance alone, thus, it would be wasteful. However, with empty mineral water bottles, he could store the surplus, thereby elegantly resolving the predicament. Chapter 17. My gift is eating soil to generate iron ore. Upon this realization, Han Feng swiftly sent a private message to his acquaintance. My friend, where did you procure such a multitude of empty bottles? These 100 mineral water bottles are certainly worthy of exchange. However, before that, I wish to ascertain the origins of these bottles. Tong Xiaowei replied, I obtained them from treasure chests. Han Feng responded with surprise, you can actually find such items in treasure chests? Tong Xiaowei retorted, otherwise, how would I have acquired so many empty bottles? Han Feng queried, aren't treasure chests typically found in the sea? It must be perilous there. How did you bring them ashore? Tong Xiaowei clarified, who says treasure chests can only be found in the ocean. They can also appear on islands. I found my treasure chest on an island. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Treasure chests can also manifest on islands? He resolved to search thoroughly tomorrow. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, allowing him to discover a couple as well. Tong Xiaowei urged, "You've asked so many questions. Will we trade or not?" Han Feng affirmed. "Of course, we shall trade." Tong Xiaowei insisted, "Then hurry. I'm on the brink of starvation." Without further ado, Han Feng placed a loaf of bread into the trading hall. In no time, the bread vanished, and 100 empty mineral water bottles appeared before him. Han Feng scrutinized them closely before extracting 8 bottles to fill with water. Having already filled 2, he could only fill 8 more. Completing this task, Han Feng resumed his gaze upon the trading hall. Yuan Hao is offering a 10-kilogram piece of iron ore in exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Iron ore? Han Feng murmured, his mind racing with possibilities. If thatched cottages, wooden fences, and magnifying glasses could be upgraded through the consumption of identical species, could the same be true for a frying pan and a spade? With this thought, Han Feng turned to the spade and inquired, "I have a question for you." "What is it?" The spade responded, a shiver running down its handle. Han Feng asked, "If you consume iron ore, can you upgrade?" The spade became animated, exclaiming, "Not only can I upgrade by consuming iron ore, but I can also upgrade by devouring other metals. Do you have iron ore?" Han Feng chuckled softly. "I do not possess any, but I could exchange with others." "Then do so quickly." The spade was growing impatient. Han Feng promptly contacted another individual. "My friend, I do not have mineral water at the moment, but I possess a bottle of purified water. Can I exchange it for your iron ore?" Yuan Hao replied, "No problem." Han Feng confirmed, "All right, let us proceed with the trade." Before long, the exchange was successfully completed. Han Feng utilized a bottle of purified water to acquire a 10-kilogram piece of iron ore. Yuan Hao asked, "Do you need any more iron ore?" Han Feng inquired, "Do you have more?" Since this item could assist the spade in upgrading, he certainly wished to acquire as much as possible. Yuan Hao responded, "I do not have any today, but I will have more tomorrow." Han Feng paused, curiosity piqued. "Where do you source your iron ore? Is it mined? Or do you find it in treasure chests?" Yuan Hao explained, "Neither. I generate it by consuming soil." Han Feng was left speechless. What on earth? Yuan Hao elaborated, "My awakened talent is the ability to consume soil, and after doing so, I can produce a 10-kilogram piece of iron ore. However, this extraordinary talent possesses a limitation. It can only be utilized once a day." Han Feng, "Truly, the world is full of wonders. Who would have thought there could be such a peculiar talent? Today has indeed been enlightening." Han Feng, "Let us continue our trade tomorrow." Yuan Hao, "Okay." Closing the trading hall, Han Feng tossed the iron ore to the engineer's shovel. In an instant, a fissure appeared on the shovel, resembling a wide mouth, which promptly devoured the iron ore. "Has the little shovel leveled up?" Han Feng inquired with eager anticipation. Engineer's shovel, "Such a small amount of iron ore is hardly sufficient for an upgrade. It is still too early." Han Feng furrowed his brows. "So, after consuming this piece of iron ore, what changes have you experienced?" Engineer's shovel, "It has become somewhat sturdier. The next time I dig for clams, even if bitten, I shall not feel pain." Han Feng, "What good is that?" At that moment, the frying pan chimed in, "Brother, I am also your little brother. You cannot show favoritism. I wish to consume iron ore as well." The engineer's shovel immediately retorted, "You, a mere frying pan, fail to recognize your place? Focus on your primary duties. Why covet iron ore?" The frying pan scoffed, "What superiority do you possess, little shovel? If you can consume it, why can't I?" Engineer's shovel derided, "Aside from digging, I can also mow grass, chop trees, and excavate clams. My functions are plentiful. What makes you worthy of comparison?" Frying pan indignantly replied, "Whom do you look down upon? I too possess numerous functions. Besides cooking and frying, I can serve as a weapon." The engineer's shovel, perplexed, questioned, "You, a cast iron pan, can serve as a weapon?" Frying pan gleefully asserted, "What my brother says holds true. I can be a weapon. Do you dispute that?" "Enough. Both of you be silent for a moment. If anyone dares utter another word, I shall toss it out." Han Feng admonished. In the dead of night, a frying pan and a shovel were squabbling. How bothersome. Could they not enjoy a moment of peace? Sensing Han Feng's ire, both the frying pan and engineer's shovel fell silent. The thatched cottage fell into a hushed stillness. Han Feng cleared his throat and slowly proclaimed, "I pride myself on fairness. Since you both are my subordinates, I shall treat you equitably. From now on, any iron ore acquired shall be divided equally between you." "My brother, you are truly magnificent." The frying pan complimented. Sighing, the engineer's shovel acquiesced, though discontent lingered within. As Han Feng prepared to recline for a brief respite, he unexpectedly noticed an object in the corner. Upon reflection, he realized it was that peculiar brazier. Retaining such an item served no purpose. It would be better to sell it. Human, why do you regard me with such malicious intent? Are you contemplating ill thoughts about me? The brazier suddenly spoke. Han Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he opened the trading hall and listed the brazier for sale. Mere moments after posting, messages began to flood in. Young Lin Lin, hello. May I inquire if the bras you are selling are brand new? Han Feng, completely new, still in the packaging. Young Lin Lin, what size do you have? Han Feng replied honestly, D cup. Young Lin Lin, that size is too large for me. I can't use it. Han Feng, no worries. There will surely be plenty of well-endowed women here seeking survival. I refuse to believe it won't sell. Afterward, Han Feng waited in silence. Periodically, individuals would reach out to him. However, upon learning the size of the bra, they all decisively opted out. Han Feng felt perplexed. Could it be that the only well-endowed woman here for survival was Yuling Shan? What about the others? This defied logic. He refused to accept such a notion. With a slight huff, he continued to wait. Yet, no one else contacted him thereafter. Han Feng was exceedingly frustrated and suddenly glanced at the bra, exclaiming irritably, why must you be so large? Would it truly be the end of the world if you were just a bit smaller? Bra, can I even control my size? Is it really fair to blame me? Where's the logic in that? Chapter 18 Your recent cowardice has filled me with shame. Brother, calm down. Do not stoop to the level of a petty grievance. The engineer chuckled softly. Han Feng exhaled deeply, gradually reclining on the carpet, closing his eyes to rest. Although he had only been in this realm for half a day, it had been an exhausting whirlwind, leaving him utterly fatigued. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. At that moment, a dark cloud silently drifted overhead, casting a vast shadow that gradually obscured the moonlight. The sudden absence of the moon plunged the surroundings of the shelter into an impenetrable darkness, as if ink had been poured over the landscape, visibility reduced to near nothingness. Without the moon's illuminating glow, everything around the shelter became indistinct, its outlines barely discernible. Silence enveloped the area, devoid of even the faintest whisper of wind or the chirping of insects. It felt as if the very air had solidified. In this still, dark expanse, time seemed to come to a standstill, creating an inexplicable heaviness in the atmosphere, as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows, watching. As time trickled by, the night deepened. The clouds that had loomed above the shelter vanished without a trace. The moonlight gently cascaded down, bathing the entire shelter in a serene and tranquil glow. Suddenly, two eerie glimmers flickered in the darkness outside, dancing like will-o'-the-wisps. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these were not true ghostly flames, but rather a pair of chillingly luminous eyes. These eyes belonged to a wolf, silently observing the shelter from the shadows, seemingly lost in contemplation. Its eyes sparkled with a greenish hue, reminiscent of flickering flames, yet exuded a sense of coldness and wildness, as if capable of piercing through the darkness and perceiving all. Meanwhile, the sleeping wooden fence sensed an overwhelming wave of danger approaching. Upon seeing a wild wolf covered in a thick layer of black fur baring its teeth before it, the little fence nearly succumbed to fear, shouting into the thatched cottage, "Brother, it's bad. There's a wolf outside. It's really a wolf." The thatched cottage jolted in alarm, calling out, "Han Feng, wake up. A wolf is here." "What is it?" Han Feng groggily sat up. "Brother, the little fence says there's a wolf outside." The engineer trembled as he reminded him. "Wolf." Han Feng instantly awoke, a chill running down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously rose and approached the window. Peering out, under the moonlight, a magnificent black wolf, approximately 2.5 meters in length, came into view. This creature appeared ferocious, its coat shimmering with an eerie glow under the moonlight. It bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs that glinted menacingly. Its eyes flickered with a ghostly light that sent shivers down one's spine. Han Feng's gaze met the wolf's for but a moment, and he felt a prickling unease wash over him. A creature of such size and ferocity was beyond his capacity to confront. Once the refuge is breached, how shall one respond? Han Feng inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. If he could not devise a means to confront the ravenous wolf, the consequences would be dire. Yet, what options remained? Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech of friction pierced the air. Before his eyes, the formidable black wolf extended a razor-sharp claw, ruthlessly raking it against the wooden fence, leaving a long, deep gash. Ah, the lament of the wooden barrier resonated forth. "Brother, That beast won't break in, will it? The engineer's shovel quivered in trepidation. I cannot say. Han Feng gritted his teeth, gripping the skillet in his left hand and hoisting the engineer's shovel in his right, assuming a defensive stance. Should the Black Wolf indeed breach their sanctuary? He could not remain passive. He would have to fight with all his might. Brother, save me. The Black Wolf is about to dismantle me. The wooden fence cried out in desperation. In mere moments, the Black Wolf had inflicted several deep scratches upon it. At this rate, would it not be utterly shredded? Upon hearing this, Han Feng's gaze sharpened, a resolute aura enveloping him as he called out to the fence, "Little fence, hold firm. Stand your ground." The fence, feeling utterly forsaken, whispered in dismay, "You want me to hold? What do you mean by that?" At that moment, it felt abandoned by the world, resigned to its fate while awaiting the wolf's merciless dismemberment. However, to everyone's surprise, the Black Wolf ceased its assault, merely leaving a few scratches before turning away, vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. The Black Wolf has departed? Han Feng could scarcely believe it, momentarily stunned. He turned to the fence and asked, "Little fence, are you all right?" The fence huffed indignantly, "Your earlier cowardice fills me with shame. Do not speak to me." Han Feng offered an apologetic smile. Was there truly no alternative? Had I been stronger, I would have certainly aided you. The fence chuckled. Is that your justification for abandoning your comrades? Han Feng retorted, "No. I was merely your actions were undeniably timid. As the leader of this refuge, should you not exhibit greater courage?" The thatched cottage interjected disdainfully. Han Feng's expression darkened. "Is this your place to speak? If you are so capable, why not take my position?" The thatched cottage fell silent. "Brother, while the thatched cottage may speak harshly, it does convey a truth. Do not engage in its folly," the skillet consoled. "If you can converse, speak. If not, remain silent as a mute." Han Feng shot a fierce glare at the skillet, which trembled in fear, promptly silenced. Chu Feng let out a sigh, returning to his straw mat, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Where had this Black Wolf come from? During the afternoon patrol of the island, not a single Black Wolf had been sighted, not even a den to be found. Had it simply materialized from thin air? And would more follow? This time, refraining from attacking the sanctuary may lead to a less fortunate outcome in the future. To completely extricate oneself from the crisis, the sole solution lies in vanquishing the formidable Black Wolf. This necessitates an elevation in one's level. By advancing 2 or 3 ranks and acquiring a suitable weapon, one should be capable of contending with the Black Wolf. With this thought, a glimmer of fierce determination suddenly flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Chapter 19. The situation was rather troubling. The only method of advancement lay in hunting the creatures inhabiting the island to accumulate experience points. Although the island was relatively small, it was teeming with life, albeit each creature presented a formidable challenge. Even the ants were not easily dispatched. The clams, however, were somewhat more manageable, yet they concealed themselves within the sandy shores, making them laborious to unearth. Moreover, their numbers were rather limited, rendering the acquisition of experience points a daunting task. Without sufficient experience, rapid leveling up was unattainable. Thus, pursuing clams was not a viable option. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng suddenly conceived of a promising target. The swarm of locusts nestled within the reeds. These creatures were abundant, and if he could eliminate them all, he might very well ascend to level 3 in one fell swoop. Previously, Han Feng had struggled against this horde of locusts, but now he had devised a cunning and ruthless plan that would surely lead to their annihilation. Just wait for my retribution tomorrow, he thought, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he reclined on the straw mat, initially intending to drift back into slumber. His desire for sleep dissipated due to the appearance of the Black Wolf. Consequently, he opened the regional chat channel. "Wu Dahai, brothers, are you awake? Zhongxing, I was just dozing off when I was startled awake by the howl of a wolf. Upon getting up, I was shocked to see a wolf standing outside the fence. Its eyes were a ghastly green, akin to the flames of hell, and it nearly frightened me to death. Yang Shuliang, so the Black Wolf has appeared in your area too. I thought I was the only one cursed with such misfortune. Su Lin, a Black Wolf has also shown up here, but curiously, it did not attack. It merely lingered for a while before departing. Chen Chang, where did the Black Wolf come from? I roamed the island earlier and noticed nothing. Jiang Feng, the origin of the Black Wolf can wait. We have a pressing issue that requires our attention. Wu Dahai, what is it? Jiang Feng, with the wisdom of a sage, began to analyze. The Black Wolf's appearance is not without reason. It serves as a warning. Li Qingguang, could you be a bit clearer? Jiang Feng, to put it simply, initially, the Black Wolf will not attack us. However, In a few days, it may very well turn hostile. Taunaki Kana, I'm scared. What should we do? Jiang Feng, we must either fortify our shelter or enhance our abilities. Sudama, but at this stage, we can barely sustain ourselves with food and water. When would we find the time to build a shelter or improve our strength? Jiang Feng, if that is the case, we are left with no choice but to await our demise. Chinchong, you're merely speculating. Perhaps the Black Wolf won't attack us at all? Stop with the doomsday predictions. Jiang Feng, if you were aware of my talent, you would not question me. Chinchong, what is your talent? Jiang Feng, my talent is precognition, a passive ability that triggers upon sensing danger. Just now, my ability was activated, and the source of danger is that very Black Wolf. Wu Dahai, does this mean we are all in danger? Zhang Sheng, it's over, it's over. How can we possibly contend with such beasts? We might as well just wait for death. Pingyu, isn't your talent transforming into a gorilla? What are you afraid of? Fight it. Zhang Sheng, I'm naturally timid. Just the sight of the big Black Wolf makes my legs tremble. How could I possibly stand a chance against it? Sudama, what a waste. Such a magnificent talent squandered. If I had that ability, I would have flayed that big Black Wolf alive long ago. Zhang Sheng, can you not boast for once? That is a big Black Wolf, not some stray cat or dog. Sudama, stop making excuses for your cowardice. Zhang Sheng. At this point, Han Feng silently closed the chat group. The situation was already quite clear. The big Black Wolf had appeared on every island, and before long, it would launch an attack. Their time was running short. They could either be devoured by the wolf or eliminated. There was no alternative path to choose. Han Feng took a deep breath to compose himself and then opened the trading hall to browse. After half an hour, feeling a bit drowsy, he decided to lie down and rest. Time slipped away quietly, and before he knew it, the sun slowly rose from the east, gradually dispelling the dark canopy of night. Its golden rays illuminated the world, bringing light and hope to all living things. Sunlight poured into the shelter, akin to a gentle giant's hand softly caressing every corner. The shelter seemed to be infused with new life, bursting with vitality and energy. Big brother, it's dawn. Time to wake up and relieve yourself. Gong Bingchan suddenly called out, his voice echoing in the morning stillness. Han Feng, still groggy, yawned and slowly opened his eyes. He stretched, feeling his body awaken. Just then, a warm ray of sunlight streamed through the window, perfectly landing on his handsome face. Han Feng blinked and gradually rose to head outside the thatched hut. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by brilliant sunshine and fresh air. The sunlight felt incredibly comfortable against his skin. Han Feng inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of nature. In that moment, all fatigue seemed to evaporate, as if all his worries had drifted away. He stood quietly for a moment, gazing at the distant sun. Greeting it with a smile, "Good morning, sun." This time, the sun did not respond. Quite aloof, isn't it? Han Feng muttered to himself as he wandered towards a corner. He then unfastened his belt. Every morning, he had developed the habit of relieving himself. Just as Han Feng was about to do so, he suddenly heard a sound like a seedling sprouting. "Human, stop." Han Feng hastily pulled up his pants and turned around, only to see a tender sprout emerging from the vegetable patch, already 10 centimeters tall. It was this little sprout that had spoken. Growing so quickly? Han Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It is remarkable to consider that the seeds were sown only yesterday afternoon, yet within a single night, they have taken root and grown to such heights. How astonishing! Han Feng fixed his gaze upon it and inquired, "What is it you wish for me to do?" The young sprout replied, "Did I not tell you yesterday? Your urine is the finest source of nourishment. How could you possibly waste it so carelessly? Come, direct it towards my face. I shall eagerly receive it." Han Feng clicked his tongue, then aimed carefully at the sprout. Suddenly, a jet of liquid cascaded down from above, drenching the tender sprout completely. "This is rather bold," the sprout exclaimed. "Human, are you feeling a bit fiery? Nonetheless, it matters not. I rather enjoy it." Chapter 20. The Art of Strategy. Upon hearing this, Han Feng shuddered, nearly soiling his trousers. How delightful it was. If only he could indulge in a bit more excrement. The tender sprout sighed wistfully. Han Feng clicked his tongue, fixating his gaze upon the young shoot, and inquired with curiosity, "Why have you grown so tall? The other seeds have only just begun to take root, barely sprouting a single shoot. Yet you, before me, have already reached a height of 10 centimeters. What accounts for such a vast disparity?" The young sprout replied calmly, "Did I not drink a generous serving of urine yesterday, absorbing the nutrients? It is only natural that I grow a bit faster." "Aha!" Han Feng exclaimed in realization, and then continued, "By the way, what kind of plant are you?" The young sprout answered, I am a corn plant. Corn. Han Feng murmured, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Are your siblings also corn? There are 3 corn plants, 3 cucumber plants, and 3 tomato plants, the young sprout stated truthfully. Quite a diverse assortment. Han Feng raised an eyebrow and encouraged. You all should flourish well. Whoever performs best shall be rewarded with a drink of urine. Splendid. We shall also be able to drink urine. How marvelous. A chorus of cheers erupted from the vegetable patch. Han Feng chose not to elaborate further, turning back towards the thatched cottage, where he seized the last remaining piece of bread and began to chew heartily. After consuming the bread, he washed it down with half a bottle of purified water. Thus, his breakfast was settled. However, this bread was his final morsel. Once consumed, he would have nothing left and would need to devise a means to procure more food. Yet before that, he had another matter to attend to. Consequently, Han Feng picked up a magnifying glass and a trowel, stepping outside the cottage. Brother, where are you off to so early? The trowel inquired curiously. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Han Feng declared, I intend to eradicate that swarm of locusts. The magnifying glass trembled in fear. Brother, I am not a weapon. You ought to leave me behind in the shelter. Just take the little trowel with you. A mysterious smile crept across Han Feng's lips. The outcome of this battle rests predominantly upon you. Huh? The magnifying glass was taken aback. It could only kindle a small flame. What else could it possibly do? The trowel, filled with trepidation, cautioned, Brother, think twice. I understand your desire for revenge. But you must also recognize reality. With your current state, how could you possibly stand against that swarm of locusts? Have you forgotten how you were sent fleeing yesterday? Han Feng's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean sent fleeing? That was a strategic retreat. Do you understand? If you don't comprehend, then kindly keep your mouth shut. No one thinks of you as mute. The trowel fell silent. Han Feng's stubbornness was remarkable, despite clearly being overmatched and retreating. He still adorned it with the grand title of strategic retreat. Truly, he was adept at crafting excuses for himself. Ignoring further protests, Han Feng strode purposefully towards the exit. However, just as he opened the fence gate, he was halted by the wooden fence. Brother, do not rush off. Han Feng paused, fixing his gaze upon the wooden fence, and softly inquired, Little fence, what is it that you wish to communicate? The wooden fence quickly remarked, Wasn't I scratched by the great black wolf last night? Please assist me in my healing. Han Feng furrowed his brow, acknowledging his healing talent, yet he noted, This ability is only effective on humans and will not yield results for you. The wooden fence responded, Do not underestimate yourself. Have confidence. It wouldn't hurt to try. Then let us give it a try. Han Feng chuckled softly and placed his hand upon the wooden fence. Suddenly, a milky white light emanated from his fingertips, cascading like water over the wooden fence. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Bathed in the white light, the damaged areas of the wooden fence astonishingly restored themselves, leaving not a trace behind. Wow! Han Feng was taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. Could his healing talent actually restore the wooden fence? This was truly remarkable. Haha! I am whole again. This is fantastic. The wooden fence laughed joyfully. Brother, that was impressive. The engineer's shovel complimented. It was merely a routine action, nothing extraordinary. Han Feng replied with a faint smile, then advised the wooden fence, Little fence, I am stepping out for a bit. Guard the home well. Brother, go with peace of mind. I shall protect this home. The wooden fence declared resolutely. I am just stepping out, not leaving forever. Can you speak? Han Feng shot a glance and turned to depart. 5 minutes later, Han Feng arrived near a patch of reeds, keenly observing the surroundings. At that moment, the reeds showed no unusual activity, only the wind rustling through them, producing a soft sound. Brother, are we truly going to confront that swarm of locusts? The engineer's shovel inquired nervously. Han Feng smirked. To confront them head-on would be the act of a fool, an unwise decision indeed. But what else can we do if not confront them? The engineer's shovel asked, perplexed. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Chu Feng's eyes. We shall outsmart them. How do we achieve that? The engineer's shovel asked, bewildered. You will soon find out, Han Feng replied, a cunning smile crossing his lips as he began to gather the surrounding dry grass. After a considerable effort, he collected a dozen grass clumps, each around 30 centimeters in diameter. Brother, what are you doing with those grass clumps? The engineer's shovel asked, confused. You will see shortly, Han Feng replied enigmatically, taking a magnifying glass and directing it at the grass clumps. In the next instant, the sunlight converged through the magnifying glass, creating a pinpoint of light that landed precisely on the grass clump. Before long, Wisps of white smoke began to rise from the illuminated area. As time passed, the smoke thickened, gradually spreading. Hanfeng gently blew on it, and suddenly, a faint flame leaped forth from the grass clump. A tiny spark can ignite a prairie. The flames rapidly spread, engulfing the entire grass clump in a fierce blaze. Hanfeng acted swiftly, unhesitatingly igniting a second grass clump, then tossing the first blazing clump into the patch of reeds. Immediately afterward, he ignited the remaining bundles of grass one by one, casting them all into the dense thicket of reeds. Instantly, the flames spread rapidly, igniting the dry grass and withered branches within the thicket, intensifying the inferno. Soon, the entire reed grove was engulfed in a sea of fire, the blazing flames illuminating the surroundings. The engineer stood there, astonished. Is this what they call clever tactics? It is clearly a sneaky maneuver. Yet, one cannot deny the efficacy of this method. Under the searing heat of the flames, those locusts are likely to be reduced to ashes. Ah, it's on fire. I'm about to be burned alive. Help! Run quickly. The thicket was suddenly filled with the anguished cries of the locusts. Hanfeng stood still for a moment, observing, before taking up the engineer's shovel and approaching the thicket. Whenever a locust burst forth from the reeds, he would ruthlessly strike it down with a swift swing of the shovel. Chapter 21. Does it pertain to me? Under Hanfeng's merciless slaughter, those locusts that managed to escape the inferno met a grim fate, falling victim to his hands without exception. The remaining locusts were engulfed by the flames. A battalion of hundreds of locusts thus perished at Hanfeng's hands. The engineer, gazing at the charred corpses of the locusts, couldn't help but lament, "Brother, you truly are a consummate executioner. Have you no pangs of conscience for the countless lives you have extinguished?" Hanfeng's countenance darkened ominously. "I warn you for the last time. If you continue to speak so recklessly, I shall throw you into a cesspit." The engineer immediately panicked. "Brother, surely you jest. Do not hold my words against me." With a dismissive snort, Hanfeng ceased to engage and promptly opened his attribute panel. After hunting down hundreds of locusts, would he finally achieve his desired level up? Soon, a translucent screen materialized before him. Hanfeng inhaled deeply and focused his gaze. Survivor, Hanfeng. Region, District 10086. Level, 3. Experience, 1400. Constitution, Strength, 820 Agility, 1020 Defense, 520 Mental Power, 1120 Talent, Healing Level 3. Hanfeng's excitement surged. Upon reaching the third level, all attributes increased by 20 points from their previous standings. Suddenly, Hanfeng clenched his fists, feeling an intangible force coursing through his fingers, amplified severalfold compared to before. Haha. Hanfeng could not contain his laughter. "What has gotten into you, brother?" the engineer inquired, bewildered. "Nothing," Hanfeng replied, suppressing his mirth, and began to clear the battlefield. Although many locusts had perished in the flames, several remained unburned and were still edible. Given the scarcity of food, these resources could not be squandered. After diligently working for several minutes, Hanfeng collected 10 locusts and subsequently departed. Upon returning to the shelter, Hanfeng placed the locusts in a magnifying glass inside the thatched cottage, rested briefly, and then took the engineer's shovel to venture outside once more. With only 10 locusts, sufficient for merely a single meal, he resolved to dig for some clams. Just as Hanfeng opened the gate, he spotted Yuling Shan rushing towards him from a distance, her face etched with urgency. "Hanfeng," she called out anxiously. "What in the world has happened?" Hanfeng inquired with a light chuckle. Gasping for breath, Yuling Shan quickly replied, "Lu Chushuang has been poisoned. You must go save her." "Poisoned? What poison?" Hanfeng asked, momentarily taken aback. "She was stung by a wasp," Yuling Shan said, worry evident in her eyes. Hanfeng paused, then chuckled softly. "Isn't it just a wasp sting? Why be so dramatic? She'll be fine in a couple of days." Having never been on good terms with Lu Chushuang, he felt a sense of satisfaction upon learning of her plight. Yuling Shan spoke weakly. "However, Lu Chushuang's situation is quite dire. If you do not intervene, she may very well perish." "Why should that concern me?" Hanfeng replied dismissively. He had no connection to Lu Chushuang. They were neither friends nor allies, and her life or death held no significance for him. Yuling Shan was momentarily at a loss for words. Hanfeng's indifference pierced her heart like a sharp blade, leaving her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Yet, upon reflection, it was apparent that Hanfeng was not a member of their team and bore no obligation to assist. Furthermore, Lu Chushuang's initial treatment of Hanfeng had been far from cordial, making his choice to remain uninvolved somewhat understandable. Nevertheless, she could not bear to witness Lu Chushuang's demise. And thus she pleaded, "Hanfeng, I implore you. You cannot simply stand by and watch her suffer. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng remarked, I am a pragmatic individual. If you wish for my assistance, it is not impossible, but I must be offered something of value in return. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingshan became agitated. We have a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Will that suffice? Is that all? Han Feng scoffed, his derision palpable. The notion that he would be swayed by such trifles was utterly insulting. He felt a sense of indignation wash over him. Yu Lingshan cast a sidelong glance at Han Feng and quietly stated, Han Feng, we truly have nothing else to offer. Then let Lu Chushuang fend for herself. Han Feng retorted brusquely. Ah? Yu Lingshan was taken aback and quickly added, we still have 2 treasure chests. Han Feng's eyes flickered with interest as he inquired nonchalantly. You have not opened the treasure chests? No, Yu Lingshan shook her head. Han Feng found this puzzling. Why had they not opened the chests? Yu Lingshan explained. We found 3 treasure chests in total. We opened one previously, only to discover a wasp inside, which is how Lu Chushuang was stung. This incident has made us wary of the remaining 2. Ah, I see, Han Feng murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. If you were to give me those 2 treasure chests, I would be willing to treat Lu Chushuang. The act of opening treasure chests carried inherent risks. Ill fortune could lead to calamity, as evidenced by Lu Chushuang's experience. However, Han Feng was devoid of such apprehensions, for he possessed the ability to communicate with all things. By conversing with the chests, he could ascertain their contents beforehand. Should either chest yield useful supplies, it would be a boon. Yu Lingshan hesitated briefly before responding. Whether I can offer them to you is not solely my decision. It ultimately depends on Sister Zhao's judgment. Zhao Yunqi, the captain of their trio, would naturally have the final say in such matters. Let us go and consult her, Chu Feng declared, making his way toward the western part of the island. His refuge was constructed on the easternmost side of the island, whereas Zhao Yunqi and her companion's shelter was located at the westernmost side, separated by several hundred meters. After walking for a few minutes, they came upon 3 interconnected thatched cottages. This was the sanctuary of Yu Lingshan and her companions. At that moment, Zhao Yunqi furrowed her brows, anxiously peering over the fence. A flicker of relief crossed her face upon seeing Han Feng approach. Han Feng, you have finally arrived. I heard that Lu Chushuang was stung by a wasp. What is her condition? Is she still alive? Han Feng stepped closer, offering a faint smile. Well, Zhao Yunqi hesitated for a moment and replied, she is alive, but her situation is quite dire. You must treat her quickly. I can treat her. But you must first hand over those 2 treasure chests, Han Feng stated plainly. Is this really the time for such demands? Zhao Yunqi retorted, frustration evident in her tone. Han Feng coldly chuckled. Do you go to the hospital without paying? His words left Zhao Yunqi speechless. After a brief moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and declared, the treasure chests are yours, but you must save her first. Chapter 22. I still prefer your untamed nature very well. Han Feng snapped his fingers. Let us proceed swiftly. Zhao Yunqi, filled with urgency, dashed towards the thatched cottage on the far left, with Han Feng and Yu Lingshan closely following behind. Upon reaching the cottage, Zhao Yunqi forcefully pushed the door open. Han Feng squinted inside and beheld Lu Chushuang sprawled across a patch of straw, her complexion alarmingly pale. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead, indicating her immense suffering. Chu Feng glanced briefly and inquired, which area was stung by the wasp? Yu Lingshan hesitantly replied, her posterior. Han Feng paused, his gaze sweeping across the scene. It was evident that she had indeed been poisoned, and the venom was remarkably potent. After a quick assessment, Han Feng turned to Zhao Yunqi and Yu Lingshan, stating, I am preparing to treat her. You two assist Lu Chushuang to her feet. Zhao Yunqi furrowed her brows, perplexed. Isn't it acceptable to treat her like this? Why must we help her stand? Han Feng smirked slightly. I am not particularly fond of this position. Zhao Yunqi. Yu Lingshan. What does Han Feng mean? Why does it sound somewhat strange? Clearing his throat, Han Feng reminded them, the priority is to save her. Do not waste time. Without further hesitation, Zhao Yunqi and Yu Lingshan positioned themselves on either side of Lu Chushuang, gingerly helping her to her feet and guiding her to the window. Han Feng instructed, now, place her by the window. Zhao Yunqi and Yu Lingshan exchanged bewildered glances. What exactly does Han Feng intend to do? Nevertheless, they did not dwell on it. Assisting Lu Chushuang to the window's edge. Now what, Han Feng? Zhao Yunqi inquired. You two may leave, the rest is up to me, Han Feng whispered. Are we a hindrance here? Zhao Yunqi questioned, puzzled. Han Feng replied earnestly, The process of treatment is akin to a surgical procedure. Your presence may impede my performance. Zhao Yunqi and Yu Lingshan stood momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before both exited the cottage. Hurry, I can barely hold on. Lu Chushuang trembled, gasping for breath. Appearing on the verge of collapse. Han Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmly instructed, press your hands against the window and bend forward. Why must I do this? Lu Chushuang asked, confused. Feigning profundity, Han Feng softly explained, you are deeply poisoned. Only by doing this can we concentrate the toxins, allowing for their complete expulsion in a single effort. Are you certain? Lu Chushuang's eyes reflected skepticism. Chu Feng nodded earnestly, I am a doctor. If you do not trust me, whom can you trust? With a determined bite of her lip, Lu Chushuang extended her hands to the window. Complying with Han Feng's instructions. Outside the thatched cottage, Zhao Yunqi and Yu Lingshan observed this scene, their faces a canvas of inquiry. What sort of treatment is this? It seems rather novel. Han Feng scrutinized the situation and gravely remarked, when I begin the treatment, it may be quite painful. You must endure it. Let us commence. Lu Chushuang bit her thin lips, as though she had resolved upon some significant decision. Han Feng immediately commenced treatment. A milky white light emanated from his fingertips, flowing like a pristine spring. Under the embrace of this luminous beam, wisps of white smoke rose from the wound. As the toxins that had invaded Lu Ruyan's body dissipated at a visibly rapid pace, in merely 3 seconds, they were entirely eradicated. Once the toxins were expelled, Lu Chushuang felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over her. She inhaled deeply, savoring the freshness of the air filling her lungs, her gaze gradually clearing. A faint smile gracing her lips, exuding an aura of contentment. Lu Chushuang, have you recovered? Zhao Yunqi inquired with concern. I feel quite comfortable. I should be restored. Lu Chushuang exhaled softly. Since you have recovered, there's no need to lean at the window, Yu Lingshan gently reminded her. Lu Chushuang, realizing her position, swiftly stepped away from the window. As she turned, her gaze fortuitously met Han Feng's. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of inexplicable anxiety surged within her. I have fulfilled my duty. The toxins have been successfully removed. Han Feng sighed in relief. Han Feng, thank you for saving me. Lu Chushuang expressed her gratitude. Her emotions complex. Had it not been for Han Feng's intervention, she might not have escaped peril. Reminiscing about her previous attitude towards him, a wave of shame washed over her. Han Feng curled his lips in a dismissive smirk. Don't put on such a coy act in front of me. I am not accustomed to it. You. Lu Chushuang felt a surge of indignation. She had offered her thanks with sincerity, only to be met with humiliation. It was utterly infuriating. I still prefer your rebellious demeanor, Han Feng chuckled, striding out of the thatched hut. Facing Zhao Yunqi, he inquired, as per our agreement. May I have the treasure chests now? Of course, Zhao Yunqi nodded, swiftly entering the thatched hut on the right. Moments later, she emerged, carrying 2 treasure chests, which she handed over to Han Feng. As he took the chests and examined them, he was about to depart when a thought struck him. By the way, what about that venomous bee? Was it dealt with? No. Zhao Yunqi shook her head, her tone laced with frustration. The bee flew away after stinging Lu Chushuang. And despite my search, I could not find its trace. So, it remains on the island? Han Feng murmured, his expression grave. The threat of the venomous bee loomed large. Failing to eliminate it would always pose a risk. We must eradicate it sooner or later. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Yunqi's eyes. If there's nothing else, I shall not impose further, Han Feng called out, clutching the 2 treasure chests as he made his way outside. Chapter 23. The vengeful hornet approaches Han Feng. Wait a moment. Zhao Yunqi suddenly called out. Is there something else? Han Feng halted his steps. Did you see a black wolf last night? Zhao Yunqi inquired directly. Indeed. I did, Han Feng responded casually. What if that black wolf intrudes upon your refuge? Do you have a plan to deal with it? Zhao Yunqi's gaze flickered momentarily. I do not, Han Feng shook his head. Although he had ascended to level 3, substantially enhancing his strength, he felt utterly inadequate in the face of a ferocious beast. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yunqi suggested, perhaps you should move in with us until that black wolf is dealt with, and then you can return. Initially, she had perceived Han Feng as merely handsome, lacking any other redeeming qualities. Yet, just moments ago, he had effortlessly treated Lu Chushuang, showcasing remarkable ability. As long as Han Feng was present, even in the event of injury, there would be no cause for concern, a crucial aspect for any team. Hence, she resolved to ensure Han Feng's safety. Han Feng's expression turned peculiar. Didn't he mention that having a man around would be inconvenient for you? Have you changed your mind so swiftly? Zhao Yunxi smiled slightly. Isn't the situation rather special now? It's too dangerous for you alone. I'm considering your safety. Yu Lingshan chimed in. Han Feng, just move in with us. That way, you can rely on us for protection, and you needn't worry about that black wolf anymore. Han Feng shot Yu Lingshan a disdainful glance. Am I a man not capable of standing on my own? Who are you looking down upon? Zhao Yunxi spoke earnestly. Han Feng, this is not the time to be a hero. Are you truly aware of your circumstances? It would be an understatement to call you a weakling. With your current state, would you survive an encounter with a black wolf? Take care of yourselves. I need not your concern. Han Feng huffed, turning away and striding into the distance. How can he be so ungrateful? Lu Chushuang fumed. Zhao Yunxi sighed. Let him be. Upon returning to the refuge, Han Feng placed 2 treasure chests on the ground and scrutinized them. Greetings, my 2 treasure chest brothers. Are we familiar? Spare us the pleasantries. One of the chests scoffed. How dare you? Do you think you're entitled? Han Feng retorted, seething with indignation. Fuming already? Why not take a bite? The other chest mocked. You two may gloat now, but just wait. You'll see how I handle you. Han Feng gritted his teeth, then picked up a spade and began digging in a corner without hesitation. In no time, he had excavated a pit half a meter deep. Big brother, what are you digging for? Are you really planning to bury those 2 treasure chests alive? Inquired the curious engineer. Han Feng coldly smiled. This pit is designated as a latrine. Soon, I shall relieve myself and cast these 2 into it. The 2 treasure chests gasped. Into the cesspit? How cruel. One of them implored. Human, we sincerely apologize for our earlier demeanor. Please do not hold it against us. At least you have some sense. Han Feng scoffed, his voice icy. What do you contain? I hold a bottle of insecticide, declared the first treasure chest. Insecticide, Han Feng muttered, his expression darkening slightly. Not entirely pleased with the item. Yet, considering the numerous mosquitoes on the island, it could prove useful for repelling them. I possess a pack of ham sausages. Chimed in the second treasure chest. Han Feng's eyes lit up. This was far superior to bread. With this pack of ham sausages, he would have sufficient provisions for a day. Not bad, he smirked, promptly opening both treasure chests. With a burst of light, a bottle of insecticide and a pack of ham sausages materialized before him. After a quick examination, he placed the insecticide and sausages into the thatched hut. Completing this task, he departed the shelter with the engineer's shovel in hand. Initially intending to wander by the seaside, he altered his plans, deciding instead to construct the latrine. So far, he had merely dug a hole, which was far from sufficient. At the very least, he needed to surround it with a layer of grass curtains. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if someone were to see him in the act. The island's lushest patch of thatch had already been burned, necessitating a search for grass elsewhere. Fortunately, there was still an abundance of thatch on the island. Han Feng spent over 2 hours harvesting a total of 8 bundles. This was more than adequate for crafting a grass curtain, with surplus available for making some furniture. Of course, the specifics would require the thatched hut's functionality. By the time he finished gathering thatch, it was noon, signaling lunchtime. Han Feng then indulged in roasted locusts, savoring each crispy morsel with a delightful chicken flavor. The taste was remarkably pleasing. He devoured over a dozen locusts before relishing some pure water. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he reclined on a grass mat for a brief rest. An hour later, Han Feng opened his eyes, rejuvenated after such a lengthy respite. He felt invigorated and ready to search for food. Grasping the engineer's shovel, he stepped out of the thatched hut. Just as he emerged, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air above him. Instinctively, Han Feng looked up to see a large hornet hovering in midair. This hornet was the size of an egg, its stout body and rapidly flapping wings creating a resonant hum. Its sharp eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity, signaling an imminent threat. A hornet of such considerable size? Han Feng was taken aback. If it were to sting him, he might not die, but he would certainly endure a painful experience. The question then arises, from whence did this hornet come? During his previous patrol of the island, he had not encountered such a creature. Suddenly, Han Feng recalled. This hornet must be the one that Lu Chushuang had summoned from the treasure chest. Han Feng cast a glance at the imposing hornet and cleared his throat. What brings you to my sanctuary? He inquired. To exact revenge. The hornet replied menacingly. We have no grievances against one another. Why seek vengeance upon me? Han Feng asked, bewildered. Previously, I stung a woman, and yet you intervened to save her. Your actions clearly indicate opposition to me. If not me, whom shall I retaliate against? The hornet's tone was icy. So that is the matter at hand, Han Feng muttered, his expression shifting to one of disdain. Do I require your guidance in my actions? What are you, after all? Chapter 24, Must You Boast to Survive? The giant wasp was instantly enraged. Dare you insult me? Do you comprehend the severity of the consequences? Han Feng smirked, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. After stinging someone, you no longer possess your venomous stinger, do you? Without it, you pose no threat to me. What do you intend to use for revenge? Human, you are exceedingly naive. You believe I am merely an ordinary wasp? To tell you the truth, I can regenerate my stinger. The giant wasp laughed heartily, filled with arrogance and confidence. Does that imply you have already cultivated a stinger? Han Feng's brow furrowed. The distinction between a wasp with venom and one without is monumental. One must tread carefully. Of course. Otherwise, would I come seeking vengeance? The giant wasp was insufferably boastful. Han Feng narrowed his eyes in contemplation before speaking. I shall offer you something as compensation. Leave me be. Is that a sign of submission? The giant wasp scoffed, then inquired, What could you possibly offer me? Allow me to show you. Han Feng replied, turning to enter the thatched cottage. At the moment of turning, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Upon entering the cottage, Han Feng retrieved a can of insecticide. Concealing it behind his back, and nonchalantly exited. Human, what delightful treasure have you hidden? Hurry and reveal it. The giant wasp urged impatiently. I present to you a bottle of blissful elixir. Han Feng's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he aimed the insecticide at the giant wasp. The giant wasp, unfamiliar with the insecticide, regarded it with interest. What can this do? With just a gentle spray, it will elevate you to euphoric heights. Allow me to demonstrate. Han Feng chuckled softly, then pressed the nozzle. With a puff, a cloud of pungent white mist erupted forth, swiftly engulfing the giant wasp. Upon inhaling the noxious fumes, the giant wasp immediately sensed something amiss, frantically flapping its wings in an attempt to escape, but it was too late. The white mist surged forth, consuming the wasp entirely. A piercing scream echoed as the giant wasp plummeted to the ground, writhing in agony. Do you think you can contend with me? Do you possess that capability? Han Feng taunted, then sprayed the insecticide again at the giant wasp. The wasp foamed at the mouth, realizing it was nearing its end. Observing the creature's suffering, Han Feng felt a twinge of pity. In the spirit of humanitarianism, he raised a trowel and struck the giant wasp's head decisively, granting it a final release. Brother, when it comes to cunning, you are undoubtedly at the pinnacle. I am utterly in awe. The trowel complimented. Han Feng's expression darkened immediately. You lack conversational skills. Do not speak to me again. The trowel pondered. What had it said wrong? Han Feng chose to ignore it, instead surveying the giant wasp's lifeless body, where he noticed a black stinger embedded in its tail. This sharp needle serves as the venomous stinger of the hornet. It inherently contains potent toxins, and if one were to apply a touch of the black beetle's venom, its toxicity would undoubtedly be magnified, potentially lethal enough to slay a formidable wolf in an instant. Contemplating this, Han Feng's gaze flickered with intrigue as a plan began to take shape. Carefully, he detached the venomous needle and placed it alongside the corpse of the black beetle before departing from the shelter. Making his way towards the beach where he had dug for clams the previous day. Moments later, Han Feng arrived at the shoreline, pausing to survey the scene. The beach was eerily silent, with the two large crabs conspicuously absent. Whether they had relocated or were merely hidden beneath the sand in slumber remained a mystery. After a brief glance, Han Feng approached the towering tree and greeted, Greetings, brother tree. The tree, however, remained unresponsive, evidently still brooding over the matter of being stripped bare by Han Feng the day before. Han Feng's expression darkened as he brandished his entrenching tool toward the tree, admonishing, Do you possess no decorum? I am attempting to greet you, and yet you remain mute? Have you lost your voice? The tree, taken aback by Han Feng's imposing demeanor, hurriedly replied, My apologies, I was asleep and did not hear you. No matter, continue your rest. Han Feng chuckled lightly as he strode toward the beach. Observing Han Feng's retreating figure, the tree internally scoffed, wondering what sort of creature he was. Upon reaching the beach, Han Feng cleared his throat and inquired, Little beach, are there any clams nearby? The beach responded, Not a single one. Han Feng furrowed his brow, incredulous that such a vast area could yield no clams, questioning, Are you deceiving me? The beach retorted, What benefit would I gain from lying to you? Han Feng, perplexed, asked, Why are there no clams? The beach explained, Last night, a horde of red pine crabs invaded, scavenging extensively and consuming all the nearby clams. Blast it! Han Feng couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. He regarded the clams on this beach as his personal property, and the audacity of the red pine crabs to encroach upon his territory and pilfer his possessions was infuriating. Brother, since there are no clams here, perhaps we should depart. the entrenching tool suggested. Han Feng pondered for a moment before continuing to query the beach about the whereabouts of the two large crabs that had once inhabited this area, speculating whether they too had fallen victim to the red pine crabs. The beach replied, "Those two are quite clever," upon seeing the overwhelming number of red pine crabs. They fled at the first opportunity. It is a relief they are still alive, Han Feng sighed. The entrenching tool, puzzled, asked, "Brother, weren't you at odds with those two crabs? Why the sudden concern for their well-being?" Han Feng smiled knowingly. In the future, should we discover treasure chests in the sea, it would be prudent to enlist their assistance in retrieving them. "Ah, now I understand your intention," the entrenching tool exclaimed. "Little beach, where have those two crabs gone?" Han Feng inquired, contemplating a change of location, eager to ascertain the fate of the crabs. The beach responded, "Beyond the rocks to your right lies another stretch of sand, which belongs to my cousin. Those two crabs have likely made their way there." "Even the beach has siblings now," Han Feng muttered to himself, and then he proceeded to walk to the right. However, not long after he took a few steps, a mocking voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Human, back here to show off again." Han Feng halted, turned around, and his gaze landed on an enormous oyster. This oyster was the very same one he had encountered the previous day. Han Feng fixed his steely gaze upon the oyster, a shadow of gloom in his eyes, and coldly smiled. "Did you really think I couldn't deal with you?" The oyster laughed heartily. "Can you not boast for once? I'm right here. Let me see you try to handle me." Chapter 25. I have craved your form for quite some time. There's no need for your arrogance. Watch how I deal with you. Han Feng coldly scoffed. "Come on, hurry up and take care of me." The clam retorted, its defiance growing ever bolder. "Just you wait," Han Feng declared ominously before turning to leave. Although he had advanced to level 3, he still could not shatter the clam's formidable shell. Without breaking the shell, he could do nothing to it. Thus, he needed to rely on wits. "Haha, coward." The clam, under the impression that Han Feng had given in, unleashed further ridicule. Ignoring the taunts, Han Feng quickened his pace towards the shelter. "Brother, if you can't handle that fellow, don't put on a show. You're making me feel quite embarrassed." The shovel murmured. "What do you know? Who said I couldn't handle it?" Han Feng shot back. "What plan do you have?" The shovel inquired, intrigued. A sinister smile crept across Han Feng's face. The usual strategy, outsmarting it. The shovel hesitated. "Are you planning to play dirty again?" Upon returning to the shelter, Han Feng seized a magnifying glass and retraced his steps. Along the way, he gathered a small bundle of straw. Before long, Han Feng stood before the clam, and without hesitation, he tossed the straw atop it. At this moment, the shovel finally understood Han Feng's intention. He was planning to incinerate the clam. "Human, what are you doing placing a pile of straw on me? Is this your idea of a blanket?" The clam mocked. "You'll find out soon enough." Han Feng replied with a sly grin, then picked up the magnifying glass, positioning it to focus on the straw. In an instant, a pinpoint of light fell upon the straw. After a few moments, wisps of white smoke began to rise from that spot. With a gentle breath, a flame erupted, swiftly igniting the surrounding straw. Before long, a fierce blaze was roaring to life, and the temperature rose sharply. Under the searing heat, the clam let out a wail, thoroughly panicked, shouting, "Human, extinguish the fire quickly. I'm going to be roasted alive." "What do you think? The purpose of lighting the fire is to roast you." Han Feng replied with a playful smile. "I was wrong. I won't taunt you again. Please, spare me this once." The clam cried, tears in its voice. Han Feng rubbed his nose, calmly stating, "You might be mistaken, even if you cease to mock me. I will not let you go. After all, your flavor is exquisite, and I have craved your form for quite some time." The clam was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in curses. "Human, may you meet a terrible fate. I curse you." Han Feng's gaze darkened, and he blew again. Instantly, the flames blazed even more fiercely. The clam's cries grew more desperate. "The louder you scream, the more exhilarated I become," Han Feng chuckled. The beach whispered in shock, "Human, you are far too ruthless." Han Feng scoffed lightly. "One must be fierce to stand firm. After all, who invited it to provoke me? Even in death, it is a consequence of one's own actions." Sha Tan remarked, "But you just said it was because you desired its body that you intended to kill it." Han Feng paused slightly, clearing his throat. "Am I not entitled to find an excuse?" Sha Tan responded with silence. The engineer's shovel interjected. "My elder brother is precisely this sort of person. He has always favored cunning tactics, and is indeed ruthless. If you spend enough time with him, you will come to understand there's nothing particularly shocking about it." Han Feng, indignant, retorted, I have always conducted myself with transparency. Am I truly as despicable as you claim? Han Feng ground his teeth in frustration. Brother, my intention was to commend you. Perhaps my expression fell short. Please do not take offense. The engineer's shovel hurriedly clarified. In the future, it would be best for you to speak less, ideally remain mute. Han Feng snorted and then turned his gaze to the oyster. After being subjected to the flames, the oyster had ceased its anguished cries. Its once tightly shut shell slowly opened, revealing succulent flesh within, exuding an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Han Feng licked his lips and swiftly pried open the shell, crudely extracting the oyster meat and relishing the exquisite taste. The freshest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. The flavors of the oyster were entirely awakened by the fire. Han Feng praised the dish, feeling as if he were savoring a delicacy from the heavens. Once finished, he wiped his mouth, picked up the oyster shell, and prepared to leave. Brother, what do you intend to do with that shell? The engineer's shovel inquired, perplexed. Han Feng smiled slightly. I shall return to use it as a plate. The oyster shell is remarkably sturdy and large enough to serve as a dish. As he traversed a stretch of rocky terrain, Han Feng arrived at another beach, which was twice the size of the previous one. The beach was far from tranquil. 2 large blue crabs were surrounded by a dozen or more red crabs. These 2 blue crabs were the same ones he encountered yesterday, and the red crabs were presumably the red mangrove crabs. Han Feng observed quietly before seeking refuge in a patch of grass, concealing his presence. Did you not say you would rescue these 2 large crabs? Why do you hesitate to act? The engineer's shovel questioned. Han Feng's eyes gleamed with depth. Patience is key. Currently, the 2 blue crabs are in a standoff with the red mangrove crabs. The moment is not ripe. I shall wait until they are threatened and then intervene. The blue crabs will undoubtedly be grateful, and I will then have them at my disposal. Brother, when will you make your move? The engineer's shovel pressed on. Why do you have so many questions? Han Feng shot him a glance, feeling somewhat exasperated, and whispered to muffle the shovel's voice. The engineer's shovel fell silent. On the beach, the male blue crab glared at the red mangrove crabs and indignantly exclaimed, What do you mean by this? Why are you surrounding us? One of the red pine crab leaders revealed a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth, remarking, Your wife is quite attractive. My friends and I have been feeling rather lonely lately. Why not lend her to us for a couple of days? Once we've had our fun, we'll return her to you. Even crabs exhibit such lasciviousness? This world has indeed become rather chaotic. Han Feng mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Shameless. The female blue crab retorted vehemently. The red pine crab leader, undeterred by decency, replied, Just wait. I will soon show you what true shamelessness looks like. You scoundrels. The male blue crab could no longer contain his fury and bellowed, If you dare to lay a finger on my wife, I swear I will annihilate each and every one of you. Quite the pretentious one, aren't we? The red pine crab leader sneered, then commanded his subordinates, Come on. Don't just stand there. Eliminate this fellow. In an instant, a swarm of red pine crabs surged forward. The battle erupted without delay. Chapter 26. You help me collect the treasure chests. I will protect you. The 2 blue crabs were notably larger than the red crabs, possessing superior defensive and offensive capabilities. Initially, the 2 formidable blue crabs could hold their ground against the red crabs. However, after a fierce struggle, the red crabs gradually gained the upper hand due to their numerical advantage. Suddenly, a cry of anguish pierced the air as one of the male blue crabs was ensnared by a red crab's powerful claw, causing it to falter in its movements. In that moment, more red crabs surged forward, quickly overwhelming the male blue crab. Despite its desperate struggles, it succumbed to the sheer force of numbers and was toppled to the ground. I will fight to the end. The female blue crab cried out in fury, charging forward in a frantic attempt to rescue her counterpart. Yet, she too was swiftly intercepted by 3 red crabs, and after a brief scuffle, was pinned to the ground. I will kill you. The male blue crab, filled with rage, fought with all its might, but was firmly restrained by 7 or 8 red crabs, leaving it utterly immobilized. Now, it was my turn to take center stage. Han Feng cursed under his breath and charged forward wielding a military shovel. After leveling up 3 times, his speed had significantly increased, resembling a fierce tiger exuding a wild aura. Prepare to meet your end. Within a mere 2 seconds, Han Feng reached the beach, swinging the shovel overhead and bringing it down upon a red crab. The red crab, utterly intimidated by Han Feng's imposing presence, stood frozen in place, forgetting to flee. The shovel, imbued with the force of thunder, struck the red crab's shell with a resounding crack. With a shattering sound, the shell of the red crab splintered and caved in, its insides spilling out. The impact left the red crab screeching in agony as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, silence enveloped the beach, a suffocating stillness taking hold. All the red crabs stood paralyzed, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this powerful human. Where did this human come from? He is incredibly strong and ferocious. The two large blue crabs were equally astonished, wondering how Chu Feng had arrived at this moment and why he was mercilessly attacking the red crabs. Could it be that he was here to rescue them? Yet, that seemed implausible. They were clearly adversaries. Chu Feng had no reason to aid them. In the midst of their confusion, Han Feng struck again, executing a sweeping motion that sent two red crabs flying. With two anguished cries, the red crabs were obliterated, their bodies exploding in a gruesome display. What should we do? Leader? The remaining red crabs were thrown into disarray. The leader of the red crabs trembled with rage, glaring at Han Feng and exclaiming, "Human, we have not provoked you. Why do you attack us so mercilessly?" Han Feng's face was a mask of fury as he coldly replied, "These two blue crabs are my friends. Bullying my friends is tantamount to opposing me. If I do not slay you, who should I slay?" The two blue crabs were left utterly bewildered. So, Han Feng truly had come to their rescue. Moreover, they regarded them as friends. The situation had developed to this point, which was truly unexpected for them. "I do not know if they are your friends. We shall take our leave," declared the leader of the red pine crabs. To let go of two large blue crabs was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. However, there was no alternative. Han Feng's strength was overwhelmingly terrifying, far surpassing theirs. Opposing Han Feng was akin to courting death. "After bullying my friends, you wish to depart without consequence? What a naive notion." Han Feng scoffed. Slaying the red pine crabs not only promised experience points, but also served as sustenance. Thus, he would never easily release them. "You humans are too arrogant." The leader of the red pine crabs roared in fury, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Brothers, this human intends to leave us unharmed. We cannot sit idly by. Let us unite and confront him. Fight. Kill." A throng of red pine crabs charged towards Han Feng. The leader cast a fleeting glance before swiftly retreating towards the sea, plunging into the water and vanishing without a trace. Seeking death, Han Feng bellowed, wielding his engineering shovel with fervor. Each strike shattered a red pine crab. The cacophony of explosions echoed as, after a series of violent sounds, the remaining red pine crabs met their demise at Han Feng's hands. The beach was strewn with the carcasses of red pine crabs, some even reduced to a bloody pulp, painting a gruesome scene. Too formidable. The two large blue crabs stood in stunned disbelief. Han Feng surveyed the fallen red pine crabs, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. His gaze then shifted to the two blue crabs, and with a slight smile, he inquired, "Are you both unharmed?" "We are well. And we thank you for your timely rescue," replied the male blue crab gratefully. Had it not been for Han Feng's intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Today, it would have undoubtedly met its end, and the female crab would have suffered indignities. Han Feng was their savior, and expressing gratitude was only fitting. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It was merely a trivial effort. There is no need to dwell on it." Suddenly, the male blue crab recalled something and gazed intently at Han Feng, questioning, "Human, why did you save us?" Han Feng smirked slightly. "Did you not assist me in retrieving two treasure chests yesterday? That was quite a helpful act. I value friendship greatly, since you aided me. It is only natural for me to assist you in return." The engineering shovel inwardly scoffed, "How shameless." Han Feng was clearly seeking the blue crab's help in retrieving treasure chests, not fostering any friendship. "Now I understand," the male blue crab exclaimed, immediately stating, "Human, henceforth, whenever I see a treasure chest, I shall assist you in retrieving it." This was precisely what Han Feng had been waiting to hear. He chuckled, "You help me with the treasure chests, and I shall protect you. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, feel free to come to me. I will stand up for you." "Splendid." The male blue crab rejoiced. They had already witnessed Han Feng's prowess. With such a mandatory cover, the safety undoubtedly increases significantly. The mother blue crab suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "By the way, this morning, we discovered a treasure chest." "Where is it?" Han Feng's eyes brightened. "I'll go fetch it." After speaking, the blue crab swiftly dashed into the rocks. In no time, it returned, cradling a cerulean treasure chest. Chapter 27 unveiled a formidable broadsword and a bronze treasure chest. Han Feng was immediately filled with excitement. The bronze treasure chest undoubtedly surpassed the black iron chest in quality. What marvelous items might it contain? Han Feng did not rush to open it, for all treasure chests harbor inherent dangers. For safety's sake, it was imperative to ascertain the contents before proceeding. Soon after, Han Feng began to converse with the bronze chest. "What do you hold within?" he inquired. The bronze chest retorted, guess. I guess you're being uncooperative, Han Feng replied, his expression darkening. It would be wise to disclose the truth. Otherwise, I might toss you into a cesspit. The bronze chest scoffed, threatening me? That tactic won't work on me. Taken aback, Han Feng earnestly warned, the cesspit is filled with filth, urine, and maggots. Isn't that utterly revolting? Aren't you the least bit afraid? This strategy had previously compelled several black iron chests to beg for mercy. Why was the bronze chest unfazed? I am merely a metal box. My location makes no difference. What of a cesspit? I cannot smell anything, it replied nonchalantly. Han Feng furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for how to intimidate the bronze chest. He decided to probe further. Is it something edible? No, the chest replied. Han Feng persisted. If it's not food, then perhaps it's a tool? You could say it's a tool. His interest piqued. Han Feng pressed. What kind of tool? Guess. The chest replied. Frustrated, Han Feng felt a surge of anger, wishing to smash the bronze chest to pieces. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately relinquished that notion and continued his patient guessing. As time drifted by, 15 minutes passed unnoticed. Han Feng continued his attempts. Is it a hammer? No. Pliers? No. A screwdriver? A kitchen knife? No. What could it possibly be? Han Feng was exasperated. At that moment, a crab could no longer bear to watch and interjected, Brother, I think you needn't continue guessing. Since we've established it's a tool, it signifies no danger. Indeed. The revelation struck Han Feng like a bolt of lightning. How could a tool be perilous? What was he even guessing for? Without further ado, he flung open the chest's lid. In a flash, a brilliant light erupted forth. The next moment, a massive broadsword materialized before him. This broadsword stretched approximately 1.5 meters and weighed an estimated several dozen pounds. Its surface was marred by rust, exuding a coarse texture. And even the blade appeared unsharpened, presenting a most unappealing sight. This was the treasure he had uncovered? Han Feng sighed, deeply disappointed. Brother, I assure you, I am not without merit. The broadsword suddenly spoke. Would you care to see what you look like? You're no different from a piece of scrap metal. What can you accomplish? Han Feng sneered in disdain. Do not underestimate me. I possess remarkable sharpness and am well versed in the art of chopping wood and felling trees, declared the mighty axe. Sharp, you say? Han Feng replied, his expression laced with skepticism. Shall we put it to the test? Suggested the axe. Very well, Han Feng responded, swiftly making his way toward a nearby tree. There stood only one tree in proximity, the very same one that had suffered the indignity of being skinned by Han Feng the previous day. One might muse that this unfortunate tree was indeed a victim of ill fate, having been stripped of its bark yesterday, and now facing yet another assault today. Yet, what choice did it have, given that it was the sole tree in the vicinity? As Han Feng approached with a fierce demeanor wielding the axe, the tree trembled in fear and exclaimed, Human, what do you intend to do? Are you here to skin me once more? Fear not, I shall not strip your bark. Han Feng replied with a sinister grin, his gaze sweeping over the tree until it settled upon a straight branch. With a decisive motion, he brought the axe crashing down. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the branch was severed cleanly, its ends smooth and polished, an undeniable testament to the axe's sharpness. Ouch! The tree cried out in agony, hurling curses at Han Feng. Human, I curse you. Han Feng, still gripping the axe, waved it threateningly and retorted, What did you say? I couldn't quite catch that. The tree, now cowed, muttered softly, I said nothing. It's just a branch you chopped off. Why are you being so petty? With a dismissive snort, Han Feng pressed his hand against the fracture and invoked a healing power. A soft, milky light emanated from his palm, slowly enveloping the wound. Under the soothing glow, the branch healed instantly, sprouting a tender shoot anew. My word, your skill is truly astounding. The axe marveled. It is but a trivial feat. Hardly worthy of note, Han Feng replied with a chuckle, then turned to the tree. Will you continue to insult me? The tree hastily apologized. I misunderstood you earlier. Thank you for your help. No need for thanks, Han Feng said, raising an eyebrow as he picked up the fallen branch and strode toward the beach. You know, that tree insulted you, yet you not only refrained from retaliation but also aided its recovery. This clearly illustrates your benevolence and grand perspective, the axe mused. You fail to grasp the bigger picture, Han Feng said, a profound look in his eyes. Only by allowing it to regrow its branch can I continue to chop in the future. Upon returning to the beach, Han Feng selected several intact red crabs and left a few crushed ones for the 2 large blue crabs before heading back to the shelter. Brother, today's haul is quite impressive. Not only did you catch several large crabs, but you also retrieved a knife, the wooden fence said cheerfully. The axe, however, was incensed. "What is wrong with your eyes? I am an axe, not a kitchen knife." The wooden fence replied sheepishly, "Apologies, I failed to see clearly just now." Unexpectedly. "You are indeed a formidable blade, albeit rather unsightly." The large knife retorted, "I possess restraint, far superior to those ostentatious trinkets." "What do you understand?" The wooden fence remained silent. Han Feng opened the gate and entered the courtyard, casually tossing several red pine crabs onto the ground. He then surveyed the vegetable patch. The corn stalks had grown over a meter tall, bearing 3 years of corn. The other plants had also flourished, reaching several centimeters in height. In summary, the growth was exceedingly promising. As Han Feng glanced around, preparing to retreat to the thatched cottage for a brief respite, the wooden fence suddenly spoke up. "Brother, the little shovel is injured." Han Feng quickly turned his attention to the entrenching tool, noticing its surface was pockmarked and uneven. It was likely the result of previous skirmishes with the red pine crabs. "Little shovel, why did you not inform me of your injury?" Han Feng inquired with concern. The entrenching tool remained silent. "Speak, have you lost your voice?" Han Feng's expression darkened. The entrenching tool remained mute. "If you want to speak, then so be it." Han Feng huffed softly and turned to enter the thatched cottage. Yet, at that very moment, he suddenly recalled an important detail, having previously deemed the entrenching tool overly talkative. He had silenced it. This misunderstanding had led him to wrongly accuse the entrenching tool. Chapter 28. The exchange of logs. Han Feng turned his gaze to the engineering shovel and murmured, "Lift the silence." Instantly, the shovel began to wail, "Brother, please heal me quickly. I feel as though I'm about to perish from the pain." "Enough with the cries. I'll heal you right away," Han Feng replied, clicking his tongue as he grasped the shovel and unleashed his healing talent, bathed in a soft, milky light. The numerous dents on the shovel swiftly restored to their original state. "How delightful!" the shovel exclaimed in relief. Han Feng placed the shovel on the ground and took a swig from a bottle of purified water before reclining on a grass mat to rest. Time passed, and suddenly, the thatched hut spoke. "Han Feng, the grass curtain has been completed." Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a 4-meter-long grass curtain before him, along with 2 grass stools that had appeared on the ground. "Not bad," Han Feng nodded approvingly, taking the grass curtain and stepping outside the hut. He then erected it around the dug pit, completing a makeshift toilet. "Human, are you not yet ready to relieve yourself?" the corn suddenly inquired. "Why do you ask such a thing?" Han Feng furrowed his brow. "You can give me what you produce. I have an insatiable craving for it," the corn replied. A chill ran down Han Feng's spine as he clicked his tongue. "All right, I'll give it to you once I'm done. We want some too." The other plants chimed in eagerly. "You shall all partake," Han Feng responded, somewhat exasperated. After calming the plants, Han Feng picked up a large machete to refine the branch he had brought back. "Brother, what purpose do you have for this branch?" the machete inquired curiously. "As a weapon," Han Feng casually replied. The branch measured an impressive 1.80 meters in length and was remarkably straight. If he sharpened the tip, it could easily serve as a spear. By coating the tip with the venom of a black beetle and affixing a wasp stinger, its lethality would be formidable, capable of slaying even the largest black wolf with a single strike. The machete scoffed. "With me around, do you truly need another weapon?" "You do not comprehend." Han Feng chuckled, offering no further explanation as he focused on refining the branch. After an hour's toil, he finally completed the task. To the eye, it bore no distinction from a proper spear. Han Feng waved it about in satisfaction with his craftsmanship. Of course, the spear was still but a semi-finished product. Only after applying the venom and affixing the stinger would it possess true lethality. Later, Han Feng entered the thatched hut, retrieving the leaves wrapped around the black beetle and stinger. Carefully, he inserted the stinger into the tip of the spear, then plunged the tip into the corpse of the black beetle, twisting it several times. Upon withdrawal, the spearhead was entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, indicating that the venom had thoroughly seeped within. Thus, a spear imbued with deadly poison was finally complete. With this long spear in hand, Han Feng felt a surge of confidence, his gaze shimmering with a keen intensity. Tonight, should that ominous black wolf dare to approach, it would meet its demise. A glance at the sky revealed the sun sinking in the west, the twilight casting shadows as nightfall approached. Time to prepare dinner. Han Feng promptly ignited a fire using a magnifying glass. Once the flames danced to life, he set a frying pan over the heat and poured in 2 bottles of pure water. After a brief cleaning of the red pine crabs, he tossed them one by one into the pan. Although the crabs had perished, their death was recent, rendering them quite fresh. Fresh ingredients require only the simplest of cooking methods. Soon, the pan overflowed with a rich aroma of seafood, tantalizingly inviting. Han Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he picked up a red pine crab and savored each bite. Given the size of the crabs, each mouthful was immensely satisfying. He relished the exquisite flavors, immersed in the joy that the meal brought. Despite his fondness for the taste of red pine crabs, his appetite was limited. After consuming 3, he felt thoroughly satiated. What to do with the remaining crabs? In this weather, they would certainly spoil overnight. What a waste that would be. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to sell them. He then opened the trading hall and posted a notice offering red pine crabs and pure water for sale. Having completed this task, he tidied up his yard before retreating into his thatched cottage, lying on the grass mat and opening the regional chat channel. Jiang Feng, brothers, have you managed to find food? I haven't eaten all day and feel like I'm going to starve. Sudamao, didn't I tell you? If you're really starving, you can eat roots. Jiang Feng, that stuff is nearly inedible. It burns my throat. I took a single bite and nearly vomited. Sudama, that just means you're not truly hungry. If you were desperate, you'd eat anything, even dirt. Wudahai, doesn't everyone have 10 seeds? If it comes to it, eat a couple to stave off starvation. Jiang Feng, I already consumed all of mine yesterday. Wudahai, Jiang Feng, brothers. Does anyone have food? I can exchange resources for it. Zhang Sheng, if you have resources, why not go to the trading hall? There is food for sale there. Just trade with them. Jiang Feng sighed. I reached out to them, but they refused. Su Lin, what resources do you possess? Jiang Feng, 51-meter-long logs. Yang Shuliang, where did you acquire so much wood? Jiang Feng, don't even ask. I found a bronze treasure chest on the island this morning. I thought I had struck gold, but when I opened it, it was just wood. What a letdown. Li Qingguang, at this stage, food is exceedingly precious. No one will trade food for wood. Jiang Feng, what terrible luck. Even a few buns would be appreciated. At this point, Han Feng's eyes began to gleam with interest. Others may disregard the wood, but for him, it was precisely what he needed. The wooden fence consumed the timber, and it was bound to ascend to greater heights. Contemplating this, Han Feng spoke up. Jiang Feng, I propose a trade. Jiang Feng instantly became exhilarated. Is that true? What will you exchange? Han Feng replied. I possess 2 freshly cooked crabs in exchange for your 50 logs. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng agreed to the transaction. He would have accepted even for a single crab, for the logs were of no use to him. Yang Shuliang inquired, Han Feng, did you catch those crabs? The crabs here were entirely different from those on Earth. They were not only large, but also exceedingly ferocious. Even he might struggle to subdue them. How did Han Feng manage to catch them? Did he perhaps possess an extraordinarily powerful talent? Chapter 29. Brother, I am utterly enamored with you. Han Feng, it was not I who killed them. I merely collected them. If others were to discover that I had single-handedly annihilated over a dozen red pine crabs, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded. There is no need for excessive flamboyance. Yang Shuliang, is it truly possible to collect such things? Han Feng, indeed. This morning, 2 crab populations engaged in a fierce battle upon the beach, resulting in several casualties. I fortuitously stumbled upon this scene and decided to gather them up. Yang Shuliang, so that is how it transpired. Sudama, Han Feng, you are remarkably fortunate. Han Feng chuckled. Luck does indeed favor me. Zhang Sheng, how many crabs did you collect in total, Han Feng? Han Feng, why do you inquire? Do you wish to trade with me? Zhang Sheng, I possess nothing to barter, but I would like to request one. You might find it hard to believe, but I have never tasted crab in my life and am utterly ignorant of its flavor. Could you possibly show me some pity and gift me one? Han Feng's expression darkened instantly. I apologize, but I only have 2 in total. The notion of giving away my possessions is out of the question. Zhang Sheng, alas. Li Qingguang, what a pity, for I had intended to exchange with you. Han Feng, what do you have to offer? Li Qingguang, today, I opened a treasure chest and retrieved 2 oil lamps. 1 is sufficient, having more would be wasteful. Han Feng's eyes brightened slightly. I agree to trade with you. Inside the thatched hut, darkness enveloped the night, making it exceedingly inconvenient to accomplish tasks. He had long desired a source of illumination. These oil lamps would serve perfectly. Zhang Sheng, Han Feng, did you not claim you had no crabs? Han Feng, I retained 1 for dinner, yet I have not brought myself to consume it. Zhang Sheng, is that so? Han Feng, indeed, I am never deceitful. Jiang Feng, Han Feng, I am on the verge of starvation. Let us hasten to the trading hall. Han Feng, if anyone still possesses items, such as thatch, or wood, seeds, or even bottles, Feel free to approach me for an exchange. Wu Dahai, Han Feng. Are you serious? Can thatch be traded for food? There is an abundance of thatch on the island. If this is true, I shall never again worry about sustenance. Han Feng, I am never deceitful. Wu Dahai, how much thatch would be required to procure a crab? Han Feng pondered for a moment and replied, 50 kilograms. The thatched hut could consume 50 kilograms of thatch, thus producing a thatched bed. Exchanging one crab for a thatched bed is certainly a fair deal. Wu Dahai, it is settled then. I shall go harvest thatch immediately. Zhang Sheng, Han Feng, do you still possess crabs? Han Feng, I actually saved 2 crabs for dinner. Zhang Sheng smirked. Did you not claim you were not deceitful? Han Feng, I merely feared you would covet them. Zhang Sheng. Su Lin inquired curiously. Han Feng, what do you intend to do with so much thatch? Han Feng, naturally, it is for upgrading the thatched hut. Su Lin? The others? Han Feng was slightly bewildered. What do you all mean? Su Lin, upgrading the thatched hut with thatch? Surely you jest. Han Feng paused momentarily. Is that not permissible? His thatched cottage could be upgraded by consuming thatch, leading him to instinctively believe that other cottages could do the same. However, from Su Lin's words, it seemed otherwise. Su Lin, of course not. To upgrade a thatched cottage, one must use a dedicated upgrade gem. Han Feng paused in surprise. How do you know that? Su Lin, there are guides on the World Channel regarding this matter. Haven't you seen them? Han Feng realized something was amiss. If that were the case, only his thatched cottage could be upgraded through consumption. Why was this the case? Could it be that after communicating with the cottage, some anomaly occurred? Han Feng contemplated this possibility, deeming it quite plausible. Naturally, such matters must remain confidential. So he said, I was just joking to lighten the mood. My primary purpose for exchanging for thatch is to make a fire for cooking. The others were taken aback. Exchanging a crab for thatch to make a fire? What a wasteful individual. Zhang Feng urged. Han Feng, stop dawdling and proceed with the trade. Han Feng, let's go. He then closed the chat group and opened the trading hall. He successfully completed the transaction with Jiang Feng and Li Qingguang. Once the trade was completed, the items were temporarily stored in the trading warehouse, where they could remain for a maximum of 1 day. Fortunately, there was a trading warehouse. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to place 50 logs. Han Feng first took out the oil lamp and examined it closely. It was an antiquated oil lamp, somewhat rough in appearance yet emanating a unique charm. The lamp's body was a simple metal container, possibly made of copper or iron, its surface eroded by time, leaving behind mottled traces. After a brief glance, Han Feng greeted, Hello, little oil lamp. The lamp remained silent. Han Feng tried again. Why aren't you speaking? The oil lamp continued to be mute. Han Feng felt perplexed. Previously, he could communicate with any item he encountered. Why was the oil lamp silent? Could it be mute? Not dwelling on it, he placed the oil lamp in a corner and stepped out of the thatched cottage. At that moment, the sun had set, and the sky was shrouded in a gray gloom. Han Feng swiftly approached the wooden fence, opened the trading hall warehouse, and retrieved a 1-meter-long log. The wooden fence suddenly became animated. Brother, where did you get the wood? Is it for me to eat? Han Feng smiled slightly. Of course, it's for you to eat. But first, let me ask you a question. How many of these logs do you need to consume to upgrade? Without hesitation, the wooden fence replied, 50 logs will suffice. Han Feng's gaze flickered slightly. What changes occur after the upgrade? The wooden fence explained. After upgrading, there are 2 options. First, to enhance defense, doubling the original strength. Second, to increase height, allowing it to grow to 2 meters tall. Han Feng frowned slightly. Can't both enhancements be applied at once? The wooden fence replied, you can only choose one. Han Feng sighed. Then I shall first enhance the defense. If the height of light increases while the defensive capabilities do not keep pace, it is tantamount to being merely a decoration. The wooden fence appeared somewhat perplexed. Brother, a single piece of wood is insufficient for my upgrade. Han Feng's lips curled into a knowing smile. You need only to open your mouth. With a crack, a substantial gash suddenly split open on the wooden fence, resembling a wide mouth presented before Han Feng. He took the original log and inserted it into the opening. Crunch, crunch. The wooden fence delightedly began to chew, akin to savoring jelly beans. You certainly know how to indulge, Han Feng murmured, and then retrieved another log from the storeroom, placing it into the gash. Soon followed a second, then a third. Witnessing Han Feng produce such an abundance of wood, the wooden fence exclaimed with excitement, Brother, I adore you. Chapter 30. The wooden fence's advancement. Han Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his skin, and he remarked, Little fence, refrain from uttering such nauseating words in the future. My friend is truly struggling to endure. Understood, big brother, the wooden fence replied eagerly, before voraciously consuming the logs. In less than 10 minutes, 50 logs had been devoured entirely. Han Feng observed closely, noting that the color of the wooden fence had deepened considerably, imparting an impression of robust sturdiness. Big brother, why are you staring at me so intently? The wooden fence inquired. Clearing his throat, Han Feng asked, now that you have leveled up, will you be able to withstand the attacks of the great black wolf? The wooden fence confidently stated, that great black wolf is merely level 2. It can no longer inflict harm upon me. Really? Han Feng paused, perplexed. How do you know the wolf is level 2? The wooden fence replied, I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but I can sense its level. Han Feng squinted thoughtfully and turned towards the thatched cottage. Little cottage, can you sense the level of the great black wolf as well? Indeed, I can, the cottage affirmed. Big brother, I too possess that ability. The sound of a worker's shovel echoed. Why can I not sense it? Han Feng mused aloud. Big brother, there is something I hesitate to mention, the wooden fence chuckled. Go ahead and speak your mind, Han Feng encouraged, dismissively. The wooden fence continued. We have both developed intelligence and belong to a higher order of existence, while you, as a mere human, are the weakest being in this realm. It is only natural that you cannot compare with us and are unable to sense the level of the great black wolf. Han Feng retorted. How can a simple wooden fence possess such arrogance? What a joke. Momentarily lost in thought, he disdainfully remarked, do you really think you can look down on me? Do you believe I wouldn't be able to shatter you with a single punch? The wooden fence chuckled. Big brother, although you have ascended to level 3. Attempting to harm me is rather fanciful. Is that so? Han Feng's eyes glimmered with intrigue. If you doubt me, feel free to test your strength, the wooden fence challenged. Very well, Han Feng nodded, turning to enter the thatched cottage. He soon returned wielding a large cleaver. The wooden fence was taken aback. Big brother, this isn't fair. Did you not say you would fight me barehanded? Why bring a weapon? Han Feng grinned. When did I ever claim I would fight you unarmed? The wooden fence was left speechless, realizing Han Feng had indeed never made such a promise. Waving the cleaver menacingly, Han Feng smirked. Little fence, are you ready? I'm about to make my move. The wooden fence, feeling the weight of the moment, stammered. Big brother, there must be some misunderstanding. You will always be my most respected elder brother. There is no need for violence. Pondering thoughtfully, Han Feng stroked his chin and mused, indeed. There may not be a need for violence, but I am quite eager to verify something. The wooden fence inquired, what is it? Han Feng replied in a grave tone. Which is sharper, the great machete or your resilience? The wooden fence quickly grasped the situation, hastily admitting, brother, I concede that I have been pretentious. I certainly cannot match the prowess of the machete, no need for verification. One must have confidence in oneself. Han Feng's gaze darkened as he swung the machete, striking the wooden fence with a resounding crack. A gash was cleaved into the fence. Ah, the wooden fence let out a piercing wail. Not bad, Han Feng remarked. The machete was indeed extraordinarily sharp. It had previously severed a branch as thick as a man's arm with a single blow. The fact that it merely carved a gash into the fence speaks volumes of its formidable defense. Enough of the lamentations. I shall tend to your wounds shortly. Han Feng reassured. The wooden fence retorted indignantly, if it were you being struck, your cries would be far louder. Why so much prattle? Han Feng rolled his eyes and muttered, silence the wooden fence. The wooden fence protested, so I am silenced after being harmed? How tyrannical. Once the noise subsided, Han Feng withdrew the machete and pressed his hand against the gash. Instantly, a milky beam of light emanated, flowing over the wound. In the next moment, the gash was restored to its original state, leaving no trace behind. Brother, how about that? Am I not sharp enough? The machete boasted proudly. Han Feng scoffed. You cannot even shatter a wooden fence. How dare you boast? The machete retorted defiantly, this little fence has attained level 2, while I am only at level 1. A disparity of a whole level. If I were also level 2, I would cleave it into firewood with a single strike. Is that so? Han Feng's eyes flickered as he inquired, what are the requirements for you to level up? Without hesitation, the machete replied, I need to consume metallic substances. Han Feng sighed deeply. The engineer's shovel and frying pan also required the consumption of metal to upgrade, yet such materials were exceedingly scarce. Almost impossible to acquire even for exchange. Assisting these 3 companions in their rapid ascension was no small task. Han Feng momentarily lost his train of thought, then turned to the wooden fence and softly declared, lift the silence on the wooden fence. The wooden fence immediately exclaimed, brother, silencing me is unethical. You must not treat me this way in the future. I am your most sincere little Fince. If you refrain from babbling nonsense before me, I shall not silence you. Han Feng chuckled, then advised, when the great black wolf appears tonight, notify me at once. The wooden Fince muttered under its breath. What good will it do to inform you? You would only cower in the thatched hut, trembling. What did you mutter? Han Feng glared fiercely. The wooden Fince quickly replied, I shall remain vigilant and inform you immediately upon sighting the great black wolf. Now that is more like it. Han Feng nodded, gripping the large machete as he stepped into the thatched cottage. At that moment, the interior was enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Han Feng initially contemplated igniting an oil lamp, but then realized he had no means to create a flame. The sun had already set, rendering the magnifying glass useless. With no viable options, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Subsequently, Han Feng opened the game interface, and at that instant, the private message icon illuminated. Upon noticing that the sender was Wu Dehai, Han Feng swiftly clicked to open the message. Wu Dehai wrote, Han Feng, as per your request. I have gathered 50 kilograms of thatch. When shall we conduct the transaction? Han Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's do it now. They then entered the trading hall together. Han Feng presented Wu Dehai with a red pine crab in exchange for the 50 kilograms of thatch, which he promptly stored in his warehouse. With this thatch in his possession, he could commence the crafting of a thatch bed. Chapter 31. The Magnifier's Advancement Subsequently. Han Feng began to extract bundles of straw one after another, feeding them to the thatched cottage, instructing, Little cottage, please craft me a grand bed. The thatched cottage inquired, What dimensions do you require? After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng replied, 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width will suffice. The cottage's interior was rather limited in space. If the straw bed were too large, it would be impractical to accommodate. The thatched cottage responded, The construction of the straw bed will take 4 hours. Take your time, Han Feng nodded, then proceeded to open the game panel. At that moment, the private message icon illuminated once more. 3 individuals had sent him messages. Aside from Wu Dezai and Yuan Hao, there was also a stranger named Di Feiqing. Glancing at the notifications, Han Feng first opened Wu Dezai's message. Wu Dezai wrote, Han Feng, the crab you gave me was exquisite. It may very well be the finest thing I have ever tasted in my life. Han Feng's expression darkened. Is this why you sent me a message? No. Wu Dezai replied, I primarily wanted to inquire if you still needed more straw. If so, I can harvest more tomorrow. Yes, the more the better. Han Feng affirmed. Can you also provide me with crabs? Wu Dezai asked. Crabs may not be guaranteed, but I can offer you other food or purified water, Han Feng replied. Deal. After concluding the conversation with Wu Dezai, Han Feng opened Yuan Hao's message next. Yuan Hao wrote, Han Feng, I have just extracted a block of 10 kilograms of iron ore and would like to exchange it for a bottle of purified water. Certainly, Han Feng responded. Upon completing the transaction, he clicked on Di Feiqing's message. Di Feiqing stated, I noticed your listing for crabs and purified water in the trading hall. I have 100 empty beer bottles. Would you be interested? Without a moment's hesitation, Han Feng replied, yes. The magnifier could absorb beer bottles to level up, and thus he could not let this opportunity slip away. Di Feiqing seemed quite exhilarated. What can you offer me in return? Han Feng proposed. How about a crab? Agreed. 100 empty beer bottles for a single large crab felt akin to a windfall. After the transaction, Han Feng placed the beer bottles before the magnifier, which eagerly exclaimed, Brother, are all these beer bottles for me? Indeed, they're all for you. Enjoy. Han Feng smiled slightly. Brother, you are too kind to me. I adore you. The magnifier shouted exuberantly. How utterly sentimental. The engineer's shovel remarked in jest. Why should it concern you? The magnifier retorted disdainfully, then commenced devouring the beer bottles. Han Feng then retrieved the iron ore, glancing at the engineer's shovel, the frying pan, and the large machete, ultimately deciding to present the iron ore to the machete. The machete, being an offensive weapon, had already demonstrated remarkable attack power. After leveling up, its potency would undoubtedly amplify. Hence, he resolved to prioritize the machete's advancement. The frying pan, however, was not pleased. Brother, you cannot show favoritism. I am your most loyal frying pan. How can you give the iron ore to the machete and not to me? Surely, there must be a sense of order. The large machete felt a twinge of embarrassment. Brother, how about you give the iron ore to the frying pan first? After all, I arrived later. We can discuss it next time. Han Feng pondered for a moment, then turned to the frying pan and said meaningfully, It's fine to give it to you, but you must accompany me in battle tomorrow. Are you up for it? Upon hearing about the impending battle, the frying pan immediately shrank back. Brother, I'm just a pan. I'm good for cooking, but not for fighting. You should give the iron or to the large machete. At least you know your place. Han Feng chuckled lightly, then faced the large machete and instructed. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and eat. Without hesitation, the large machete opened its mouth and devoured the iron ore, relishing every moment. At that moment, the magnifying glass announced excitedly, Brother, I have leveled up. Han Feng's expression shifted as he grabbed the magnifying glass and examined it closely, saying curiously, You don't seem to have changed much. The magnifying glass grinned. Although my appearance hasn't altered, my abilities have significantly improved. Han Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What are your current abilities? The magnifying glass proudly replied, Previously, I could only ignite fire using sunlight. Now, I can ignite it using moonlight as well. Really? Han Feng asked, somewhat incredulous. Indeed. If you doubt me, you can verify it, the magnifying glass insisted confidently. Han Feng approached the window and opened a small gap. A beam of silvery moonlight streamed in. He held the magnifying glass towards the moonlight, and soon, a dazzling white light spot appeared on the ground. Before long, sizzling sounds emerged from the ground, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. It truly works, Han Feng exclaimed, his expression shifting as he retrieved an oil lamp and positioned the wick towards the white light. After a moment, a wisp of white smoke rose from the wick, followed by a few sparks. Gently, Han Feng blew on the wick. With a whoosh, the wick ignited, radiating light that illuminated the entire thatched hut. Just then, a soft giggle echoed in his ears. Who is it? Han Feng squinted and finally focused on the oil lamp. Little brother, it's me, the oil lamp chuckled. Han Feng gazed at the oil lamp, puzzled. Little oil lamp, why didn't you respond when I spoke to you before? The oil lamp replied. I was in a state of slumber before being lit. Only upon ignition do I awaken. Oh, Han Feng realized, then asked, so, once the oil inside runs out, you will never awaken again? The engineering shovel interjected, Brother, it's just an oil lamp. Can't you just add some oil to it? That's true, Han Feng nodded. The oil lamp added, Actually, it's not that complicated. If you let me bask in the sun for a while each day, I can convert light energy into lamp oil. Impressive, little oil lamp. Han Feng marveled. Basking in the sun can indeed transform into lamp oil. The functionality of a small oil lamp is rather remarkable. Subsequently, Han Feng found a suitable spot and hung the oil lamp with care. He then reclined upon the straw mat to rest. A nagging premonition lingered in his mind. The formidable black wolf would surely return that night. A fierce battle was inevitable. It was essential to conserve ample strength and energy. As Chu Feng began to rest, the oil lamp's flame was dimmed. Gradually, the thatched cottage was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in a profound silence. Time slipped away unnoticed until, suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from outside the dwelling, shattering the tranquility of the night. Elder brother, the black wolf has arrived. Han Feng was instantly awakened, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. Chapter 32. Happiness arrives unexpectedly, brother. The great black wolf is right outside. What should we do? The engineer's shovel and the frying pan were engulfed in inexplicable terror. Fool, Han Feng scoffed, rising abruptly. What else can we do? Of course, we must annihilate it. What? The engineer's shovel and the frying pan were utterly bewildered. Just last night, Han Feng had trembled in fear like them, and now, merely a day later, he boldly proclaimed his intention to vanquish the great black wolf. Was such a rapid transformation even possible? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Han Feng grasped his hefty cleaver and strode towards the exit. Brother, are you serious? The engineer's shovel called out in haste. Han Feng halted, exuding an aura of dominance. This is my territory, and I am the master here. Anyone who dares to act recklessly on my land shall face annihilation. And if the great black wolf were to defeat you, what then? The engineer's shovel asked timidly. Han Feng was momentarily speechless, replying with irritation. I am about to engage in battle, and you cannot offer a single encouraging word? Are you wishing for my demise? Brother, your position in my heart is irreplaceable. How could I ever wish you harm? The engineer's shovel said with a forced smile before inquiring, How do you plan to confront that great black wolf? With a glint of profundity in his eyes, Han Feng replied, In past confrontations, I favored cunning strategies. However, tonight, I shall rely on sheer strength to face the great black wolf. Brother, do not act impulsively. I believe a more subtle approach would be wiser. The engineer's shovel advised. It is only the weak who resort to devious schemes. True strength lies in facing challenges head-on. With that declaration, Han Feng strode confidently out of the door, seizing a wooden spear from the side and advancing toward the wooden fence. Brother, what are you doing out here? Hurry back. I will protect you. The wooden fence exclaimed anxiously. Do I still require your protection? Han Feng replied with a derisive smile, approaching the wooden fence and gazing at the great black wolf outside. At that moment, the great black wolf fixed its blood-red eyes on Han Feng, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty aura that sent shivers down the spine. The two adversaries sized each other up, and Han Feng initiated the conversation. I care not for your intentions in this vicinity. But let me warn you, it would be wise to steer clear of my sanctuary, lest you face obliteration. The wooden fence pondered. When did Han Feng become so courageous? The great black wolf appeared incensed by Han Feng's words, letting out a low growl as it glared at him with icy, bloodthirsty eyes. Human, do you dare to threaten me? Do you wish to meet your end this very moment? Han Feng merely scoffed, extending a middle finger towards the great black wolf. Indeed. I threaten you. What can you do about it? Infuriated, the great black wolf bared its teeth and roared, Come out, and I shall end you in a single bite. Han Feng taunted back, If you possess the skill, then enter. I shall cleave you in two with one stroke. Within the sanctuary, protected by the wooden fence, he had the advantage of both offense and defense. There was no way he would foolishly step outside. Damn it. Just you wait. The great black wolf roared, raising a sharp claw and striking the wooden fence, producing a splintering sound. A long scratch suddenly appeared on the wooden fence. The claw was exceedingly fierce, yet it could not breach the fence's defenses. Han Feng continued to provoke, Come on. Aren't you all talk? Step inside and bite me. You truly seek death. The great black wolf seemed utterly infuriated, its body enveloped in a palpable aura of malevolence. Suddenly, it opened its cavernous maw, its sharp fangs bared, glinting coldly in the moonlight. With a low growl, the great black wolf bit down upon the wooden fence. A crisp crack echoed. Its razor-edged fangs easily pierced the fence's defenses. The fence emitted a heart-rending scream. The moment had arrived. Han Feng's eyes gleamed as he gripped his spear tightly and lunged toward one of the wolf's eyes with all his might, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The strike was forceful and resolute, fueled by his entire being. The great black wolf, seized by inexplicable terror, struggled desperately. Unfortunately, its teeth were ensnared in the fence, rendering it unable to free itself, and it could only watch helplessly as the dark spear descended. With a soft thud, the spear effortlessly penetrated the wolf's eyeball, embedding itself within, causing a spray of blood that appeared particularly dazzling under the moonlight. Letting out a roar of agony, the great black wolf trembled violently, then raised a claw to strike the spear. With a sharp crack, the spear shattered. The wolf violently shook its head, losing 2 teeth, and broke free from the fence, turning to flee. Brother, this beast intends to escape, the heavy blade warned. Han Feng smirked coldly. It would not get away. The spearhead had been laced with a venomous barb and coated with potent poison. Unless the great black wolf possessed immunity to toxins, its demise was inevitable. Sure enough, the wolf dashed a few meters before collapsing, convulsing momentarily before falling still. Han Feng chuckled coldly and rushed toward the fallen beast. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a black liquid oozing from the wolf's injured eye socket, exuding a nauseating stench. Clearly, the poison had taken effect. After a brief glance, Han Feng gripped the heavy blade and aimed for the wolf's neck. Clang, clang, clang. 3 swift strikes severed the wolf's head from its body, rolling aside. The wolf's meat was consumable. If the head were not removed promptly, the toxins would permeate the carcass, rendering the meat inedible. Just as Han Feng prepared to gut the wolf, a sudden burst of starlight erupted from the corpse. Within the shimmering light, 2 objects became discernible. What could this be? Han Feng stared in astonishment. In the next moment, the starlight vanished, revealing 2 cans of braised meat. What on earth? Han Feng exclaimed, bewildered. How did 2 cans of braised pork appear inexplicably? From whence did this peculiar item originate? Suddenly, Han Feng had a revelation. Could it be that these resources were a reward for hunting the great black wolf? Without further contemplation, he swiftly picked up the 2 cans of braised pork. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, proclaiming, Congratulations, player Han Feng, for becoming the first in Zone 10086 to slay the Black Iron Wolf. You are awarded a spatial storage pouch. As the words faded, a small, palm-sized yellow cloth pouch appeared in Han Feng's hand, soft and exquisitely textured. More rewards? And a spatial storage pouch, no less? The joy arrived so suddenly that Han Feng found himself momentarily stunned in place. Chapter 33, The Wolf Slayer. In a moment of distraction, Han Feng's gaze settled upon the spatial storage bag. Suddenly, a description flashed through his mind. Spatial storage bag. A drop of one's blood grants usage rights. It can be opened with intention. It possesses a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters. and food placed inside will never spoil. However, caution must be exercised as living creatures cannot be stored. Having read the description, Han Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He then bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the storage bag. In the next instant, he felt an inexplicable connection form between himself and the bag. With a thought, he directed the bag towards the corpse of the black iron wolf and silently commanded, "Collect." The opening of the storage bag gradually widened, emanating a powerful force that swiftly drew the wolf's corpse inside. What a treasure! Han Feng marveled, unable to contain his awe. He scrutinized the storage bag and mused aloud, "Little bag, why do you remain silent?" "Spatial bag, what should I say?" Han Feng raised an eyebrow. "I am your master. Shouldn't you greet me?" "Spatial bag. Boring." Han Feng, so you possess quite the aloof demeanor? The large axe, unable to bear the situation, interjected with a snort, "Brother, this bag is too arrogant. It shows you no respect. Allow me to teach it a lesson." "There's no need for that," Han Feng chuckled. With the spatial bag at his disposal, he could store excess food without fear of spoilage. The functionality of this item was remarkable. How could he bear to harm it? Shortly thereafter, Han Feng dug a pit and buried the black iron wolf's head before returning to the shelter. "Brother, I truly did not expect you to slay the great black wolf. You are indeed formidable." A wooden fence praised. "Stop flattering me," Han Feng chided with a smile. "I am not flattering. I speak from the heart," the wooden fence replied with a grin. Then, shifting his tone to one of supplication, he continued, "Brother, I was bitten by the great black wolf. Could you assist me in healing?" Having been bitten, he bore several wounds that still throbbed with pain. Han Feng placed his hand upon the wooden fence's injury and unleashed a healing talent. Soon, the gaping wounds began to mend. "Thank you, brother," the wooden fence exclaimed, filled with joy and gratitude. Han Feng said nothing more and entered the thatched cottage, where a sudden brightness greeted him. Before him lay a thatched bed. "Thatched cottage. Han Feng, the thatched bed has been completed." "Well done," Han Feng commended, laying the thatched mat upon the bed before lying down. To his surprise, it was quite comfortable, far superior to lying on the ground. At this stage, few survivors could boast a bed to sleep upon, placing him in a position of considerable advantage. Initially, Han Feng intended to continue resting, yet after his fierce battle with the great black wolf, his spirit remained exuberant, leaving him wide awake. Thus, I opened the regional chat group to observe the unfolding events. Sudama exclaimed, "Brothers, that ferocious black wolf has returned. My goodness, it is gnawing at my wooden fence. What should I do? I am anxiously waiting for your advice." Peng Yu retorted, "The black wolf is gnawing at the fence. Not you. Why are you so anxious?" Sudama replied, "If it destroys the fence, the next step will be to attack me. Can I not be worried?" Peng Yu countered, "Isn't it still a step away from that?" Sudama insisted, "But what if it progresses to that point?" Peng Yu replied, "Then just wait for your demise." Sudama was left speechless. Wu Dehai interjected, "Gentlemen, are you all still awake?" Li Qingguang responded, "The black wolf is lurking outside the shelter, making it impossible to sleep." Zhang Sheng announced, "Brothers, major news." Yang Shuliang inquired, "What is it?" Zhang Sheng declared, "Just now, the Heavenly Tao issued an announcement." Yang Shuliang asked, "What did the Heavenly Tao announce?" Zhang Sheng continued, "In our 10086 district, someone has slain that black wolf. They are the first survivor in our district to do so." Everyone exclaimed, "What?" Yang Shuliang questioned, "Is that true?" Zhang Sheng affirmed. Could the Heavenly Tao announcement be false? Qin Chang pondered, who could possibly be so formidable? Su Lin queried, "That black wolf is 2 meters long and extremely ferocious. How did the opponent manage to kill it?" Zhang Sheng replied, "The announcement did not reveal the identity of the individual, so I am unaware." Wu Dehai stated, "From my observations, that black wolf seems to have reached level 2. To kill it, one would need at least level 3 strength and a sharp weapon. Do we have such a powerhouse in our district?" Jiang Feng mentioned, "There is a female player named Zhao Yunxi in our district. She has awakened a lightning talent of tremendous power. Could it be she who killed the black wolf?" Ping Yu remarked, "Well, she actually awakened a lightning talent? That is incredibly strong. By the way, does Zhao Yunxi have a boyfriend? I would like to pursue her." Zhao Yunxi shot back, "What kind of toad are you?" Ping Yu was left speechless. Jiang Feng inquired, "Zhao Yunxi, were you the one who killed the black wolf?" Zhao Yunxi responded, "It was not me." Jiang Feng pressed, "If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Are there players in our district stronger than you?" Yu Lingshan argued, "Zhao's lightning talent can shatter even large stones. Who could possibly surpass her?" Zhang Sheng pointed out, however, that mysterious person managed to slay the black wolf, a feat even Zhao Yunxi has not accomplished. How can we say anyone is stronger than that mysterious individual? Yu Lingshan contended, the main reason is that the black wolf did not appear at our shelter. Otherwise, Zhao would have certainly slain it. Shin Chang questioned, why do other players have black wolves outside their shelters, but yours does not? Yu Lingshan explained, there are 4 players, and our 3 shelters are built together, while the other player's shelter is in a different location. The black wolf must have gone to the other player's shelter. Zhang Xing asked, why would the black wolf go to that person's shelter rather than yours? Lu Chushuang replied, the reason is simple. The black wolf is a bully that preys on the weak. It must have perceived that individual as an easy target, hence it chose their shelter. Zhang Xing mused. That seems plausible. Han Feng quietly remarked, he is an easy target? He has already vanquished the black iron wolf, becoming the first wolf slayer of District 10,086. Is he truly to be looked down upon for this? Han Feng huffed in indignation, swiftly exiting the chat group and opting for a moment of respite. As time passed, the dawn of the second day arrived unbeknownst to him. Gentle rays of sunlight streamed into the shelter, creating a scene of warmth and comfort. Brother, it's morning. Time to relieve yourself, suddenly called out the engineer. Han Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched lazily, rose from his bed, and pushed open the door, following his usual routine. He greeted the son. Good morning, dear son. Son, are we that familiar? Stop trying to ingratiate yourself with me all day. Han Feng. A polite greeting met with mockery. What can one do to the sun? If only he could elevate its intensity a notch. Chapter 34. The combat-ready Corn. Han Feng took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard, where a vibrant green caught his eye. In the vegetable garden, cucumbers, corn, and tomatoes thrived splendidly. The cucumber vines climbed along the ground, their lush green leaves adorned with slender cucumbers, gracefully hanging from the tendrils. The corn stalks stood tall and upright, their elongated, verdant leaves cradling plump and robust ears, as if eagerly awaiting the moment of harvest. The tomato plants were laden with fruit, some bright red, round, and bursting with ripeness, their vivid hue eliciting an irresistible desire. The entire garden radiated with vitality and exuberance, showcasing the allure of nature and the power of life. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of surprise danced in Han Feng's eyes. He could hardly believe that within just 2 nights, the tomatoes, corn, and cucumbers had nearly reached maturity. Such rapid growth was astonishing. Turning towards a tomato plant, he inquired, Little tomato, are your fruits ripe? Can I eat them? The tomato replied, the red ones are ready to eat, while the green ones will require a bit more time. Han Feng's eyes sparkled as he quickly picked a ripe tomato, rubbed it twice with his sleeve, and took a bite. It was succulent and bursting with flavor, exquisite beyond measure. A look of enjoyment spread across Han Feng's face as he swiftly consumed the tomato. After savoring one, he licked his lips, still craving more. He plucked 2 more and devoured them eagerly. Once satisfied, he harvested all the ripe tomatoes, storing them in a spatial bag. In this bag, they would never spoil, allowing him to indulge whenever he pleased. After gathering the tomatoes, Han Feng turned his attention to 3 cucumber plants. Little cucumbers, are your fruits ready for harvest? The cucumbers replied, they are edible now, but I would recommend waiting a couple more days, as they have yet to reach their full potential. Curiously, Han Feng asked, what is the maximum size? The cucumber responded, at least half a meter long. Half a meter? Then I shall leave you for the time being. Han Feng smacked his lips, then glanced at a corn stalk. Previously, he had fertilized this particular corn with 2 applications of urine, and it had now grown to an impressive height of 2 meters, towering over the other 3 stalks. Moreover, the 3 ears of corn were an impressive 30 centimeters long. Quite plump. Little corn, your ears must be ready for harvest now, yes? Han Feng inquired with a smile. The corn replied, indeed, they are ready to be eaten. But I would advise you to keep them for now. Why is that? Han Feng asked, puzzled. The corn explained, once you harvest the ears, my purpose will be fulfilled, and I shall wither away. Han Feng stroked his chin and remarked thoughtfully, since this is your destiny, do not resist it, accept your fate gracefully. The corn was left speechless. After speaking, Han Feng prepared to pluck the ears of corn. The corn hurriedly interjected, wait. Han Feng paused, furrowing his brow, slightly impatient, and asked, what more do you wish to say? The corn spoke with utmost urgency, asserting, keep me. I am of greater value to you. I can be upgraded, and upon reaching level 2, I will become your ally and assist you in battle. Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression rife with skepticism. You can fight? You're merely a corn stalk. How could you possibly possess combat prowess? Surely this is a jest. The corn insisted earnestly, once I advance to level 2, I can unleash corn kernels with a force comparable to that of cannonballs, wielding tremendous destructive power. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement and anticipation surged within Han Feng. How do you level up? If you can truly evolve into a combat-ready corn, that would be an immense boon for me. If enemies were to attack, I could unleash a corn bomb upon them and let them feel the might. The corn replied, the method of leveling up is quite simple. Absorb nutrients. In layman's terms, it involves consuming feces and drinking urine. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet acknowledged the simplicity of this upgrading method. From this day forth, feces and urine will be your priority sustenance. Do not let me down, he declared solemnly. I will strive diligently and will not disappoint you. The corn exclaimed in excitement. We shall also partake in feces and urine. The remaining 3 corn stalks chimed in. Han Feng smiled gently, reassuring them, you will all have your share in due time. There's no need to rush. Alone, he could only produce a limited supply of excrement and urine each day, insufficient for all. Thus, he decided to take it one at a time. All right. The other 3 corn stalks quieted down. Han Feng then entered the thatched hut, retrieving an oil lamp, which he placed in a sun-drenched spot. The lamp, by absorbing sunlight, would convert it into lamp oil. The longer it basked, the more oil it would produce. Therefore, it was essential to allow it ample sunlight daily. Brother, I'm utterly bored. When shall we venture out? Inquired the engineer's shovel. After we finish breakfast. Han Feng replied with a smile, subsequently opening a spatial pouch to extract a can of braised pork. To be able to indulge in braised pork at this stage was undeniably a luxury. If others were to discover this, they would surely drool with envy. With a decisive chop, Han Feng opened the can of braised pork, relishing the moment. After finishing, he offered the can's remnants to the large cleaver, which promptly consumed it. Han Feng then stored the cleaver, the engineer's shovel, and a magnifying glass back into the spatial pouch before stepping out of the thatched dwelling. This morning, he planned to stroll along the beach, hoping to replicate the luck of the past few days and perhaps uncover a few treasure chests. Just as Han Feng opened the gate, preparing to depart, he suddenly heard the voice of Yuling Shan calling, Han Feng. He halted, turning to glance back. In his line of sight, Yuling Shan approached like a sprite, trotting eagerly. What brings you here again? Han Feng asked, furrowing his brow. Yuling Shan candidly replied. I came to check if you were dead. Han Feng, did you come here early in the morning to curse me to death? Have you taken the wrong medicine? Upon noticing the displeasure etched on Han Feng's face, Yuling Shan quickly realized her words had been ill-considered and hurried to clarify. Han Feng, please do not misunderstand. We are genuinely concerned for your safety and merely came to check on you. You actually care about me? Han Feng scoffed. Yuling Shan spoke softly. Although we are not on the same team, we reside on the same island, and it is only natural to lend each other a hand. We sincerely worry for your well-being. There is no need for your concern. I am perfectly fine, Han Feng replied coldly, his impatience evident. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not indulge in this conversation any longer. Yuling Shan, in a hurried tone, said, I have a request that requires your assistance. What is it? Speak quickly, Han Feng urged, maintaining his composure. A hint of shyness crept onto Yuling Shan's face as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. I am feeling unwell. Could you possibly help me with some treatment? Chapter 35. I am a professional. Han Feng surveyed Yuling Shan, inquiring about her discomfort. Yuling Shan appeared hesitant, lowering her gaze as she gestured towards a specific area. Han Feng paused, quickly comprehending the situation. Yuling Shan was exceedingly slender, her figure alarmingly disproportionate. It was akin to a 10-ton truck attempting to bear a 30-ton load. For a day or two, it might manage, but persistently overburdened, it would inevitably falter. Han Feng had recognized this when he first encountered Yuling Shan. His concerns had materialized, yet fortunately, as a physician, he was present to address the issue. It was not a grave matter. Clearing his throat, Han Feng stated, I am indeed a doctor, but I must ascertain the symptoms. Otherwise, I am at a loss. Yuling Shan bit her lip and murmured, for the past few days, I have experienced a persistent, dull pain that has robbed me of sleep. Han Feng fixed his gaze upon her, a peculiar thought echoing in his mind. My size is too small. How could it not be painful? A smile crept across his lips as he realized the root of the issue. This dilemma was, in fact, quite easily remedied, merely by acquiring a larger size, which he fortuitously had on hand, intending to dispose of it. With a calm demeanor, he announced, I have discerned the cause of your discomfort. Yuling Shan was taken aback. You deduced that from just one glance? How impressive. I am a professional, Han Feng replied, arching an eyebrow with a hint of pride. What exactly is the matter? Yuling Shan inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Han Feng explained slowly. The pain arises primarily because your attire is slightly too small. Continuous constriction will inevitably lead to complications. Understanding dawned upon Yuling Shan, her expression tinged with bitterness, as she lamented, given my current circumstances. Even if I wished to procure a larger size, it would be impossible. Well, you could simply forego wearing it, Han Feng muttered softly. What did you say? Yuling Shan tilted her head, searching for clarification. Rubbing his nose, Han Feng chuckled lightly. I happen to possess a larger size that should suit you. Yuling Shan's eyes widened in surprise. How do you have women's clothing? Do you have peculiar preferences? Han Feng coughed abruptly. I am not so eccentric. That item was obtained from a treasure chest. Oh, Yuling Shan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. If I switch to a larger size, will I no longer experience pain? Indeed. Han Feng affirmed with a nod. Excitement flickered in Yuling Shan's demeanor. Could you give it to me? Certainly not for free, Han Feng responded candidly. That item was procured from a treasure chest, which I acquired after expending considerable resources at the trading hall. You cannot expect me to bear the loss. He was not running a charitable organization, after all. What was she thinking? Desiring to obtain something for nothing from him? How could that be possible? Yuling Shan found herself in a predicament. But I have no treasure chest, nor any surplus food. Could you kindly grant me something? Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Casting a fleeting glance at Yuling Shan, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. If there is no food, other forms of compensation will suffice. I am quite amenable. Chapter 36. Solutions abound where difficulties lurk. As Han Feng gazed intently at her, Yuling Shan felt her heart race. With her hands pressed against her chest, she took several steps back. Han Feng, are you lusting after my body? Do not tarnish my character with your sordid thoughts. Han Feng appeared irritated. Given Yuling Shan's petite figure, any man would naturally harbor thoughts of desire, and he was no exception. However, he had principles and would never take advantage of a woman or act against her will. Yuling Shan paused, her expression shifting as she cautiously asked, what would you offer in exchange? A warm smile crept onto Han Feng's lips. If you help me cut 100 pounds of straw, I shall give you this bra. He had long found the bra unsightly and had wished to dispose of it. If he could exchange it for 100 pounds of straw, it would be a fair trade. Ah? Yuling Shan's expression froze in confusion. Why do you need so much straw? That is for me to know. You need not concern yourself with the details. Just tell me if you are willing to trade, Han Feng replied nonchalantly. After a moment's hesitation, Yuling Shan nodded. I agree, but you must give me the bra first. Additionally, I may not be able to collect that much straw today. Please allow me some time. Of course. Han Feng readily acquiesced. Excitedly, Yuling Shan urged, hurry and give it to me. Just a moment, Han Feng replied, swiftly making his way to the straw hut. As Yuling Shan stood waiting, she idly glanced towards Chu Feng's shelter. Upon a brief look, she was taken aback. The vegetable patch was lush and vibrant. Cucumbers and tomatoes had already borne fruit. Notably, one corn plant towered at 2 meters tall, boasting 3 large ears. What was happening? Why did Han Feng's plants grow so rapidly while theirs had yet to sprout? What could be the issue? Could it be that the seeds were different? While she was lost in thought, Han Feng returned, holding a neatly packaged black bra. Here, he said, handing it to Yuling Shan. Momentarily dazed, she asked, Han Feng, how did you cultivate your plants? Why did they grow so quickly? Han Feng casually responded, dig a hole, water it, plant the seeds, and cover with soil. It's that simple. Watering too? Yuling Shan mumbled. Han Feng chuckled lightly. Seeds are living things. If you do not provide them with water, how can they thrive? Yuling Shan nodded thoughtfully before asking, how much water should I use? With the air of an expert, Han Feng elaborated. Not too much. Just 1/3 of a bottle of mineral water for each hole will suffice. Is that so much? Yuling Shan frowned. Recalling that each person was allotted only 3 bottles of mineral water. If you use it all for the plants, what will you drink? Han Feng calmly stated. I have employed the method of distilling seawater to obtain pure water. Yuling Shan gazed at him with admiration. You truly possess vast knowledge. It's nothing extraordinary. Han Feng replied, scratching his head and chuckling softly. His understanding of distilled water was minimal and largely stemmed from a small pond nearby. Of course, he could not reveal this to Yuling Shan. He then inquired, have you all consumed your bottled water? What do you drink daily? Every morning, at dawn. We rise to collect dew, which is barely sufficient for our needs. However, it is entirely inadequate for watering the seeds, Yuling Shan sighed. Han Feng, with a comforting smile, reassured her, there are always more solutions than problems. Once you adapt to your surroundings, things will gradually improve. You are right. Yuling Shan's eyes reflected determination. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you any longer. With that, Han Feng strode purposefully toward the sea. Yu Lingshan cast a glance at Chu Feng's shelter, filled with envy. After a brief pause, she slipped into a patch of grass to quickly change into a new bra. Once she completed this task, she returned to the shelter. At that moment, Zhao Yunxi stood outside the wooden fence, gazing intently. Upon seeing Yu Lingshan return, she asked urgently, "What is the situation with Han Feng? Is he still alive?" "He is doing just fine," Yu Lingshan replied with a smile. "As long as he is alive, that's what matters." Zhao Yunxi exhaled in relief. Yu Lingshan scrutinized her and curiously remarked, "Sister Zhao, why are you so concerned about Han Feng's well-being? Could it be that you have taken a liking to him?" "Stop talking nonsense," Zhao Yunxi retorted, her face flushing with irritation as she glared at Yu Lingshan. "Han Feng possesses healing abilities. If anything were to happen to him, who would tend to our injuries in the future?" "That is indeed a valid point," Yu Lingshan nodded in agreement. Zhao Yunxi pondered for a moment before asking again, "How is Han Feng faring? Is he so hungry that he can hardly move?" Survivors arriving here were each allotted 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of mineral water, barely enough for a day's sustenance. After consuming their rations, they needed to venture out in search of food. Yet, the island was perilously dangerous. Even the weakest grasshoppers exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Han Feng's soul healing ability rendered him quite inadequate in combat, making it unlikely for him to find food. He might very well be starving these past few days. Yu Lingshan chuckled, "Sister Zhao, you may be surprised to learn that Han Feng is thriving, glowing with health far better than us." "What?" Zhao Yunxi's expression froze in disbelief. "How has he managed to procure food and water?" Without hesitation, Yu Lingshan responded, "The plants he cultivated have borne fruit. The corn cobs are nearly 30 centimeters long, providing ample food. Moreover, he has distilled seawater to produce a significant amount of pure water, ensuring he has both food and drink." "What?" Zhao Yunxi was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts momentarily halted. The Han Feng, whose combat abilities were inferior to theirs, was living a more carefree existence than they were? This left her somewhat unsettled. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yunxi inquired, "Why do the plants cultivated by Han Feng grow so rapidly?" Yu Lingshan replied candidly, "Han Feng stated that seeds possess life and require water. As long as they are watered, they will flourish swiftly." Understanding dawned upon Zhao Yunxi, her eyes reflecting a profound insight. "It seemed imperative for us to find a way to procure more pure water." Suddenly, Yu Lingshan suggested, "Sister Zhao, I have an idea. Didn't we recently acquire 2 treasure chests? We could trade them with Han Feng for pure water. With sufficient water, we can irrigate the plants, thereby swiftly establishing a source of sustenance." Recalling their previous experience with the treasure chests, when a venomous bee was unleashed and nearly stung Lu Chushuang to the brink of death, they harbored some trepidation about opening them again. However, if they refrained from unlocking the chests, they would gain nothing, rendering them mere decorations. It would be more prudent to utilize them in a trade with Han Feng. Chapter 37. A trim for your hair. Zhao Yunxi pondered for a moment before saying, "Trading a treasure chest for purified water could indeed work, but I must insist on at least 10 bottles. Anything less would render the exchange unnecessary." "Very well, I shall speak with Han Feng at noon." Yu Lingshan nodded in agreement. "Isn't it possible for you to go now?" Zhao Yunxi furrowed her brows. Yu Lingshan smiled softly, "There isn't time at present. I must attend to some grass cutting." "Cutting grass for what purpose?" Zhao Yunxi inquired, slightly bewildered. "To settle a debt," Yu Lingshan declared, grasping her spade and striding towards a nearby patch of reeds. Zhao Yunxi. Meanwhile, Han Feng arrived at the seaside and greeted the large tree first. "Good morning, tree brother." The tree shuddered violently, inwardly lamenting, "Why has this fiend returned?" Han Feng cast a sidelong glance at the tree and chuckled, "Tree brother, why do I sense a hint of fear in your demeanor?" The tree replied, "And no, I merely just awoke and am somewhat disoriented. Having encountered Han Feng twice before, once when he was skinned and another when a branch was severed, how could it not be apprehensive? Then please continue your slumber. I shan't disturb you further." Han Feng chuckled lightly and walked directly towards the expanse of beach ahead. The tree sighed in relief, "Please do not return." On the eastern side of the island, there lay 2 beaches. Han Feng first approached the smaller of the 2. The beach was enveloped in silence. He paused, scanning the surface of the sea, but found no sign of a treasure chest. Withdrawing his gaze, he addressed the sand beneath his feet. "Good morning, little beach." The beach responded, "Good morning, human." Han Feng asked, "How's the day? Are there any clams nearby?" The beach replied, "No clams, but there are 2 sea snails." Han Feng's eyes brightened. Where might they be? The flesh of sea snails is quite delectable and significantly larger than that of clams. Collecting a couple of sea snails is far more rewarding than gathering dozens of clams. Just 5 meters straight ahead, the beach indicated. Han Feng approached, opened his spatial storage bag, and began to dig with his spade. In no time, he unearthed 2 enormous sea snails, each weighing a staggering 5 kilograms. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" Suddenly, one of the sea snails exclaimed. The spade retorted fiercely, "It was your grandfather's doing. Little spade, we bear no grudge. Why have you unearthed us?" The second sea snail huffed. The spade chuckled, "It was my elder brother's doing. You may inquire with him." "Human, why do you undertake such actions?" The first sea snail questioned. Han Feng rubbed his nose and smiled nonchalantly. "What else could I possibly do? Naturally, I intend to consume you." The second sea snail scoffed. "You wish to devour us? Do you possess the capability to breach our defenses?" The first sea snail added, "Our shells are harder than steel. I advise you to refrain from futile efforts and release us at once." Han Feng chuckled lightly. "What would you do if I were to place you both in an iron pot and boil you?" "Huh." The 2 sea snails were momentarily taken aback, suddenly flustered. If they were truly thrown into an iron pot, their hard shells would offer no protection. The first sea snail was on the verge of tears, pleading, "Human, please spare us. We are utterly inedible." The second sea snail chimed in, "Not only are we unappetizing, but consuming us would also lead to an upset stomach. You should consider other options. Being devoured by me would be the greatest honor of your lives. Don't be so ungrateful." Han Feng scoffed, promptly silencing the 2 sea snails. The world around them fell into a profound silence. He then carried the 2 large sea snails to another stretch of beach. Upon arriving, a pair of large crabs excitedly scuttled over, greeting him warmly. "Human, good morning. How are you?" Han Feng smiled slightly, introducing himself. "I am Han Feng. You may simply call me by my name. Please refrain from referring to me as human. It sounds rather awkward." "Understood." The male crab nodded, introducing himself. "I am Dezhuang. And this is my wife, Xiaoro. You may also call us by our names." "What splendid names," Han Feng remarked, before inquiring about a more pressing matter. "Have you encountered any treasure chests today?" "No." Dezhuang shook his head. "Ah," Han Feng said, slightly disheartened. Suddenly, Xiaoro spoke up. "Han Feng, do you eat fish?" "Of course," Han Feng replied without hesitation. Xiaoro extended a claw, pointing towards a nearby reef. "There are many depressions in that reef. During the low tide last night, numerous fish became trapped. If you wish to eat, you should catch some." Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. "You were giving me the fish? Aren't you going to eat them yourselves?" Dezhuang immediately responded, "We have consumed plenty already and are quite full. Moreover, you are our savior. It is only right to offer you some fish in gratitude." "Then I shall not be polite," Han Feng said, eagerly making his way to the reef. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered several fish trapped in a waterhole. While they were not particularly large, each weighed over a pound. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Han Feng's eyes as he plunged into the waterhole, catching the fish with his bare hands. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, he successfully captured 5 fish. Without pausing, he moved on to other waterholes, each containing a few fish. Han Feng was busily engaged for over 2 hours, ultimately catching more than 30 fish, the largest nearing 5 pounds, a bountiful harvest indeed. However, he did not deplete all the fish. He left a few behind. Considering that Dezhuang and Xiaoro also required sustenance, it was only fair to leave some for them. After finishing his fishing, Han Feng returned to the beach, exchanged a few simple words with the beach, and successfully obtained the precise location of the clams. He then set to work with his spade. An hour passed before he unearthed more than 20 clams. At this moment, noon had arrived. Han Feng greeted 2 crabs before returning home. Upon nearing the grand tree, he paused, gazing intently at it, and chuckled. "Greetings, my leafy friend. It seems you have had a haircut. What does that mean?" The tree was somewhat bewildered. Just then, Han Feng brandished a large axe, swinging it with fervor. Crack, 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 accompanied by the sound of splintering. A slender branch detached from the tree and fell to the ground. The intention behind severing the branch was not to inflict harm upon the tree, but rather to procure kindling for cooking. "Ah!" The tree let out a wretched cry. Was it really necessary to scream so loudly for just a trim? Han Feng scoffed. "Is this a haircut? You are clearly ravaging my very being." The tree retorted indignantly. Chapter 38. Are you laughing at me? Upon returning to the shelter, Han Feng set about preparing a meal. He ignited the firewood and retrieved 2 fish, skewering them with branches before placing them over the flames to grill. In no time, a rich aroma of fish wafted through the air. Han Feng licked his lips in anticipation, patiently waiting. After 5 minutes, the fish were grilled to a golden perfection, their delightful scent permeating the entire yard. Seeing that they were ready, Han Feng eagerly indulged, savoring each bite as the juices flowed freely. Before long, both grilled fish had vanished. Wiping his mouth, he appeared unsated. He then drank a bottle of purified water, fully nourished. Just as he was about to enter the thatched cottage, he heard Yu Lingshan's voice calling, "Han Feng, I've brought you some thatch." Han Feng turned to see Yu Lingshan approaching, carrying 2 large bundles of thatch. When she reached the wooden fence, she tossed the bundles onto the ground and faced Han Feng, saying, "These 2 bundles weigh nearly 30 pounds, but you still owe me 70 pounds. We'll continue this afternoon." "Very well," Han Feng replied with a slight smile. "Keep up the good work. I shall take a nap now." "Wait a moment," Yu Lingshan suddenly interjected. "Is there something else?" Han Feng asked, focusing intently on her. Yu Lingshan stated, "We would like to trade a treasure chest for purified water." "Have you found another treasure chest?" Han Feng exclaimed in surprise. "Yesterday, we found 3 treasure chests, and today, we discovered 2 more," she beamed. "How fortunate you are," Han Feng remarked. "Indeed, we found 2 today," Yu Lingshan replied with a smile. Han Feng pondered. Though opening treasure chests entails certain risks, they can yield valuable resources. "Why would you choose to trade with me?" Yu Lingshan calmly responded, "Purified water is also a resource, and it is precisely what we need at the moment. It would not be a loss to trade." "That is a valid point," Han Feng acknowledged, nodding. "How much purified water do you wish to trade?" 10 bottles. She replied without hesitation. Han Feng contemplated for a moment and said, "I agree to the trade. Go fetch the treasure chests." The small pond yields 10 bottles of mineral water daily, while he consumes a maximum of 5. The surplus was originally intended for trading. Exchanging 10 bottles of mineral water for 2 treasure chests is indeed a reasonable deal. "Wait for me a moment," he added. Yu Lingshan giggled and skipped away. Han Feng then entered the thatched cottage, filled 10 bottles of purified water, and returned to wait. A few minutes later, Yu Lingshan appeared, jogging with 2 black iron treasure chests in her arms. "Han Feng, here are your treasure chests." Han Feng took the chests, examined them briefly, and reminded her, "The purified water is on the ground. Please take it yourself." Yu Lingshan picked up the mineral water and cheerfully called back, "I'll head home now." Han Feng chuckled, saying, "If you find more treasure chests in the future, you can continue trading with me. I not only have purified water, but also food." "All right. Let me discuss it with Sister Zhao when I return," Yu Lingshan replied before swiftly departing. Han Feng entered the sanctuary, cradling 2 treasure chests, and gently set them down on the ground. He focused his gaze and began to converse. "Hello, little chests. Greetings." The 2 chests replied in unison. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. The previous chests he had encountered had been utterly indifferent, exhibiting rather unpleasant attitudes. What was the reason for the amiable demeanor of these 2 chests? It left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What do you contain?" The first chest replied, "I hold a pack of cigarettes." The second chest added, "I contain a bag of chips." Upon hearing this, Han Feng's expression soured. Exchanging 10 bottles of mineral water for these 2 items felt like a considerable loss. Yet, there was no recourse. He had to accept the reality. Soon after, Han Feng opened the 2 chests in succession. A box of Hongta Mountain cigarettes and a bag of chips appeared before him. He examined them briefly before stowing the cigarettes and chips in his spatial storage bag. Next, he carried the bundles of thatch sent by Yu Lingshan to the thatched house and said, "Little thatched house, open your mouth." Instantly, a crack appeared in one wall of the house, resembling a wide-open mouth. Han Feng casually tossed the 2 bundles of thatch inside. The thatched house inquired, "Han Feng, what will you create this time?" "Nothing, just saving it for upgrades," Han Feng replied nonchalantly. With the thatched bed now available, there was no immediate need for additional furniture. So he saw no reason to continue crafting. "Thank you, Han Feng," the thatched house said, joy radiating from its voice. "No need for thanks among friends," Han Feng chuckled, then opened the door and stepped inside the thatched house, lying down on the bed to rest. However, after a short while, he felt a discomfort in his stomach. Suddenly, he recalled that he had been on the island for 2 days without having a bowel movement. Consuming food without relief was simply intolerable. Han Feng rose and opened the door, heading directly towards the restroom. "Han Feng, what are you doing? Are you going to the toilet?" Yumi called out. "Yes." Han Feng nodded, perplexed by the question. "Why do you ask? Do you not remember how I leveled up?" Yumi responded. Han Feng quickly realized and approached her, asking, "Where should I go? On your face?" If he were to do so on Yumi's face, it would indeed be a challenge. He had never attempted such a thing before and was uncertain of his ability to succeed. Yumi said, "Just dig a hole beside me, relieve yourself into it, and then cover it with soil." That indeed sounded quite convenient. Han Feng muttered to himself, then picked up a spade and swiftly dug a hole. Warning: close your eyes while I do this, and no peeking. Rest assured, I only enjoy eating, not watching, Yumi reassured him. Feeling relieved, Han Feng loosened his belt. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered something. There was no toilet paper. What would he do after he finished? With this thought in mind, Han Feng adjusted his trousers once more. Yumi, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Han Feng, what are you doing? Wait for me." After finishing his sentence, Han Feng opened the trading hall. After a thorough search, he found no one offering toilet paper. Consequently, he opened the regional chat group and sent a message. "Brothers, does anyone have toilet paper? I can exchange it for pure water or food." Wu Dahai replied, "Han Feng, what do you need toilet paper for?" Han Feng responded, "Of course, to wipe." Wu Dahai retorted, "At this stage, even finding food is a challenge, and you're concerned about toilet paper? You are quite extravagant." Han Feng was taken aback. What else would one use instead of toilet paper? Sudama suggested, "You could use stones, reeds, or leaves as alternatives." Han Feng. Chapter 39. The absence of toilet paper. Jiang Feng. Using such things to wipe oneself, does it not sting? Sudama. Have you never tried it? Jiang Feng. I have not. I have not had a proper meal in days, and I have yet to relieve myself. Sudama. It can indeed be a bit painful. But what can one do? One cannot simply finish and leave without cleaning. Pingyu. If one truly fears pain, there exists an alternative method. Wu Dahai. What method? Pingyu. One can use their fingers. The crowd. Ugh. Pingyu. It may be distasteful, yet at least it spares one from suffering. Zhang Xing. Do you not find it repulsive? Pingyu. Repulsive? As long as it is clean afterward, what does it matter? Of course, before washing. One must first rub it in the soil. Only then can it be thoroughly cleaned. Chinchong. Is this your usual practice? Pengyu. Naturally, if conditions allow. I would use toilet paper. However, the key issue is that there are no conditions at present. Without fingers, one is left with stones. A profound silence enveloped the group. Han Feng clenched his teeth, contemplating resorting to a few leaves instead. He simply could not accept the notion of using his fingers. Just as he prepared to exit the chat group, Li Mohan suddenly spoke up. Han Feng, I have a roll of toilet paper. But I do not want food or purified water. Han Feng, what do you wish to exchange for it? Li Mohan, I have a craving for cigarettes. I only desire to smoke. If you have cigarettes, we can trade. Han Feng's eyes brightened. I have some. I just opened a treasure chest and obtained a box of Hometown Mountain, which is quite timely. Li Mohan became excited. What brand is it? Han Feng, Hometown Mountain. Li Mohan scoffed slightly. Typically, I smoke soft Zhonghua and occasionally Taishan or Yushi. You offer me a box of Hometown Mountain worth 7 yuan? Han Feng, we have entered a world of survival. Having something to smoke is better than nothing. Are you going to trade or not? If not, then let it be. Li Mohan hastily replied, I will trade. Subsequently, the two entered the trading hall. Han Feng exchanged a box of Hometown Mountain and successfully acquired a roll of toilet paper from Li Mohan. With the transaction complete, Han Feng felt unburdened and squatted over a pit. 5 minutes later, he stood up feeling refreshed. He filled in the pit and then entered the thatched cottage, contentedly drifting off to a midday slumber. An hour later, Chu Feng awoke, squinting as he pondered for a moment. He then opened his attribute panel. Survivor, Han Feng. Region, Area 10086. Level 3. Experience, 200400. Physique, Strength, 820 Agility, 1020 Defense, 520 Mental Strength, 1120 Talent. Healing. Upon seeing that his experience was at 200, Han Feng felt a sudden thrill. If he were to gain another 200 experience, he would promptly ascend to level 4. Is there anyone at this stage capable of reaching level 4? Even if there were, it would be exceedingly rare. Han Feng understood a singular truth. To survive in a brutal world, one must ceaselessly enhance their own strength. The method of improvement was straightforward, hunting the creatures that inhabited the island. After pondering for a moment, he stepped out of his thatched hut, armed with insecticide. During a prior reconnaissance of the island, he had discovered a nest of ants. Initially, he refrained from provoking them due to their overwhelming numbers. But with the insecticide in hand, he felt no such trepidation. This substance was the ants' nemesis. A mere spray would spell their doom. Leaving his shelter, Han Feng made his way northeast, towards a rocky area where the ant nest was situated among the rubble. Upon arrival, he did not rush into action. Instead, He opened his spatial storage bag and retrieved a trowel and a fish. The environment within the rocky heap was complex and not conducive to direct engagement. Thus, he intended to use the fish as bait to lure the ants out for extermination. "What brings you here?" The trowel inquired with curiosity. "There is an ant nest among the rubble, and I plan to eradicate it," Han Feng replied casually. The trowel cautioned, although individual ants lack formidable combat prowess, their sheer numbers can be daunting. "What is your strategy for dealing with them?" A profound glint shone in Han Feng's eyes as he responded, "By employing cunning." The trowel mused silently, pondering Han Feng's devious intentions. "Per ants, why have they drawn his attention? Today, they may face annihilation." The trowel offered a moment of silent homage for the doomed ants. Han Feng finally minced the fish and scattered the pieces on a clear patch outside the rocky heap, then concealed himself amidst the nearby grass to observe quietly. After a few minutes of stillness, a black ant, roughly the size of a peanut, emerged cautiously from the rubble. Suddenly, it seemed to detect an alluring scent and paused to investigate. Soon, it spotted the pile of fish scraps. The large ant hesitated momentarily before darting towards the fish. Yet its vigilance prevailed. It did not immediately feast, but surveyed its surroundings for threats. Satisfied that it was safe, the ant gingerly took a bite of the fish. Delighted by the taste, it leaped in excitement and hurried back, clutching a morsel of fish. "That solitary ant is about to leave. Aren't you going to act?" The trowel urged. Han Feng smirked, a devious gleam in his expression. "One ant is hardly worthy of my efforts. Patience is key. Soon, a multitude of ants will arrive, and then I shall commence the hunt. But what if their numbers pose a danger?" The trowel expressed concern. Han Feng smiled calmly. "Everything is under my control." Time passed swiftly, and 3 minutes later, a rustling sound emanated from the rocky heap. In the next instant, a swarm of black ants surged forth from the rubble, a dense stream resembling a dark river. When they spotted a dozen pieces of flesh scattered on the ground, excitement coursed through them. Xiao Chang had not deceived them. Indeed, there was fish meat here. "Brothers, charge forth. Quickly, let us transport the fish back." In an instant, hundreds of large ants surged forward, overwhelming the fish meat on the ground. Sensing the opportune moment, Han Feng leapt from the bushes. His sudden appearance startled the swarm of ants, causing them to shudder. However, they quickly regained their composure. After all, there was only one human, while they numbered over 200, leaving them with no reason to fear. "Human, what brings you here?" inquired a black ant leader, its gaze fixed intently on Han Feng, brimming with a sense of warning. "I have come for one purpose, to annihilate you," Han Feng replied calmly. "Annihilate us?" The black ant leader paused momentarily before erupting into a raucous laugh. "You think you can kill us all by yourself? You must be jesting. Let us see if you can indeed extinguish us." With a cold snort, Han Feng swiftly produced an insecticide, aiming it at the multitude of ants. Chapter 40. On treachery. Suddenly, a plume of white gas, exuding a peculiar odor, erupted forth, enveloping all the black ants in an instant. This white mist appeared to be laced with potent toxins, delivering a devastating blow to the formidable ants. The air was filled with anguished cries as the black ants scattered in a frenzied escape. "Do you think you can escape?" A cold smirk curled upon Han Feng's lips as he pressed the insecticide nozzle, releasing another billowing cloud of white vapor. Before the black ants could flee more than a few paces, they collapsed, twitching briefly before succumbing to stillness. "How ruthless!" The engineer's shovel lamented deeply. Han Feng remained unchanged, his malevolence as consistent as ever. He cast a glance around, wielding the engineer's shovel to swat down the remaining black ants one by one. After completing this grim task, he opened his attribute panel. Survivor, Han Feng Region, District 10086 level. For experience, 20,500 physique, strength, 830 agility, 1030 defense, 530 mental power, 1130 talent. Healing. Upon seeing that he had advanced to level 4, a smile involuntarily crept across Han Feng's face. In just 2.5 days on the island, he had already reached this level. While this rate of advancement was not entirely unparalleled, it was indeed remarkable. However, Han Feng was not one to rest on his laurels. Level 4 was merely a stepping stone, far from his aspirations. He began to ponder. The most effective way to rapidly increase one's level was to hunt larger populations. For instance, a swarm of locusts. Yet, the locusts on the eastern side of the island had already been eradicated by him. Conversely, to the west lay a vast expanse of reeds, which might conceal a substantial locust swarm. Capturing them all could potentially propel him to level 5. However, ever since parting ways with Zhao Yunxi and her companions, an unspoken agreement seemed to have formed between them. The eastern side of the island belonged to him, while the western side was claimed by Zhao Yunxi and her group. This division was advantageous for him, as one person's territory equated to the resources of three, ensuring a greater yield. To recklessly venture into the territory of others to hunt locusts would disrupt this equilibrium, yielding more losses than gains. After careful consideration, Han Feng ultimately discarded this thought and departed from the site. The engineer's shovel, perplexed, remarked, "Brother, there are still plenty of large ants in the nest. Are you just going to walk away? Why not eradicate them all? You've already dispatched so many. Why not finish the job? How can you be so merciful?" Han Feng scoffed disdainfully. The engineer's shovel was momentarily stunned, questioning, "Brother, when did you become so compassionate? This is not like you." Han Feng raised an eyebrow. While wiping out all the large ants at once would yield more experience points, it was merely a one-time affair. If he allowed them to grow for a while, he could harvest another batch later, which would be far more beneficial than annihilating them all in one go. "It appears you hold such thoughts." The engineer's shovel sighed, expressing, "When it comes to treachery, it surely is you. What do you understand?" Han Feng cast a sidelong glance and continued walking into the distance. As he passed through a patch of grass, he unexpectedly discovered several vibrant red mushrooms sprouting within. Generally speaking, mushrooms adorned with such vivid colors are often toxic, rendering them devoid of value. Just as Han Feng took a few steps forward, a peculiar sound echoed in his mind, the voices of the mushrooms. "This human is about to leave. How splendid, we are safe now. I was genuinely terrified earlier. Consuming us would enhance his mental prowess. Why is he attempting to pick us? We are dressed in striking red attire, resembling poisonous mushrooms. He must have mistaken us for toxic ones." "Lower your voices. Let us not alert him. What are you afraid of? He is not a deity. How could he possibly hear our conversation?" Hearing this, Han Feng abruptly halted, turned around, and narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the red mushrooms below. The mushrooms were immediately thrown into a state of panic. Why has he returned? Could he have overheard our discussion? Will he take us back to cook and consume us? I am terrified. Everyone, calm down. Look at his gaze. It's intent and sinister. I can't remain calm. Rest assured, he is unaware of our true nature and will not pick us. He will leave shortly. Let us hope so. Han Feng observed for a moment, a slight smirk curling his lips. "Greetings, my fellow mushroom brothers." What? Is he speaking to us? It seems so. Could he have heard our conversation? This is disastrous. The mushrooms were in a state of utter disarray. Han Feng scrutinized one particular red mushroom, grinning as he mused, "If I devour you, will it truly enhance my mental prowess?" The red mushroom replied, "That is not true. We are all toxic mushrooms, and consuming us would lead to your demise." Han Feng squinted thoughtfully for a moment, then turned his attention to a slightly smaller red mushroom. "As long as you speak the truth, I shall spare you." The small red mushroom inquired, "Do you truly mean it? You must not deceive me. I assure you." "I will not deceive you," Han Feng solemnly promised. A larger red mushroom nearby bellowed, "Old Six, we are brothers. You cannot betray us." The small red mushroom struggled momentarily and pleaded, "Elder brother, I am still young. I do not wish to perish so soon. Please, spare me." The larger red mushroom seethed with fury. "To save your own life by betraying your brothers, what sort of creature do you consider yourself?" The small red mushroom retorted, "One must look out for themselves. In your position, you would make the same choice. But fear not, I am grateful. After your demise, I shall honor your memories daily. You truly are a despicable one. I curse your fate. I curse you to the depths of hell." The other red mushrooms began to hurl their curses. The little red mushroom, however, paid them no heed and turned to Han Feng, stating, "Consuming them will have no adverse effects and will undoubtedly enhance your mental strength." "Excellent." A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Han Feng's mouth as he wielded his spade and began to dig. In no time, he unearthed all 5 large mushrooms, tossing them into his spatial pouch. As for the little red mushroom, he chose to leave it untouched. The little red mushroom exhaled deeply, saying, "Thank you for sparing me." "Human." Han Feng said nothing and simply turned to leave. Though the little red mushroom had aided him, it had betrayed its brethren, and Han Feng harbored a deep disdain for such treachery, rendering him unwilling to engage with it further. "Brother, that little mushroom is truly wicked. Are you really going to let it go so easily?" The spade inquired. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Han Feng's eyes. It was too small to hold much value, so he would reconsider when it matured. Chapter 41. The Princess of the Sea. The engineer paused momentarily and remarked, "But did you not say to let it go? Wouldn't he that render you untrustworthy?" Han Feng raised an eyebrow and replied, "Who said I must act personally? I can simply have others do it." Like those two large crabs. The engineer chuckled. Brother, you're becoming increasingly cunning. I am in awe. Han Feng's expression darkened instantly, silencing the young assistant. Continuing his stroll on the island, Han Feng unknowingly found himself beneath a large tree. It appeared to be a walnut tree laden with numerous fruits. Nearly 100 in total. If he could gather them all, it would be a significant bounty. However, to collect the walnuts, one would need to climb the tree. This particular tree stood over 10 meters high, and ascending it was no trivial task. A fall could result in serious injury. After pondering for a moment, Han Feng opened his spatial storage bag and withdrew a large machete, brandishing it before the walnut tree. The walnut tree trembled in fear. Human, what are you doing? With a sly grin, Han Feng reassured. Fear not. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to acquire some of your fruits. The walnut tree sighed in relief and inquired, how many do you desire? Han Feng responded candidly, all of them. The walnut tree grew somewhat displeased, asserting that one should not be excessively greedy, and offered only half. Without a word, Han Feng swung the machete with a sudden flourish, causing a blinding flash of blade light to erupt in the air, sharp and formidable. The walnut tree quivered violently. Do not be angry. I was merely jesting. You may have as many as you wish. Enough of the chatter. Bring down the fruits, Han Feng commanded, his eyes narrowing, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word of wrath. The walnut tree dared not hesitate, trembling throughout its form. With a resounding rustle, walnuts cascaded from the treetop like raindrops, thudding against the ground with a resounding thump. Once all the walnuts had fallen, Han Feng eagerly gathered them, ultimately collecting a total of 120 walnuts. He stored them in his spatial bag and proceeded to a nearby patch of grass. After catching several grasshoppers, he made his way toward the sea. The previous treasure chests had all been found in the water, indicating a higher likelihood of treasure there. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he might discover a few more. Upon reaching the shoreline, Han Feng was suddenly startled by the sound of an argument. You cannot eat her. She is of royal lineage. The glory of royalty is but a thing of the past. Now she is merely a lost soul. Even if I do not consume her, she will inevitably meet her fate. Regardless, I will not stand by. If you dare to eat her, I will fight you to the end. You two little crabs think you can stop me? Are you tired of living? If you wish to eat her, you must step over our dead bodies. Then I shall make that happen. Hearing this, Han Feng lifted his gaze and beheld, not far off on a rocky outcrop, Dezhuang and Xiao Rou confronting a large sea turtle. As the two sides were about to clash, Han Feng swiftly approached. The strength of the sea turtle was undoubtedly superior to that of Dezhuang and Xiao Rou. Should a fight ensue, Dezhuang and Xiao Rou would be in peril. These two crabs had already been regarded as friends by him. When a friend is in trouble, one cannot simply stand by. Han Feng, upon seeing him approach, Dezhuang and Xiao Rou were filled with excitement. Han Feng's formidable prowess meant that as long as he was present, there was no need to fear the sea turtle. Han Feng stepped closer and inquired, Dezhuang, what is happening? Dezhuang immediately replied, this creature wants to eat our princess of the sea tribe. I refuse, and it threatens to kill me. The princess of the sea tribe? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. Where is she? Does the sea tribe really have a princess? What kind of being could she be? Surely she is not just another large crab? Dezhuang extended one of his large claws towards the rear, indicating, the princess is just a short distance away in a puddle. But she is injured and has already fallen unconscious. I will go check on her shortly. Han Feng smiled, then turned to face the sea turtle, his gaze sharpening. Dezhuang and Xiao Rou are my friends. If you bully them, you are opposing me. Are you seeking death? The sea turtle glanced at Han Feng with disdain. You think you can kill me based on your current abilities? Do you see whether I possess such strength? Han Feng retorted with a cold snort, stepping forward rapidly to close the distance to the sea turtle. He gripped his large cleaver tightly and brought it down in a mighty strike. The sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed sharply. Unfazed by such a fierce attack, the sea turtle swiftly retracted its head into its shell. A resounding crash followed as the cleaver struck the shell, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. It was as if the blade had struck an unyielding metal surface, sending sparks flying in all directions. Han Feng felt a jolt run through his hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the cleaver. What the? Han Feng was momentarily stunned. The sea turtle's defenses were extraordinarily robust. If he could not breach its defenses, how could he hope to subdue it? Human, have you witnessed my strength? Do you still wish to kill me? The sea turtle mocked. Han Feng dismissed it with a scoff. You are merely a cowardly turtle. Why don't you come out and fight me? The sea turtle chuckled. I'm a turtle by nature. What is wrong with being a coward? Do you dare to challenge me? Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and a potent aura of killing intent emanated from him. If he could not handle a mere sea turtle, how could he aspire to dominate this world in the future? Regardless of the cost, he would ensure the demise of the sea turtle today. Brother, this creature's shell is too hard. We cannot breach its defenses. Perhaps we should reconsider, the cleaver advised. How could we possibly reconsider? Han Feng replied coldly with a smile. The cleaver inquired curiously, then how do you intend to deal with it? By cunning. Han Feng replied nonchalantly. The cleaver remained silent, recalling how it had heard the worker's shovel mention that Han Feng's so-called cunning often involved underhanded tactics. What treacherous methods shall be employed this time? The great machete is filled with anticipation. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly discarded the great machete, grasping the shell of the sea turtle with both hands and flipping it over. Human, what do you intend to do? The sea turtle inquired, somewhat alarmed. Once overturned, it found itself rendered immobile. Although it was not particularly worried about Han Feng breaching its defenses, such a predicament could not persist indefinitely. You will know soon enough. Han Feng replied, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He then instructed De Zhuang and Xiaorou, you two, venture outside and fetch some reeds. The more the better. What do we need the reeds for? De Zhuang and Xiaorou were somewhat perplexed, yet they did not press further. Instead, they swiftly dashed towards a nearby patch of reeds, wielding their large pincers to harvest them relentlessly. In no time, they returned with 2 hefty bundles of reeds. Chapter 42. This was quite challenging for someone as straightforward as I am. Han Feng, the thatch has arrived. Da Zhuang handed the thatch to Han Feng, who, upon receiving it, tossed it directly onto the turtle. He then produced a magnifying glass, finding the perfect angle to focus on the thatch. Soon, a pinpoint of light concentrated on it, and in the next moment, a wisp of white smoke began to rise. Han Feng gently blew on it, and the thatch ignited instantly. It was only at this moment that Da Zhuang and Xiaorou realized Han Feng's intention was to incinerate the sea turtle. This method was undeniably cruel, yet it proved to be remarkably effective. The sea turtle let out a mournful cry, utterly panicked, its 4 short legs thrashing desperately. Unfortunately, it had been overturned by Chu Feng and could not escape, forced to endure the searing flames in silence. Witnessing the turtle's tragic plight, the big knife remarked, brother, you truly are insidious. As the 2 bundles of thatch continued to burn, the temperature soared, and the turtle felt as though it would be scorched, pleading loudly, human, spare me. I shall never dare again. Too late. Han Feng snorted coldly, then turned to Da Zhuang and Xiaorou, instructing them to gather more thatch so that he could treat them to roasted turtle later. Upon hearing about food, Da Zhuang and Xiaorou excitedly rushed toward the thatch grove. Soon, they returned with 2 more bundles. Without hesitation, Han Feng tossed the bundles onto the fire, which flared up violently. Waves of heat rolled forth, seemingly scorching the very air around them. The sea turtle cried out in agony for a while before ultimately succumbing to the flames. However, it had not yet been fully cooked and required more time to roast. Han Feng commanded, Xiaorou, continue to gather thatch. Da Zhuang, lead me to see your sea princess. Understood. Da Zhuang replied, guiding Chu Feng into the rocky area. After advancing for several meters, a figure emerged from a pool of water ahead. Han Feng focused his gaze and was momentarily stunned. In the pool lay a woman of exquisite form. She was a mermaid. At that moment, her eyes were closed, peacefully resting in the water. It was Han Feng's first encounter with a mermaid, and he couldn't help but gaze a little longer. The mermaid's skin was fair and smooth, akin to mutton fat jade, radiating an enchanting luster. Her beautiful face was impeccably refined, each feature seemingly a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens. Cascading golden locks flowed like a waterfall, graceful and ethereal, swaying gently with the currents, resembling a scene from a dream. She wore a blue gown that enveloped her delicate form, revealing only a glimpse of her fishtail beneath the hem. What a truly captivating sight. Han Feng couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a stir within his heart. Prior to this, he had encountered many beautiful women, not to mention the 3 on the island, including Yu Lingshan, were all strikingly beautiful. Yet, compared to the mermaid before him, they appeared somewhat lacking. Han Feng, what did you say? Da Zhuang suddenly inquired. From the very moment he laid eyes upon the mermaid, Han Feng remained utterly transfixed, gazing intently, perhaps harboring some thoughts about her beauty. Not at all. He replied dismissively, then inquired, is this mermaid truly the princess of your sea tribe? Indeed, De Zhuang affirmed with a nod. Han Feng whispered, what has happened to her? Is she merely asleep, or has she fainted? De Zhuang quickly responded, The princess has suffered grave injuries. She fainted upon arriving in the water pit. Han Feng, stroking his chin in contemplation, asked again, who inflicted these wounds on her. It is unclear. De Zhuang shook his head. Han Feng's gaze returned to the mermaid. And he mused, from her appearance, her injuries are severe. If she does not receive prompt treatment, she may not survive. Oh no. De Zhuang's voice choked with emotion. What are you crying for? Am I not here? Han Feng remarked lightly. Hearing this, De Zhuang's eyes brightened, and he tentatively asked, Han Feng, can you save the princess? Han Feng, with a profound tone, replied, I can indeed save her, but I have no personal connection to her. Helping her without reason. De Zhuang immediately grasped the implication and insisted, the princess is a person who understands gratitude. If you save her, she will surely repay you. With your assurance, I feel more at ease. Han Feng nodded, then asked, where is she injured? De Zhuang hesitated, then stammered. It seems she has a deep cut on her chest. Han Feng's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the mermaid's chest, where indeed a wound marred one of her markings. Blood continued to ooze from the injury, staining the surrounding pristine white with crimson. After a glance, Han Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating the challenge ahead. De Zhuang's heart raced. His voice thick with desperation, Han Feng, I implore you, please save the princess. Han Feng rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, I can save her. But the location of the wound is rather delicate. If I attempt to heal her, it will necessitate direct contact. This poses a significant dilemma for someone as upright as myself. Han Feng, saving her is paramount. Do not concern yourself with such trifles, De Zhuang urged, anxious. With a soft sigh, Han Feng resolved to make an exception for her sake. Thank you ever so much, De Zhuang exclaimed joyfully. A sly smile crept upon Han Feng's lips as he approached, pressing his hand against the wound, channeling his healing abilities. Bathed in a pearly glow, the injury began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. How's the princess now? De Zhuang asked urgently. Han Feng replied calmly, the wound has healed. She should awaken before long. Just then, the mermaid's eyelids fluttered, and she opened her beautiful eyes. Princess, you are awake. This is truly wonderful. De Zhuang wept tears of joy. The mermaid gradually rose to her feet, and as she did, a radiant light enveloped her. In the next moment, her fishtail vanished, replaced by a pair of long, graceful legs. Chapter 43. As a man, one must be bold and accountable, and can one transform? Han Feng gazed in astonishment, his eyes drifting over the mermaid's long, exquisite legs, internally marveling at their beauty. Suddenly, the mermaid felt a peculiar sensation. The pain from her chest wound had vanished. What could this mean? Had the wound miraculously healed? With a swift motion, she turned to examine her chest, lifting her collar to glance down. To her surprise, the injury on her left breast had indeed disappeared, leaving no trace behind, save for a few faint fingerprints. Not dwelling on it any further, the mermaid pivoted back to face Da Zhuang. Did you treat my wound? She inquired. Me? I lack such skills. Da Zhuang chuckled, pointing a massive claw at Han Feng. It was Han Feng who aided you. The mermaid turned her gaze toward Han Feng, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your rescue. Han Feng rubbed his nose, feigning profundity as he replied. Da Zhuang mentioned you are a person who understands gratitude. He said that if I saved you, you would offer me a reward. Da Zhuang interjected. Already asking for rewards after just a couple of sentences? How pragmatic. The mermaid paused, scrutinizing Han Feng with a smile. What kind of reward do you desire? Clearing his throat, Han Feng replied, treasure chests, food, weapons, anything of that nature will suffice. I am not picky. Those are rather mundane. I shall offer you something far superior, she said with a light chuckle. As Han Feng pondered what that might be, the mermaid suddenly closed the distance between them. A captivating fragrance wafted towards him, and before he could react, he felt a warm sensation on his lips. The mermaid had pressed her petite mouth against his. Han Feng's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling. Had he just been kissed? This was all too sudden. After the kiss, the mermaid swiftly retreated a few steps, a blush adorning her cheeks. I am Qiu Mingxue. I shall return to seek you out in due time. With that, Qiu Mingxue dashed barefoot towards the sea, leaping gracefully into the water, vanishing without a trace. Only then did Han Feng regain his composure, muttering, what of the promised reward? Is a mere kiss all there is? Congratulations, my friend. You have successfully secured the favor of a noble. Da Zhuang suddenly burst into laughter. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Han Feng asked, what are you rambling about? Whose favor have I secured? Da Zhuang grinned. Why, the favor of princess. The mermaid lineage has a tradition known as a kiss of destiny. It signifies that the princess has taken a liking to you, which means you have indeed secured a powerful ally. Han Feng was taken aback. He had never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Was it merely a single treatment for Qiuming Xue that led her to pledge herself so readily? Da Zhuang cast a sidelong glance at Han Feng and remarked, "You truly have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Beyond your handsome visage, what else do you possess? How could a princess set her sights on you?" Upon hearing this, Han Feng's expression darkened. What did he mean by implying he had nothing but good looks? His strength was formidable, and he possessed a remarkable healing talent. One could argue he was quite well-rounded. Could anyone truly find someone more exceptional than himself? Was it not entirely reasonable for Qiuming Xue to be drawn to him? Da Zhuang paused for a moment, then suddenly said, "Now that you mention it, I do think you two make quite a fitting couple." "I am not a person who flirts casually," Han Feng retorted with a huff. Although Qiuming Xue was indeed breathtakingly beautiful and of noble birth, they had only just met and barely knew each other. How could one claim they were destined to be together? "Han Feng, are you suggesting you are not interested in the princess?" Da Zhuang inquired. "It's not a matter of attraction. It is primarily about their unfamiliarity with one another. If they were to carelessly embark on a relationship, what if their personalities clashed?" Han Feng explained. "Oh, so that is your perspective," Da Zhuang mused, his eyes darting thoughtfully. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wait a moment. If you were not enamored with the princess, why were you so fervent just now? You even squeezed her." Han Feng coughed violently. "Speak with more precision. When have I ever touched her indiscriminately? That was a treatment. If you continue to slander me, I might just sever ties with you." Da Zhuang stammered, "But you did squeeze her after the treatment. How do you explain that?" Han Feng swallowed hard. "You must have misinterpreted. When did I ever squeeze anyone? Stop fabricating tales." Da Zhuang countered, "I saw it clearly. Your words are not truthful." Dakin Dao chimed in, "Brother, I too witnessed it. You indeed squeezed her with considerable force, and you appeared rather reluctant to withdraw. As a man, one should be bold and accountable, not resort to evasion." Han Feng shot a cold glance at Dakin Dao, stating, "Silence him." Dakin Dao replied, "I saw nothing. Do not silence me." Da Zhuang appeared somewhat apprehensive. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said coolly, "To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is the mark of a good child. Let us return." On the beach, Shiro continued to add thatch. The sea turtle had been roasted to perfection, emanating a rich aroma that tantalized the senses. Han Feng sensed the time was right and gestured for Shiro to cease her work, calling out, "Come, let us enjoy the sea turtle meat together." Da Zhuang and Shiro eagerly rushed towards the turtle, their mouths watering at the delicious scent. "Hurry, Han Feng. I can hardly wait," Da Zhuang urged. "Look at your impatience." Han Feng chuckled, then took the large knife and sliced 2 pieces of sea turtle meat, distributing one to both Da Zhuang and Shiro. He then cut off another piece and began to savor it slowly. With just a single bite, the tender and juicy meat released its essence in his mouth, the rich aroma of the meat enveloping him in a state of ecstasy. Da Zhuang and Shiro were also indulging, their mouths glistening with grease as they extolled the exquisite flavor. "Come, let us continue to eat." Han Feng sliced 2 more pieces of turtle meat and offered them to Da Zhuang and Shiro. An hour later, the entire large turtle had been devoured. Han Feng himself had consumed a mere 2 pounds, while the rest had been consumed by Da Zhuang and Shiro, who had nearly polished off over 50 pounds of turtle meat. What insatiable appetites they possessed. Han Feng could not help but marvel inwardly. And then he stored the turtle shell in his spatial storage bag. This item could serve as a water bucket or perhaps even a fine bathing basin. Adhering to the principle of frugality, he deemed it essential not to let anything go to waste. Chapter 44. 2 new talents after a brief conversation with 2 large crabs. Han Feng departed from the area. Upon returning to the shelter, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of several bundles of straw, weighing approximately 70 to 80 pounds, pushed against the fence. It was likely that these bundles had been sent by Yuling Shan. With the 30 pounds of straw delivered earlier that morning, the debt had now been settled. Han Feng moved the straw closer to the straw hut, announcing that dinner was ready. The hut, upon seeing such an abundance of straw, eagerly opened its mouth wide. Han Feng stuffed the bundles into the hut one by one, and it relished the feast, later expressing its gratitude. "Han Feng, you were too kind to me. If I were a woman, I would certainly marry you and bear you several children." "That's utterly disgusting," Han Feng retorted, clicking his tongue and giving the hut a fierce glare before silencing it for an hour. As he entered the hut, Han Feng opened his storage pouch and pulled out a magnifying glass, a large machete, and a shovel, carelessly tossing them onto the ground. He then lifted the silence on the machete and the shovel. "What the hell? You've really stifled me," exclaimed the shovel. "Brother, could you please refrain from constantly silencing us?" Have you considered our feelings? The machete added. Who told you to chatter incessantly? Han Feng shot back, rolling his eyes before reclining on the straw bed and checking his status panel. Survivor, Han Feng region, zone 10086 level. For experience, 50. 500 physique, strength, 830 agility, 1030 defense, 530 mental power, 1130 talents, healing, insight, space. Upon glancing at the panel, Han Feng was taken aback. What was going on? How did he acquire 2 additional talents? Were others experiencing the same, or was he uniquely blessed? Pondering this, he opened the chat group and sent a message. Brothers, may I inquire if you all possess only 1 talent? Wu Dehai replied, of course, just 1 talent. Do you have 2? Han Feng responded, I have only 1. If others learned that he possessed 3 talents, they would undoubtedly regard him as a monster. At this stage, it was prudent to focus on discrete development rather than drawing attention. Su Damao asked, Han Feng, why are you curious about this? Just a matter of curiosity. Han Feng replied. Su Lin added, I've heard of someone awakening 2 talents. Shin Chang questioned, is that true? Jiang Feng affirmed, indeed, I've heard it as well. Zhang Sheng protested, why do they get 2 while we only have 1? That is so unfair. Jiang Feng suggested, you could always ask the Heavenly Tao. Zhang Sheng scoffed, let us not bother with that. Trying to reason with the Heavenly Tao is just futile. Having read this exchange, Han Feng quietly closed the chat group. His expression deep in contemplation, murmuring to himself, how did I come to possess these 2 talents? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Previously, he had been kissed by Qiu Mingxue. Could it be that this was the reason behind his newfound abilities? Whether this is indeed the case, Han Feng could not ascertain. However, for him, everything else was inconsequential. All that mattered was confirming the existence of these 2 talents. So, what capabilities did these talents possess? Han Feng's gaze flickered momentarily as it settled upon the talent of penetration. Suddenly, relevant information surged into his mind. Insight, auxiliary talent, upon locking onto a target. Relevant data about the target will appear in one's mind. How astonishing! Han Feng raised an eyebrow and shifted his attention to the thatched cottage. In the next instant, details about the cottage materialized in his mind. Target, thatched cottage. Level, 1. Evolution degree, 30. Attack power, 0. Defense, 15. Mental strength, 10. Talents, crafting. Transformative shape. Upon reading the introduction, Han Feng's thoughts began to stir. He had initially believed that the thatched cottage could only provide shelter from the wind and rain. Yet it possessed quite a robust defense. If it were to level up several times, would it not become a formidable fortress? Moreover, this construct possessed talents as well, and to it that, the crafting talent was understandable, merely related to creating mats and grass beds. But what functionality did the transformative shape talent entail? With this in mind, Han Feng promptly inquired, Little Cottage, what is the function of your transformative shape talent? Little Cottage. Furrowing his brow, Han Feng exclaimed, why the silence? Are you mute? The thatched cottage remained unresponsive. Blast! Han Feng cursed under his breath. The engineer's shovel couldn't help but interject, brother, did you silence it? Realization dawned upon Han Feng. He had indeed muted the thatched cottage for an hour. This was quite the predicament. He resolved to refrain from silencing these entities in the future. Clearing his throat, he declared, lift the silence on the thatched cottage. You cannot treat me this way. You have utterly disappointed me. The thatched cottage lamented. Who told you to babble incessantly? Han Feng retorted with a roll of his eyes. Then shifted to the matter at hand. What capabilities does your transformative shape talent possess? Thatched cottage, simply put, it allows me to change into different forms, such as a bungalow, a multi-story building, a fortress, a villa, a castle, and so forth. However, my current level is too low to effectuate any transformations. I see. Han Feng nodded in understanding. This talent, belonging to the auxiliary category, was somewhat superfluous, yet it was not entirely without merit. For instance, residing in a grand villa would undoubtedly be more comfortable than inhabiting a thatched cottage. Subsequently, Han Feng's gaze drifted to the engineer's shovel, discreetly activating his penetration ability once more. Target, engineer's shovel. Level, 1. Evolution degree, 5. Attack power, 15. Defense, 25. Mental strength, 10. Talent, resilience. Not bad, Han Feng assessed. He then directed his attention to the large machete. Target, machete. Level, 1. Evolution degree, 10. Attack power, 40. Defense, 20. Mental strength, 10. Talent, cutting edge. Such formidable attack power. Han Feng marveled. The great knife is merely at level 1, yet its attacking power is nearly on par with that of a level 4 player. Furthermore, it possesses the breakthrough talent. This individual harbors significant potential and requires diligent nurturing. Subsequently, Han Feng's gaze shifted toward the frying pan. Target: frying pan. Level: 1. Evolution degree: 0. Attack power: 10. Defense power: 10. Mental power: 10. Talent: unawakened. Worthless. Han Feng couldn't help but voice his disdain. In comparison to the great knife and the engineer's shovel, the frying pan seems utterly insignificant, and labeling it as worthless is hardly an exaggeration. Frying pan. It had not provoked Han Feng, so why was it unjustly subjected to such scorn? Frying pan, brother, have I wronged you? Han Feng murmured softly. No. The frying pan replied with frustration. Then why insult me? Han Feng casually remarked. It was merely a moment of inspiration. You need not take it to heart. Frying pan. After berating it, he told it not to be concerned? This is truly an affront to the frying pan. Chapter 45. The powerful spatial gift. As Han Feng contemplated the magnifying glass, a sudden wave of intense dizziness washed over him, causing him to stumble precariously. Brother. What is wrong? The engineer exclaimed anxiously. Han Feng shook his head, signaling that he was fine, then sank onto the straw bed, breathing heavily as his thoughts raced. What had just transpired? Why had he been struck by such sudden vertigo? After a moment of reflection, he began to suspect that it might be due to the frequent use of his abilities. Utilizing these gifts consumed mental energy, and once depleted, it manifested as dizziness. Realizing this, Han Feng quickly opened his attribute panel. Upon discovering that his mental energy had dwindled to a mere point, he understood the cause, the side effects of his repeated use of the insight ability. In total, he had employed the ability 4 times, exhausting 40 points of mental energy, 10 points per use, significantly more than the healing ability. Fortunately, mental energy could regenerate automatically, alleviating his concerns. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng lay down to rest. He slept for a full 2 hours. As the daylight began to wane, Han Feng opened his eyes. After such a long respite, he had regained some vitality and the dizziness had dissipated. After sitting on the bed for a moment, he took the magnifying glass and skillet into the courtyard. Soon, he ignited a pile of firewood and placed the skillet atop it. Brother, didn't you just eat some sea turtle meat? Are you still hungry? The magnifying glass inquired curiously. Han Feng smiled faintly. Not for a meal, just some soup. He intended to stew the few mushrooms he had, which were known to enhance mental energy. Perhaps they would replenish his depleted reserves entirely. After a few minutes, a pot of mushroom soup was ready. Han Feng eagerly tasted it. The flavor was decent, though somewhat bland. A touch of salt would have improved it greatly. Before long, he had consumed the entire pot of soup. He then opened his attribute panel. Survivor, Han Feng region, 10086 level. For experience, 50, 500 physique, strength, 830 agility, 1. 030 defense, 530 mental energy, 6. 130 talents, healing, insight, spatial. Wow! Han Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Not only had the mushroom soup restored 50 points of mental energy, but it had completely replenished what he had previously lost. How wonderfully miraculous! With his mental energy restored, it was time to delve into the study of his spatial talent. As his gaze fell upon it, relevant information flooded his mind. Spatial, offensive, control, movement abilities. Possesses spatial binding, spatial cutting, and teleportation capabilities. Spatial binding, upon activation, it generates an invisible force that binds the target. Note, the use of abilities continuously depletes mental energy. Spatial cutting unleashes a blade of space, possessing terrifying lethality. The more mental energy consumed, the greater the power. Note, each use requires a minimum of 100 mental energy points. Teleportation defies the constraints of space, allowing instantaneous traversal. The greater the mental energy expended, the further the distance crossed. Note, each use necessitates at least 100 mental energy points. Upon reading the introduction, Han Feng was utterly astonished. The spatial talent was simply extraordinary. With this ability, his own strength surged exponentially. Figures like Lu Chushuang and Zhao Yunxi paled in comparison before him. Haha. The thought made Han Feng erupt in laughter. Big brother, are you alright? Yumi couldn't help but inquire. I'm fine. Han Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to Yumi, discreetly employing his insight talent. Target, Yumi level, 1. Evolution level, 60. Attack power, 0. Defense, 1. Mental energy, 10. Talent, not activated. So weak? Han Feng's brow furrowed. Previously, this corn had boasted about its capabilities, even claiming it could unleash corn bombs. Yet it turned out to be nothing. Noticing Han Feng's expression darkening, Yumi cautiously asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Han Feng gazed at him with a profound look. "Didn't you say you were quite formidable? Why don't you show me?" Yumi replied, "I haven't leveled up yet. I'm currently quite weak. But once I do, I will unlock my talent, and then I will be powerful." "Is that so?" Han Feng muttered, somewhat skeptical. "Indeed, I swear I'm not lying," Yumi asserted earnestly. "Then I shall believe you this once." Han Feng nodded. The current evolution level of this corn had reached 60. If it consumed some dung and drank a bit of nutrient water, it should be able to advance to level 2. With that in mind, Han Feng allowed the corn to indulge. "So exhilarating. I like it. It feels fantastic." Yumi laughed heartily. Han Feng clicked his tongue, pulled up his pants, and strode toward the thatched cottage. As he opened the door, he heard the voice of Yu Lingshan outside. "Han Feng, what brings you here again?" Han Feng halted, turning to face Yu Lingshan. "I wish to borrow something from you." Yu Lingshan appeared hesitant. "Nothing." Han Feng outright declined. Did she think this was a charity organization? Yu Lingshan was taken aback and quickly added, "I haven't even mentioned what I want to borrow yet. How do you know it's not acceptable?" Han Feng shook his head in exasperation. "I actually don't wish to lend you anything. I was merely being diplomatic about it. Can't you tell?" Yu Lingshan, "Is that how heartless you are?" After a moment of reflection, she said, "I can cut thatch and exchange it." Han Feng pondered for a moment and asked, "What do you wish to borrow?" He certainly would not agree to lend it for free, but if a reward was offered, that would be a different matter altogether. Yu Lingshan bit her lip, expressing her desire to borrow some paper from Han Feng. He was momentarily taken aback. "What do you need paper for?" he inquired, soon realizing the implication. It was undoubtedly for restroom use. "Han Feng, please lend me a little," Yu Lingshan pleaded with a pitiful demeanor. Han Feng's gaze flickered as he questioned, "Why not ask Lu Chu or Zhao Yinshi for some? Why come to me?" Yu Lingshan lowered her head, revealing, "They don't have any." Curiously, Han Feng asked, "Then how have they been managing these past few days? Using stones, leaves, or perhaps their fingers?" Han Feng, that's revolting. Yu Lingshan shuddered at the thought. Han Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. "What is so disgusting about it? Without toilet paper, one must resort to those alternatives, right? We would never do that." Yu Lingshan pouted. "Then what do you use?" Han Feng asked, intrigued. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Lingshan replied, "Clothes, towels, or similar items will suffice." Upon hearing this, Han Feng stroked his chin, pondering, if one were to visit the restroom several times, wouldn't he that leave them without any clothing? Chapter 46. The small shovel continues singing. "It nauseates me," Yu Lingshan remarked, bewildered. What is Han Feng thinking? After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Han Feng, will you lend it to me or not?" After a brief pause, Han Feng replied, "I would be willing to lend it, but I have a minor request." "What is it?" Yu Lingshan asked eagerly. With a smirk, Han Feng stated, "You must resolve it in my sanctuary." The corn plant was merely a step away from advancing to level 2. With just a bit more fertilizer, it would surely upgrade. What? Yu Lingshan was taken aback, her mind racing. Why would Han Feng make such a demand? Surely he did not intend to peek? That would be utterly perverse. She resolved that he must not succeed. "I refuse to do it here," she declared firmly. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. "If you disagree, then please leave." "Why must I do it here?" Instead of departing, Yu Lingshan pressed him with her question. It had been 2 days since she had attended to her physiological needs, and she could no longer hold back. She needed to find toilet paper, otherwise she would have to resort to leaves or stones, which was simply unacceptable. Han Feng replied calmly, "The reason is quite simple. My plants are in need of fertilizer." "Oh, I see," Yu Lingshan muttered. No wonder Han Feng's corn was growing so swiftly. It was benefiting from the fertilizer. Initially, she had thought him to be rather odd, but now she realized her misunderstanding. With a determined expression, she conceded, "I will agree to your terms, but you must not peek. I, Han Feng, am above such petty actions," he declared resolutely. "Brother, enough already. We know your character well enough. There is no need for constant self-promotion, as it only serves to disgust us." Flat Pan interjected. Han Feng's expression darkened, silencing Flat Pan for 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours of silence. That seems rather harsh. Flat Pan protested. "Quickly, hand me the toilet paper," Yu Lingshan urged, her voice tinged with urgency, clearly on the verge of breaking. "Just a moment," Han Feng replied. hastily entering the thatched hut to tear off a piece of toilet paper. He emerged, holding it and a shovel, and handed the paper to Yu Lingshan. Then, he proceeded to dig a small hole beside the corn plant, stating, "You may take care of it in this pit. Go ahead." Yu Lingshan rolled her eyes. "How can I do it with you standing here?" Realizing his oversight, Han Feng promptly turned and re-entered the hut, closing the windows and door behind him. Yu Lingshan glanced around cautiously before slowly removing her pants and squatting down. Meanwhile, Han Feng lay on the bed, feeling idle, and decided to peruse the trading hall. Player Zhao Guanglei is selling a kitchen knife in exchange for food and purified water. Private messages welcome. D. Lily is selling a pair of undergarments, worn only 3 times, in exchange for any food or purified water. Zhou Yunsheng is offering a treasure chest. Private messages welcome. Could it be that someone is actually selling a treasure chest? Han Feng's eyes sparkled as he promptly opened his private messages. Reaching out to the other party, "My friend, I desire this treasure chest." Zhou Yunsheng replied, "What can you offer me?" Han Feng countered, "What do you seek?" Zhou Yunsheng nonchalantly stated, "Just a bit of food will suffice." Han Feng asked, "Would a fish suffice?" Zhou Yunsheng agreed, "That works." Though opening a treasure chest entails certain risks, it is nonetheless a treasure chest. There exists a considerable likelihood of uncovering valuable resources. Was Zhou Yunsheng truly so indifferent? A mere fish to dismiss such a treasure? Could it be that the chest harbored some hidden peril? Han Feng inquired, "My friend, I find it difficult to comprehend why you are selling the treasure chest to me at such a low price." Zhou Yunsheng candidly explained, "I possess a talent for sensing danger, and upon touching this chest, I felt an overwhelming sense of unease. This indicates that it must contain hazardous items, hence its inexpensive price." Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Are you not afraid that your frankness will deter me from trading?" Zhou Yunsheng replied, "That is simply my nature. I prefer not to deceive others. If you wish to trade, we shall. If not, then so be it." After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng declared, "In light of your honesty, I shall engage in this transaction. Hazardous items come in various forms. Perhaps I might uncover something useful. After all, a fish is a small price to pay for a bit of fun." Zhou Yunsheng suggested, "Let us proceed to the trading hall." Han Feng agreed, "No problem." Subsequently, the two entered the trading hall. Han Feng produced a 1-pound fish and successfully exchanged it with Zhou Yunsheng for the treasure chest. Holding it in his hands, he scrutinized it closely, murmuring, "Little treasure chest, what secrets do you hold within?" The chest responded, "Sing me a song, and I shall reveal my contents." Han Feng was taken aback. "Alas, I am tone deaf. Were I to sing, who could endure it? My reputation would be shattered." Thus, he resolutely declined to sing. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I cannot sing. Please do not put me in such a predicament." The chest retorted, "If you do not sing, I shall remain silent." Han Feng's expression darkened. "If you refuse to speak, I shall cast you into the cesspit." The chest boldly declared, "I am unafraid." Han Feng was left speechless. What should he do if this obstinate chest would not yield? Suddenly, the engineer's shovel interjected, "Brother, I shall sing for you." Han Feng was quite surprised. "You can sing?" The shovel replied earnestly, "I possess considerable artistic talent. I simply never disclosed it to you." Han Feng, momentarily bewildered, turned to the chest, asking, "Is it permissible for the little shovel to sing on my behalf?" The chest replied, "Anyone may sing." "Little shovel, commence your performance," Han Feng said, filled with anticipation. He never expected the engineer shovel to possess such capabilities. In the future, listening to its songs could alleviate his loneliness. The engineer shovel cleared its throat and began to sing, "With my little fist, I shall pound your chest. Wicked villain, I shall smite you." Han Feng was utterly stunned. Was this truly a song? While others sing for money, the engineer shovel seemed to sing for blood. It was simply revolting. Ugh! The thatched cottage let out a retching sound and urgently exclaimed. Han Feng swiftly silenced the little spade. The treasure chest followed suit, urging, "Quickly end its existence. We cannot allow it to utter another word." The worker's spade stood in bewilderment. What was wrong with Han Feng and the others? Was its singing not enchanting enough? Han Feng took a deep breath and signaled, "Little spade, cease your song. It cannot continue, or lives will be lost." The worker spade complied, falling silent. Turning to the treasure chest, Han Feng inquired, "Little treasure chest, I have fulfilled your request. May I now learn what lies within?" The treasure chest retorted, "No, that won't do. I require another singer." Han Feng's eyes gradually narrowed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "You have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The treasure chest scoffed, "Bring it on." Han Feng placed 2 fingers to his ears and commanded, "Little Spade, continue your song. Make it utterly nauseating." Chapter 47. A being comparable to the divine the treasure chest startled, exclaiming, "Do not sing, I command you." With a sly grin that betrayed his cunning, Han Feng coldly demanded, "Speak quickly. What do you contain within?" The treasure chest replied, "I hold a rotten egg." Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. A mere rotten egg hardly seemed a hazardous item. "Do not underestimate this rotten egg," cautioned the chest. "Once shattered, it will emit a noxious odor potent enough to incapacitate individuals. Moreover, the stench will envelop a radius of 10 square meters and linger for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes flickered with intrigue. This rotten egg, while seemingly trivial, could indeed serve a nefarious purpose, yielding unexpectedly effective results. With this thought, he swiftly opened the chest. As the lid burst open in a cascade of shimmering light, a dark-shelled egg appeared before him. Han Feng gingerly grasped it, scrutinizing it briefly before stowing it away in his spatial pouch. After all, should it inadvertently break, residing in that room would become untenable. For safety's sake, it was best kept in the pouch. Having concluded his exploration of the treasure chest, Han Feng called out, "Yu Lingshan, have you finished?" Silence enveloped the outside, with no response forthcoming. Frowning slightly, he shouted again, "If you remain silent, I may just step outside." The thatched cottage interjected, "Han Feng, she has already departed." Han Feng was momentarily stunned. "When did she leave?" The cottage replied, "She slipped away while you were opening the treasure chest." "They leave without a word. Such poor manners." Han Feng muttered, pushing the door open. At the very moment the door swung ajar, he was taken aback to find a green plant standing outside. "Goodness!" Han Feng exclaimed, startled. "How could there be a plant outside? Where did it come from?" "Brother, it's me," came a cheerful voice. Corn chuckled, "How did you end up here?" Han Feng stood agape. Wasn't this corn meant to be in the vegetable patch? Could it truly move? Corn explained, "I have leveled up to level 2, granting me the ability to roam freely within the sanctuary." Leveled up. Han Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he observed the corn before him, discreetly activating his insight ability. Target: Battle-type corn. Level: 2. Evolution degree: 0. Attack power: 0. Defense: 2. Mental power: 20. Talent: Corn Bomb. Upon reviewing the information, Han Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The corn had indeed leveled up, even changing its designation to Battle-type corn. However, aside from gaining 1 talent, everything else remained unchanged, including its attack power, which still stood at 0. Without any offensive capability, was it merely a decorative item? "Brother, what troubles you?" the battle-type corn inquired. Han Feng cleared his throat. "Did you not boast about how impressive it was to reach level 2? Yet your attack power is 0. Where lies the impressiveness in that?" The combat corn chuckled softly, acknowledging its lack of close combat prowess and 0 attack power as quite reasonable. Its true strength, however, resided in its innate talents. Han Feng gazed with profound intensity and inquired for further details. The combat corn responded candidly, explaining that it could unleash a single ear of corn, resulting in a formidable explosive force. During the explosion, corn kernels would scatter like shrapnel, covering a maximum area of 10 square meters. "Goodness!" Han Feng exclaimed, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Exploding and scattering like shrapnel? This indeed constitutes a widespread attack. Unless one possesses exceptionally robust defenses, an assault would leave them utterly helpless. Han Feng momentarily drifted into thought before asking, "Your attack power is undeniably explosive, but what about your sustainability?" The combat corn revealed it could produce 3 ears of corn in total. If all were activated, would it still be able to generate more? If it could not, wouldn't that render it useless? "The combat corn can regenerate 1 ear of corn within a day," it replied. "That's acceptable," Han Feng nodded. Although the sustainability was somewhat lacking, it was better than having none at all. In fact, there exists another method to accelerate the growth of the corn. The combat corn suddenly interjected. "What method?" Han Feng's interest was piqued. The combat corn grinned mischievously, stating that the method involved consuming excrement. Each portion consumed would have the growth cycle. In other words, an ear of corn could sprout in just half a day. "Understood," Han Feng remarked, somewhat taken aback. The suggestion of consuming excrement was indeed surprising. "Brother, I have already ascended to level 2. Advancing to level 3 is no trivial matter. Therefore, for now, spare me such unsavory sustenance and reserve it for my companions." "Very well," Han Feng smiled faintly. Upon learning of the combat corn's capabilities, he was eager to cultivate the remaining 3 ears. With 4 combat corns to guard him, who would dare intrude upon their sanctuary? Surely, they would be obliterated. With this thought, Han Feng issued a command to the combat corn. Little corn, from this day forth, you must safeguard our sanctuary, especially during my absence. If anyone dares to encroach upon our refuge, unleash your fury upon them. Task accepted. The combat corn vowed, then inquired, what about the female players on the island? A fierce glint crossed Han Feng's eyes. Regardless of who it was, anyone daring to enter the sanctuary without his permission would not be treated kindly. Understood. The combat corn replied. Han Feng nodded and then shifted his gaze to the frying pan, a sly smile playing upon his lips. With the newfound spatial talent yet to be tested, he thought it prudent to use the frying pan as a means of evaluation. Brother, why do you look at me with such intent? Have I erred in some way? The frying pan lamented, sensing an unsettling implication in Han Feng's gaze. Without uttering a word, Han Feng concentrated his thoughts and directed the spatial binding towards the frying pan. An invisible force surged around the frying pan, lifting it into the air before it could even comprehend the situation. The frying pan pondered. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? After these existential inquiries, the frying pan regained its composure and cried out in terror, Big brother, save me. There's a ghost. Be quiet. Han Feng scolded sharply, then beckoned with a flick of his finger. In an instant, the frying pan was drawn through the unseen force into the palm of Han Feng. The frying pan's mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves. So it was Han Feng who was orchestrating this. What manner of sorcery is this? It can truly be described as unfathomable, rivaling that of the divine. Chapter 48. The elder brother, accustomed to his dominance, found no logic to be applied in his presence. Elder brother, what means have you employed? The frying pan inquired in astonishment. Merely a trivial technique, hardly worthy of mention, Han Feng responded with a light chuckle, subsequently concealing his innate ability. Upon verification, he felt quite satisfied with his capacity for spatial confinement. However, the process of releasing this spatial restraint continuously drained his mental energy. It was imperative to ascertain the precise amount consumed. Otherwise, it could easily lead to a depletion of mental power. Without mental energy, he would succumb to exhaustion and be unable to utilize any other talents. Then, Han Feng proceeded to observe his attributes panel. Upon noticing a decrease of 5 points in mental energy, he exhaled deeply. The spatial confinement had lasted a total of 5 seconds, which indicated a consumption of 1 point per second, well within an acceptable range. Afterward, Han Feng tidied up the courtyard and entered the thatched cottage with a frying pan and an oil lamp. By this time, evening had descended, casting a dim gloom over the cottage. Han Feng ignited the oil lamp using a magnifying glass. With a whoosh, the lamp's wick flared to life, initially subtle. The flame grew more vibrant with time, quickly illuminating the entire room. He hung the oil lamp on the wall and lay down on the bed, preparing to access the game panel when the oil lamp suddenly spoke. Young master, you need not extinguish me in the future. Han Feng rubbed his nose. Am I not trying to conserve your fuel? He reasoned. There is no need for illumination during the day. Keeping you burning would be wasteful. The oil lamp replied. I absorb sunlight throughout the day, allowing me to sustain my flame for a considerable time. Moreover, during daylight, I regulate the flame to its lowest state, thereby wasting minimal lamp oil. Thus, there is no need to extinguish me. Very well, Han Feng nodded and then opened the game panel. Suddenly, the private message icon flashed vigorously. Upon seeing that the sender was Wu Dahai, Han Feng quickly opened the message. Wu Dahai, Han Feng. I have finished harvesting 50 kilograms of thatch. Shall we proceed with the trade? Han Feng, certainly, let us trade. Wu Dahai, splendid. Let us hurry to the trading hall. Han Feng, please wait a moment. Wu Dahai, what is the matter? Han Feng, I am out of crabs, but I can offer you a few fish. Are you willing to trade? Wu Dahai, without hesitation, as long as it is edible, I am agreeable. Han Feng, then it is settled. Subsequently, the two entered the trading hall. Han Feng exchanged 2 fish for Wu Dahai's 50 kilograms of thatch. Just as the trade was completed, the private message icon lit up once more. This time, the sender was Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao, Han Feng, my iron ore has been processed. Let us trade swiftly. Han Feng, do you still require purified water? Yuan Hao, if you have food, that would be ideal. Otherwise, purified water is acceptable. Han Feng, I shall give you a fish then. Due to the transaction with Yu Lingshan, the purified water had been consumed rather quickly. Yet he still had an ample supply of food. Hence, it was prudent to trade using food. Yuan Hao agreed. The transaction concluded, and Han Feng tossed the iron ore to the great blade, then addressed the thatched cottage. Little cottage, it's time to eat. However, the cottage remained silent. Han Feng paused slightly, Little cottage, have you lost your voice? The great blade interjected. Brother, you just silenced the little cottage for 10,000 hours. Have you forgotten? Did I really impose such a lengthy silence? Han Feng mused, clicking his tongue. Indeed, I can attest to that, echoed the engineer's shovel. Perhaps I misremembered, Han Feng murmured, promptly lifting the silence from the thatched cottage. How could you silence me? That's outrageous. The cottage protested indignantly. You were rambling, Han Feng retorted with a huff. I merely spoke the truth, and you silenced me for 10,000 hours? That's utterly unreasonable. The cottage sighed in grievance. The engineer's shovel comforted. Little cottage, enough already. Who among us hasn't been silenced by the elder brother? He is accustomed to being domineering. Reason holds no sway in his presence. Let us just concede for now. How dare you? Han Feng seethed, gritting his teeth as he shot a glare at the engineer's shovel, coldly stating, silence the little shovel for 10 minutes. The engineer's shovel. Han Feng then turned his gaze back to the thatched cottage. Do you have any objections? None. The cottage trembled in response. Any objections would have to be reserved, lest I be silenced. It certainly wouldn't be foolish like the engineer's shovel. No objections, then, Han Feng nodded in satisfaction, continuing. Open your mouth, it's time to eat. The thatched cottage immediately grew excited, a crack appearing in the wall, resembling a wide-open mouth. Han Feng hastily opened the trading hall, retrieving all the thatch inside and feeding it into the gaping crack. The cottage relished its meal. Once the cottage finished, Han Feng discreetly activated his inside ability to observe the thatched cottage. Target, thatched cottage. Level, 1. Evolution degree, 70. Attack power, 0. Defense, 15. Mental power, 10. Talent, crafting, shapeshifting. After reviewing this, Han Feng's gaze flickered with interest. The evolution degree of the thatched cottage had reached 70. If it could consume an additional 50 kilograms of thatch, it would undoubtedly advance to level 2. Unfortunately, night had fallen, and there were no more thatch sources available, so he would have to wait until tomorrow. Later, Han Feng lay in bed, opening the regional chat channel. Jiang Feng, haha. Brothers, I no longer need to eat grassroots. Zhang Sheng, what is going on? Jiang Feng, I had incredible luck today and found a treasure chest, which contained a bag of 5 kilograms of rice. Xin Chang, impressive. Sudama, Jiang Feng. Don't celebrate too soon. Jiang Feng, I found rice. Why shouldn't I be happy? Sudama, do you have a pot? Do you have fire? Do you have water? Without any of these, how can you cook the rice? Jiang Feng, if I have nothing, then indeed, I can't cook the rice. What a disappointment. Jiang Feng, brothers, does anyone have food? I would like to trade this bag of rice with you. Su Lin, I do have some food, but unfortunately, I lack a pot, so I cannot make a trade with you. Yang Shuliang, I possess food. I can trade with you. Wu Dahai, Yang Shuliang, do you have a pot? Yang Shuliang, no, I do not. Wu Dahai, then how do you intend to cook the rice? Yang Shuliang, yesterday, I opened a treasure chest and obtained a tin can of meat. I can use this can to cook the rice. Wu Dahai, that could work. Jiang Feng, what do you plan to trade with me? Yang Shuliang, I will offer you 5 eggs. Jiang Feng, you wish to exchange 5 eggs for my 5 kilograms of rice? What are you thinking? Yang Shuliang, it may be a bit insufficient, but the crux of the matter is that no one else is willing to trade with you. You cannot expect to consume the rice raw, can you? That would be rather indigestible. Chapter 49. The Blue Treasure Chest. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to agree, Han Feng interjected, I will exchange you a bag of ham sausages. Possessing a frying pan, cooking rice was an effortless task. Trading a bag of ham sausages for 5 kilograms of rice was an exceptionally advantageous deal. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Han Feng, are you serious? A bag of ham sausages is undoubtedly more valuable than 5 eggs. Indeed, Han Feng affirmed. Yang Shuliang grumbled. Han Feng, aren't you encroaching on my business? That's rather unscrupulous of you. Initially, he had planned to exchange 5 eggs for 5 kilograms of rice, only to be thwarted midway by Han Feng's unexpected offer, which left him feeling quite vexed. Jiang Feng countered, Han Feng's generosity is commendable. It is you who is being unscrupulous. Han Feng turned to Yang Shuliang. Are you interested in trading those 5 eggs? Eggs are quite nutritious. Boiling one in the morning or enjoying a bowl of egg and vegetable soup is undeniably delightful. Yang Shuliang replied, I might consider it, but I need food. What can you offer me? I can offer you a 1 kilogram sea fish, Han Feng proposed. Sudama interjected. Han Feng, where did you acquire that fish? Did you perhaps catch it from the sea? It was well known that the ocean was fraught with peril. Once one ventured into the sea, their life was at stake. How could Han Feng dare to go into the water? Han Feng chuckled. I took a stroll along the beach today and happened to find a few fish stranded in a tide pool among the rocks, so I picked them up. Li Qingguang remarked, you collected crabs yesterday and fish today. Why is your luck so exceptional? Han Feng replied, if you visited the beach more often, you might find some too. Li Qingguang retorted, the beach is far too dangerous. I shan't take that risk. Yang Shuliang decided, Han Feng, I agree to the exchange. Han Feng said, Jiang Feng, Yang Shuliang, let us proceed to the trading hall. In no time, the transaction was completed. Han Feng returned to the chat group. Pingyu announced, I have a roll of toilet paper here. Who wishes to trade with me? Toilet paper was indeed a scarce commodity, for everyone needed it for their natural calls. Without it, one was left to resort to leaves, stones, or their own hands. Any reasonable person would choose toilet paper for such purposes. Sulin suggested, I will exchange you 2 bottles of Coca-Cola. Pingyu replied, that is far too little. Yang Shuliang chimed in, I will trade you a fish. Pingyu dismissed him. Find somewhere cooler to linger. Sudama offered. I will trade you 3 kilograms of thatch roots. Pengyu responded, I'm sorry, but I'm not livestock. I do not consume roots. Sudama was left speechless. Wu Mingming proposed, I will exchange you a piece of lingerie. Pengyu quipped, that is not to my taste. Just as Han Feng was about to make his offer, Zhao Yunxi quickly interjected, I will trade you a black iron treasure chest. Pingyu appeared somewhat tempted. Is there no higher bid? Yu Lingshan remarked, are you not satisfied with the treasure chest? Hurry and make the exchange. At that moment, Han Feng spoke up. Opening a treasure chest carries risks. Sometimes it yields resources, while other times it may contain hazardous items. If one were to uncover dangerous goods, their life could be at stake. He too had set his sights on that roll of toilet paper and was determined not to let Zhao Yunxi claim it. Lu Chushuang, Han Feng, refrain from spreading alarmist tales. Han Feng, how am I being alarmist? Lu Chushuang, indeed, opening treasure chests can yield hazardous items, but the probability is quite low. It is not as dire as you suggest. Han Feng chuckled. Who was it that last opened a treasure chest and unleashed a giant hornet? You were stung on the rear end, nearly meeting your demise. Lu Chushuang, do not speak nonsense. I did not get stung on my backside. Such an incident is too embarrassing. I would rather others remain oblivious. The crowd. It is better not to explain. Once one does, it only confirms the suspicion. Han Feng smirked. Did I mention you? Lu Chushuang. Pingyu. Han Feng, are you interested in making a deal with me? Han Feng, indeed. Pingyu, what can you offer? Han Feng, a fish and a bottle of energy drink. Without hesitation, Pingyu agreed. Deal. Yu Lingshan, Han Feng, do you not already possess a roll of toilet paper? Why are you still trying to take ours? Han Feng replied calmly. Do you not go to the restroom daily? Can a single roll suffice? It is prudent to stock up. Lu Chushuang, but you traded away the toilet paper. What are we to do? Han Feng, is that my concern? Lu Chushuang, why must you speak so irritatingly? Han Feng, I take pleasure in it. Come and bite me. Lu Chushuang, do not forget we are on the same island. I can easily find you. Han Feng chuckled. Is this how you treat your savior? Should I recount the day I rescued you to everyone? Lu Chushuang quickly interjected. I was merely joking earlier. Do not take it to heart. That day is too embarrassing to recall. Hanging from the window, I endured your antics. Those unaware might think something untoward occurred. Every time I think of it, my face burns with shame. If this were to spread, how could I ever hold my head high again? Han Feng huffed. In the future, lower your tone when addressing me. Understood? Emir Lu Chushuang thinks she can contend with me? With a simple gesture, I could easily subdue her. Lu Chushuang gritted her teeth in anger, suppressing her rage. I understand. Sudamo inquired. Han Feng, what did you do to Lu Chushuang that day? Han Feng, not suitable for children. Sudamo. Lu Chushuang. The crowd. That phrase, not suitable for children, sparked a flurry of imaginations. Could it be that Han Feng had been overly forward with Lu Chushuang? Perhaps he had even taken advantage of her? Goodness. Han Feng was rather audacious. What a scoundrel. Lu Chushuang fumed, certain that Chu Feng had deliberately provoked this scenario to embarrass her. The desire to storm into Han Feng's refuge and give him a piece of her mind was overwhelming. Han Feng chose not to elaborate further, closing the chat group and instead opening the trading hall, successfully completing the transaction with Pingyu. He then resumed browsing the trade messages. Jiang Wentao is selling a pair of slippers for 2 bottles of purified water. Yin Jingtian is offering a pair of women's underwear in exchange for food. Private message required. Go Win You is selling a glove for a bottle of water, was selling a packet of edible salt. Prompting a private conversation, S eyes lit up with excitement as he swiftly reached out to, my friend, I wish to trade for your salt. What would you like in return? Replied, how many packets do you desire? Taken aback, inquired, do you possess a substantial quantity? Responded, I obtained 5 packets from opening a treasure chest. Declared, I shall take them all. Salt is a necessity, and it is prudent to stock up. Countered, I must retain 1 packet. I can offer you a maximum of 4. Acquiesced, that is acceptable. Then asked, what can you provide me in exchange? Pondered momentarily before suggesting, how about 5 fish weighing 1 pound each? Dismissed the offer, stating, that is insufficient. Proposed, then I shall add 2 more fish. Responded, 7 fish, along with 2 bottles of water. Agreed, it's a deal. After the transaction concluded, continued to peruse the trading information. Is offering 20 bunches of watercress in exchange for a bottle of water. Is selling a blue treasure chest in exchange for 10 pounds of meat. A blue treasure chest? Was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 50. Why aren't you running? Thus far, Han Feng had opened numerous treasure chests. Aside from a single bronze chest, all others had been of black iron. He had never encountered a blue treasure chest before. What treasures could a blue chest possibly contain? Out of curiosity, Han Feng reached out to Miao Wei, my friend. What is your asking price for a blue treasure chest? Miao Wei did not respond. It was likely that he was inundated with messages and could not reply promptly. Han Feng remained patient, waiting for a response. 5 minutes later, Miao Wei replied, I only want meat. If you don't have meat, don't contact me. Han Feng's eyes sparkled momentarily. Just a couple of days prior, he had hunted a large black wolf, weighing over 200 pounds. After accounting for bones and fur, there should still be around 100 pounds of meat left. It would be more than adequate for a trade. Han Feng stated, I have meat. How much do you need? Miao Wei became excited. 50 pounds. Han Feng's expression darkened. Are you joking, my friend? Do you not realize how precious food is right now? 50 pounds of meat for a treasure chest? Do you think that is feasible? As of now, it remained uncertain what a blue treasure chest might yield. If it turned out to be akin to the black iron chests, offering only mundane supplies or even hazardous items, it would be a tremendous loss. Miao Wei pondered for a moment and then responded, 30 pounds of meat, that is my final offer. Han Feng retorted, 20 pounds at most, take it or leave it. For reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar sense of distinction surrounding the blue chest. Instinctively, he wished to acquire it, provided the cost was not exorbitant. 20 pounds of meat was his absolute limit. Miao Wei contemplated briefly before ultimately conceding, deal. Han Feng inquired again, any type of meat will suffice? Miao Wei replied, as long as it is edible. Han Feng affirmed, then there is no problem. Subsequently, the two proceeded to the trading hall, where Han Feng exchanged 20 pounds of wolf meat for a blue treasure chest. Visually, the blue chest bore a striking resemblance to the black iron variety, both being square in shape. The sole distinction lay in their coloration. Han Feng peered closely, cleared his throat, and addressed the small chest. Greetings, blue chest. Blue chest, what do you want? Han Feng replied with a smile, could you kindly inform me of your contents? Blue chest, I will tell you tomorrow. Han Feng asked. Perplexed, why must I wait until tomorrow? Blue chest, because I am tired and wish to rest. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was merely a matter of a few words, surely he could be informed before it rested. Blue chest, I will do as you say. Do I not have any pride? Han Feng glared, you are merely a chest. Have I given you too much respect? Why seek validation in my presence? Blue chest, human, your words anger me. Do not expect any information from me. Han Feng's countenance darkened. If you refuse to speak, I shall torment you. Blue chest scoffed, come on, you brought this upon yourself. Han Feng grit his teeth and muttered under his breath, then turned to the engineering shovel and commanded, little shovel, sing for me, make it utterly nauseating. The engineering shovel replied, brother, is my singing really that unbearable? Irritated, Han Feng snapped, just do as you're told, spare me the chatter, sing now. Clearing its throat. The engineering shovel began, with my little fists, I pound your chest. Its voice was shrill and grating, combined with the repulsive lyrics, and after just 2 lines, it drove listeners to the brink of madness. Han Feng, having preemptively plugged his ears, remained largely unaffected. However, the blue treasure chest was not so fortunate. It nearly succumbed to nausea, retching incessantly, feeling as though its very soul was being lashed. Finally, the blue treasure chest could bear it no longer and cried out, stop singing. Spare me. I will tell you everything. Let us see if I can't get you to yield. Han Feng smirked coldly. So, little treasure chest. Do you submit? Yes, I submit wholeheartedly, utterly and completely. The blue treasure chest promptly declared. Pleased, Han Feng nodded and inquired, now, tell me, what do you contain? The blue treasure chest replied truthfully, I hold a mouse. What on earth? Han Feng was left speechless. 20 pounds of wolf meat exchanged for a mere mouse? What a monumental loss. Yet, the deed was done, and regretting it was futile. With a deep sigh, Han Feng opened the chest. Though the mouse was small, it was still meat. Catching it, skinning it, and roasting it could at least mitigate some of the loss. As the lid of the treasure chest swung open, a burst of white light erupted forth. In the next moment, a mouse, roughly the size of a palm, came into view. This mouse was petite, with a slender and agile tail that swayed gracefully. Its body was cloaked in a layer of blue fur, each hair shimmering with a faint ethereal glow, almost dreamlike. Its eyes sparkled like stars, radiant and dazzling. In those tiny orbs seemed to dwell boundless wisdom and vitality. As it surveyed its surroundings, its gaze reflected both curiosity and vigilance. What kind of mouse is this? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. This mouse was evidently unlike any ordinary rodent. What breed could it possibly belong to? Just as Han Feng prepared to use his insight ability for further examination, the blue mouse suddenly dashed forward, crashing headfirst into the wall of the thatched cottage. With a resounding thud, a hole was created in the wall, and the little mouse darted through the opening. Ah! The thatched cottage cried out in despair. What the? Han Feng was momentarily stunned before swiftly bolting out of the cottage, his eyes scanning the scene. He saw the little mouse transform into a streak of lightning, already nearing the wooden fence, a mere step away from escaping its sanctuary. Still hoping to flee? Han Feng scoffed lightly and unleashed his spatial binding ability. The blue mouse sensed an ominous aura enveloping it. Before it could react, it found itself firmly ensnared by an invisible force. Squeak. The little blue mouse was enveloped in terror, struggling desperately. However, under the weight of an invisible force, it was utterly immobilized. Come back, Han Feng commanded with a cold whistle. In an instant, the little blue mouse soared into the air, gradually descending towards Han Feng. With a swift motion, he seized the little creature, observing it with a hint of intrigue, and smirked. Why have you stopped running? Human, release me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness. The little blue mouse retorted angrily. Quite feisty, aren't you? I shall not let go. What can you do about it? A playful smirk danced upon Han Feng's lips. This is your doing. The little blue mouse growled lowly, and suddenly, a surge of electricity erupted around its body. Chapter 51. The blue electric mouse. In an instant, Han Feng felt as though he had been struck by a jolt of 380 volts, his entire body shuddering violently. A plume of white smoke rising from his palm. The hand that had grasped the blue mouse went numb, as if it had lost all sensation, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. Seizing the opportunity, the blue electric mouse broke free from Han Feng's grip and darted towards the sanctuary's exit. Damn it! Regaining his composure, Han Feng unleashed his spatial binding talent once more, capturing the blue electric mouse again. Given the mouse's ability to emit electricity, he refrained from directly grasping it with his bare hands this time. Instead, he employed a wooden stick, firmly pinning the blue mouse to the ground. Wood does not conduct electricity, so even if the mouse continued to discharge its electric charge, he had no cause for concern. Having completed this task, Han Feng glanced down at his palm. To his dismay, his right hand was charred, still devoid of feeling. A chill ran through him as he inhaled sharply, a trace of lingering anxiety crossing his face. Thankfully, he had advanced to level 4, significantly enhancing his defenses. Had he still been at level 1? A single shock could have rendered his entire right hand useless. Even with healing abilities, recovery would not have been guaranteed. You'll pay for this later. Han Feng cast a fierce glare at the blue electric mouse before invoking his healing talent. A milky glow emanated from his fingertips, flowing into his injured palm. In a short while, his hand returned to its former state. With the healing complete, it was time to deal with the blue electric mouse. However, he needed to ascertain its true nature first. Fixing his gaze upon the blue electric mouse, Han Feng discreetly employed his insight talent. Target, blue electric mouse. Level 1. Experience, 0. Physical attributes, strength, 5 agility, 15 defense, 10 mental power, 102. Talents, digging, lightning. My goodness. After perusing the information, Han Feng was taken aback. The blue electric mouse was no ordinary creature. It possessed 2 talents. The digging talent was unremarkable. Any mouse could dig. However, the lightning talent was indeed remarkable. Initially, Han Feng had intended to dispatch the blue electric mouse for a roasted meal, but upon discovering its lightning talent, he reconsidered. If he could capture the blue electric mouse as a spirit pet and nurture it properly, it would undoubtedly become a formidable ally. The crucial question remained: how could he capture it as a spirit pet? Contemplating this, Han Feng opened the regional chat channel and sent a message. Brothers, do any of you know how to tame a spirit pet? Jiang Feng replied, while we are still struggling for basic sustenance, you're already thinking of taming spirit pets? Are we even part of the same survival group? Why are you so exceptional? Zhang Xing chimed in. Han Feng, what have you caught? Han Feng responded, a little mouse. Xin Chang scoffed. I thought you had captured something impressive. Turns out it's just a little mouse. Han Feng retorted, this little mouse is actually quite powerful. Wu Dehai added, no matter how strong, it's still just a mouse. One shovel could easily crush it. Su Lin, Han Feng, why do you keep a mouse as a spirit pet? Han Feng, because I like it. Lu Chushuang, your taste is rather peculiar. Han Feng, what concern is it of yours? I will raise whatever I wish, and you need not worry about it. Just mind your own business. Lu Chushuang. Han Feng has truly grown more arrogant. When the opportunity arises, I shall give him a proper lesson. Han Feng, do you all even know how to tame a spirit pet? Su Lin, there are two methods to tame a spirit pet. The first is to use a spirit pet potion, and the second is to subdue it through force. Han Feng, where can I obtain the spirit pet potion? Su Lin, it can be procured from treasure chests or has a certain probability of dropping from hunted beasts. Han Feng, how do you know so much? Su Lin, there are guides on the World Channel regarding spirit pet taming. I saw it there. Han Feng, how can one determine if the taming was successful? Su Lin, if successful, a prompt will appear in your mind. Han Feng, understood, thank you. With that, Han Feng closed the chat group and glanced at the blue electric mouse, softly saying, little mouse, would you be willing to be my spirit pet? It would be ideal if the blue electric mouse consented. Otherwise, he would have to resort to the second method. The blue electric mouse hesitated for a moment before nodding, saying, I am willing to be your spirit pet, just let me go quickly. Was it really that simple to tame it? Han Feng was quite taken aback. Of course, he would not release the blue electric mouse until he was certain. After waiting a few seconds without receiving a prompt, Han Feng's gaze sharpened. The absence of a prompt indicated that the blue electric mouse was not sincere and had not chosen to submit. Thus, there was no need for him to be polite. Han Feng raised his foot and delivered a series of brutal kicks. The blue electric mouse was kicked mercilessly, crying out in agony. The onlookers were astonished by his brutality. After delivering 4 or 5 kicks, Han Feng finally ceased his assault and fixed a cold, unyielding stare on the blue electric mouse. His voice icy as he asked, little mouse, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Will you submit to me? The blue electric mouse gritted its teeth, flames of fury burning in its eyes, retaliating fiercely. Human, you shall not succeed. Even if I die, I will never yield to you. Such spirit, such tenacity, I relish breaking a stubborn will like yours. Han Feng grinned, his smile devoid of warmth, instead evoking a sense of dread. Seeing this, the blue electric mouse felt a chill creeping into its heart, its body trembling involuntarily. Han Feng opened a spatial bag, retrieving a turtle shell and pouring several bottles of pure water into it. Then, he picked up 2 wooden sticks to pin the blue electric mouse down and mercilessly forced it into the turtle shell. Gurgle, gurgle. A flurry of bubbles rose in the water, as if exhaled by the struggling blue electric mouse. Its limbs thrashed helplessly, appearing to be on the verge of drowning. Suffering immensely. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Watching the blue electric mouse in anguish, Han Feng felt no pity. Instead, his face was cold and unyielding. He was truly ruthless. A chill swept through the wooden fence. Suddenly, the bubbles within the turtle shell began to diminish. This development indicated that the blue electric mouse could no longer endure. Han Feng swiftly extracted the blue electric mouse. His intention was merely to torment the creature into submission, never contemplating its demise. Gasping for breath, the blue electric mouse struggled. Yet, before it could catch its breath, Han Feng forcefully pressed it back into the turtle shell. After a while, he pulled it out again. At this moment, the blue electric mouse appeared hollow-eyed, displaying an expression of utter despair, tears nearly spilling from its eyes. Clearly, it was on the verge of breaking down under Han Feng's relentless torment. How do you feel, little mouse? Han Feng asked with a playful smile. Just kill me. The blue electric mouse replied, its voice choked with emotion. I shall not kill you. I will only continue to torment you. Han Feng retorted with a cold smirk. Chapter 52. Grandfather's son, are you unwell? I implore you, cease tormenting me. I acknowledge my mistakes, and am willing to submit to you. The blue electric mouse was so frightened that it wept. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Han Feng's mind. The blue electric mouse chooses to submit. Player Han Feng has captured a spirit pet. Splendid. Han Feng was overjoyed. Big brother, I have already submitted to you, so please spare me. The blue electric mouse sobbed. Han Feng released his grip, letting the blue electric mouse fall to the ground, and scoffed. Would it not have been better to submit sooner? Must you compel me to take action? How was I to know you were so ferocious? The blue electric mouse muttered softly. What did you say? Han Feng glared, his gaze imposing without anger. The blue electric mouse trembled and replied, Big brother, I am captivated by your formidable strength and charismatic presence. From now on, I shall faithfully follow you as your most sincere little mouse. Truly, such flattery. The wooden fence secretly scoffed. Now that is more like it. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction and beckoned, let us proceed inside. The blue electric mouse scampered eagerly after Han Feng into the thatched cottage. Han Feng, please help me heal. I feel as though I am dying of pain, the thatched cottage moaned. Moments ago, the wall had been breached by the blue electric mouse, leaving it in agony. Look at your lack of resilience. Han Feng scoffed, slowly approaching the hole, placing his hand upon it, and subsequently unleashing a healing talent. Soon, the breach in the wall was restored to its original state. Big brother, you can even repair the thatched cottage. How impressive. The blue electric mouse praised. Han Feng cast a sidelong glance at the blue electric mouse and instructed, time for sleep. The blue electric mouse inquired, Big brother, where shall I sleep? Han Feng casually remarked, is the floor not suitable for you? You sleep in the bed, and I will take the floor. Do you deem that appropriate? Is that not animal cruelty? I am, after all, your most loyal little mouse. You cannot treat me this way. The blue electric mouse expressed its discontent. Such a nuisance. Han Feng muttered softly, there is a grass stool in the corner. You may sleep there. Thank you, big brother, the blue electric mouse exclaimed, darting onto the grass stool. Curling up contentedly, Han Feng then reclined on the bed to rest, no longer burdened by concerns, as the great black wolf had been slain. Before long, Chu Feng fell into a deep slumber. As time passed slowly, dawn arrived. The morning sunlight poured into the sanctuary, infusing it with vibrant life. Big brother, it is dawn. Time to rise and relieve yourself, the engineer shouted. Han Feng rubbed his eyes and gradually sat up. Last night had been the most restful he had experienced since arriving on the island. Awakening refreshed, he lingered for a moment before rising and approaching the door, pushing it open with a flourish. A beam of sunlight greeted him, bathing his face in warmth. Han Feng blinked, greedily inhaling a breath of fresh air. Just as he was about to relieve himself, suddenly, the sun spoke up. Good morning, little fellow. Han Feng was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Usually, when I greet the sun, it completely ignores me, acting all haughty. What is different today? Why is it engaging with me? Han Feng cleared his throat. Is everything all right? Sun? The sun, in a fit of anger, retorted, can you even speak? You're the one who seems unwell. Puzzled, Han Feng remarked. I can't shake the feeling that you are different today, almost. Happy. The sun chuckled, I only have to work for 2 hours today. So of course I'm delighted. Han Feng was bewildered. Isn't it just dawn? You're clocking out already? Does this mean darkness will envelop everything afterward? What on earth is going on? Curiously, he asked, why are you finishing your shift so early today, son? The sun grinned. Soon, your Uncle Cloud will be on duty. And I want to be needed, allowing me to leave early. Uncle Cloud? Han Feng murmured, suddenly realizing, you mean it's going to rain today? And for the entire day? The sun confirmed, indeed. Understanding dawned upon Han Feng, who nodded and then returned to his thatched hut, stowing away his entrenching tool, machete, and magnifying glass into his spatial bag. He then called out to the blue electric mouse, little mouse. The blue electric mouse opened its eyes and swiftly darted to Han Feng's feet. Brother, what is your command? Han Feng instructed, I'm stepping out for a bit. Keep an eye on the house. Mission accomplished, replied the blue electric mouse. With no further words, Han Feng turned and walked outside the shelter. While the rain had yet to fall, he planned to head to the beach to dig for clams and perhaps find a couple of treasure chests. A few minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the seaside and greeted the large tree. Good morning, brother tree. Good morning. The tree quivered in response. Every time Han Feng visited, he either stripped its bark or broke off its limbs, making it feel as though it were in the presence of a demon. Seeing Han Feng made the tree uneasy. Why do I sense a hint of fear in you, brother tree? Han Feng chuckled lightly. I just woke up and am a bit dazed. It's not fear. The tree mumbled vaguely. Han Feng squinted, inspecting the tree from top to bottom, and remarked, "Your branches are lush and flourishing." The tree thought, with that tone. "He is not plotting against me again, is he?" Until next time, Han Feng waved and swiftly made his way to the beach, exclaiming, "Hello, little beach." The beach replied, "Human, you've arrived." Han Feng nodded. "Little beach, are there any clams today?" The beach responded, "Today, there are quite a few clams, at least 20. Han Feng's eyes brightened with excitement, and he promptly opened his spatial bag, retrieving his entrenching tool. Following the beach's guidance, he fervently began to dig. Upon reaching the 4th level, one's attributes experienced a remarkable enhancement, significantly accelerating the speed of excavation. In a short span of time, 22 clams were unearthed, yielding a rather bountiful harvest. Naturally, Han Feng was not one to rest on his laurels. He subsequently ventured to another stretch of beach. As he traversed a cluster of rocks, the figures of De Zhuang and Xiao Rou came into view. At that moment, they were engaged in breakfast, having just caught a sizable fish. "Good morning, both of you," Han Feng greeted with a smile as he approached. De Zhuang, visibly delighted to see him, extended a large claw, tearing off a piece of fish and offering it to Han Feng. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Join us. I'm not hungry." "You too enjoy," Han Feng replied, smacking his lips before inquiring, "Are there any treasure chests today?" Xiao Rou quickly responded, "We did spot a few, but they are guarded by a massive octopus, whose strength far exceeds ours, making us too timid to approach." Chapter 53. You think too highly of yourself. How many treasure chests are there? Han Feng inquired. Xiao Rou pondered for a moment and replied, "Approximately 5. "So many?" Han Feng's expression shifted. "If it were just 1 or 2 chests, it wouldn't be of much concern, but 5 changes the situation entirely. Where can we find that large octopus along with the 5 chests?" Han Feng asked discreetly. Xiao Rou pointed towards the surface of the sea, indicating, "Over there, amidst the reefs." Turning his gaze, Han Feng indeed spotted a cluster of rocks in the distance, situated over 50 meters from the beach. To reach those rocks, one would have to traverse 50 meters of water, fraught with hidden dangers. Han Feng was not inclined to take such risks. However, without approaching the reefs, how could he possibly acquire the treasure chests? After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. Generally, octopuses tend to favor bottles and jars as their dwelling places. Could he perhaps negotiate with the large octopus? Trading a bottle or a bucket for those 5 treasure chests might be feasible. Han Feng mused, finding this approach rather promising. Yet he currently lacked such items and would have to wait until he could procure them. Shortly thereafter, Han Feng began to wander along the shore, collecting some seaweed and laver, and spent some time digging for clams. After toiling for over an hour, he paused and addressed De Zhuang and Xiao Rou. "I shall return now. We shall meet tomorrow." "Han Feng, why are you leaving so early today?" De Zhuang queried. Previously, Han Feng would linger for at least half a day. Why the sudden departure within an hour? Han Feng replied nonchalantly, "It's about to rain. I need to hurry back and prepare." "Is it going to rain?" De Zhuang and Xiao Rou gazed up at the blazing sun, perplexed. "I'm leaving," Han Feng called out, turning to depart. Upon returning to the shelter, Han Feng emptied the water from the turtle shell and tossed the clams he had gathered into it. Just as he was preparing to have a bite to eat, the wooden fence suddenly alerted him. "Brother, 3 women are approaching." "What brings them here?" Han Feng murmured. Aside from Yuling Shan, Lu Chu Shuang, and Zhao Yunxi, there were no other women on the island. It must be these 3. Typically, Yuling Shan would come alone. Why were all 3 present this time? Without dwelling on it further, Han Feng stepped to the fence gate and awaited their arrival. Before long, the trio arrived at the fence. "Han Feng." Yuling Shan greeted him with a smile. Han Feng nodded slightly, allowing his gaze to drift over the 3 women as he discreetly activated his insight ability. Target, Yuling Shan. Region, Zone 10086. Level, 2. Experience, 10, 200. Physique, Strength, 610 Agility, 710 Defense, 510 Mental Power, 1210 Talent, Giant Strength. Target, Zhao Yunxi. Region, 10086. Level, 2. Experience, 20200. Constitution, Strength, 510, Agility, 710, Defense, 510. Spirit, 1510. Talent, Lightning. Target, Lu Chushuang. Region, 10086. Level, 2. Experience, 15200. Constitution, Strength, 1010, Agility, 2010, Defense, 1010, Spirit, 810. Talent, Combat. Upon reading the information of the three individuals, Han Feng was quite taken aback. He did not expect that Yu Lingshan and the others had all advanced to level 2 at such a remarkable pace. What are you staring at us for, Han Feng? Yu Lingshan inquired curiously. Nothing, just taking a look. Han Feng replied dismissively before asking, what brings you three to my sanctuary? We came to borrow something from you. Yu Lingshan murmured, appearing somewhat hesitant. Borrow what? Han Feng frowned. Toilet paper, Yu Lingshan whispered. Upon hearing that they had come to borrow tissue, Han Feng's eyes flickered momentarily. For free? Not for free. We will exchange it with the treasure chest. Zhao Yunqi offered a black treasure chest. Han Feng took it in hand and examined it with a light chuckle. I can lend it to you, but I have a minor request. What request? Lu Chushuang fixed her gaze on Han Feng. Han Feng rubbed his nose and replied casually, to use the restroom in my sanctuary. The sanctuary also had 3 corn plants that were eagerly awaiting nourishment, hence the necessity to keep them there. What? Zhao Yunqi and Lu Chushuang were momentarily stunned. Lu Chushuang huffed in indignation. Han Feng, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You can forget about it. I will not let you succeed. What intentions? Han Feng was slightly taken aback. He merely wished to provide some nourishment for the 3 corn plants. Could Lu Chushuang have misunderstood? With a scoff, Lu Chushuang accused. Are you trying to peep? Utter nonsense. Han Feng erupted in anger, declaring with righteous indignation, I, Chu Feng, am upright and honorable. How could I engage in such despicable acts? You are merely slandering me. Is that not your intention? Lu Chushuang's brows knitted slightly, observing Han Feng's furious demeanor. She felt he did not seem to be feigning. Could it be that she had truly misunderstood him? Han Feng disdainfully remarked, you are far too narcissistic. Placing yourself on a pedestal. You. Lu Chushuang's lips quivered in anger, her eyes glimmering with a chilling light. How dare Han Feng insult her? A gentleman can endure much, but there are limits. Today, she must teach Han Feng a lesson. Han Feng, I have tolerated you for long enough. You have forced my hand. Lu Chushuang growled through clenched teeth. Han Feng shrugged dismissively. You can slander me, but I cannot retaliate. You are quite domineering. Furthermore, let me warn you, I too have my temper. Should you continue to speak disrespectfully in my presence, do not blame me for being unkind. Lu Chushuang has already ascended to level 2 and awakened his martial talents, undeniably formidable. Yet, before him, he pales in comparison. He has now reached level 4 and possesses spatial abilities, effortlessly dominating Lu Chushuang. Yu Lingshan and Zhao Yunqi were left in stunned silence. When did Han Feng become so powerful? He is merely a physician, devoid of any combat prowess. What audacity does he possess to threaten Lu Chushuang? Lu Chushuang paused momentarily, his gaze suddenly turning icy. Han Feng, are you implying that you wish to confront me? Chapter 54. The Scoundrel, I will end you if you insist on being humiliated. I wouldn't mind imparting you a lesson, Han Feng remarked with a playful smile. Zhao Yunqi and Yu Lingshan were taken aback. They had initially believed that Han Feng was merely boasting for the sake of pride. Little did they expect he was serious. Yu Lingshan desperately gestured to Han Feng, urging, don't act impulsively. You are no match for Lu Chushuang. How could you know without even trying? Han Feng chuckled lightly, his expression serene, seemingly dismissing Lu Chushuang entirely. To my surprise, you possess some spirit. Very well, I shall indulge your request today, Lu Chushuang replied with a sinister smile. She had long found Han Feng displeasing and saw this as an opportune moment to settle the score. Lu Chushuang, let us just spar, no lethal moves, please. Zhao Yunqi cautioned. Lu Chushuang awakened a talent for combat, her close quarters prowess exceedingly formidable. If she lost control, she could easily inflict serious harm on Han Feng. Rest assured. I shall merely broaden his horizons without causing him any injury, Lu Chushuang said coldly. Then let us begin. Han Feng beckoned with a finger, making a provocative gesture. Seeking death. Lu Chushuang seemed incensed, her foot striking the ground as she instantaneously appeared before Han Feng, swiftly reaching out to seize his throat in an attempt to bring him down. Han Feng snorted softly, swiftly countering by gripping Lu Chushuang's wrist with force. Lu Chushuang's expression shifted as she felt an immense power constricting her wrist, an unexpected pain surging through her. What is happening? Why is Han Feng so strong? In her moment of bewilderment, Han Feng yanked her wrist forcefully. Lu Chushuang, caught off guard, was hurled away. With a resounding crash, she was sent flying 3 meters, landing heavily on the ground. Zhao Yunqi and Yu Lingshan were stunned. Did Han Feng just defeat Lu Chushuang? And without breaking a sweat? This was simply outrageous. You, a mere waste, think you can teach me a lesson? Do you possess the strength for that? Han Feng surveyed Lu Chushuang with cruel derision. Infuriated, Lu Chushuang felt she might explode. In a swift motion, she sprang to her feet and charged toward Han Feng once more. As she approached, she leaped, swinging her long leg toward Han Feng's face. This strike was devastatingly fierce, even stirring the air to produce a chilling whistle. Most would retreat in the face of such an assault, but Han Feng stood resolute, unwavering, his gaze steadfast, as though he held complete mastery over the situation. As Lu Chushuang's long leg swept toward him, Han Feng swiftly extended his arms to shield himself. Bang! Her thigh collided with his arms, producing a dull thud. Han Feng staggered slightly, but quickly regained his composure, then wrapped his arms around Lu Chushuang's leg. A mixture of shame and fury washed over Lu Chushuang's face as she screamed, "Let me go." Being held by Han Feng's thigh was undeniably humiliating. No problem. Han Feng chuckled, gripping tightly and suddenly exerting his strength, sending Lu Chushuang crashing to the ground, then pouncing upon her like a ravenous tiger. Before Lu Chushuang could rise, Han Feng had already pinned her down. At that moment, their bodies were pressed closely together, their gazes locking in a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Chushuang was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in fury, "Perverted scoundrel, I will beat you to death." With that, she wildly swung her fists at Han Feng. However, before she could land a few blows, her wrists were seized by Chu Feng. "Behave yourself." Han Feng let out a light snort, suddenly exerting force, pinning Lu Chushuang's arms above her head. "You bastard! Let me go?" Lu Chushuang was on the verge of tears, struggling desperately. Yet, under Han Feng's grip, all her efforts were in vain. Zhao Yunxi and Yu Lingshan were utterly bewildered. How could Lu Chushuang, possessing a talent for combat, be so easily subdued by Han Feng? This was truly incredible. How could Han Feng be so powerful? "Sister Zhao, please help Lu Chushuang," Yu Lingshan urged anxiously. Zhao Yunxi regained her composure and shouted at Han Feng, "Han Feng, let Lu Chushuang go." Han Feng abruptly turned to face Zhao Yunxi, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Zhao Yunxi's expression changed drastically, and she fell silent. Han Feng's gaze was sharp as a knife, filled with menace. The instant she met his eyes, an inexplicable pang of trepidation surged within her. "Han Feng, you must release Lu Chushuang. If this continues, you might crush her," Yu Lingshan said weakly. "Rest assured, I won't crush her," Han Feng replied with a smile, then turned his attention back to Lu Chushuang, his eyes icy. "Lu Chushuang, do you submit?" Lu Chushuang clenched her teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury, remaining silent. "It seems you still refuse to submit," Han Feng sighed lightly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he leaned closer to Lu Chushuang's ear and whispered, "If you don't submit, I'll intensify things later." A look of dread washed over Lu Chushuang's face, humiliation causing tears to well in her eyes as she trembled and said, "I submit. Consider this a minor punishment for today. Remember, never provoke me again." Han Feng issued a warning before standing up. Yu Lingshan rushed forward, pulling Lu Chushuang up and asking with concern, "Lu Chushuang, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lu Chushuang muttered through gritted teeth, stealing a glance at Han Feng, her heart swirling with complicated emotions. "Han Feng, what level are you now?" Zhao Yunxi inquired curiously. Han Feng's effortless domination over Lu Chushuang indicated that his level was undoubtedly higher than hers. "Level 4, Han Feng replied calmly. "You've been promoted to level 4? Zhao Yunxi and the others were left stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. It was known that Han Feng had awakened to healing talent, which in their eyes rendered him a weakling. How could such a weakling ascend so rapidly? In comparison, did that not make the three of them appear utterly useless? It's just level 4. After all, what is there to be so astonished about? Han Feng raised an eyebrow, then shifted the conversation, saying, "Let us return to the matter at hand. Will you agree to my request? If you consent, I shall provide you with some tissue. If not, you may take back your treasure and depart from this place." Chapter 55. A promising future. Zhao Yunxi exchanged glances with the other two, momentarily uncertain about their decision. "You must make a choice swiftly. Rain is imminent," Han Feng urged. "Rain?" Zhao Yunxi and the others looked at each other in disbelief. With such a brilliant sun hanging in the sky, how could it possibly rain? Nevertheless, pondering the likelihood of rain was not the priority. They needed to reach a decision without delay. After deliberation, the trio finally agreed. "Just a moment." Han Feng exclaimed joyfully as he dashed into the thatched cottage, carelessly tossing a treasure chest onto the ground before returning with a roll of toilet paper, distributing pieces to Yu Lingshan. He then opened the fence gate, gesturing for the three to enter. Upon stepping into the yard, Zhao Yunxi and Lu Chushuang were astonished by the sight of cucumbers, tomatoes, and corn flourishing in the garden. The plants thrived remarkably, far surpassing their own garden. Lu Chushuang gazed hungrily at the plump red tomatoes, saliva pooling in her mouth, wishing to pluck one immediately for a taste. However, remembering that everything here belonged to Han Feng, she ultimately restrained herself. Han Feng cast a glance at the trio before retreating into the thatched cottage. Fixating on the black iron treasure chest before him. Softly, he inquired, "Little treasure chest, what do you contain within?" The treasure chest responded, "Open it, and see for yourself." "I fear it may hold dangerous items," Han Feng replied. "There are no hazardous materials inside," the chest assured. "Then you might as well tell me what it is." Han Feng pressed. "Beg me." Han Feng's expression darkened. "You are pushing your luck. As a treasure chest, I possess dignity too. You insult me, and I shall remain silent." A wicked smile crept across Han Feng's lips. "You seem unaware of the extent of my ruthlessness. Your brethren, just as arrogant as you, eventually fell under my control. Do you truly believe you can maintain your composure before me? You are courting disaster." The chest, seemingly intimidated by Han Feng's words, hastily replied, "Do not act rashly." "I was merely jesting." Han Feng scoffed, "Enough of your nonsense. What do you contain?" "A roll of toilet paper." Han Feng's eyes brightened instantly. This item was indeed a coveted commodity, useful to everyone. He swiftly lifted the lid of the treasure chest, revealing the roll of toilet paper before him. Time passed, and 10 minutes had slipped by. Growing impatient, Han Feng called out, "Zhao Yunxi, are you ready yet?" Silence enveloped the yard, and no one responded. "They haven't left." "Have they?" Han Feng muttered, furrowing his brow. "They've stealthily slipped away," the thatched cottage suddenly interjected. "How rude." "Not even a word of farewell," Han Feng grumbled. Pushing the door open and allowing his gaze to settle on a stalk of corn, discreetly activating his insight ability. Target, corn level, 1 evolution degree, 35 attack power, 0 defense, 1 spirit power, 10 talent. Unawakened not bad, he mused. Upon reviewing the information, Han Feng nodded slightly. The evolution degree of the 3 corn plants had reached 35. Soon, they would ascend to level 2, thus yielding for combat-ready corn plants. The overall strength of the shelter would undoubtedly elevate to a new tier. The future appeared promising. Shortly thereafter, as Han Feng gathered some twigs and straw to prepare a meal, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if day had abruptly transformed into night. At that moment, the previously clear sky became shrouded with thick clouds, intermittently rumbling with thunder, while fierce winds began to howl, signaling an impending downpour. Han Feng recalled that the sun had mentioned it would rain for a day. Evidently, it had not deceived him. With the rain imminent, cooking was no longer feasible. He swiftly returned to the thatched hut. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Yuling Shan and her companions returned to the shelter, the clouds enveloped the horizon, casting the entire world into sudden gloom. Almost immediately, a deep rumble of thunder erupted above, as if the heavens were about to tear apart. In the next moment, torrential raindrops fell from the sky, striking the roof with a cacophony of sound. The trio hurriedly sought refuge within the shelter, glancing at the curtain of rain outside, feeling a twinge of relief. Fortunately, they had returned in time. Otherwise, they would have been drenched by the unexpected deluge. The rain intensified, enveloping the entire realm in a hazy mist. The scenery in the distance became indistinct, obscured by a blanket of white rain fog. Suddenly, Yuling Shan had a thought. Exclaiming softly, "What is the matter?" Zhao Yunxi inquired with curiosity. Yuling Shan murmured, "Earlier, Han Feng mentioned it would rain, and indeed it has." "How did he know?" "Indeed, how could he have known?" Zhao Yunxi pondered, momentarily taken aback. Lu Chushuang dismissed the notion, asserting it was merely a stroke of luck. "Can mere chance be so accurate?" Yuling Shan murmured, unconvinced by Lu Chushuang's conclusion. "Let us not dwell on that. We should hurry and find something to collect the rainwater," Zhao Yunxi urged. Chapter 56. The promotion of the thatched cottage. Han Feng stood by the window, gazing at the rain outside, his mood slightly melancholic. For the majority of survivors, rain was undoubtedly a blessing. However, for him, it was less than favorable. With the onset of rain, any sensible individual would collect rainwater for drinking. Additionally, the plants in the vegetable garden would flourish rapidly with the nourishing droplets. Soon, everyone would possess ample food and water. The days of profiting solely from clean water and sustenance would soon become a distant memory. Yet, this predicament was beyond Han Feng's control. He could only accept it with equanimity. Shortly thereafter, Han Feng opened his spatial pouch and retrieved a handful of walnuts. Calling out to the blue electric mouse, "Little mouse, it's time to eat." Due to the inability to start a fire, they could only indulge in simple fare. Upon hearing the announcement of a meal, the blue electric mouse's eyes sparkled with excitement as it darted to Han Feng's side, peering curiously at the walnuts before it. Brother, what are these? Walnuts, perfect for you, Han Feng replied nonchalantly. Why are they suitable for me? The blue electric mouse inquired, puzzled. Han Feng smiled slightly. These are brain food, considering you're somewhat lacking intellect. Aren't they just right for you? The blue electric mouse. Crack. At that moment, Han Feng smashed a walnut open with his entrenching tool, savoring its contents with delight. The blue electric mouse soon regained its composure, picked up a walnut, bit into it with ease, and began to relish the flavor. With just one bite, it was captivated by the taste of the walnut flesh, and soon began to consume one after another. While Han Feng had just finished 2, the blue electric mouse had devoured over 10. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Han Feng remarked, clicking his tongue. All right, brother, the blue electric mouse mumbled, its mouth never idle. In no time, a pile of walnuts had been completely consumed. Han Feng had eaten fewer than 10, while the blue electric mouse had polished off the rest. Staring at the scattered walnut shells, Han Feng was taken aback. Is this gluttony incarnate? Who can afford to feed such an appetite? The blue electric mouse wiped its mouth, looking at Han Feng with a lingering desire. Brother, are there any more walnuts? I'm still hungry. Still hungry? Han Feng was astonished. The blue electric mouse had just consumed over 50 walnuts. Could its stomach possibly hold more? Was it not afraid of bursting? With a sigh, Han Feng said meaningfully, That's enough. Eating too much is wasteful. There were only a little over 100 walnuts in total. You could not allow the blue electric mouse to squander them. You just said my intellect is low, so I need to eat more walnuts to supplement it. The blue electric mouse replied earnestly. Han Feng. This response left him momentarily speechless. After a moment's thought, he said seriously, Indeed, walnuts can enhance brain function, but moderation is key. Overindulgence can lead to problems. The blue electric mouse proposed, I'll have just one more. Very well. Han Feng nodded slightly, then retrieved 2 walnuts from his spatial ring, one for himself and one for the blue electric mouse. The mouse quickly devoured its walnut in just a few bites, after which it sprawled comfortably on the grass bench to rest. Han Feng approached the window and gazed outside. The rain continued to pour incessantly, not relenting but rather intensifying. The turtle shell and dozens of plastic water bottles in the yard were nearly full. After a brief glance, Han Feng withdrew his gaze, laid down on the grass bed, and opened the regional chat group. Sudama, brothers, it's raining. This is wonderful. We need not worry about water sources for the time being. Su Lin, can rainwater be consumed? Chen Chong, generally, it shouldn't pose a problem, but bacteria could be present. For safety's sake, it's best to boil it before drinking. Su Lin, I don't have a kettle or any means to start a fire, so how can I boil water? Jiang Feng, actually, it's not that complicated. You can filter it and drink it directly. Su Lin, there are no guides on this in the World Channel. How do we filter it? Jiang Feng, it's quite simple. Just create a filtering device. Zhang Sheng, could you elaborate a bit more? Please explain the steps in detail. Jiang Feng, take a sock. Fill it with sand, tie it to the bottle's mouth, and let the water flow slowly out of the bottle. That's the filtration done. Su Lin, filtering with a sock? That's gross. Jiang Feng, it may be unpleasant, but it's safer than drinking it straight. Wu Dahai, just asking, what if we don't have a sock? Yang Shuyang, didn't you wear socks when you came? Wu Dahai, I did, but I ended up using them for other purposes. Yang Shuyang, Peng Yu, you could solve this with your fingers, yet you insist on using a sock. What a waste. Jiang Feng, if you lack a sock, you can use your underwear. Everyone, underwear for filtering? Is this drinking water or urine? Li Qingguang, everyone, we have a pressing issue. Do you have anything to collect rainwater? Without a means to collect it, how can we even discuss filtering? Wu Dahai, my shelter has nothing left except for 3 empty plastic bottles. I have nothing to collect rainwater. Peng Yu, I'm in the same situation. Taunamuki Kana, you could dig a pit and line it with a plastic bag or leaves. That should help collect some rainwater. Sudamo, surprisingly. That's a good idea. Ping Yu, Sister Tao, you're truly clever. I appreciate you. Chin Chong, brothers, enough talk. I'm off to dig a pit. Wu Dahai, Han Feng, are you there? Han Feng, yes, what is up? Wu Dahai, I've harvested another 50 pounds of thatch. Do you want it? Han Feng's eyes lit up. Of course I do. Wu Dahai, what can you offer in exchange? Han Feng, I can give you a large conch. Wu Dahai, is it cooked? Han Feng, no. Wu Dahai, it's impossible to start a fire in this rain. Can you offer something else? Han Feng pondered for a moment and replied, I have nothing else. How about 10 walnuts? Wu Dehai deal. Sudomao. Han Feng. What do you keep collecting thatch for? Han Feng. To start a fire and cook. Sudomao. Yet, have you not collected an excessive amount? Is it truly all utilizable? Han Feng. A surplus is of no concern. It is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Furthermore, should you manage to harvest thatch, feel free to approach me for a transaction. The purpose of gathering thatch is not merely for kindling, but rather to facilitate the upgrading of the thatched cottage. Naturally, this is a secret I shall not divulge to others. Subsequently, Han Feng and Wu Dehin made their way to the trading hall, successfully completing their transaction. Little thatched cottage. It's time to dine, Han Feng announced. The evolution level of the thatched cottage had reached 70. If it were to consume an additional 50 pounds of thatch, it would be poised for a promotion to level 2. More thatch to consume? The thatched cottage was filled with exuberance, eagerly opening its mouth wide. Han Feng then accessed the trading hall's repository, unceremoniously shoving all the stored thatch into the cottage's eager maw. Once the thatched cottage had finished its meal, Han Feng discreetly activated his insight talent to observe. Target, thatched cottage. Level 2. Evolution progress, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense, 15-15. Mental power, 20. Talents, crafting, morphing. Chapter 57. The treasure that accelerates plant growth. Finally, I have ascended to level 2. It was no easy feat. Han Feng sighed in contemplation and turned to the thatched cottage, inquiring, Little cottage, you too have reached level 2, yet you seem entirely unfazed. Why is that? The thatched cottage replied with calm composure, I am not like the little fence, who flaunts every minor achievement. I harbor aspirations. My dream is to become the most powerful thatched cottage in the entire universe. Ambitious, Han Feng exclaimed in admiration. The thatched cottage chuckled, of course. I primarily rely on you. Only with your assistance can I aspire to attain the highest level. The implication was clear. Han Feng should gather more thatch. As a comrade, I will certainly assist you, Han Feng responded with a light chuckle. Thank you, Han Feng, the thatched cottage expressed with gratitude. At that moment, the engineer's shovel began to voice its concerns. Brother, both the little cottage and the little fence have leveled up. What about me? When will I get my turn? Han Feng replied nonchalantly, do not rush, one at a time. Once the great machete completes its upgrade, you will be next. All right, the engineer's shovel conceded. Han Feng chose not to elaborate further, lying back on the grassy bed and opening the trading hall. With nothing else to occupy his time, he thought it prudent to peruse the trading hall. Perhaps he might stumble upon something intriguing. Li Liang is selling a bottle of Indian oil in exchange for a bottle of beer. Wu Qianlian is selling a lipstick in exchange for food. Qin Chuan is selling 2 one-pound sweet potatoes in exchange for 2 tomatoes. Upon seeing this notification, Han Feng hesitated momentarily before reaching out to the seller. Hey there, where did your sweet potatoes come from? Qin Chuan replied, of course, I grew them myself. Han Feng was slightly taken aback. Aren't your seeds tomatoes, cucumbers, and corn? Qin Chuan clarified, the seeds distributed to each survivor are not necessarily the same. My seeds consist of peanuts, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Realizing the implications, Han Feng inquired, I have cucumbers in addition to tomatoes. Would you be willing to trade your peanuts and potatoes for them? Qin Chuan responded, so far, only one sweet potato has matured. The others have just sprouted. Let's discuss it once they are ready. Understood, Han Feng replied. Do you want the sweet potato? If so, let us head to the trading hall, Qin Chuan suggested. Yes, Han Feng affirmed. Sweet potatoes can be consumed boiled, roasted, or even raw. As dinner was not yet sorted, it would be prudent to have a sweet potato to tide him over. Subsequently, the two made their way to the trading hall. Han Feng successfully exchanged 2 tomatoes for 2 sweet potatoes. Afterward, he resumed browsing other trading information. After perusing for several minutes without encountering anything of value, he closed the trading hall and opened the regional chat group. Wu Dezai, brothers, have any of you found a spirit pearl? Sudomao, what is that? Wu Dezai, it is a lustrous, translucent pearl, akin to a gem. I just found one outside. It seems to have been brought down by the rain. Chinchong, what purpose does it serve? Is it merely decorative? Wu Dezai, you might find it hard to believe, but the spirit pearl is truly remarkable. I just placed the one I found on a pumpkin. Guess what happened next? Zhangxing eagerly inquired. What happened? Please do not keep us in suspense. Just tell us quickly. Wu Dehai responded, the spirit pearl possesses the ability to accelerate plant growth. As soon as I placed it, it was instantly absorbed by the pumpkin seedling. Within mere seconds, the seedling surged in growth, yielding a massive pumpkin weighing over 100 pounds. The crowd exclaimed, "No way. Is that for real? If so, gathering a few spirit pearls would mean the crops in our fields would mature instantly." With this thought, excitement rippled through everyone. Wu Dahai affirmed, "It's true. I wouldn't deceive you." Su Lin asked, "Where did you find it?" Wu Dahai replied, "Right in the yard." Peng Yu remarked, "I looked around and didn't find any spirit pearls." Li Qingwang added, "There are none in my shelter's yard either." Wu Dahai shrugged, "I'm not sure. Perhaps they're in another location, or maybe your island doesn't have any." Jiang Feng asserted, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must not let this opportunity slip away. I propose we venture out to search." Su Lin countered, "But it's pouring rain outside. What if we catch a cold? There is no hospital here. Nor can we buy cold medicine." Jiang Feng acknowledged, "Su Lin makes a valid point. Let us wait until the rain subsides." Yang Shuliang queried, "When will it stop?" Peng Yu estimated, "It should be over in a few hours. It can't rain all day, can it?" At this juncture, Han Feng quietly exited the chat group. While others remained oblivious, he understood all too well that the rain would persist until nightfall, rendering any search for spirit pearls nearly impossible in the pitch-black darkness. Given the unique properties of the spirit pearls, acquiring them was imperative. Thus, he resolved to act promptly. Han Feng rose and approached the window. Outside, the scene was dim and dreary, with torrential rain cascading down, each drop splattering against the ground and creating ripples. He scanned the surroundings and inquired of the thatched cottage. "Have you discovered anything resembling pearls?" The thatched cottage replied, "No." Han Feng then turned to the combat corn and wooden fence, asking, "What about you? Have you found anything?" The combat corn responded, "No." The wooden fence echoed, "I haven't seen anything either." Upon hearing this, Han Feng pondered, stroking his chin. The absence of sightings indicated that no spirit pearls had fallen within the shelter, necessitating a search elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng forcefully pushed open the door. The thatched cottage curiously asked, "Han Feng, where are you going? To relieve yourself?" Han Feng replied coolly, "I'm going out to find something." The thatched cottage cautioned, "Aren't you afraid of getting soaked in this heavy rain?" Han Feng sighed softly, "For the spirit pearls, I am undeterred by the downpour." The thatched cottage suggested, "How about I make you a hat? It would be better to wear one." Han Feng paused, "But you have no thatch left. How can you create a hat?" The thatched cottage explained, "Isn't there an extra straw stool? I can repurpose it to craft a hat." Surprised, Han Feng inquired, "You possess that capability?" However, he quickly realized a problem, "But it takes 4 hours to make a hat. That is too long. Perhaps it's best to forego it." Thatched cottage, "I have ascended to level 2, significantly enhancing my abilities, allowing me to craft a straw hat in no more than a few minutes. Let us commence." Han Feng picked up a straw stool and tossed it into the mouth of the thatched cottage. Nearly 3 minutes later, a brand new straw hat materialized before him. After donning it, Han Feng strode out of the cottage. Outside, the winds howled and the rain poured. Even with the hat, it offered little protection. Soon, Han Feng was drenched to the skin, a chilling sensation creeping into his heart. He clicked his tongue and, as always, embarked upon his quest for discovery. While others would certainly hesitate to venture out in such inclement weather, Han Feng remained unconcerned, for he possessed the gift of healing. Even if he were to catch a cold, a single application of his healing talent would restore him instantly. Chapter 58, The Acquisition of 2 Spirit Orbs. After securing the Spirit Orbs, Han Feng began his search in earnest. However, after more than an hour of searching, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the orbs. Standing beneath a towering tree, he trembled from the cold. Doubts began to plague his mind. Was there truly no fallen spirit orb on this island? It seemed improbable that after such an extensive search, none could be found. What should he do next? Continue to brave the rain in search of the elusive orbs, or abandon the quest altogether? As he pondered this, a sudden inspiration struck him. He gazed up at the brooding clouds above and smiled faintly. "Hello, Uncle Cloud." The clouds responded, "Call me brother." Taken aback for a moment, Han Feng replied, "Greetings, Brother Cloud." With a chuckle, the cloud inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Han Feng nodded and asked, "I wonder if you could inform me whether this island has any fallen spirit orbs?" "Indeed, 3 orbs have fallen," came the cloud's reply. Excitement surged within Han Feng. "Where might they be located? Why should I divulge that information to you?" The cloud retorted. Han Feng hesitated, his mind racing, before he boldly stated, "I am a close friend of the sun. For its sake, please share the information with me." The cloud expressed surprise. The sun is a rather aloof character. It hardly pays attention to anyone. Are you truly its friend? With conviction, Han Feng asserted, "Our bond is strong. We are almost brothers. If you doubt me, simply inquire with it." In truth, He had only exchanged a few words with the sun, and their relationship was tenuous at best. Nevertheless, he had to deceive the cloud to obtain the locations of the orbs. Seeing Han Feng's unwavering confidence, the cloud felt he might not be fabricating his story and conceded. For the sake of the sun, I shall tell you. 2 of the spirit orbs have fallen upon the beach, while the 3rd resides within a shelter. Thank you, Brother Cloud. Han Feng expressed his gratitude and swiftly dashed toward the beach. Before long, he reached the expansive sandy shore. In the distance, he spotted a large crab perched on a rock, gazing into the horizon, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching, Han Feng asked curiously, "De Zhuang, what are you doing?" "I am contemplating the meaning of life," De Zhuang replied before asking, "Han Feng, why are you out in such heavy rain?" "I came to search for something," Han Feng casually responded. "What are you looking for?" "I can assist you," De Zhuang offered. "I am searching for spirit orbs," Han Feng stated, his gaze scanning the surroundings. "What are spirit orbs?" De Zhuang inquired, puzzled. "I have never seen one myself, but I have heard they resemble pearls," Han Feng explained briefly. "Pearls?" De Zhuang murmured, and then suddenly remarked, "I recall 2 round orbs falling on the beach before. They looked quite similar to pearls. What happened to those 2 orbs?" Han Feng asked, excitement evident in his voice. "My wife took them," De Zhuang replied quickly. "De Zhuang, those orbs are of great importance to me. Please relinquish them, and I will trade you something valuable in return." Han Feng exclaimed eagerly, "You are our savior. Since it is of use to you, I shall simply give it to you." De Zhuang shouted towards the rocks below, "My dear, Han Feng is here and has something to discuss. Please come out quickly." Suddenly, the sand beneath the rocks began to stir. In the next moment, a large blue crab emerged, revealing itself to be Xiao Rou. "Han Feng." Xiao Rou greeted him warmly. Han Feng, filled with urgency, inquired, "De Zhuang mentioned you found 2 pearl-like objects. Where are they?" De Zhuang added, "Wife. Those 2 items are of great importance to Han Feng. Please hand them over to him." "Just a moment." Xiao Rou swiftly retreated into the cave and emerged, clutching 2 egg-sized pearls. "Han Feng, here they are." Unsure if they were indeed spirit pearls, Han Feng examined them closely. Suddenly, a message appeared in his mind. "Low grade with spirit pearl contains a small amount of wood essence when absorbed by plants. It significantly shortens the growth cycle and has a slight probability of inducing mutations, granting a new ability." Indeed, they were spirit pearls. Han Feng rejoiced, relieved that the 2 hours spent in the rain were worthwhile, as he finally obtained the spirit pearls. He then opened his spatial bag and presented a few walnuts to De Zhuang and Xiao Rou, recognizing that their assistance had been crucial in acquiring the pearls, and thus deserved a reward. "Han Feng, we are friends. You need not give us anything." De Zhuang humbly declined. "Take it without hesitation," Han Feng insisted, placing the walnuts on the rocks. "What is this? Is it tasty?" De Zhuang asked, intrigued, having never seen a walnut before. Han Feng chuckled, "This is a walnut. You must crack the shell to eat it. Not only is it delicious, but it is also excellent for brain nourishment, just perfect for you." De Zhuang, why do I feel like Han Feng is insulting me? "I'll be heading back now," Han Feng called as he turned to leave. A few minutes later, he returned to the shelter. Upon entering the thatched cottage, Han Feng promptly stripped off his clothing, leaving himself completely bare, even discarding his underwear, hanging it up to dry. With no outsiders around, he had no fear of being seen. After shedding his clothes, Han Feng utilized his healing ability. Bathed in a milky glow, the chilling sensation that had enveloped him dissipated instantly. He then sat on the grass bed, resting while contemplating. According to the Dark Cloud S information, 3 spirit pearls had fallen on the island. He already possessed 2, while the last one surely remained with Zhao Yunxi and her companions. That one would have to be abandoned, a regrettable circumstance indeed. After a few minutes of rest, Han Feng rose and approached the window, his gaze drifting towards the vegetable garden. The corn, having absorbed the wood essence from the spirit pearls, would undoubtedly level up. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that there were only 2 spirit pearls, while he had 3 corn plants. How should he allocate them? Han Feng pondered for a moment, and then inquired of the 3 corn plants, "Which of you desires to advance?" "We all wish to," replied the trio in unison. Han Feng furrowed his brow. "I possess 2 spirit beads that can swiftly assist you in your advancement, but I can only aid 2 of you. Discuss among yourselves who shall ascend first." He was uncertain how to make the decision, so he decided to leave the dilemma to the corn plants. "I am the 4th. Being the youngest, I shall allow my elder brothers to upgrade first," one of the corn plants stated. Han Feng was taken aback, as he initially assumed the corn plants would quarrel over the opportunity, yet they displayed such humility instead. Is there harmony among brothers? Han Feng turned to the fourth corn plant. You have relinquished your chance. What of your own progress? The fourth corn plant replied, It matters not. For I can thrive on the most meager sustenance, and will soon catch up to their pace. Chapter 59. The mutation of corn. Han Feng clicked his tongue, casting aside any hesitation as he placed a spiritual pearl upon the second corn plant. In an instant, the pearl vanished into the corn's husk. The next moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from the corn. Bathed in this luminescence, its stature soared, ultimately reaching a height of 2 meters, adorned with 3 substantial ears of corn. Visually, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the level 2 battle corn, yet it was distinctly azure in hue. Generally, corn appears green. What could have caused this transformation? Suddenly, Han Feng recalled that during the absorption of the spiritual pearl, there existed an infinitesimal chance of mutation. Could it be that this corn had mutated? What differences might arise from this transformation? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Han Feng swiftly activated his insight ability. Target: Frost corn level, 2 evolution degree, 0 attack power, 0 defense, 2 mental power, 20 talent. Frost corn bomb. Indeed, it had mutated. Han Feng was elated and turned to the corn, inquiring, Little corn, what abilities does your talent possess? The frost corn replied enthusiastically, When activated, I can blanket a 10-meter radius in frost, severely restricting the movement capabilities of any targets caught within this area. They will also endure continuous frost damage for a duration of 1 minute. Excellent. Han Feng nodded slightly. Although the frost corn's offensive capabilities might not rival those of the bomb corn, its formidable crowd control potential could prove invaluable in critical moments. With eager anticipation, Han Feng placed another spiritual pearl atop the second corn plant. Soon, the pearl melded into its form, and a radiant glow enveloped it as the second corn rapidly grew, transforming into a vibrant red corn plant, standing 2 meters tall. Han Feng scrutinized it closely before activating his insight ability once more. Target: Flame corn level, 2 evolution degree, 0 attack power, 0 defense, 2 mental power, 20 talent. Flame corn bomb. After reviewing the description, Han Feng calmly asked, Little corn, could you enlighten me about your talent? The flame corn responded, Upon release, I can create a fiery terrain encompassing a 10-meter radius, inflicting continuous burning damage on any target within, lasting for 1 minute. Splendid. Han Feng clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Both corn plants had ascended to level 2 and undergone mutations, bringing him immense joy. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the fourth corn plant. If he could assist it in leveling up, perhaps it too would experience a mutation. However, he had no spiritual pearls left in his possession. Yet, Zhao Yunxi and her companions still had one. Could he possibly exchange for it? With determination, he resolved to act. Regardless of the outcome, he would make the attempt. Han Feng then returned to his thatched cottage, donned his attire, and set off towards the refuge of Zhao Yunxi and the others. Moments later, they arrived at their destination. Han Feng did not enter directly but stood outside the fence, scanning the courtyard and noticing the absence of the spiritual orb. This indicated that the orb had already been collected by Zhao Yunxi and her companions. Zhao Yunxi, Han Feng called out towards the thatched cottage. With a creaking sound, the door opened, and Zhao Yunxi poked her head out. Upon seeing Han Feng standing outside the wooden fence, she was taken aback. Han Feng, in such heavy rain. What brings you to our shelter? I am here to propose a trade, Han Feng replied swiftly. Zhao Yunxi furrowed her brows. What kind of trade? Could you let me in to discuss? Han Feng shivered, his body chilled from the rain. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yunxi beckoned, Then come in. Han Feng opened the fence gate and hurried into the thatched cottage. Yu Lingshan and Lu Chushuang were also inside, equally astonished to see him. What do you wish to trade with us? Zhao Yunxi asked directly. Han Feng stated plainly, You must possess a spiritual orb, correct? Ah? Zhao Yunxi and the others were momentarily stunned. They indeed had collected a spiritual orb, but how did Han Feng know? Han Feng chuckled. Just a guess. He had learned this from the dark clouds and could not reveal that to Zhao Yunxi and her companions. Even if he did, they likely wouldn't believe him. Zhao Yunxi's eyes flickered. Are you looking to exchange for the orb? Yes, Han Feng nodded. Yu Lingshan chuckled lightly. Han Feng, you could have just sent a private message. Was it necessary to brave the rain? Han Feng replied awkwardly, I was too anxious and didn't think it through. The spiritual orb accelerates the growth of plants. We wouldn't trade it with you, Lu Chushuang stated coldly, still harboring resentment from the humiliation he had inflicted on her the previous day. Han Feng remained unfazed and calmly responded, Any item can be traded, It primarily depends on whether the offer is sufficient. Zhao Yunxi regarded him with keen interest. I might consider trading with you, but what can you offer? Clearing his throat, Han Feng began. Utilizing the spiritual orb can only hasten the growth of one plant, meaning you may obtain a few cucumbers, tomatoes, or corn at most. This may not be of significant aid to you. However, if you trade with me, I will provide you with 5 tomatoes, 5 cucumbers, and half a roll of toilet paper. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunxi and her companions exchanged glances. Cucumbers and tomatoes were not particularly noteworthy, but the half roll of toilet paper was undeniably enticing. With the toilet paper, they would no longer need to venture to Han Feng's shelter for that purpose, thus freeing themselves from his control. After a brief discussion, they ultimately consented to trade with Han Feng. Very well, I shall return first, and we will meet at the trading hall later to exchange items, Han Feng concluded, pushing open the door and dashing back into the torrential rain. As Han Feng's figure gradually faded from view, Lu Chushuang murmured to herself, "Is there something wrong with Han Feng? Is it truly worth exchanging such an abundance of items for a single spirit pearl? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive." Zhao Yunxi speculated. If there were no benefits to be gained, Han Feng undoubtedly would not engage in such a transaction. As for his true intentions, that remains a mystery. Meanwhile, Han Feng returned to the sanctuary, where he harvested 5 cucumbers and 5 tomatoes from the vegetable garden before entering the thatched cottage. He then accessed the game panel and reached out to Zhao Yunxi. "The items are ready. When shall we proceed with the exchange?" Zhao Yunxi replied, "We can do it now." Subsequently, the two made their way to the trading hall. Han Feng successfully exchanged 5 cucumbers, 5 tomatoes, and half a roll of toilet paper for a spirit pearl from Zhao Yunxi. Chapter 60. In the realm of naming, I possess considerable prowess. A smile involuntarily graced Han Feng's lips. With the spirit pearl in hand, the final corn plant could finally be elevated. Moreover, a transformation was possible. Subsequently, Han Feng stepped out of the thatched cottage and approached the 4th corn plant. Upon seeing the spirit pearl in Han Feng's grasp, the 4th corn plant became exhilarated. "Brother, is this pearl for me?" "Indeed," Han Feng replied with a subtle smile. "Oh brother, I adore you." The 4th corn plant exclaimed in excitement. "Such flattery should be reserved for special occasions," Han Feng remarked, clicking his tongue before placing the spirit pearl upon the 4th corn plant. As the pearl was absorbed, the 4th corn plant ascended to a height of 2 meters, its leaves transforming to a gray hue. This phenomenon indicated that the 4th corn plant had indeed upgraded and undergone a mutation. Han Feng discreetly activated his perception ability for observation. Target: Windblade corn level, 2 evolution progress, 0 attack power, 0 defense, 2 mental power, 20 talent. Windblade corn bomb. Having reviewed the information, Han Feng inquired, "Little corn, could you elaborate on your talent?" Windblade corn responded, "Upon activation, this corn creates a 10-meter radius of swirling wind blades, inflicting devastating damage upon targets for a duration of 1 minute. Impressive, my little corn." Han Feng expressed with admiration, calling the other 3 corn plants to his side. "What are your instructions, brother?" Ice Corn asked. Han Feng glanced at them, clearing his throat. "To facilitate your identification, I will be assigning each of you a name. Brother, please bestow upon me a melodious name," Windblade corn urged. A sly smile played upon Han Feng's lips as he declared, "I possess a remarkable skill in naming. I shall bestow upon you a name that is both profound and grand." The 4 corn plants eagerly awaited their new names. Han Feng first turned to Combat Corn and solemnly declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Little Bang." Combat Corn, is this truly profound and grand? Such poor taste. Han Feng then addressed Ice Corn, "You shall henceforth be called Little Ice." Ice Corn, At that moment, Flame Corn interjected, "Brother, shall I be named Little Fire?" Han Feng's eyes glimmered briefly before he chuckled, "Congratulations, you have guessed correctly." Flame Corn fell into silence. "Brother, you wouldn't be calling me Little Wind, would you?" Windblade Corn ventured cautiously. Han Feng shook his head. "That name is too common, lacking in your essence." Intrigued, Windblade Corn asked, "Then what shall my name be?" "You will be called Little Gray." Han Feng replied with a mischievous grin. Windblade Corn fell silent, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the name, yet refraining from voicing any dissent out of respect for Han Feng. "Are the names I have given you satisfactory?" Han Feng inquired with a smile. "They're acceptable," the 4 corn plants replied with feigned enthusiasm. "As long as you are content," Han Feng affirmed. Han Feng nodded and spoke loudly. "You have all been promoted to level 2, possessing commendable combat prowess. I will now assign you your tasks. The four cornstalks stood attentively before Han Feng, listening intently. From today onwards, you four will take turns guarding the shelter. Especially at night, you must remain vigilant. We cannot allow any enemies to breach our sanctuary. Is that understood? Han Feng's tone was somber. Understood. The four cornstalks responded in unison. Meeting adjourned. With a wave of his hand, Han Feng turned and entered the thatched hut. Just as he was about to rest, Blue Electric Mouse suddenly reminded him, "Brother, shouldn't we have lunch by now?" Han Feng turned to Blue Electric Mouse, his brow furrowing. "Did we not just eat walnuts? Are you hungry again? Several hours have passed. And besides, I wasn't full to begin with," Blue Electric Mouse muttered. "What a glutton." Han Feng sighed, then opened his spatial bag, retrieving 2 sweet potatoes and tossing one to Blue Electric Mouse. "This is what we will eat?" Blue Electric Mouse replied with a look of dissatisfaction. Han Feng's expression darkened. "Do you understand how dire our situation is? Many are still resorting to eating roots. Having a sweet potato is a blessing. Do not take your fortune for granted." Blue Electric Mouse fell silent, gnawing on the sweet potato. Han Feng ignored him, lying on the bed and opening the regional chat group. "Sudama, why hasn't the rain stopped? Is it going to pour all day?" "Wu Dahai, who cares? Let it rain. Isn't it delightful to sleep in the thatched hut?" "Sudamao, you found a spirit pearl and accelerated a plant's growth. So, of course, you can afford to relax. But we cannot. We have nothing to eat." "Wu Dahai, missing a meal won't kill us. We just need to hold on." "Jiang Feng, man is iron, rice is steel. I can't stand being hungry for even one meal." "Chen Chang, even if you can't stand it, you'll have to wait, with the rain so heavy outside. You can't go out." "Jiang Feng, sigh." "Li Qingguang, brothers, have you found any spirit pearls?" "Su Lin, no." "Zhang Sheng, you can't just say you'll find them." "In our 10086 district, perhaps only Wu Dahai found one. Who knows what kind of luck he had?" "Chen Chang, exactly. Why should Wu Dahai be the only one to find it? That's so unfair." "Wu Dahai, it might be related to luck." "Everyone." "Yang Shuiyang, I searched for over 2 hours and scoured the island, not even a trace." "Sudamao, did you search in the rain? How brave. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" "Yang Shuiyang, I was wearing a raincoat, so I wasn't too affected. The key issue is that I didn't find a spirit pearl, which is frustrating." "Do they really exist?" "Pingyu, I've heard from people in other districts that spirit pearls do exist. Wu Dahai wasn't lying to us." "Yang Shuiyang, then I'll go out and look again." "Zhang Shang, this guy is too dedicated." "Su Lin, let's put the spirit pearl discussion aside for now and focus on how to deal with the Great Black Wolf." "Jiang Feng, when we can't even get a meal, discussing the Great Black Wolf is pointless. We might as well await our demise." "Wu Dahai, you seek death, but we wish to live." "Jiang Feng, then do enlighten me. How does one deal with the Great Black Wolf?" "Wu Dahai, in truth, there exists a remarkably simple method to confront the Great Black Wolf. There is no need to slay it. Merely driving it away will suffice, and it shall never return." "Jiang Feng, what is this method?" "Wu Dahai, weren't you intending to lie flat and await death? Why inquire about this?" "Jiang Feng, if there truly exists a solution, I too would prefer not to perish." "Wu Dahai, plead with me, and I shall reveal it to you." "Jiang Feng, you, Brother Wu, I implore you. Please tell me." "Wu Dahai, the Great Black Wolf fears salt. By attacking it with salt, you can frighten it away." "Su Lin, are you certain this method is effective? Whom did you hear it from?" "Wu Dahai, it has circulated across the world channels. Many have verified it, and it is infallible. However, following this incident, the price of salt has skyrocketed, and acquiring it has become nearly impossible." At this juncture, Han Feng's mind began to race. He possessed 4 packets of salt. If he were to sell them, would he not amass a considerable fortune? Chapter 61. I have grasped your weakness, Jiang Feng. Brothers, does anyone have salt? Mikami Yua, let me borrow some. I will surely repay you well. Pengyu, how will you repay? Could you elaborate on the process? Qinchan, what part of the process do you not understand? Pengyu, being as pure as I am quite oblivious to it. Qinchan, can't you be a bit more honest? Haven't you seen the film she has starred in? Pengyu, with utmost seriousness, I appreciate it from an artistic perspective. My viewpoint differs from yours. Qinchan, huh? Mikami Yua, those who understand will naturally comprehend. For those who do not, words are futile. Pengyu, then I understand. Everyone. Li Qingguang, enough of this nonsense. Does anyone have salt? I will pay a premium. Su Damao, the survivors in our district are all destitute. They can barely secure their basic needs, let alone have salt. Su Lin, who says everyone is impoverished? Isn't Han Feng quite affluent? Upon hearing this, The crowd's expressions shifted. Han Feng had been engaging in transactions recently, and he might indeed possess salt. Su Lin, Han Feng, do you have salt? Han Feng, I do. Jiang Feng, good brother. Lend me some. Han Feng, I am quite pragmatic. I will not lend it without a trade. Jiang Feng, with a pained expression, but we can hardly afford food. What do we have to trade? Su Damao, Han Feng, it is fate that we find ourselves in the same survival zone. Please, show us some kindness and give us a bit. Qin Chong, just give me a little salt, and I will be eternally grateful to you. I will thank your ancestors for generations. Zhang Linlin, Han Feng, I will exchange my most precious possession with you. Ping Yu, what precious possession do you have? Zhang Linlin, those who understand will know. Everyone. Zhang Jing, aren't you being a bit excessive? Zhang Linlin, what matters most now is survival. If we cannot preserve our lives, what else is there to discuss? Motonuki Kana, Han Feng, I too can offer a precious item in exchange. Ping Yu, how thrilling. Lu Chushuang, you two are truly shameless. Zhang Linlin, you merely speak coldly. If you found yourself in such perilous circumstances, you would make the same choices as us. Lu Chushuang, I would never debase myself like that. As the atmosphere grew charged, Han Feng quickly interjected, ladies and gentlemen, I reiterate, trade with me using items, without goods. You shall not acquire even a grain of salt from me. Furthermore, do not attempt to seduce me. My character is steadfast, principled, and I disdain such sordid actions. Lu Chushuang, ha. Having interacted with Han Feng a few times over the past days, she found his actions to be anything but principled. How could he boast so shamelessly? Jiang Feng, but we truly have nothing. Han Feng, you may exchange wood, iron, ore, glass bottles, or even thatch. Every island has thatch. It should not pose much difficulty for you, right? Sudamao, Han Feng, what do you want those items for? Han Feng, the secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. Sudamao, Li Qingguang, Han Feng, I possess a large plastic barrel. May I trade it with you? Han Feng's eyes sparkled. Certainly. With this water barrel, I can engage in trades with the giant octopus for treasure chests, which is precisely what I urgently require at present. Li Qingguang hesitated. However, the barrel is filled with rainwater. If I use it for trading, I will have no water to drink. Han Feng, I will provide you with 10 bottles of purified water as an additional offer. Li Qingguang, deal. Han Feng, is there anyone else who wishes to trade with me? Jiang Feng, I would like to trade some straw. Han Feng, no problem. I will exchange 50 pounds of straw for a portion of salt. Li Qingguang, Han Feng, let us hasten to trade. Han Feng, I do not have much salt left. So it will be first come, first served. You all must act quickly. With that, he opened the trading hall and, using 10 bottles of purified water and a couple of ounces of salt, he acquired the plastic barrel from Li Qingguang. Very good. Han Feng nodded. Just about to close the game panel when the private message icon suddenly lit up. Upon discovering that the message was from Dilly-Reba, Han Feng was momentarily stunned. Was it the renowned star Dilly-Reba, or merely a namesake? After a brief pause, Han Feng swiftly replied, Who are you? Dilly-Reba, do not be perplexed. I am indeed the illustrious star Dilly-Reba, blessed with both beauty and wisdom. Han Feng was slightly taken aback. What business do you have with me? Dilly-Reba stated straightforwardly. I require some salt from you. Surely you would not refuse? Han Feng chuckled. Although you are a superstar, I am not a fan. It is impossible for you to obtain something for nothing from me. Dilly-Reba, to be frank, I intend to acquire it for free. And you have no choice but to comply. Han Feng laughed. What gives you such confidence? Do you believe that your celebrity status grants you superiority? Do not forget. We have traversed into a world of survival where your fame holds little sway. Dilly-Reba, have you considered that obtaining salt can actually be quite simple? The island is surrounded by seawater. Through the process of distillation, one can easily procure salt. If I were to disclose this information, do you think anyone would still trade with you? Han Feng, although he did not wish to concede. He could not deny that if Dilly-Reba were to disseminate this information, trading would become futile. Dilly-Reba, have you made your decision? Will you provide me with salt? Han Feng, momentarily dazed, responded, Since you possess a method to obtain salt, why do you seek it from me? Dilly-Reba, to acquire salt, one must venture to the seaside. The dangers of the coast are well known. A moment's carelessness can lead to injury or even loss of life. For safety's sake, it is far better to acquire it from you without cost. After all, I have grasped your weakness and have no fear of your refusal. Han Feng, I cannot shake the feeling that you are somewhat unscrupulous. Dilly-Reba, likewise. Han Feng clicked his tongue. I agree to provide you with salt. How much do you desire? Diliriba, 1 pound. Han Feng furrowed his brow. A mere couple of ounces is sufficient to fend off the great black wolf. Do you not consider such a quantity wasteful? Diliriba, the surplus can be kept for personal use or exchanged. Not a morsel will be wasted. Han Feng gritted his teeth. You truly have a clever scheme. Diliriba, let us not squander any more time. Let us proceed to the trading hall. Han Feng cautioned. One must uphold integrity. Having provided you with valuable information, it is imperative that you do not divulge it. Diliriba, rest assured, I have never deceived anyone. Upon hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony, for he often employed such tactics to mislead others. Could it be that Diliriba too engages in such games? Chapter 62. The Revenge of the Red Pine Crabs. In a moment of distraction, Han Feng opened the trading hall. Given the current circumstances, he had little choice. If he did not acquiesce to Di Lihua's demands, any thoughts of trading would be futile. Subsequently, Han Feng exchanged a pound of salt with Di Lihua for a straw. Han Feng, may our cooperation be pleasant, Di Lihua declared. Han Feng remained silent and promptly closed the private message. While Di Lihua was indeed pleased, he himself felt anything but joyous. The notion of trading a pound of salt for merely a straw was disheartening. Yet, upon reflection, although he had lost a pound of salt, it was not entirely a disastrous situation. By distilling seawater, he could procure ample salt, thus enabling further trading opportunities. However, time was of the essence. If he could conceive such a method, so could others. Once everyone possessed salt, who would trade with him? With this thought in mind, Han Feng resolutely decided to commence salt production the following day, aiming to gather a good 100 or 80 pounds. Shortly thereafter, as he was preparing to rest, the sound of the wooden fence creaked outside. Brother, there's a situation. Han Feng approached the window and inquired, What is it? The wooden fence replied hastily. 2 large crabs have arrived outside. Han Feng paused momentarily. Could these 2 large crabs be De Zhuang and Xiaorou? What could bring them here? Without further contemplation, he donned his hat, opened the door, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the fence, he peered outside and indeed saw 2 large blue crabs, De Zhuang and Xiaorou. What brings you 2 here? Han Feng questioned, perplexed. Han Feng, it's bad news. Something has happened. De Zhuang exclaimed, clearly anxious. What has occurred? Han Feng's brows furrowed. De Zhuang quickly replied, Do you remember the red pine crabs from last time? They have returned, claiming they seek vengeance. Rather than being alarmed, Han Feng felt a surge of excitement. Where are the red pine crabs? He inquired eagerly. The red pine crabs were not only a source of sustenance. Defeating them would also yield experience points. He had been pondering how to gain experience, and now, unexpectedly, the red pine crabs were presenting themselves. They are gathering on the beach, deliberating on how to deal with you, De Zhuang stated gravely. Xiaorou added, from what they said. It seems they have discovered your shelter and intend to raze it to the ground. Just based on them? Han Feng scoffed. His shelter had evolved significantly since then. With 4 battle-ready corns standing guard, the red pine crabs would meet their demise in droves. De Zhuang cautioned, while your combat prowess is formidable, the sheer number of red pine crabs is overwhelming. There are over 100 of them. Can you manage? Only 100? Han Feng sighed in disappointment. De Zhuang and Xiaorou were bewildered. Did Han Feng truly find that number insufficient? Where did his confidence stem from? Surely, should over 100 red pine crabs surge forth, he would be overwhelmed. How could he remain so unperturbed? Han Feng's gaze drifted towards the sea, and he asked, When will the red pine crabs arrive? De Zhuang whispered, The red pine crabs are gathering. They should be attacking soon. Han Feng withdrew his gaze and commanded the 4 combat-type corns, Little Boom, Little Fire, Little Ice, Little Gray, prepare for battle. Yes. The 4 corns promptly assembled at Han Feng's side, brimming with determination. De Zhuang and Xiaorou looked on in bewilderment. Can corn really move freely? Could they have mutated? At that moment, the door swung open, and Blue Electric Mouse burst forth, exclaiming, Big brother, I want to fight too. Han Feng fixed his gaze on Blue Electric Mouse, his eyes shimmering slightly, and said earnestly, You are too weak. It's best you refrain from participating in such violent affairs. With the 4 corns here, eliminating the approaching red pine crabs will pose no challenge, and it's unnecessary for you to get involved. If something goes awry, it would be a great loss. Blue Electric Mouse raised his head defiantly. Though I am only at level 1, my lightning affinity grants me formidable combat prowess. Do not underestimate me. Furthermore, I am part of the shelter. Can I simply eat without contributing? Seeing Blue Electric Mouse's determination, Han Feng nodded, Then you may join the battle, but remember, do not act recklessly, follow commands. Big brother, I will do whatever you ask. I promise not to act foolishly, Blue Electric Mouse assured. Han Feng nodded once more, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead focused his gaze on the distance, quietly awaiting the arrival of the red pine crabs. Time flew by, and 10 minutes passed unknowingly. As Han Feng grew increasingly impatient with the absence of the red pine crabs, he pondered whether to take the initiative. Just then, a rustling sound arose from afar. Soon after, a swarm of crimson figures emerged into view, over 100 red pine crabs. Han Feng, the red pine crabs are here, De Zhuang stammered. Excellent. Han Feng clenched his fist with excitement. If I can eliminate all these red pine crabs, I will surely advance to level 5. Han Feng, aren't you the least bit afraid? Xiao Rou inquired tentatively. Afraid? Not at all, Han Feng replied with a slight smile, a cold smirk gracing his lips. To me, these red pine crabs are mere small fry. Not a single one shall escape today. De Zhuang and Xiao Rou looked on in confusion. In their moment of distraction, the red pine crabs had already charged close to the shelter. The largest among them fixed an intense gaze on Han Feng and arrogantly declared, Human, do you recognize me? Han Feng rubbed his nose and calmly responded, You must be the red pine crab that escaped last time. Previously, a dozen red pine crabs had besieged De Zhuang and Xiao Rou, most of which he had slain, except for their leader, who had managed to flee. It seemed that the creature before him was indeed that very one. It's good that you remember. The red pine crab leader sneered, speaking menacingly, last time. You killed so many of my brothers. Today, you shall pay for your blood debts. Do you think you little fry can kill me? Han Feng scoffed dismissively, then beckoned with his finger, declaring, Do not say, I do not grant you a chance. I stand here, come forth and slay me. The leader of the red pine crabs extended a formidable claw and bellowed, Avenge our fallen kin, brothers. Let us strike together and annihilate this human. Over 100 red pine crabs surged forth like a tumultuous crimson tide, rushing towards the sanctuary. What shall we do? Da Zhuang and Xiao Rou were in a state of panic. Han Feng's gaze gradually narrowed. As the red pine crabs closed to within 15 meters of the sanctuary, he called out to the frozen corn, Xiao Bing, fire the cannon. With a swift whoosh, the frozen corn unleashed a corn projectile, tracing a splendid arc through the air before plunging into the horde of red pine crabs. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the corn projectile shattered, releasing a cloud of white mist that swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a 10-meter radius. This white mist harbored a chilling terror. Any red pine crab caught within its grasp was instantaneously frozen, transforming into immobile ice sculptures. Utterly unable to move. Chapter 63, Promotion to Level 5 in astonishment, both Da Zhuang and Xiao Rou stood frozen in disbelief. What on earth was that corn? With just a single kernel, it could freeze 50 or 60 red pine crabs. This was utterly outrageous. Terrifying. The remaining red pine crabs paused in their tracks, their eyes reflecting a profound terror, rendered completely speechless. How could this be happening? The leader of the red pine crabs struggled to swallow. Initially confident that their combined strength would easily crush Han Feng, little did they anticipate that Han Feng possessed such a formidable trump card. How on earth were they to proceed now? Surprised, Han Feng fixed his gaze upon the leader of the red pine crabs. A slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. Brothers, retreat, commanded the leader of the red pine crabs decisively. Han Feng's corn was simply too powerful. If another freezing corn were to be unleashed, they would be doomed. Just as Han Feng was about to issue an attack order, the blue electric mouse suddenly spoke up. Big brother, leave the rest to me. Are you capable of handling it? Han Feng replied, skepticism evident in his eyes. Could the blue electric mouse truly contend with nearly 50 red pine crabs? Just watch. The blue electric mouse grinned, its 4 limbs propelling it forward like a whirlwind, rapidly closing in on the red pine crabs. In the next moment, it radiated a brilliant blue light, resembling bolts of lightning entwined around it, crackling with energy. Upon plunging into the swarm of red pine crabs, fierce determination shone in the blue electric mouse's eyes as it let out a fierce roar. With that sound, the electric power surging from its body spread forth, harnessing the rainwater to instantly flow into the red pine crabs. A chorus of agonized cries erupted as all the red pine crabs began to tremble uncontrollably. Within moments, they collapsed, unconscious. Such strength! Han Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The blue electric mouse had rendered over 50 red pine crabs unconscious with a mere electric talent. This was truly impressive. Da Zhuang and Xiao Rou were equally taken aback. Even a mouse could possess such might? Where had Han Feng found these extraordinary beings? Big brother, did I perform well? The blue electric mouse approached Han Feng with a triumphant air. Impressive. Han Feng gave a thumbs up and then opened his spatial bag, collecting each red pine crab within. After completing this task, he returned to face Da Zhuang and Xiaoro. Will you remain in my sanctuary or return? Da Zhuang replied, while your sanctuary is safe. We are not accustomed to staying here. We plan to return to the beach. Returning is fine, Han Feng nodded, advising, if you encounter any danger, come find me immediately. Understood, Da Zhuang smiled broadly, calling out, Han Feng, we'll head back now. Wait a moment, Han Feng interrupted, then produced 4 red pine crabs to gift to Da Zhuang and Xiaoro. The effortless annihilation of the red pine crabs was largely credited to the timely warning from Da Zhuang and Xiaoro. It is only fair and reasonable to reward them for their efforts. Han Feng, let us not be polite in this matter. Da Zhuang and Xiaoro departed joyfully, each carrying 4 red pine crabs. Little mouse, return, Han Feng called, stepping into the thatched cottage, where he proceeded to open his attribute panel. The spatial storage bag could not accommodate living creatures. By placing the red pine crabs into the spatial fabric bag, he had effectively slain them. This surely garnered him a considerable amount of experience points. Would this enable him to effortlessly surpass level 5? Soon, a translucent panel materialized before him. Survivor, Han Feng region, Zone 10086 level, 5 experience, 3600 physique, strength, 840 agility, 1040 defense, 540 mental power, 6140 talents, healing, insight, space. He had indeed ascended to level 5. Han Feng was elated, nearly bursting into laughter. Brother, why are you so excited? The blue electric mouse inquired curiously. I've reached level 5. How could I not be happy? Han Feng chuckled. Impressive, brother. The blue electric mouse complimented, though its expression suddenly dimmed. You've advanced to level 5. While I am still at level 1. Compared to you, I feel utterly useless. Han Feng chuckled reassuringly. Anyone would feel inferior in comparison to me. Especially a little mouse like you. You could view it from a different perspective. For instance, when compared to a frying pan, you would feel quite superior, wouldn't you? The blue electric mouse retorted, finding superiority in a frying pan? How inferior must it be? The frying pan interjected, brother, could you refrain from using me as a negative example? I too possess dignity. Could you consider my feelings? Han Feng scoffed, you are merely a cooking pot. Valuing dignity in your case is a waste. The frying pan exclaimed, this is an egregious insult to pots. It protested, brother. While you may be the leader of our refuge, could you not be so tyrannical? Your actions are disheartening to the younger ones. Am I truly that tyrannical? Han Feng mused, stroking his chin before turning to the engineer's shovel. Little shovel, do you have any issues with me? None, the engineer's shovel replied emphatically. Brother is always fair and just, treating his younger brothers as kin. I genuinely admire you. Truth be told, it had been somewhat discontented with Han Feng's domineering behavior. But under his roof, one must bow their head. Speaking the truth would undoubtedly result in being silenced by Han Feng. Who could endure that? You possess great awareness. Han Feng commended, then turned to the large machete and magnifying glass. What are your thoughts about me? The large machete responded, I concur with Little Shovel's opinion. The magnifying glass added, 1. The frying pan was momentarily taken aback and huffed. Did you not previously say that brother was cunning and extremely tyrannical? Why the sudden change of tune? You truly possess remarkable achievements. To befriend you is the greatest humiliation of my life. The engineer scoffed. When did I ever speak ill of my elder brother? You are clearly slandering me. The great sword added, without our elder brother, we would never have attained wisdom. You are simply ungrateful, daring to highlight his flaws. Who do you think you are? The magnifying glass remarked, I indeed feel a profound sense of shame in your company. The frying pan felt utterly forsaken in that moment. Little iron pot, do you have anything left to say? Han Feng coldly chuckled. The frying pan, regaining composure, awkwardly smiled. Brother, you know me. I relish in nonsense, so please do not hold it against me. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he said meaningfully, to instill some wisdom in you. A modicum of punishment is necessary. The frying pan, anxious, inquired, what sort of punishment do you have in mind? Han Feng smirked, imposing a silence of 10,000 hours upon the little iron pot. The frying pan. Chapter 6. The gift of strength from sunbathing subsequently. Han Feng reclined on the grass bed to rest. The thatched cottage gradually fell into a serene silence. Time passed, and the heavy rain began to subside. As dusk enveloped the sky, Blue Electric Mouse called out, Big brother, it's time to wake up. Han Feng jolted awake, opening his eyes and scanning the outside before turning to Blue Electric Mouse. What do you want? With a grin, Blue Electric Mouse replied, "It's dark now. Shouldn't we have dinner?" Han Feng, bemused, retorted, "You've already consumed a sweet potato along with a plethora of walnuts, and you're still hungry?" Blue Electric Mouse sighed. "The problem is, those don't satiate hunger. A little activity, and they're digested. What do you wish to eat?" Han Feng inquired. "I crave meat." Blue Electric Mouse answered without hesitation. "Big brother, didn't you procure a multitude of crabs? Please, let me have a few." Han Feng responded calmly. "The issue is we can't start a fire. Do you intend to eat them raw?" "Raw is fine. I'm not picky," Blue Electric Mouse said earnestly. Han Feng was slightly taken aback, then opened his spatial bag, retrieving 2 red pine crabs and tossing them to Blue Electric Mouse. With a crunch, Blue Electric Mouse eagerly devoured them, relishing every bite. Han Feng clicked his tongue and then opened the regional chat group. "Jiang Feng, brothers, the rain has ceased. Let us seize the opportunity to search for the spirit orbs." "Chin Chong, search for what? Don't waste time." "Jiang Feng, what is the matter?" "Chin Chong, haven't you seen the Heavenly Tao announcement? It stated that once the rain stops, the spirit orbs will vanish as well." "Jiang Feng, damn." "Li Qingguang, indeed. Complaining is futile." "Su Lin, forget about the spirit orbs. Let us focus on how to deal with the great black wolf." "Zhang Shang, we need to quickly gather something to trade with Han Feng for salt. If we don't deter the great black wolf, we will inevitably fall victim to it." "Yang Shuliang, what is so frightening about a great black wolf? You all seem so scared. Can't you show some courage?" "Pingyu, aren't you afraid?" "Yang Shuliang, what is there to fear? Have you all forgotten my talent? If that great black wolf dares to approach, I'll dispatch it with a mere flick." "Zhang Lin, that great black wolf seems to be level 2, with exceptionally high attributes. Are you certain you can defeat it?" "Yang Shuliang, at level 1. I couldn't contend with the great black wolf, but I've now ascended to level 3. Handling the great black wolf will be a breeze." Everyone gasped in astonishment. "Su Lin, Yang Shuliang, you've truly advanced to level 3? When did this happen?" Yang Shuliang, brimming with pride, declared, "Just moments ago." "Li Qingguang, to level up, one must hunt creatures to gain experience. How many have you slain?" Yang Shuliang chuckled. "I haven't hunted any creatures." Wu Dehai inquired curiously if you didn't hunt. "How did you level up?" Yang Shuliang, "While searching for spirit orbs, I fortuitously found a silver treasure chest. Guess what I opened?" "Su Domao, just spill it already. Stop keeping us in suspense." Yang Shuliang, "I uncovered an experience book containing a whopping 300 points of experience. Upon using it, I instantly ascended to level 3. Chen Xing, can we still produce experience books?" "Su Dama, as fellow survivors, it's one thing that you possess extraordinary talent. But to also stumble upon a silver treasure chest is rather unjust. Yang Shuliang, this is a matter of luck. Everyone, Li Pang Bang, thus far. Yang Shuliang should be the first player to reach level 3, correct? Does this not mean he is the strongest in our 10086 zone?" Yang Shuliang, "While I may appear exceedingly powerful now, I am not invincible, so it's best to remain humble." "Chin Chang, why do I feel as if you're boasting?" Yang Shuliang, "How dare you challenge the prowess of a level 3 strongman?" Chin Chang, "Forget I said anything." Yu Lingshan, "Level 3 is indeed formidable, but there are even higher levels within our zone." Yang Shuliang, "Who?" Yu Lingshan, "Han Feng. He has already ascended to level 4. Everyone, Han Feng, a level 4 player? Isn't Han Feng's awakened talent related to healing? Essentially, he is akin to a doctor. What combat prowess could a doctor possibly possess? How could he ascend to level 4? Su Lin, Han Feng, are you truly a level 4 player?" Han Feng straightforwardly replied, "No. He has now ascended to level 5, indeed not level 4. Yu Lingshan, how can you defeat Lu Chushuang and not be level 4? Han Feng replied nonchalantly, "Could it be that Lu Chushuang is simply too weak, thereby highlighting my strength?" Yu Lingshan, "But you admitted it yourself." Han Feng, "I was merely jesting." Lu Chushuang, he has not even provoked Han Feng, yet finds himself humiliated. Lu Chushuang, increasingly agitated, retorted, "Han Feng, don't be arrogant. I will soon ascend to level 3, and we shall have a rematch then. Do not back down." Han Feng chuckled, "Regardless of your ascension, I will still pin you to the ground." Lu Chushuang, gritting his teeth in anger, "Just you wait. Han Feng, I shall be ready whenever you are." Yang Shuliang, somewhat incredulous, "Han Feng, did you truly overpower Lu Chushuang? You are remarkable. Lu Chushuang has awakened a combat talent, excelling in close-quarters combat. Even if he faced Lu Chushuang, he would not possess absolute certainty of victory. If Han Feng can dominate Lu Chushuang, does that not imply he is even more formidable?" Han Feng, didn't I clarify? It's not that I am exceptionally powerful. Rather, Lu Chushuang is simply too weak. Anyone else could easily overpower him. Scoundrel. Lu Chushuang nearly fainted from rage. Jiang Feng, I just recalled something. 2 days ago, a player in our zone hunted a black iron wolf. Could it have been Han Feng? Su Lin, Han Feng. Was it you? Before Han Feng could respond, Lu Tai interjected. It was me. Li Qingguang expressed skepticism. You killed the black iron wolf? What level are you? Lu Tai, level 5. Everyone, wow. Han Feng also looked taken aback. In recent days, he had been hunting various creatures and had just barely reached level 5. He had thought himself the highest level player in the 10086 zone. Little did he know, another player of the same level had emerged. Who exactly is this Lu Tai? Su Demao could not help but inquire, Lu Tai, what accounts for your rapid promotion? Lu Tai replied, it primarily pertains to my innate talent. Su Demao probed further. And what might that talent be? Lu Tai responded, basking in the sun. The crowd was taken aback, exclaiming, who cannot bask in the sun? Is that truly a talent? Are you jesting? Lu Tai elaborated, during the act of sunbathing, one can continuously derive experience points. The longer one basks, the greater the accumulation of experience. My ability to ascend 5 levels is solely due to this talent. The crowd was moved. To think that basking in the sun could yield experience points. What an extraordinary talent this was. Chapter 65, The True Origin of Hui Shooting the Sun's Han Feng felt a twinge of imbalance within him. Despite having awakened 3 talents and possessing the ability to communicate with all things, Lu Tai's talent was undeniably alluring. Each day, he needed only to bask in the sun to grow stronger. Who wouldn't envy that? Su Demao remarked, Lu Tai, you are truly incredible. Wu Dehai added, your talent is undoubtedly the strongest. No other talent can compare. Pingyu declared, you are the unrivaled champion of Zone 10,086. Lu Tai modestly replied, all right, that's enough. I might just get a bit proud. After observing for a while, Han Feng quietly exited the chat group. The conversation had devolved into an arena of sycophancy, with everyone fawning over Lu Tai, which irked him considerably. Subsequently, he opened the trading hall to browse. After a cursory glance, finding nothing of value, he decided to rest. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, Han Feng rose and pushed open his door, taking in the surroundings. After a day of heavy rain, the entire island seemed revitalized, brimming with life. The air was infused with a refreshing scent, a delightful blend of rain and earth that uplifted the spirit. Han Feng surveyed the scene before raising his gaze to the sky, cheerfully greeting the sun. Good morning, grandfather's son. The sun responded dully. Han Feng, puzzled, inquired. Didn't you rest all day yesterday? Why do you seem so lethargic? The sun replied, it was merely one day. I wish to rest every day and lie flat. Han Feng paused, earnestly advising, your duty is to rise and shine. You cannot simply lie down. Such thoughts are perilous. If you were to recline, the entire world would succumb to darkness. How would the survivors manage? The sun sighed wistfully, reminiscing about the past when he worked only 1 day a week. Han Feng frowned at the thought of a week filled with darkness. What about the rest of the time? The sun explained, I once had 6 brothers. We took turns working. Han Feng was astonished. You have brothers? While you can have siblings, can the sun try not? The sun scoffed lightly, suddenly recalling something. You, little one, are somewhat overstepping your bounds. What do you mean? Han Feng asked, bewildered. The sun's tone turned icy. You think you can be my brother? Do you even think you are worthy? When did I ever claim to want that? Han Feng replied, perplexed. Still in denial? You explicitly told the clouds yesterday. The sun sneered. Upon reflection, Han Feng realized there was indeed some truth to this. The previous day, in an attempt to ascertain the location of the Spirit Pearl's fall, he had deliberately deceived the clouds. He had assumed it would amount to nothing, never anticipating that the clouds would divulge this information to the sun. What a waste of time. Han Feng cleared his throat and solemnly declared, though I may appear somewhat weak at present, my potential is boundless. Given time, I'm certain I shall become the sovereign of this realm. What dissatisfaction could you possibly harbor in befriending someone of my stature? The sun was momentarily taken aback. This feeble figure aspired to be the ruler of the heavens? Such audacity bordered on madness. After a brief moment of contemplation, the sun scornfully advised, young one, heed my words, refrain from boasting in the future. If you persist in this manner, you shall find yourself friendless. Han Feng remained silent, recognizing that while the words lacked significant impact, they were laden with insult. He huffed softly, do not underestimate me. Time shall bear witness to my capabilities. The sun chuckled lightly. In light of your ability to converse with me, I shall offer you one more piece of advice. Avoid lofty ambitions. This world is teeming with formidable deities, and compared to them, you are not but an insect. Even if by some stroke of luck you were to reach that level, those deities would devise means to annihilate you. Therefore, relinquish any dreams of becoming a ruler. The opportunity is non-existent. Deities exist in this world? Han Feng murmured to himself before inquiring, "What are deities, son?" The son replied, "When you have ascended to a certain height, you will naturally come to understand. At your current state, you are too feeble to engage in such discussions." Han Feng paused, slightly taken aback, and asked again, "Why would those deities seek to prevent me from becoming a ruler?" The son explained, "To become a ruler is to possess strength that rivals that of the deities, thus threatening their dominion. Consider this. Would any deity allow you to grow to such an extent?" Realization dawned upon Han Feng, and his gaze sharpened. Such tyrannical deities, was there truly no one to restrain them? The son chuckled softly. Deities reside atop the pyramid of existence. Who could possibly subdue them? Han Feng tentatively probed. "Not even you?" With a wry smile, the son replied, "I merely emit light and warmth. Any deity could extinguish me with ease." Han Feng was left astounded. Could even the sun be extinguished so casually? Just how powerful were these deities? It was utterly unfathomable. The son interjected, "I must return to my duties. Our conversation must come to an end." "Wait a moment," Han Feng suddenly exclaimed. The son, appearing slightly impatient, inquired if there was anything else. Han Feng hastily continued, "I heard you mention having 6 brothers. Where have they gone?" The son's countenance darkened, and he spoke through gritted teeth. "They were annihilated by a deity." "Huh?" Han Feng was taken aback and cautiously asked, which deity was responsible for their demise? The son seethed. "They all perished at the hands of Hou-Yi." "Hou-Yi is a deity?" Han Feng's jaw dropped in disbelief. The son responded, "Are you familiar with Hou-Yi?" Han Feng nodded and said, "I have heard that Hou-Yi shot down the suns to save the people. In ancient times, it was rumored that 10 suns suddenly appeared in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth. Rivers ran dry, vegetation withered, and humanity suffered in unbearable anguish. To alleviate the suffering of the people, Hou-Yi took it upon himself to shoot down 9 of the suns with his divine bell. Thus, the tale of Hou-Yi shooting the suns came into being." The son, infuriated, exclaimed, "What nonsense! How could I have 9 brothers? There are only 6 of us, and we have always taken turns to rise. We have never appeared together." Han Feng, taken aback, pondered, "Then why did Hou-Yi shoot your brothers?" The son replied bitterly, "The primary objective was to show off, to demonstrate his prowess before Chang'e, in hopes of winning her favor." Han Feng questioned, "Why is Chang'e mentioned again? Did she have an affair with Hou-Yi? Were they contemporaries?" At that moment, Han Feng's mind was in disarray. Chapter 66, The Most Nutritious Excrement, You Do Not Comprehend. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback and cautiously inquired, "If what you say is true, does that mean Hou-Yi is a great villain?" The son replied without hesitation, "All deities are villains. This is indisputable." Han Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering how this differed from the mythological tales he had heard. The son, with a profound expression, remarked, "History is written by the victors. Can they publicly disclose their own transgressions? They will certainly go to great lengths to embellish their own image." "That does seem quite logical," Han Feng muttered thoughtfully, then cautiously asked, "Throughout history, has there been no one who dared to rebel against those deities?" The son responded, "There have been, but they were all eradicated." Han Feng fell silent, the realization of the existence of deities weighing heavily upon him. The son inquired, "Why have you ceased to speak, little one?" Han Feng regained his composure and replied, "I am currently feeling quite overwhelmed and do not wish to talk." The son, puzzled, asked, "What burdens you?" Han Feng frankly stated, "When I become the sovereign one day, will I not also face persecution from those deities? How could I not feel pressured?" The son paused for a moment, then chuckled, "As you are now, you are but a frail chick, far from becoming a sovereign. Why ponder such matters? It only serves to increase your worries." "That is indeed a valid point," Han Feng muttered. At present, he was merely at level 5, and it was unnecessary to think too deeply about such concerns. The son cautioned, "Do not speak of what we have discussed today, or you will find yourself in danger." "Understood," Han Feng nodded. The son added, "I have work to attend to. Do not disturb me for the time being." Han Feng then made his way to the vegetable garden. After a heavy rain, the cucumbers and tomatoes had ripened. He carefully picked each fruit and stored them in his spatial pouch. Once he had harvested all the fruits, the 3 cucumber plants and 3 tomato plants completed their purpose and withered away. "Your demise holds value," Han Feng silently lamented. then took a bite of a cucumber the size of his arm. "Brother, what are we having for breakfast?" Lan Dianshu yawned and leisurely emerged from the thatched cottage. "This," Han Feng casually handed him a cucumber. "More vegetables again?" Lan Dianshu grumbled. Han Feng chuckled. "Just have a little for now. I'll take you to have seafood later." "Really? Where will we have seafood?" Lan Dianshu's eyes brightened, filled with excitement. "You'll find out soon enough." Han Feng smiled, continuing to munch on his cucumber. At that moment, Battlecorn suddenly approached, saying, "Brother, have you forgotten something?" "What?" Han Feng asked, somewhat confused. Battlecorn grinned. "You didn't relieve yourself yesterday. Aren't you feeling uncomfortable?" Han Feng. Indeed, due to the rain yesterday. He had not had the chance to relieve himself. Was Battlecorn implying he was yearning for excrement? "Brother, you should hurry and relieve yourself. Don't harm your body by holding it in." The other 3 corns gathered around. "Do I still need to remind you?" Han Feng shot a glance and walked straight into the restroom. After advancing to level 2, the 4 corns could move freely within the sanctuary. Thus, there was no need to relieve themselves in their presence. The 4 corns looked eagerly at the restroom, seemingly filled with anticipation. The blue electric mouse glanced at the 4 corns and curiously asked, "Why do you 4 want to eat excrement? Isn't it disgusting? Excrement is the most nutritious." The frozen corn replied meaningfully, "How can that possibly be nutritious?" The blue electric mouse was taken aback. The sewing corn said earnestly, "You have never eaten excrement. If you tried it once, you would surely become addicted to its taste." Ugh! The blue electric mouse felt a wave of nausea and dashed into the thatched hut. 5 minutes later, Han Feng emerged from the restroom, having resolved his physiological needs with his trousers in hand. Just as he stepped out, the 4 corns rushed into the restroom. Following that, a commotion erupted inside. "Don't you dare snatch it. I'm the leader. I eat first. Get lost." "What's so great about being the leader? Don't you know the rules of precedence? I entered the restroom first, so I must eat the first bite. I'm the youngest. Let me eat first. You should just go where it's cooler." At this point, Han Feng felt bewildered. These 4 corns had previously been very accommodating. Why had they transformed into this after leveling up? Was it just a pile of excrement? Was it necessary to fight over it so fiercely? Han Feng shook his head in disbelief and entered the thatched hut, storing the magnifying glass and other items into his spatial bag. He then called out to the blue electric mouse, "Little mouse, let us set off." "Where are we going, big brother?" The blue electric mouse darted to Han Feng's side. "To a buffet." Han Feng chuckled softly. "What is a buffet?" The blue electric mouse asked curiously. Han Feng smirked. "It means you can eat as much as you like." "So we can eat as much as we want?" The blue electric mouse's eyes lit up. "Exactly," Han Feng nodded. "Let us hurry up." The blue electric mouse was bursting with excitement. "Little Jia, you 4 keep an eye on the house." Han Feng shouted towards the restroom. "Understood, big brother." The battlecorn, as if still consuming excrement, spoke indistinctly. Han Feng said no more and left the sanctuary with the blue electric mouse. A few minutes later, the man and mouse appeared on the beach. The blue electric mouse surveyed the area and frowned. "Big brother, there is nothing to eat here either? Just wait a moment." Han Feng smiled, then began conversing with the beach. "Little beach, are there any clams nearby?" The beach replied, "It might be due to the heavy rain yesterday. There are particularly many clams on the beach, at least several hundred." Han Feng's expression shifted, and he said to the blue electric mouse, "Little mouse, there are plenty of clams on the beach. If you want to eat, you can dig them up yourself." "All right, big brother." The blue electric mouse excitedly waved its paws, tirelessly digging into the sand. In a short while, it unearthed a sizable clam and began to relish its find. After finishing its meal, it resumed its excavation. Han Feng glanced over, but soon lost interest, continuing towards a cluster of rocks. He called out loudly, "De Zhuang, Xiaorou," with a rustling sound. The sand beneath a rock began to stir. In the blink of an eye, 2 large crabs emerged from below, De Zhuang and Xiaorou. "Han Feng, you've arrived." De Zhuang greeted him. Han Feng smiled slightly and inquired, "De Zhuang, have you discovered any treasure chests today?" De Zhuang replied, "There were originally 2 treasure chests at sea, but they were snatched away by that giant octopus." Han Feng's eyes flickered momentarily as he calmly asked, "How many treasure chests does the giant octopus possess now?" After a moment's thought, De Zhuang answered, "Approximately 7. 7 treasure chests." Han Feng rubbed his hands together, visibly excited. "De Zhuang, please go and communicate with the giant octopus. Tell it that I wish to trade one of my buckets for a treasure chest." Chapter 67, The Plastic Barrel for Treasure Chests No Problem. Da Zhuang nodded and swiftly plunged into the ocean, hastening towards the location of the giant octopus. Han Feng remained on the beach, quietly waiting. A few minutes later, Dazhuang emerged from the water, accompanied by a 1-meter-long octopus. Dazhuang exclaimed, "Han Feng, this creature has agreed to the exchange. However, it wishes to see your barrel first." "Very well." Han Feng replied with a subtle smile, as he opened his spatial pouch and retrieved a circular plastic barrel, measuring 30 centimeters in diameter and half a meter in height. It was ample enough for the octopus to inhabit. Upon seeing the plastic barrel, the octopus's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, it declared, "I am willing to trade with you." Han Feng suppressed his excitement and instructed, "You return and fetch the treasure chest. Wait for me." After the octopus swiftly retreated, it soon returned with 7 black iron treasure chests. "Human, here is your treasure chest, and I shall take the plastic barrel," it proclaimed. Han Feng promptly tossed the barrel to the octopus. "Pleasure doing business. I shall take my leave now." The octopus, elated, grasped the plastic barrel and prepared to depart. "Wait a moment," Han Feng suddenly interjected. "What is it?" The octopus paused, turning to face Han Feng. With a gentle smile, Han Feng continued, "When you next find a treasure chest, you may trade with me again." The octopus's eyes twinkled with curiosity. "What can you offer me? What do you desire?" Han Feng inquired. "I wish to eat fruit," the octopus replied candidly. Han Feng was taken aback. "You eat fruit? Aren't octopuses meant to consume fish? When did your palate change? Who says octopuses cannot eat fruit?" The octopus countered. "Feel free to indulge. I am merely curious." Han Feng chuckled lightly. The octopus scrutinized Han Feng and tentatively asked, "Do you have any fruit?" Han Feng opened his spatial pouch and produced a cucumber and a tomato. "Do these count?" "Certainly." The octopus salivated in anticipation, negotiating. "Human, could you possibly send the cucumber and tomato to me first? I will give you everything once I find the treasure chest." Han Feng casually tossed the cucumber and tomato to the octopus. To him, a cucumber and a tomato were trivial, so he willingly offered them. Once the octopus savored the sweetness, it would undoubtedly be even more diligent in searching for treasure chests. "Human, thank you immensely," the octopus exclaimed, overjoyed. "There's no need for gratitude," Han Feng replied with a light-hearted smile. "I have an abundance of fruit. You may have as much as you desire. If you crave fruit, then strive to find treasure chests." "Understood," the octopus nodded. "You may leave now." Han Feng waved his hand. The octopus said no more and swam towards the distant reefs. At that moment, Dazhuang and Shiro approached. "Han Feng, could you also spare us a tomato? You two enjoy it?" Han Feng was taken aback. The creatures on this island were indeed peculiar. "Have they all mutated?" Dazhuang chuckled. "Every day it's nothing but lavish feasts. I'm utterly tired of it and long for something lighter." He then handed Han Feng 2 cucumbers and 2 tomatoes, distributing them among himself and Xiaorou. "Han Feng, you are too kind to us. I adore you," Dazhuang exclaimed with excitement. Han Feng clicked his tongue. "You two go enjoy your meal." Dazhuang and Xiaorou merrily made their way to the rocks, delighting in their cucumbers and tomatoes. Meanwhile, Han Feng took out a frying pan, filled it with seawater, and placed it under the sun to evaporate. Today's primary task was to harvest salt. With salt, they could exchange for more supplies. However, the process was rather slow. At this rate, they would only produce 1 or 2 pounds of salt in a day, far from the target. After pondering for a moment, Han Feng headed to the shore, gathered some reeds, ignited them, and then set the frying pan over the flames to heat. Through this method of roasting, the seawater evaporated swiftly. In just 10 minutes, the water had completely vanished, leaving a layer of salt crystals at the bottom, roughly half a pound. Realizing the efficacy of this approach, Han Feng replicated the process, immersing himself in the task. Blue Electric Mouse was also busy, continually digging holes and feasting on clams, thoroughly enjoying itself. As time flowed steadily, noon arrived unnoticed. After a morning of diligent work, Han Feng had managed to produce a total of 10 kilograms of salt through the method of evaporation by fire. He felt quite satisfied with this outcome. With lunch upon them, it was time to return for a meal and some rest. "Little mouse, let us head home," Han Feng called out. "Brother, I can hardly move," came the distant voice of Blue Electric Mouse. Han Feng turned to see Blue Electric Mouse sprawled on the beach, its belly round as a ball, surrounded by a scattering of clam shells. "Little mouse, just how many clams did you eat?" Han Feng inquired tentatively. Blue Electric Mouse let out a burp. "I'm not sure, perhaps around 200. "Such a glutton," Han Feng exclaimed, his mind racing. Killing a clam grants 1 experience point. If Blue Electric Mouse had consumed so many, perhaps it would level up? With this thought, Han Feng discreetly activated his insight ability. Target: Blue Electric Mouse. Level: 2. Experience: 56, 200. Constitution: Strength, 510. Agility, 1, 510. Defense, 1, 010. Mental power, 1, 010. Talents, digging, lightning. Nice. Han Feng was thrilled to see Blue Electric Mouse had indeed leveled up. He quickly approached and scooped it up, departing from the beach. Upon returning to the shelter, Han Feng began preparing lunch. The clams he had caught the previous day were set aside for a simple meal. After satisfying his hunger, Han Feng entered the thatched cottage, sat on the straw bed, and opened the game panel. At that moment, the private message icon was incessantly flashing, indicating he had received over a dozen messages. Most likely, they were inquiries for exchanging salt. Upon seeing this, Han Feng's lips involuntarily curled upwards, and he proceeded to open the first private message. Jiang Feng, Han Feng, I have harvested 50 kilograms of thatch and would like to exchange it for some salt. Han Feng, no problem. Subsequently, the two made their way to the exchange hall and successfully completed the transaction. Han Feng then gradually opened his other private messages. Without exception, they all pertained to salt exchanges, each utilizing thatch's currency. Han Feng welcomed all requests, and after a series of transactions, he accumulated a total of 600 kilograms of thatch. If entirely consumed by the thatch house, it would undoubtedly facilitate a level upgrade. Little thatch house. It's time to feast, Han Feng remarked with a grin. Crack. A fissure suddenly appeared in the wall of the thatch house, resembling a wide-open mouth. Han Feng accessed the warehouse in the exchange hall and retrieved all the stored thatch, feeding it generously to the thatch house. Once the thatch house had devoured everything, he activated his insight talent to observe. Target, thatch house. Level 3. Evolution progress, 50. Attack power, 0. Defense, 1530. Mental power, 1020. Talents, creation, transformation. Chapter 68. The Awakening of the Magnifying Glass Talent. Laser beam. With the completion of the upgrade for the thatched cottage, Han Feng turned his attention to the 7 treasure chests before him. Each of these chests was forged from black iron, harboring the potential to yield either valuable resources or hazardous items. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain the contents prior to opening them. Subsequently, Han Feng engaged in a dialogue with the 7 chests. Through a series of intimidation tactics and cunning maneuvers, he successfully extracted the following information. The first chest contained a hefty 50-kilogram iron ore. The second, third, and fourth chests were filled with a total of 60 bottles of beer. The fifth chest held a meat sandwich. The sixth contained a venomous spider, and the seventh housed 5 kilograms of flour. Overall, the haul was rather underwhelming. Nevertheless, exchanging a mere plastic bucket for such an assortment was still a commendable bargain. Han Feng swiftly opened the first chest and tossed the iron ore to the great blade. With a series of crunching sounds, the great blade eagerly devoured the ore, consuming the entire 50 kilograms in mere moments. Han Feng, maintaining his composure, activated his insight talent to observe. Target, great blade. Level 1. Evolution degree, 90. Attack power, 40. Defense power, 20. Mental power, 10. Talent, blade breaker. Upon noting that the great blade's evolution had reached 90, Han Feng's expression shifted. If he could procure another 5-kilogram iron ore, it would likely ascend to level 2. Regrettably, he had none at present and would need to seek an opportunity to trade with other players. Regaining his focus, Han Feng proceeded to open the third, fourth, and fifth chests. Before him lay 60 bottles of beer. Han Feng had little fondness for beer, finding it devoid of allure. However, the glass bottles could indeed serve to facilitate the upgrade of the magnifying glass. Brother, can I consume these beer bottles? The magnifying glass eagerly inquired. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. They still contain beer. Can you handle that? Not a problem. I can digest it. Open wide, the magnifying glass replied. With a brief warning, Han Feng tossed all 30 bottles of beer into the magnifying glass's gaping mouth. The sound of crunching echoed as the 30 bottles vanished in an instant. Soon after, the magnifying glass began to snore. Drunk already? Han Feng mused, slightly taken aback, before activating his insight talent once more. Target, magnifying glass. Level 3. Evolution degree, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense power, 3. Mental power, 1020. Talent, laser beam. Upon reading the description, Han Feng was momentarily stunned. The magnifying glass had ascended to level 3 after consuming 60 bottles of beer. Moreover, it had acquired a new talent, laser beam. This ability appeared rather formidable. What capabilities did it possess? Little mirror, what is your talent? Han Feng inquired eagerly. The only response to Han Feng was a series of snores. Sighing in resignation, Han Feng realized he would have to wait for the magnifying glass to awaken before seeking answers. Shortly thereafter, Han Feng opened the 5th and 7th treasure chests, uncovering a meat sandwich and a 5-kilogram bag of flour. After securing these items in his spatial bag, his gaze drifted towards the 6th chest. Inside lay a venomous spider, necessitating utmost caution. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng gripped his entrenching tool and cautiously lifted the chest lid. As a burst of light erupted, a dark figure emerged into view, a large black spider. In an instant, the black spider sprang forth, baring its fangs and lunging fiercely at Han Feng. Anticipating its move, he swung the entrenching tool downwards. With a resounding thud, the spider was smashed to the ground, reduced to a pile of mush. Han Feng discarded the remains outside the thatched hut and then reclined on the grass bed, opening the regional chat channel. Yang Shuliang, haha. Brothers, we have meat to eat. Su Damao, where did you get the meat? Did it come from opening treasure chests? Yang Shuliang, what treasure chests? Can't I just eat wolf meat? Wu Dahai, you didn't kill the big black wolf, did you? Yang Shuliang, you guessed it right. Last night, a single fart took out that big black wolf, blowing its head to smithereens. Ping Yu, impressive. Zhang Chang, truly worthy of being the god of farts. That was explosive. Yang Shuliang, I'm only level 4 right now. I'm still a bit behind Lu Tai. I'm not as formidable as you think, so let us keep it low-key. Jiang Feng, Yang Shuliang, can you finish a whole big black wolf by yourself? If you can't, want to go to waste? Yang Shuliang, the big black wolf weighs over 200 pounds. After skinning and deboning, there is still more than 100 pounds of meat. I definitely can't finish it. Jiang Feng, if you can't finish it, won't it just be wasted? Why not spare a bit for me? Yang Shuliang, are we that close? Why should I give you anything? Jiang Feng, I want to ask for it for free. I'll trade you some thatch. Yang Shuliang, I'm not livestock. I don't eat grass. You best find somewhere cooler to stay. Jiang Feng, Mikami Yuya, Yang Shuliang, what can I trade for wolf meat? Yang Shuliang, what do you have? Mikami Yuya, I have my body. Everyone, to sell oneself for a morsel of meat? How demeaning. However, upon reflection, it was a profession Mikami Yuya had originally engaged in, rendering her indifferent to such trivialities. After a moment of silence, Yang Shuliang responded, we're not on the same island. How would you deliver your body to me? Mikami Yuya, perhaps we might cross paths someday. By then, I'll return the favor. Yang Shuliang, when will that ever happen? Let us just forget it. Li Pang Bang, Yang Shuliang, I have a fleshlight. Can I trade it for wolf meat? Yang Shuliang, have you used your fleshlight? Li Pang Dang, I just opened it from a treasure chest. It's still sealed. Absolutely brand new. Yang Shuliang, how much meat do you desire? Li Pang Pang, 5 Jin. Yang Shuliang, deal. Di Lihua, Yang Shuliang, I too wish to exchange for wolf meat. Wu Dahai, what the heck? Are you truly Di Lihua or an imposter? Di Lihua, guess. Su Damao, so far, no one with the same name has been discovered. So it is likely the genuine Di Lihua. Jiang Feng, Di Lihua, you are my dream lover. I am utterly enamored with you. Peng Yu, I never expected to seek survival alongside a superstar. It is such a joy. Li Qingguang, I suddenly feel that Momonoki Kana and Mikami Yua pale in comparison. Zhang Sheng, how wonderful it would be to be transported to an island with Di Lihua, where I could fiercely protect her. Lu Tai, goddess, would you grant me an autograph? Di Lihua, please, everyone, restrain yourselves. I am here for trade, not to indulge in your idle chatter. Li Pengpeng, such charisma. I am fond of it. Jiang Feng, Yang Shuliang, I command you to swiftly provide my goddess with the wolf meat. Chapter 69. This woman does not seem to be a good person. Yang Shuliang, are you giving me orders? Who do you think you are? If you dare to speak to me in such a tone again, I swear I will end you with a single move. Jiang Feng, you are being too rude. Yang Shuliang, Di Lariba, what do you wish to trade with me? Di Lariba, I can offer you a half-kilogram bag of salt in exchange for 2 kilograms of meat. Yang Shuliang, the primary purpose of table salt is to repel the great black wolf, but I have already slain that beast, thus it holds no allure for me. You must offer something else. Di Lariba, but aside from salt, I have nothing else to barter. Yang Shuliang, you do possess something. Di Lariba, what is it? Yang Shuliang, it is not convenient to discuss here. Let us converse privately. Di Lariba, I do not prefer private conversations with strangers. Let us speak here. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. Di Lariba does not like private conversations? Just yesterday, she initiated a private chat with him and obtained 2 bags of salt. Is she not speaking with her eyes wide open? This woman seems far from virtuous. Yang Shuliang cleared his throat. I desire your underwear or undergarments. The crowd. Is he some sort of pervert? D. Lariba, shameless. Yang Shuliang, I can offer you 10 kilograms of meat. D. Lariba, go away. I refuse to converse with a pervert like you. Yang Shuliang. Is it merely a request for undergarments that makes me a pervert? Jiang Feng, Yang Shuliang. I did not expect you to be this kind of person. It truly disgusts me. Su Damao, surviving in Zone 1 with you is the greatest shame of my life. Su Lin, Yang Shuliang, you have indeed gone too far. Lu Tai, should I encounter you, I shall ensure you cannot claim to be a man. Seeing the ire of the crowd, Yang Shuliang hurriedly said, Everyone, do not misunderstand. I was merely joking. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Lu Chushuang, an explanation is merely a disguise. I have encountered many rogues like you. Su Damao, aside from Yang Shuliang, who else have you encountered? Lu Chushuang, of course. She originally intended to mention Han Feng. However, considering they shared an island, and she could not contend with him, she thought better of it. Should she speak such words, Han Feng would certainly not let her off lightly. With his ferocity, he might even leave her in dire straits. Realizing this, the words she had prepared were abruptly swallowed back. Su Damao, who could it be? Speak up so we may all criticize him. Lu Chushuang, no one in particular. I was merely rambling. Yang Shuliang, D. Lariba, I apologize for my earlier remarks. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall offer you 10 kilograms of meat at no charge. D. Lariba, not necessary. I find it repugnant. Yang Shuliang. At this moment, Han Feng steered the conversation elsewhere. Is there anyone in need of salt? I can offer it at a reduced price. I have just distilled 10 kilograms of salt, and I intend to exchange it while the opportunity remains. Otherwise, in a few days, when others learn to distill, my stock will lose its value. Wu Dahai, but we have nothing you require. Han Feng, surely the plants in your garden have matured? Whether tomatoes or cucumbers, either can be exchanged. Li Qingguang, is that true? Can a few tomatoes really be traded for a portion of salt? Han Feng, just 5 will suffice. Li Qingguang, agreed. Su Lin, Han Feng, I lack cucumbers and tomatoes. May I substitute with peanuts? Han Feng, half a pound of peanuts for a portion of salt. Su Lin, that sounds splendid. Li Qingguang, Han Feng, let us hasten to the trading hall. Once we acquire salt, we can drive away the great black wolf and no longer live in fear. Lu Chushuang, please wait a moment. I have something to say. Li Qingguang, what is it? Speak quickly. Lu Chushuang, we also possess salt and can exchange it with you, and it will certainly be cheaper than Han Feng's offer. Han Feng, are you trying to steal business from me? Where did Lu Chushuang acquire her salt? Li Qingguang, how many tomatoes would it take to exchange for a portion of salt? Lu Chushuang, 4 will suffice. Li Qingguang, Han Feng, I have decided not to trade with you. I will trade with Lu Chushuang instead. Han Feng gritted his teeth. I will only require 3 tomatoes. Is it not merely a roll? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Li Qingguang, Lu Chushuang, I have changed my mind. I will trade with Han Feng after all. Lu Chushuang, I will take 2 tomatoes. Han Feng felt a surge of frustration. If this continues, it would lead to mutual destruction, and in the end, none would gain an advantage. Li Qingguang, Han Feng, will you not lower your price? If not, I shall trade with Lu Chushuang. Han Feng huffed, I will not lower it. If I do, I will earn nothing at all. Even if I defeat Lu Chushuang, what significance would that hold? Li Qingguang, Lu Chushuang, I agree to the trade. Su Lin, Lu Chushuang, I wish to trade with you as well. Lu Chushuang, no problem. At that moment, others also expressed their willingness to trade with Lu Chushuang. Lu Chushuang, I currently possess only 4 portions of salt, so I can trade with 4 individuals. However, by evening, I will be able to gather over 10 portions. Those interested in trading may contact me tonight. Su Damao inquired, Lu Chushuang, where did you obtain the salt? Lu Chushuang, a secret that cannot be divulged. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then exited the chat group and sent a private message to Yu Lingshan. Yu Lingshan, where did you procure the salt? If I were to ask Zhao Yunqi or Lu Chushuang directly, they would certainly not disclose the truth. Yu Lingshan, being more naive, might reveal some useful information. Yu Lingshan, Han Feng, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but Zhao Jie has forbidden it. Han Feng, if you don't tell me, I won't tell you. How would Zhao Yunqi know then? Yu Lingshan, that's true, but... Han Feng, no more buts. I shall offer you a piece of tissue as a reward. Yu Lingshan, Han Feng, you must not deceive me. Han Feng, come here later to collect it. Yu Lingshan, it's a promise. Han Feng, now, do tell me. Yu Lingshan, we harvested the salt by distilling seawater. Han Feng frowned slightly. How did you come to know of this method? Yu Lingshan, it was Diliriba who informed us. Han Feng found this perplexing. Why would Diliriba tell you? Yu Lingshan, Diliriba is friends with Zhao Jie. Han Feng, how despicable. Diliriba promised him last night that she would not disclose anything to others. Little did one anticipate that the news would be divulged to Zhao Yunxi in the blink of an eye. Is there no sense of integrity left? It is simply shameless. Han Feng held a deep disdain for such behavior. Yu Lingshan furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, Han Feng, why are you scolding me? Han Feng responded, I am not rebuking you. I am referring to Diliriba. Yu Lingshan retorted, what has Diliriba done to provoke you? Han Feng replied, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not engage in further conversation. He then sent a private message to Diliriba. Diliriba, you truly astound me. How can you be so untrustworthy? Diliriba questioned, what have I done? With indignation, Han Feng exclaimed, did you not promise me that you would not disclose the method of extracting salt from seawater to others? Why are you going back on your word? Diliriba, with a sense of righteousness, retorted, I did not inform anyone else. Do not slander me. Han Feng countered, if you did not tell Zhao Yunxi, how could they have acquired so much salt? Diliriba replied, how would I know? Han Feng chuckled ominously. So you refuse to admit it? Although Diliriba felt a twinge of guilt, she maintained her defiance. If it was not me, why should I acknowledge it? Han Feng warned, I am a person who holds grudges. You must beware of falling into my grasp, for I shall certainly impose a rigorous lesson upon you. Diliriba paused momentarily. What do you mean by imposing a rigorous lesson? A wicked smile crept upon Han Feng's lips. There are many ways to impose a rigorous lesson, such as giving you a sound thrashing. Diliriba scoffed, just a friendly reminder, you might not be able to best me in a fight. Your ambitions of imposing a lesson on me seem rather far-fetched. Han Feng replied, I am not afraid of your bravado. In due time, we shall see if I can manage you. Diliriba provocatively challenged, I await your arrival. Come and try to manage me. Chapter 70. The uniqueness of these corn varieties. After a spirited exchange of words with Di Lihua, Han Feng closed his private messages and promptly opened the regional chat group. He sent a message, I am selling salt at a loss. 1 tomato in exchange for a portion of salt. Those interested should contact me swiftly. Lu Chushuang had already mastered the method of distilling seawater to obtain salt and would continue to sell it at a low price. If he did not act quickly to sell the salt, it would become a burden. Although this approach would result in significantly reduced profits, it was unavoidable. Lu Chushuang expressed her discontent. Han Feng, isn't this malicious competition? Is this how business is conducted? Initially, she had intended to distill more salt for trade, but Han Feng's actions completely disrupted her plans. Han Feng retorted indignantly, who initiated the malicious competition? How dare you accuse me? Who granted you the audacity? At once, Lu Chushuang fell silent. It was indeed she who had first lowered prices to engage in competition, making Han Feng's actions justifiable. Han Feng announced, those wishing to exchange for salt should hurry and find me. Soon, he received an overwhelming number of private messages, all requesting salt exchanges. Han Feng accepted every order. After a flurry of activity, he successfully sold all 10 kilograms of salt. While the profit was modest, it was better than nothing. With the transactions complete, Han Feng decided to take a nap. Time passed in a blur, and suddenly he heard the voice of Yu Lingshan calling out, Han Feng, I have arrived. Han Feng yawned, opened his eyes, and slowly approached the wooden fence, squinting at Yu Lingshan. Why are you here in the middle of the day instead of resting? Yu Lingshan got straight to the point. I came to collect the tissues we agreed upon. Han Feng recalled the arrangement and replied, just a moment. I will get them for you. He had 2 rolls of toilet paper stored in his spatial bag. Given the preciousness of the spatial bag, he preferred not to reveal its contents in front of Yu Lingshan. Han Feng entered the thatched cottage, retrieved a roll of tissue from the spatial bag, turned around, tore off a piece, and handed it to Yu Lingshan. Here you go. Yu Lingshan beamed with delight. Thank you, Han Feng. I'll head back now. Wait a moment. Han Feng suddenly interrupted. What is it? Yu Lingshan paused in her tracks. Han Feng rubbed his nose and said, I have built a toilet here. Yu Lingshan looked momentarily stunned. You constructed a toilet? Han Feng calmly explained, the plants in the vegetable garden have matured, and there is no need to fertilize them anymore. So I built a toilet. All right, Yu Lingshan nodded. Han Feng quickly tore off another piece of tissue and handed it to her. He then returned to the thatched cottage and closed the window and door behind him. Yu Lingshan entered the toilet, which was surrounded by a curtain of grass. With a simple pit dug underneath, rudimentary, to be sure, but certainly an improvement over the vegetable garden. 10 minutes later, Yuling Shan emerged from the restroom, only to be taken aback by the sight of 4 corn stalks outside. She called out towards the thatched cottage. Han Feng, could you come out for a moment? What is it? Han Feng replied as he stepped outside. Yuling Shan pointed at the 4 corn stalks, perplexed. How could there be 4 corn stalks outside the restroom? If I recall correctly, these should be growing in the vegetable garden. How did they end up here? I transplanted them, Han Feng explained. These corn stalks can be moved at will. The thought of Yuling Shan discovering this would surely astonish her. Did you really transplant them? I could have sworn they moved here on their own, Yuling Shan murmured. Han Feng chuckled softly. Do you mean to say your corn can move by itself? Then it would have become sentient. You must be imagining things. Perhaps you're right. Yuling Shan nodded, then inquired again. Aren't all corn stalks green? Why do yours have shades of blue, red, and gray? Han Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps it's due to different qualities. I'm not entirely sure. Those 3 stalks have absorbed spiritual pearls, resulting in their unusual colors. Of course, there's no need to disclose this to Yuling Shan. Upon hearing Han Feng's explanation, Yuling Shan ceased her inquiries. Chapter 71. The upgrade of the spatial bag. Han Feng let out a deep sigh and swiftly closed the door behind him. Yuling Shan glanced around, noticing nothing amiss, and proceeded to remove her trousers, squatting once more over the earthen pit. 4 corn stalks stood outside the toilet, motionless, patiently awaiting their turn. Before long, a pungent odor wafted into the air. How delightful! The 4 corn stalks were utterly entranced. Inside the thatched cottage, Han Feng, feeling idle, began to peruse the trading hall. Suddenly, a particular trading message caught his eye. Zhang Changda is selling a piece of ethereal stone. Utilizing the ethereal stone can expand storage space. Interested parties may contact privately. Han Feng possessed a spatial bag with a capacity of 10 cubic meters, which was currently sufficient. However, as more resources were gathered in the coming days, that space would soon become inadequate. If he could upgrade the capacity of his spatial bag, it would be an ideal solution. With this thought in mind, Han Feng wasted no time and directly contacted Zhang Changda. My friend, how much for your ethereal stone? Zhang Changda replied. Do you have any experience books? Han Feng responded. None. Zhang Changda continued. If you lack experience books, food can suffice as a substitute. Han Feng's eyes brightened. What type of food do you desire? Zhang Changda explained. Given the current weather, ordinary food cannot be stored for long. I require something that is easy to preserve. After a moment's contemplation, Han Feng inquired, how much additional space can your ethereal stone provide? Zhang Changda replied, 10 cubic meters. Han Feng proposed, 1 can braised pork, a packet of chips, and a 5-kilogram bag of flour. The ethereal stone's ability to increase storage capacity by 10 cubic meters was indeed significant. Even if he had to offer a bit more, acquiring this ethereal stone was paramount. Zhang Changda replied, the ethereal stone is a treasure that is hard to come by. Your offerings are far from sufficient. Han Feng, speaking earnestly, stated, indeed. The ethereal stone is precious, yet it holds no market value. Without a storage device, even if I were to acquire the ethereal stone, it would serve merely as a trinket. Furthermore, many players are still struggling to meet their basic needs. Who among them can offer more than I? After a moment's reflection, Zhang Changda, albeit reluctantly, said, add a little more to your offer. Han Feng countered, I'll throw in a crab and a fish. This is my utmost sincerity. If you agree, we can trade immediately. If not, I shall take my leave. Zhang Changda conceded, all right. Exchanging an ethereal stone for such modest provisions was indeed a substantial loss, yet there was little choice. Most players were in dire straits. Other than Han Feng, none could present better bargaining chips. Ultimately, keeping the ethereal stone would serve little purpose. Thus, he agreed to trade with Han Feng. Han Feng felt a surge of excitement. Let us expedite the transaction. Zhang Changda replied, okay. The two then proceeded to the trading hall. Upon completion of the trade, Han Feng found himself in possession of a white gem the size of a quail egg, its surface smooth and glistening, emanating a faint spatial vibration. Brother, what treasure do you hold in your hand? The spatial pouch suddenly spoke. Han Feng smiled lightly. This item has been specifically prepared for you. For me? The spatial pouch was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, what is its purpose? You'll find out once you consume it. Han Feng raised an eyebrow and urged, open wide and swallow it. Without the slightest hesitation, the spatial pouch opened its mouth wide. Han Feng promptly placed the ethereal stone into its maw. Crunch, crunch. The spatial pouch began to chew contentedly. After it finished, Han Feng activated his inside ability to observe. Target, spatial pouch. Level 2. Evolution degree 0. Attack power 0. Defense power 200. Mental power 10. Talent storage. Upon reviewing the details, Han Feng was left utterly astonished. The defense power of the spatial pouch reached an astounding 200. Not even a large cleaver could breach its defenses. This was truly remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng inquired, "Little pouch, what is your current storage capacity?" 30 cubic meters, the spatial pouch replied. What? Han Feng was momentarily stunned. The spatial pouch's original storage capacity was 10 cubic meters. With the use of an ethereal stone, it could have increased to a maximum of 20 cubic meters. How then had it expanded to 30 cubic meters? Could it be related to its awakening of intelligence? Han Feng did not delve deeply into this matter. For him, regardless of the reason, an additional 10 cubic meters of storage space was undoubtedly a boon. Han Feng, I am leaving, suddenly echoed the voice of Yu Lingshan from outside. Han Feng opened the door, only to see Yu Lingshan bounding away like a little rabbit, swiftly departing the sanctuary. At least she remembered to say goodbye this time. It was a sign of progress. Watching her retreating figure, Han Feng pondered thoughtfully, then turned his gaze towards the restroom. At that moment, four cornstalks had rushed into the restroom, followed by a cacophony of noise. Don't all rush at once, take turns. No way, the women's offerings are more fragrant. I can't resist, I must have a taste first. Brothers, eat while it's hot. Could you possibly eat less? I've only had 2 bites. There's hardly any left. 2 bites is hardly sparing. Get lost. Han Feng listened for a while, shaking his head in resignation before departing the sanctuary. His initial plan was to continue distilling seawater to obtain salt, but with Lu Chushuang's interference, that plan had to be shelved. The resources exchanged for salt were far too meager, and the cost-effectiveness was too low. He might as well engage in other endeavors. A few minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the easternmost side of the island. Previously, there had been a patch of reeds here, but due to the hunting of locusts, he had set it ablaze. However, the ground was now sprouting fresh shoots once more, presenting a vibrant green expanse. It won't take long before it becomes a patch of reeds again. Once they grow tall, my friends, I shall reap the harvest. Han Feng murmured softly before making his way to a nearby meadow. He was not there to cut reeds, but rather to forage for wild vegetables. In this meadow, a type of shepherd's purse thrived. While it bore a slight bitterness when eaten raw, it was undeniably exquisite when prepared as a soup. Subsequently, Han Feng began to dig with a military shovel, laboring diligently for an hour and unearthing over 100 plants. Feeling satisfied with his haul, he departed from the spot and proceeded to the seaside. Upon Han Feng's arrival, De Zhuang and Xiao Rou greeted him warmly. Han Feng inclined his head slightly and inquired, De Zhuang, have you discovered any treasure chests? None, De Zhuang replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly added, earlier at noon, I stumbled upon a small boat, and there was a person aboard. Chapter 72, a trivial maneuver, not worth mentioning. Is there truly such a thing? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. How could there be a boat here? Could it be that Zhao Yunxi and the others had discovered it from a treasure chest? But that didn't seem plausible. The sea is fraught with danger. Even if there were a boat, they would hardly dare venture into the waters, would they? If it were not Zhao Yunxi and her companions, then who could it be? Han Feng inquired, De Zhuang, what did the person on the boat look like? De Zhuang described, that fellow stood about 6 feet tall, clad in animal hides, with a full beard, possessing a rugged and menacing appearance. Han Feng pressed further, where did he go? De Zhuang replied, that man lingered near the island for a while, then departed. I have no idea where he went. Han Feng cast his gaze around, surveying the vast ocean. There was no sign of a small boat, nor any other islands in sight. This was indeed peculiar. If there were islands nearby, it could be that he was a player from another isle. Yet, with no islands visible, from whence did he come? Could he have appeared out of thin air? Suddenly, Han Feng recalled that the great black wolf had emerged just as mysteriously. Could it be that this man shared a similar origin? If so, caution was paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng instructed, De Zhuang, if you encounter that fellow again, be sure to notify me at once. Understood, De Zhuang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Han Feng began his search along the beach, remaining occupied until dusk before returning to the shelter. Just as he was preparing to cook, Yu Lingshan unexpectedly arrived. Han Feng, I have something to consult you about. What is it now? Han Feng inquired patiently. Our tomatoes not only failed to bear fruit but have withered instead. Could you assist us in discovering the cause? Yu Lingshan spoke rapidly. They have withered? Han Feng murmured, asking, what about the other plants? The cucumbers and eggplants are thriving. Only the tomatoes are problematic, Yulingshan replied candidly. Han Feng stroked his chin in contemplation before saying, I can take a look, but it cannot be without compensation. Typically, such matters are the domain of farmers. An ordinary person would struggle to identify the issue. However, I possess the ability to communicate with all living things. So inquiring with the tomatoes should reveal the root of the problem. That's agreeable, Yulingshan responded readily. Following this, Han Feng accompanied Yulingshan to their shelter. At that moment, Lu Chushuang and Zhao Yunqi stood in the vegetable garden, both wearing expressions of distress. Zhao Jie, I've brought Han Feng over, Yulingshan announced. Han Feng, come quickly and see what's wrong with our tomatoes. Zhao Yunqi urged, pulling him into the garden. As Han Feng took a closer look, he observed a total of 10 tomato plants, none of which bore fruit. Their leaves had all turned yellow, appearing as though they were on the brink of withering away completely. Such a situation is undoubtedly abnormal. These 10 tomatoes are certainly afflicted. Han Feng's gaze flickered momentarily as he focused on a tomato plant before him, silently communicating, Little tomato, what troubles you? Are you unwell? The tomato weakly replied, Human. Please save us. The ground is infested with pests that are siphoning our nutrients and gnawing at our roots. So it is the pests that are causing the trouble. Han Feng realized this and turned to Zhao Yunqi, saying calmly, I have discerned the situation. Zhao Yunqi's expression shifted. What is happening? Han Feng merely glanced once and understood the cause. Is he truly this remarkable? Han Feng smirked. I may divulge this information and assist you, but first, I must receive a benefit in return. Zhao Yunqi paused, inquiring, what do you desire? Han Feng raised 2 fingers. I want 2 treasure chests. Zhao Yunqi frowned. But we have no treasure chests. Han Feng smiled slightly. That is of no concern. You may owe me for now and repay me once you acquire the chests. Zhao Yunqi pondered for a moment before ultimately conceding, I accept your terms. Han Feng was indeed a figure who would not act without recompense. If he were not offered something in return, he would certainly refrain from providing assistance, given that saving these 10 tomatoes was at stake. The cost of 2 treasure chests was wholly justified. Han Feng, what on earth is going on? Yulingshan asked anxiously. Han Feng cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. The explanation is straightforward. There are pests in the soil, and they are draining the tomatoes of their nutrients, which is causing their wilting. Pests underground? How do you know this? Lu Chushuang questioned with suspicion. Why must I disclose my knowledge to you? Who do you think you are? Han Feng retorted with a scoff. How infuriating. Lu Chushuang stamped her foot in frustration. Han Feng's incessant insults were becoming intolerable. Did he truly regard her as someone to be easily manipulated? Lu Chushuang. Remain calm. Zhao Yunqi signaled to her, and then turned to Han Feng, asking, what shall we do next? Exterminate the pests. Han Feng replied coldly. Only by eradicating all the pests in the soil can the tomatoes resume their normal growth. How do we eliminate them? Must we dig them out? Zhao Yunqi could not help but ask. Indeed, they must be excavated, but this task must be carried out by me personally, Han Feng stated leisurely. Eliminating pests also grants experience points. This opportunity cannot be missed. Then please proceed swiftly, Zhao Yunqi urged impatiently. May I borrow a spade? Han Feng requested. Here. Yulingshan handed him a spade. Han Feng did not rush to act. Instead, he quietly communicated with the tomato before him. Little tomato, I have come to rescue you. How many pests are nearby, and where are they located? The tomato replied excitedly. There is only one pest here, right beneath your feet. Han Feng gripped the spade and dug downwards at his feet. A crunch echoed. The engineer's shovel became deeply entrenched in the mire. With a slight exertion, Han Feng dislodged a clump of earth, casting it aside and sifting through the remnants. In the next moment, a 5-centimeter-long white creature emerged into view. Resembling a large maggot, truly repulsive. There really are bugs. Zhao Yunqi and the others were momentarily stupefied. It seemed that Chu Feng had not deceived them. He indeed possessed remarkable skills. Han Feng, you know far too much. You are truly impressive. Yulingshan gazed at Han Feng, her eyes filled with admiration. Awestruck by his capabilities, Han Feng merely raised an eyebrow, dismissing it as a trivial feat, hardly worth mentioning. There you go, boasting again. Lu Chushuang muttered softly. Just then, the white creature let out a disgruntled sound. Han Feng's expression darkened as he swung the engineer's shovel and struck downwards. With a resounding thud, the white worm was reduced to a pulpy mess. How dare such a mere insect challenge him? It was courting death. Chapter 73. The talent to weaken mental power after vanquishing the large insect. Han Feng approached the second tomato plant. Zhao Yunqi, perplexed, inquired, Han Feng, are you simply going to dig? There's just one worm in the soil? Indeed, merely one, Han Feng replied with an air of calm. Zhao Yunqi furrowed her brows, questioning. How do you know that? You don't possess X-ray vision, so how can you ascertain that there is only one worm? A profound glimmer shone in Han Feng's eyes. Experience. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Was it common for Han Feng to engage in such endeavors? Choosing not to elaborate further, Han Feng turned to the second tomato plant, asking, Little Tomato, how many worms do you have beneath you? The tomato plant responded, There is one on my left and one on my right. With purpose. Han Feng wielded his spade and, after just 2 strikes, unearthed 2 plump worms. The sound of their demise echoed, thud, thud, with precision and decisiveness. Han Feng dispatched the 2 worms. Zhao Yunqi and her companion stood in astonishment. Each time Han Feng plunged the spade, he seemed to accurately locate the white worms as if guided by an unseen force. Truly remarkable. Could it really be mere experience? Continuing his task, Han Feng diligently excavated for another 10 minutes, eradicating all the large worms from the garden, totaling 15. Upon completing this endeavor, he returned the spade to Yu Lingshan and offered a faint smile. The crisis has been averted. You may rest easy now. Han Feng, thank you so much. Zhao Yunqi expressed her gratitude. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Just remember to reward me with a treasure chest. Zhao Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. I shall take my leave now, Han Feng announced as he turned to depart. As she watched Han Feng's retreating figure, Zhao Yunqi's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue. This individual was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Yu Lingshan tilted her head, scrutinizing Zhao Yunqi, and with a playful grin remarked, Sister Zhao? You wouldn't happen to have feelings for Han Feng, would you? Zhao Yunqi's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, Don't speak nonsense. Very well. I shall refrain from saying more, Yu Lingshan replied, pouting slightly. Meanwhile, Han Feng returned to the shelter and began preparing dinner. He boiled 2 large crabs and some clams, in addition to making a pot of egg and shepherd's purse soup. At this stage, enjoying such a sumptuous dinner felt exceedingly indulgent. Should other survivors witness this feast, they would undoubtedly drool with envy. Little mouse, dinner is served, Han Feng called out. The blue electric mouse darted forth. Brother, what are we having for dinner? Han Feng presented a crab and a dozen clams, stating, This is our meal. The blue electric mouse glanced at the frying pan and asked, What is that soup? Egg and shepherd's purse soup, Han Feng replied softly. The blue electric mouse's eyes lit up. I want some. You cannot have any, Han Feng firmly declined. Why not? The blue electric mouse questioned, bewildered. Han Feng explained, There is only a limited amount of soup. If you drink it, what will I have? The blue electric mouse fell silent. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Han Feng entered the thatched cottage, reclined on the bed, and activated the game interface. Suddenly, the private message icon chimed brightly. Upon seeing that the sender was Yuan Hao, Han Feng swiftly opened the message. Yuan Hao, Han Feng, I have derived some iron ore. When shall we conduct the trade? Han Feng's expression shifted. Right now. With this piece of iron ore, the promotion of the Great Blade to level 2 was virtually assured. The two then made their way to the trading hall. Han Feng exchanged 2 tomatoes for a 5-kilogram chunk of iron ore from Yuan Hao. Great Blade. It's time to feast. Han Feng casually tossed the iron ore to the Great Blade, which eagerly devoured it. Han Feng, maintaining his composure, activated his insight talent to observe. Target, Great Blade. Level, 2. Evolution level, 0. Attack power, 4020. Defense power, 2020. Spiritual power, 1010. Talent, Blade Breaker. At last, it had reached level 2. Han Feng was overjoyed. I have leveled up to 2. The Great Blade laughed heartily, its laughter echoing throughout the thatched cottage. What is the fuss about leveling up to 2? Is it really that exciting? Such a trivial achievement, the thatched cottage scoffed. The engineer shovel chimed in. Big brother. Little Blade has leveled up. Am I next in line? You are indeed next. Han Feng replied with a gentle nod. Big brother, you are magnificent. I adore you. The engineer shovel exclaimed. Please refrain from such nauseating flattery. It makes me feel queasy, Han Feng retorted, clicking his tongue. The engineer shovel was momentarily taken aback. Han Feng, disregarding him, was about to open the regional chat group when suddenly, another matter caught his attention. His gaze shifted to the magnifying glass. Little mirror, what functions does your talent possess? My talent belongs to the attack category, and it is rather formidable. The magnifying glass replied with pride. No more teasing, just spill it, Han Feng urged. The magnifying glass cleared its throat and said solemnly, it absorbs any light, condensing it into a laser that locks onto a target and significantly weakens the target's spiritual energy reserves. Han Feng was left speechless. He had initially assumed that the magnifying glass's talent was a form of magical attack, but it appeared he was mistaken. This ability actually targeted spiritual energy. Once spiritual energy was diminished, the talent could not be utilized. The resultant damage far exceeded that of ordinary magical attacks. "Big brother, what do you think of my talent?" The magnifying glass inquired with a grin. "It's exceptionally impressive," Han Feng praised, then asked, "How much spiritual energy can you consume from the target in one use of your talent?" This aspect was crucial. If it could only consume a few points, it would be somewhat ineffectual. However, if it could drain dozens or even hundreds of points, it would prove invaluable in critical moments. The magnifying glass replied, "I am currently only at level 3, so I can consume a maximum of 30 points of spiritual energy per use. That is quite commendable." Han Feng nodded slightly. At this stage, all players possess relatively low levels, with their mental energy reserves hovering around 30 points. Consuming 30 points of mental energy in a single instance leaves one nearly depleted. Without mental energy, who could possibly stand as a rival? Contemplating this, Han Feng could not help but smile. The magnifying glass reminded him that he was currently only at level 3. If he could elevate his level, his innate abilities would be further enhanced. Han Feng smiled lightly, understanding the implication. "You merely wish to indulge in more glass, don't you? I will procure it for you when the opportunity arises." "Brother, you are too kind to me. I adore you. Do not repulse me," Han Feng retorted with a glance, then turned his attention to the frying pan. Even the small mirror possessed considerable offensive capabilities, while the frying pan seemed utterly inconsequential. The frying pan thought to itself, "Why must I be subjected to such unwarranted ridicule? I am but a mere pan." Han Feng's expectations of it were rather excessive, were they not? Chapter 74. The kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. Shortly thereafter, Han Feng opened the regional chat channel. "Li Peng, brothers, I have delightful news to share. We can acquire salt by distilling seawater, so there's no need to exchange with Han Feng or Lu Chushuang. Wu Dahai, I've already made my exchanges. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "Li Peng, I just learned of it myself." "Sudama, Han Feng, may I return my items?" Han Feng, "Of course. Returns are allowed, but I must remind you that it is already dark. Even if you know how to distill salt, you cannot obtain it now. Furthermore, to distill salt, one must go to the seaside. Are you not aware of the dangers that lurk there? Are you willing to take such risks for a bit of salt?" "Su Damao, I was merely joking. Why take it so seriously?" Han Feng, "Is anyone else wishing to return items? Feel free to contact me." Silence enveloped the group. Wu Dahai, "Han Feng, do you still need thatch?" Han Feng, "I'll take as much as you have. I welcome all." Lu Chushuang, "Han Feng, you've exchanged for quite a bit of thatch recently, yet there is not a trace of it in your shelter. Where have you put it all?" Han Feng, "What does that concern you? Do I need to consult you for my actions?" Lu Chushuang, "Di Lihua, Han Feng, could you refrain from being so sharp-tongued?" Lu Chushuang was merely inquiring. "If you don't wish to share, that's fine, but why respond so harshly?" Han Feng retorted without reservation, "What does it matter to you? Who appointed you to meddle?" Di Lihua, "The crowd. What is going on with Han Feng? Why is he so confrontational?" Jiang Feng, "Han Feng, you have gone too far. How can you speak of my goddess in such a manner? Apologize to Di Lihua at once." Han Feng, "And you, who are you to speak here?" Jiang Feng's lips trembled in anger. Lu Tai, "Han Feng, your arrogance is intolerable. As the foremost powerhouse of District 10086, I hope you can exercise some humility." Han Feng, "The foremost powerhouse of District 10086? Who recognized that?" Yang Shuliang, "Lu Tai has already reached level 5, and gaining experience through sunbathing is no small feat. It's not unreasonable to claim he could be the top." Han Feng, "Did you seek my approval for that?" The crowd. Han Feng's tone suggests he holds Lu Tai in utter disregard. Is he truly so audacious? Lu Tai, Han Feng, "I am genuinely angered. The consequences could be severe. You had better hope we do not cross paths." Han Feng, "I specialize in dealing with all forms of arrogance. If you're unconvinced, come at me." Lu Tai gritted his teeth in fury. "I will remember this." Zhang Shang, Han Feng, "Why do I feel something is amiss with you today? Typically, you exude a sense of modesty and restraint. Yet today you appear so domineering, a stark contrast to your usual demeanor." Han Feng chuckled softly. "Kind-hearted individuals are often taken advantage of, and the benevolent are bullied by the unscrupulous. I merely seek to avoid being oppressed. My confrontational demeanor is a means to divert attention, A tactic to conceal the reason for the missing thatch, nothing more. The crowd? It has always been Han Feng confronting others. Who has been bullying him? Is this not a blatant falsehood? Furthermore, what does it mean that kind-hearted individuals are often bullied? Are they being likened to dogs? Is this not an insult? It is utterly reprehensible. Yongmi, the group chat is quite lively. What are you all discussing? Jiang Feng, what? Another celebrity has joined us. Zhang Chong, Dili Ri Ba, and Yongmi are both in our 10086 district. This is sheer bliss. Peng Yu, it's a pity they aren't on the same island as us. We can only envy from afar. Li Qingguang, what difference does it make if they are on the same island? Peng Yu, I would certainly protect them fiercely. Li Qingguang, I am well aware of your intentions. Peng Yu, do not misinterpret. My intentions are pure. Li Qingguang, haha. Su Lin, sister me, you are my idol. I admire you greatly. Yongmi, is that so? I shall sign for you when the opportunity arises. Su Lin, that would be wonderful. Wu Dahai, are you truly the celebrity Yongmi? Yongmi, absolutely authentic. Dili Ri Ba, I can vouch for it. Sister Mi is with me on the same island. Yang Shuliang, there are 4 players on this island. Besides you two, who are the other 2? Surely they are not also celebrities. Yongmi, Louis Fei and Golnazer are here as well. Li Pang Pang, goodness. The 4 goddesses have gathered on one island. Ping Yu, if only I could team up with you all. Jiang Feng, stop dreaming. Who wouldn't he want that? Yongmi, I have a 2-meter-long wooden sofa. Does anyone need it? I'm open to exchanges. Jiang Feng, with a sofa, I wouldn't have to sleep on the ground. It's splendid, but alas. I can barely afford a meal, let alone trade. Jia Yunxi, Yongmi, what is the asking price for that sofa? Yongmi, this sofa is brand new. Obtained from a treasure chest, so I cannot price it too low. Please make your offers. Zhang Chang, I offer a tomato. Yongmi, please refrain from speaking with me in the future. Zhang Chang, why? Yongmi, I prefer not to converse with individuals of low intellect. Do you truly believe a tomato can be exchanged for a brand new 2-meter-long wooden sofa? Zhang Chang must have a few screws loose. Zhang Chang, Lu Chushuang, I offer 10 cucumbers and 10 eggplants. Yongmi, I'm afraid your offer is below my expectations. Han Feng, with a glint in his eye, spoke, I offer 2 crabs and 2 fish. The reason for wanting the sofa was not for personal use, but primarily for the wooden fence, as it could be upgraded by consuming wood. Yongmi, how large are those crabs? Han Feng, about 5 pounds each. Yongmi, deal. Han Feng, let us head to the trading hall. Yongmi, wait a moment. I also have 2 wooden round tables and 2 wooden stools. Do you want them? Han Feng's expression changed. I'll take them all. Yongmi, what can you offer me in return? Han Feng, for large crabs. Yongmi, that works. Su Lin, Han Feng, where did you procure so many crabs? Han Feng, I went to the beach today and happened upon 2 groups of crabs fighting. I picked them up. Yang Shuliang, why do you always encounter crabs in battle, while I never do? Han Feng, I might be rather fortunate. Yongmi, Han Feng, let us hasten to the trading hall. Han Feng, certainly. Thereafter, the duo proceeded to the trading hall. Han Feng exchanged 6 red pine crabs and 2 sea fish for a wooden sofa, 2 round tables, and 2 wooden stools from Yongmi. Upon the completion of the transaction, Han Feng exited the thatched cottage and made his way directly to the wooden fence. Brother, what brings you out at this late hour? Surely you are not in need of a restroom? Inquired the wooden fence. Han Feng smiled faintly. I have brought you a midnight snack. The wooden fence instantly became animated. Brother, have you procured some wood? Han Feng raised an eyebrow and commanded, open wide. The wooden fence promptly opened its mouth wide. Han Feng then accessed the warehouse of the trading hall, retrieving the sofa, the round tables, and the wooden stools, and proceeded to deposit them into the wooden fence's mouth one by one. Chapter 75. Has Ho Yi's leg been broken? As the wooden fence was completely consumed, Han Feng discreetly activated his insight talent. Target, wooden fence. Level, 2. Evolution degree, 50. Attack power, 0. Defense power, 3020. Mental power, 1010. Talent, rebound, level 1. Upon reviewing the introduction, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. The wooden fence possessed a talent? What purpose does this talent serve? He promptly inquired, Little Fence, what functions does your talent possess? Little Fence replied, when subjected to physical attacks, it reflects 5 of the inflicted physical damage back to the attacker. Han Feng was somewhat moved. While a 5 physical damage reflection might not seem significant, one must not forget that this was merely a level 1 talent. What if it were to be upgraded several levels? the physical damage reflection would undoubtedly multiply. With this thought in mind, Hanfeng casually asked, Little Fence, to what maximum level can your rebound talent be upgraded? Little Fence responded, it can be upgraded to a maximum of level 100. With each level enhancing the physical damage reflection effect by 5. Upon hearing this, Hanfeng pondered while stroking his chin. An increase of 5 per level leading to a 500 enhancement in physical damage reflection at level 100? Who would dare to lay a finger on the wooden fence and not be struck down by their own retaliation? Remarkable. Hanfeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Brother, do you think I am impressive? Little Fence tentatively questioned. Hanfeng regarded the wooden fence with a gaze akin to that of a treasured gem. Your potential is immense. I shall nurture you well in the future. Thank you, brother. Little Fence exclaimed, filled with excitement. We're comrades. It's only right to help you. No need for formalities. Hanfeng chuckled lightly as he returned to the thatched cottage. Subsequently, he reclined on the straw bed. Finding himself with little to do, he opened a regional chat channel. Jiangfeng, brothers, are you ready? In 2 hours, that big black wolf will appear. Sudamao, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Wudahai, anxious? Come on. Don't we all have salt? Just sprinkle it at the big black wolf, and it will surely flee. Sudamao, that may be true. But that big black wolf is ferocious. Just one look and I tremble all over. Li Pang, me too. I'm so scared right now. I just want to go home and find my mother. Zhang Sheng, how can you two even call yourselves men? It's truly embarrassing. Li Qingguang, if you don't face the big black wolf, you might as well wait for death. Lu Tai, can't you muster some courage this once? Ping Yu, let us go. Be a real man like me. Li Pang, I'd rather be a woman. Lu Tai, hurry up and die. Yang Shuliang, by the way, I forgot to tell you something very important. Di Lihua, what is it? Yang Shuliang, you may not believe this. But while I was at the beach collecting clams today, I actually saw a canoe. Jiang Feng, didn't you bring that canoe back? Yang Shuliang, bring it back? Not a chance. There were people on that canoe. Shinchang, what kind of people? Are they also survivors? Yang Shuliang spoke solemnly, it does not seem likely. That fellow was clad in animal skins, exuding an aura of savagery, resembling a native or a wild man. Su Damao inquired, and then what happened? Did you communicate? Yang Shuliang replied, no. After casting a glance at me, he made a throat-cutting gesture and then departed in his canoe. Jiang Feng exclaimed, goodness. Why do I feel a chill? Jia Yunqi queried, where did that native come from? Yang Shuliang admitted, I am uncertain. Zhang Xin cautioned. It appears that native has set his sights on you. Exercise caution. Yang Shuliang scoffed, he is merely a native, should he dare to provoke me. I would dispatch him with ease. Pingyu retorted, you certainly have a way with words. Yang Mi asked, has anyone else encountered the native? Jiang Feng responded, no. Wudahai echoed, neither have I. Others chimed in, affirming they had not seen one. Zhang Xin concluded, so it seems only Yang Shuliang has laid eyes on the native. This should be a rare occurrence. There is no need for concern. Lu Tai added, I have seen one too, albeit from a distance, and could not discern his appearance. The crowd murmured in surprise. The distinction between one person witnessing and two was a significant one. This suggested that natives could potentially appear in succession. Would they pose a threat? Instantly, a shadow of apprehension enveloped the group. With the great black wolf yet unresolved, another native had emerged. How were they to survive? Observing this, Hanfeng squinted thoughtfully. Thus far, only he, Yang Shuliang, and Lu Tai had encountered natives on their island. Notably, all three shared a common trait. Their strength far surpassed that of the others, having already vanquished the great black wolf. Could it be posited that only after the great black wolf was defeated or driven away would natives begin to appear? As for whether this was indeed the case, the following day would provide clarity. Shortly thereafter, Hanfeng closed the chat group and opted to rest. As time passed, the dawn of the next day arrived. Bright sunlight poured into the shelter. Big brother, the sun is up. It's time to relieve yourself, shouted Gong Bingchen, adhering to his usual routine. You are remarkably punctual. Hanfeng remarked with a hint of sarcasm as he rose from his bed and flung open the door. The moment the door swung wide, the blue lightning mouse darted out like a whirlwind, swiftly making its way to the restroom. Shortly after, sounds of splattering echoed from within. Brothers, breakfast is served. 4 ears of corn eagerly rushed toward the restroom. Get lost, the blue lightning mouse bellowed. While it was preoccupied, the corn could hardly contain their excitement and rushed to lick its rear. Who could endure such an indignity? Gentlemen, please be patient. Let the little mouse finish, called out the combat corn. Little mouse, do take your time. Otherwise, we four shall not have enough to share. chimed in the frozen corn. The blue lightning mouse wore a look of utter dismay. The exhilarating sensation of relief vanished without a trace. Hanfeng cast a glance but turned his attention away. He then proceeded to kindle a fire to prepare breakfast. The morning meal was quite simple, consisting of a pot of rice porridge. After a brief interval of several minutes, the porridge was ready. Just as Hanfeng was about to indulge in it, a voice resonated in his mind, the voice of the sun. "Little one, why haven't you greeted me today?" Taken aback, Hanfeng looked upwards. The sun seemed to be in good spirits today. Through these past few days of interaction, he had gradually discerned the sun's temperament. The sun would only initiate a conversation when it was in a jovial mood. With a chuckle, the sun replied, "Indeed. My mood is quite pleasant." Hanfeng ventured, "Could it be that you were leaving work early today?" The sun responded, "Even happier than that." Intrigued, Hanfeng inquired, "Might you share your joy with me?" "I can tell you," the sun said with a cheerful tone. "The one who harmed my brother was thoroughly beaten today, to the point that his legs were broken." Hanfeng's lips parted in surprise. "Are you saying that Hou-Yi had his legs broken?" It is well known that Hou-Yi is a formidable deity. Who could possibly break his legs? Whose subordinate is so ferocious? Chapter 76. An inability to relieve oneself. Perhaps due to the absence of gravity on Earth, indeed, it is he. The sun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Hanfeng, intrigued, inquired, "Who is responsible for this?" The sun replied, "Anyone capable of tormenting Hou-Yi must certainly be a deity as well. However, I am not entirely certain as to who it is. I have merely heard it from others." Hanfeng pressed further. What could possibly be the reason behind their conflict? The sun scoffed. What else could it be? It is undoubtedly for the affection of Chang'e. Hanfeng's jaw dropped in disbelief. Two divine beings quarreling over a woman, resorting to violence? How utterly disgraceful, the sun remarked. "Little one, I must attend to my duties now. Our conversation must come to an end." "Very well," Hanfeng replied. Then picked up the frying pan and began to sip his rice porridge. Yet, before he could take more than a few sips, he felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw the blue electric mouse had unexpectedly appeared beside him, tugging at his trousers with one paw. Gazing up at him with earnest eyes. "What are you pulling at my pants for?" Hanfeng asked. The blue electric mouse chuckled. "Big brother, I want some rice porridge too." Hanfeng frowned slightly. "I don't mind sharing, but there is only one frying pan. We cannot drink from the same vessel, can we?" "What's wrong with sharing?" "I wouldn't mind," the blue electric mouse responded nonchalantly. Hanfeng rolled his eyes, retorting, "You may not mind, but I certainly do." The thought of sharing utensils with a mouse is rather revolting. He could not possibly agree to that. The blue electric mouse looked dejected. "You can't possibly deny me breakfast." After a moment's thought, Hanfeng opened his space pouch and produced an oyster shell, then poured some rice porridge into it. "Here, little mouse. You can use this oyster shell as your bowl." "Thank you, big brother." The blue electric mouse exclaimed with excitement. For it, the specific vessel mattered little. What was crucial was having something to eat. Just as the blue electric mouse was about to dig in, Hanfeng suddenly recalled something and called out, "Wait, don't eat just yet." "What is it?" The blue electric mouse looked up, puzzled. Hanfeng whispered, "Did you just relieve yourself? Did you clean yourself afterwards?" "No." The blue electric mouse shook its head. Hanfeng felt his stomach churn, gritting his teeth as he said, "You didn't wipe yourself, and you want to eat with me? Don't you find that disgusting?" The blue electric mouse shrugged, "Though I did not wipe. My behind is clean and has no trace of odor." "What do you mean?" Hanfeng was taken aback. The blue electric mouse explained, "Those 4 cornstalks just now were eager to clean me up. It felt quite delightful." Hanfeng sighed. "It seems this breakfast is beyond salvaging. If I continue, I might as well be sick." Thus, he poured the remaining rice porridge into the oyster shell. "Big brother, you are too kind to me," the blue electric mouse said, eyes brimming with tears. To it, Hanfeng's gesture was a testament of concern for its hunger, and it was profoundly touched by the act. "Hurry, indeed. Once you're finished, we shall head to the seaside," Hanfeng urged. The blue electric mouse's eyes sparkled with excitement as it began to devour its meal with gusto. The prospect of catching clams at the beach was a daily obsession for it. In less than a minute, the blue electric mouse had polished off the rice porridge and, with a slightly muffled voice, declared, "Big brother, I'm done eating. Let us go to the beach." Hanfeng swiftly scooped up the blue electric mouse and tucked it into his pocket before striding toward the exit. To his surprise, as he opened the gate, a figure came sprinting from the distance. Hanfeng narrowed his eyes. Upon recognizing Lu Chushuang, his brow furrowed. He and Lu Chushuang were not on the best of terms, and their encounters often devolved into verbal sparring. What could Lu Chushuang want here? Surely she wasn't here to challenge him? Lu Shuang approached and greeted him. Han Feng scrutinized her coldly and asked, "What do you want?" "I have a favor to ask," Lu Shuang replied, her eyes pleading. "Not interested," Han Feng retorted brusquely. If it had been Yuling Shan, he might have considered helping. But Lu Shuang? He had no desire to engage. "Please, help me. I can offer you a treasure chest as a reward," Lu Shuang implored urgently. Han Feng's eyes flickered momentarily. "You possess a treasure chest? If so, I might reconsider. I don't have it on hand, but I promise to repay you later. If that's not feasible, I could provide some thatch instead," Lu Shuang quickly explained. Han Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you need my help with?" I. Lu Shuang hesitated, appearing flustered. Han Feng, growing impatient, remarked, "My time is valuable. If you don't speak soon, I may leave." "Don't go." Lu Shuang bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I have an upset stomach and can't relieve myself. It's quite distressing." Han Feng paused, then teased, "If you can't relieve yourself, it might be due to the lack of gravity on Earth. Why come to me for that?" Lu Shuang. Was Han Feng truly speaking human language? Was this mere mockery? It was utterly intolerable. However, since she needed his assistance, Lu Shuang swallowed her pride and pleaded, "Please, Han Feng, help me with this." Han Feng rubbed his nose and replied coolly, "I can assist you, but I have 2 conditions." "State them," Lu Shuang urged eagerly. "First, you must gather 50 kilograms of thatch for me. Second, you need to use the restroom at my shelter," Han Feng stated. "I agree," Lu Shuang responded without hesitation. There was plenty of thatch on the island, and she could easily collect 50 kilograms in half a day. As for using Han Feng's shelter, it was no great inconvenience. She had already done so before. "Then let us begin," Han Feng nodded, reminding her, "Place both hands on the wooden fence." "Ah?" Lu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto her face. Why did Han Feng always insist on putting her in such positions? "What are you dawdling for?" "Hurry up," Han Feng urged. Gritting her teeth, Lu Shuang placed her hands on the wooden railing. "Big brother, she is touching me. Tell her to remove her hands quickly. I have a cleanliness obsession." Just then, the wooden railing let out a loud creak. Han Feng shot at a fierce glare, muttering to himself, "Silence your chatter. Dare to ruin my plans, and I shall disassemble you." The railing, startled, fell silent. Han Feng's gaze roamed over Lu Shuang's figure. It must be said, her physique was indeed quite remarkable, particularly those long, shapely legs. It was a pity she was pedaling a tricycle. After a moment, Han Feng reminded her, during the treatment, "There will be physical contact, so you must be mentally prepared. Do not move around. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain." Chapter 77. The brains of the operation. Lu Shuang could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Han Feng, why must I assume this particular posture?" Han Feng, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Do not question the treatment plan of a professional physician." Lu Shuang fell silent, a moment of contemplation washing over her. Han Feng then approached her, drawing nearer. The wooden fence stood witness in astonishment. What was Han Feng planning? Was he about to unleash a barrage of attention upon Lu Shuang? It was broad daylight after all. Could they not retreat to the thatched cottage? Did he not fear being seen? Goodness, this was rather audacious. "Steady yourself," Han Feng cautioned as he laid his palm gently upon Lu Shuang's abdomen, channeling a healing talent. Moments later, the treatment concluded. Retrieving his hand, he softly inquired, "How do you feel?" "Much better," Lu Shuang replied, her gaze lowered, a blush adorning her cheeks. Han Feng smirked, "Should you not fulfill your promise now?" Lu Shuang bit her lip gently and proceeded directly towards the restroom. Observing her retreating figure, Han Feng's eyes narrowed, murmuring to himself, "Next time, a different area perhaps." "Brother, why did you not seize the opportunity?" The wooden fence questioned curiously. Just moments ago, it was evident that Han Feng was ready to make his move. He was merely a step away from winning over Lu Shuang. Why relinquish the chance? Han Feng replied with a serious demeanor, "I, Han Feng, have always conducted myself with integrity. How could I possibly engage in such underhanded tactics? My earlier actions were merely driven by the urgency to assist." The wooden fence chuckled. "Brother, do not attempt to justify your shamelessness. You merely sought to take advantage of the situation. Do you think I am unaware?" Han Feng's expression darkened immediately, silencing the wooden fence for 1 hour. Inside the restroom, Lu Shuang suddenly recalled something and called out to Han Feng, "Han Feng, do not stand there. Go to the thatched cottage. The grass curtains outside the restroom shield us from view." Han Feng, exasperated, replied, "That won't do. The curtains have gaps." You must enter the thatched cottage. Lu Chushuang's tone was resolute. Very well, Han Feng conceded, striding purposefully into the thatched cottage and shutting the windows and door behind him. With a sigh of relief, Lu Chushuang squatted down in the earthen pit. Brothers, splendid news, another meal is at hand. Ice Corn exclaimed excitedly. The essence of a woman's offering is particularly delectable. Once tasted, one is bound to return for more. Windblade, Corn chimed in. Hearing her mention that she had not relieved herself in several days. This time, she must have quite the bounty for us, Flame Corn added, brimming with enthusiasm. Calm yourselves. Gentlemen, let us not act impulsively as we did before. We shall wait here until she is finished, Battle Corn advised. Brother, we shall heed your counsel. The three corns affirmed in unison. Han Feng lay upon the straw bed, idly passing the time, when he decided to open the regional chat group. Jiang Feng, brothers, I have succeeded. I have driven away the great black wolf. Su Damao, I have also chased away the great black wolf. Peng Yu, without the black wolf, we can consider ourselves safe. We need no longer live in fear. Zhang Sheng, everyone, do not rejoice too soon. Su Lin, what is it? Zhang Sheng replied gravely, just now, I saw a native rowing a wooden boat. Su Damao, so what if you saw it? Do you think that native would attack us? Zhang Sheng, whether he will attack us, I am uncertain, but it feels rather peculiar. Jiang Feng, no need for wild speculation. That native will undoubtedly strike at us. The crowd, how do you know? Jiang Feng, have you forgotten my gift? My talent is perception. Once I lock onto a target, I can sense whether there is danger. Previously, I also spotted a native and sensed deep malevolence emanating from him. I am certain that he harbors ill intentions. And perhaps in a few days, he will make his move against us. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes gradually narrowed. Jiang Feng's assertion aligned perfectly with his suspicions. It seems we must prepare cautiously. Wu Dahai, we have just driven away the black wolf, and now a native appears. Life has become unbearable. Ping Yu, is the universe intent on exterminating us? Is there no humanity left? Lu Tai, it's merely a native. Why are you all so frightened? Is this all you amount to? Qin Chang, you truly know how to speak coldly. You are a level 5 player, so of course, you have no fear. But we are not so fortunate. I am only level 1. Can I remain unafraid? Lu Tai, apologies. I forgot you are all but fledgling players. Qin Chang, Misa Shuya, may I inquire if all natives are male? Lu Shuliang, pretty much. So far, all the natives we have encountered are male. Misa Shuya, that puts my mind at ease. Lu Shuliang, what do you mean by that? Misa Shuya, as long as they are men, I have ways to manage them. Peng Yu could not help but ask, you do not intend to sell your body, do you? Mama Noji Kana, that is not selling oneself. That is a sacrifice for art. The crowd. Jiang Feng, this is a life and death struggle. Either the natives perish, or we do. Let us not cower. Let us confront them. Zhang Sheng, where do you find your courage? Jiang Feng, my strength provides me with courage. Lu Shuliang, what strength do you possess? Jiang Feng chuckled. You may not believe it, but I have leveled up 3 times. The crowd, what? Su Damao, have you struck lucky and found a treasure chest containing an experience book? Jiang Feng, I leveled up by hunting creatures. Lu Tai, but you lack an offensive talent. How could you hunt creatures? Jiang Feng, unlike you, who relies solely on brute strength, I employ my intellect. Even if my power is lesser, I can still hunt creatures. Su Lin, could you elaborate on how you did it? Jiang Feng cleared his throat. The method is rather simple. Each island typically has an ant nest, and each nest contains hundreds or even thousands of ants. By exterminating these ants, one can level up, right? Lu Tai, the ants here are not ordinary. They are quite large and possess formidable attack power. Even if I encounter a nest of ants, I can only retreat a considerable distance. Can you truly eradicate such a multitude of ants? Jiang Feng, this is why one must employ their intellect. Lu Tai, why do I feel as though you are insulting me? Jiang Feng, do not misunderstand. I am simply one who values candor. Lu Tai, Wu Dahai, Jiang Feng, what method did you employ? Please enlighten us swiftly. Chapter 78, the second blue treasure chest. Jiang Feng, beg me. Wu Dahai, you. Brother Jiang, please tell me. Jiang Feng, the solution is quite simple. Just pour water into the ant hole, and that will drown the ants. Everyone, huh? This method is indeed straightforward and effective. Why hadn't they thought of it before? This fellow is rather clever. Isn't? Han Feng murmured. Previously, he had exterminated several hundred large ants, but that was accomplished with insecticide. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to deal with those ants at all. This illustrates that Jiang Feng possesses a bit of wit. Sudamao brothers. I'm going to eliminate the ants. I aim to eradicate all of them today. I want to surpass Jiang Feng and Lu Shuliang and stand alongside Lu Tai. Lu Tai, stand alongside me? Do you think you are worthy? Sudama, don't underestimate others. Wudahai, brothers, stop dawdling. Killing ants will yield experience points. So let's act swiftly. Lu Pang Bang. All right, I'm on it. Before long, the chat group became rather quiet. Han Feng promptly closed it and opened the trading hall instead. After several minutes, Lu Chushuang left the sanctuary, and the 4 corn plants eagerly rushed into the restroom. Han Feng glanced over and reminded, Little Jia, you 4 keep an eye on the house. I'll be out for a while. Big brother, don't worry, we'll ensure the task is completed. The battle corn replied indistinctly. Han Feng said no more, taking Blue Electric Mouse and leaving the sanctuary. A few minutes later, he arrived at the seaside. Before him lay a vast ocean, its azure waves undulating, a breathtaking sight. Han Feng scanned the area but found no trace of the natives. So he directed his gaze to the beach. There, he saw De Zhuang and Xiao Rou conversing with a giant octopus. Beneath the octopus, 2 treasure chests awaited, both bronze. Upon seeing the chests, Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurried towards them. Han Feng, De Zhuang and Xiao Rou greeted him warmly. Han Feng nodded slightly, and then turned his attention to the giant octopus, smirking, Little octopus, have you found more treasure? Today seems to be quite fortunate for you. Discovering 2 chests. The giant octopus chuckled. Han Feng casually inquired, are you here to trade with me? What do you desire? The giant octopus replied directly, seeking tomatoes and cucumbers. After having savored a cucumber and a tomato yesterday, the flavors lingered delightfully in its memory. Today, upon finding a treasure chest, it couldn't wait to come to the beach and engage and trade with Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. How many do you want? The giant octopus grinned. I'm not quite sure of the value of these 2 chests. Just give what you think is appropriate. After pondering briefly, Han Feng opened his spatial bag and produced 5 cucumbers and 5 tomatoes. Had these been 2 black iron chests, he wouldn't have offered so much. However, bronze chests are an entirely different matter. They're worth surpassing that of black iron chests. So many? The giant octopus was pleasantly surprised. Han Feng smiled faintly, instructing that whenever a treasure chest is found, to seek him for trade. Certainly, the great octopus nodded. I'll be on my way now. Very well. Han Feng chuckled softly. The great octopus grasped a cucumber and a tomato, swiftly making his way toward the distant rocks. Han Feng stowed the 2 bronze treasure chests within his spatial ring and turned to De Zhuang and Xiao Rou, inquiring, would you 2 care for some tomatoes and cucumbers? De Zhuang, a bit bashful, replied, Han Feng, do you have any walnuts? I do like to eat walnuts. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Are walnuts truly that delectable? De Zhuang responded, aren't they meant to boost brain power? After consuming one, I felt a surge of clarity. Thus, I thought I might indulge in a few more. Han Feng mused silently, realizing he had merely mentioned it in passing. Who would have thought De Zhuang would take it to heart? Perhaps this fellow's intellect was genuinely lacking. Lost in thought, Han Feng retrieved the remaining walnuts and handed them to De Zhuang. Thank you so much, Han Feng. De Zhuang exclaimed with exuberance. After consuming these walnuts, perhaps I will become as clever as you. A sudden fit of coughing escaped Han Feng. What ails you? De Zhuang inquired with concern. Are you unwell? It's nothing. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively, then began to wander about. Meanwhile, the blue electric mouse busily dug holes, occasionally unearthing a clam, which it savored with delight. Time sped by, and before they knew it, midday had arrived. Han Feng bid farewell to De Zhuang and Xiao Rou, taking his leave with the blue electric mouse. Just as they were nearing the shelter, Han Feng spotted Lu Chushuang standing outside the wooden fence, beside a pile of 7 or 8 bundles of thatch. Additionally, she cradled a blue treasure chest in her arms. Chapter 79, Confession for Leniency. Resistance for severity upon glimpsing the azure treasure chest. A sudden fervor enveloped Han Feng's gaze. Previously, he had opened a similar azure chest and acquired a blue electric mouse. It was not difficult to surmise that the azure chest likely contained a rare beast, making such chests of immense value. However, why had Lu Chushuang appeared here with an azure chest? Without further contemplation, Han Feng approached directly, knowing he could inquire about the specifics later. Han Feng, Lu Chushuang called out, then gestured to the thatch on the ground. There are 30 kilograms of thatch here. The remainder will be returned to you this afternoon. All right. Han Feng nodded, his eyes drifting back to the azure chest as he casually inquired, what is the meaning of you bringing an azure chest? Lu Chushuang replied nonchalantly. Aren't you owed 2 black iron chests? Han Feng's expression shifted. Are you suggesting this azure chest is a substitute? Lu Chushuang raised an eyebrow, as far as I know. Azure chests typically contain rare beasts, far surpassing the value of black iron chests. It would be somewhat unfair to simply hand it over. Han Feng rubbed his nose. So what are you implying? Lu Chushuang stated plainly, you can have this chest, but in return, you must provide us with an extra roll of toilet paper. Han Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered, stroking his chin. While it was true that azure chests could yield rare beasts, the actual contents remained uncertain. If it turned out to be a subpar beast, he would suffer a significant loss. Conversely, it could also unveil a formidable creature. It was akin to gambling. Risk was inherent in such ventures. Will you, or will you not agree? Lu Chushuang pressed, unable to contain her curiosity at Han Feng's silence. Give me a moment, Han Feng murmured, focusing intently on the azure chest, silently reaching out to it. Little chest, what do you contain? Azure chest, guess? Han Feng scoffed. Guess? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll apply some pressure. Azure chest, come on, I could use a little excitement. Damn. Han Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Lu Chushuang looked on, perplexed by Han Feng's sudden outburst. Who are you cursing at? Don't overthink it. I'm not cursing you, just this azure chest, Han Feng retorted with irritation. Lu Chushuang remained bewildered. Why would one get angry at a treasure chest? Had his mind slipped? I agree, Han Feng suddenly declared. Unable to discern what lay within the azure chest at this moment, he decided to take a gamble. After all, it was an azure chest, which held its own worth. Here, Lu Chushuang promptly handed the azure chest to Han Feng and reminded, now, give me the toilet paper. I can provide the toilet paper, but I have a small request. A sly grin crept across Han Feng's lips. Lu Chushuang furrowed her brows, questioning the necessity of such demands. Han Feng raised an eyebrow, stating, you must use the restroom at my shelter. The reasoning behind this request was simple, to assist the 4 corn plants in their upgrade. Lu Chushuang paused momentarily, then gritted her teeth and replied, very well. After all, she had become accustomed to using the restroom at Chu Feng's shelter on several occasions. Thus, it was settled. A smile crept onto Han Feng's lips as he reminded her. In the future, try to come in the morning, as I am usually absent from the shelter at other times. Understood, Lu Chushuang nodded, bidding farewell as she prepared to leave. Once Lu Chushuang departed, Han Feng stowed the blue treasure chest into his spatial pouch, then picked up the thatch from the ground and approached the thatched cottage, announcing, it's time to eat. The thatched cottage eagerly opened its mouth wide. Han Feng proceeded to stuff bundles of thatch into it. After the thatched cottage finished its meal, he discreetly activated his insight talent to observe. Target, thatched cottage. Level, 2. Evolution progress, 5. Attack power, 0. Defense, 15-15. Mental strength, 20. Talents, creation, transformation. After reviewing the details, Han Feng pondered. Having consumed 30 kilograms of thatch, the cottage's evolution progressed by 5. To elevate to level 3, it would require an additional 600 kilograms of thatch, a daunting task ahead. Shortly thereafter, Han Feng entered the thatched cottage and opened his spatial pouch, retrieving 3 treasure chests. Little chest, I shall offer you 6 words. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. If you cooperate, I shall spare you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my methods, Han Feng declared coldly, fixing his gaze on the blue treasure chest. Feel free to employ any tactics. I await your efforts. Scoffed the blue treasure chest, defiantly shouting back. No need for your bravado. You shall soon regret it. Han Feng muttered fiercely, then plugged his ears and issued a command to the engineer shovel. Sing for me, little shovel. The engineer shovel's song was a soul-crushing attack. Thus far, no one had withstood such an assault. Han Feng was determined to subdue the blue treasure chest. With my small fists, I shall strike your chest. The engineer shovel sang passionately, piercing deep into the soul like a sharp blade. Ugh! Almost immediately, the thatched cottage echoed with sounds of retching. Bronze chest number 1. Brother. Please spare me, I am innocent. Bronze chest number 2. The blue treasure chest has wronged you. It has nothing to do with us. If you must punish someone, let it be that one. Blue treasure chest. Human, I see my errors now. I shall no longer act boastfully in your presence. Please spare me. You think you can challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. Han Feng sneered contemptuously, then signaled to the engineer shovel. All right, little shovel. Cease your efforts. The engineer shovel, still eager, replied. Brother, I was just starting to feel the rhythm. I have yet to sing my fill. Perhaps next time. Han Feng clicked his tongue, then turned his gaze towards the azure treasure chest, his eyes widening in astonishment. Do you submit? The blue treasure chest seemed on the verge of tears, acquiescing. The song of the engineer's shovel was utterly repulsive. Just a single line sent shivers through its very soul. There was no room for defiance. How foolish. Han Feng scoffed lightly, coldly demanding, "What do you contain within?" The azure treasure chest replied truthfully, "It holds a seed." What kind of nonsense is this? Han Feng was rendered speechless. Wasn't the treasure chest supposed to hold a fantastical beast? How had it transformed into a mere seed? If it were a seed for a tomato or cucumber, he would have been utterly cheated. The blue chest meekly insisted, "It is truly just a seed." "I am not deceiving you." Han Feng's expression darkened. What sort of seed could it possibly be? The blue chest replied, "I am uncertain." Without further inquiries, Han Feng swiftly lifted the lid of the treasure chest. In a burst of radiant light, a seed, the size of a fist, came into view. Its appearance bore a resemblance to a pea seed, albeit magnified by at least tenfold. What, then, was the true nature of this seed? Chapter 80. The pea shooter. As Han Feng's gaze fell upon the seed, information surged into his mind. Pea shooter seed. When planted in the soil, it grows into a giant pea, possessing formidable attacking power, and can be upgraded. Han Feng felt a moment of bewilderment. The pea shooter? Isn't this an entity from Plants vs. Zombies? How did it find its way here? Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he focused intently on the pea shooter seed, greeting the small seed. "Hello there. Pea shooter seed, greetings." The seed's demeanor was quite amiable. Han Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Would you be willing to accompany me?" "Pea shooter seed, I shall follow whoever awakens me." "Excellent." Han Feng smiled and nodded, then shifted his gaze to the two bronze treasure chests. "What do you contain?" "Bronze chest number 1. I hold a flame stone." "Bronze chest number 2. I harbor a roasted chicken." "What is a flame stone?" Han Feng paused momentarily before opening the two chests. With a flash of light, a roasted chicken and a blood-red gemstone, the size of a thumb, appeared before him. Han Feng first stored the roasted chicken in his spatial pouch, then turned his attention to the red gemstone. Suddenly, relevant information materialized in his mind. Flame stone, a low-grade fire elemental stone, an exclusive upgrade gem for fire elementals. Once consumed, a fire elemental can evolve and has a slight chance of mutation. Upon reading the description, Han Feng furrowed his brow. This item indeed held considerable value. The issue was that without a fire elemental, it would be rendered useless, akin to a mere trinket. "Young man, could you possibly gift me the flame stone?" The oil lamp suddenly spoke up. "What do you need the flame stone for?" Han Feng asked, perplexed. "Oil lamp. Consuming the flame stone allows for an upgrade." Han Feng's expression shifted. This item could only be consumed by a fire elemental to facilitate an upgrade. Could it be that you are a fire elemental? Oil lamp. Once I gained sentience, I became a fire elemental, albeit significantly weaker than others of my kind. Here. Han Feng placed the flame stone before the oil lamp. It seemed pointless to keep the flame stone when it could be utilized by the little oil lamp. Perhaps it would yield unexpected transformations. "Thank you, young man." The oil lamp exclaimed joyfully, eagerly devouring the flame stone and savoring it. Once it had finished, Han Feng activated his inside ability to observe. Target, oil lamp. Level 2. Evolution degree, 0. Attack power, 0. Defense power, 5. Mental power, 20. Talents, blessing, dispel. After reviewing the information, Han Feng was rather astonished. Following the oil lamp's upgrade, it had awakened 2 talents, which was somewhat unexpected. What capabilities do these talents possess? Han Feng inquired. Oil lamp. The blessing talent serves to enhance luck. Anyone illuminated by my light experiences a 10 increase in their luck. The ability to dispel talent can eliminate invasive malevolent thoughts and also banish the surrounding mist. Not bad, thought Han Feng, slightly nodding. The talents of the oil lamp are indeed auxiliary in nature. They may prove invaluable in critical moments. After a while, Han Feng collected his thoughts and made his way to the garden with the pea shooter seeds in hand. He grasped a soldier's shovel and dug a hole, added some water, and buried the pea shooter seeds within the earth. Having completed this task, Han Feng inquired, "Little pea, how many days will it take for you to mature?" The pea shooter seed replied, 3 days. "Just wait for you for 3 days." Han Feng nodded and subsequently headed to the restroom. "Brothers, it's time to indulge again," the 4 corn stalks exclaimed with excitement. As Han Feng finished his business and stepped out of the restroom, the 4 corn stalks eagerly rushed inside. A cacophony of heated debate ensued shortly thereafter. Han Feng shook his head in bemusement and stepped into the thatched cottage, reclining on the straw bed while opening the regional chat group to observe the discussions. "Sudama, brothers, I have leveled up to level 3. This is incredible. I am truly formidable." "Wudahai, isn't it just level 3? Most of us in the region have reached level 3. What is there to boast about? Su Lin, I really must thank Jiang Feng. If he hadn't informed us of the method to exterminate the ants, leveling up to 3 wouldn't have been so effortless. Jiang Feng, is mere verbal gratitude sufficient? Why not offer something substantial? Su Lin, I have matters to attend to. I must log off. Jiang Feng, Li Pang Bang, I'm still at level 1. I'm so pitiful. Li Qingguang, is there no ant nest on your island? Li Pang Pang, not only are there ant nests, but there are also mosquito and fly nests. The biodiversity is quite abundant. Yang Shuliang, then why don't you kill the ants to level up? Li Pang Pang, the key issue is the lack of water. Peng Yu, it just rained heavily. Didn't you collect any rainwater? Li Pang Pang, I wanted to collect it, but I had nothing to gather it with. Lu Tai, a mud wall cannot be propped up. You might as well wait for death. Li Pang Bang, I'm still young. I don't wish to die. Could someone lend me some water? Zhang Xing, forget it. At this stage, most are impoverished. Who would part with their resources for you? Li Pang Pang, so, are you saying I'm truly doomed? Chen Chong, people die every day. You want to be missed. Li Pang Pang, Yu Ling Shan, Li Pang Pang, you cannot just sit idly by. Be brave and fight against the large ants. If you slay them, you will level up and have a chance to survive. Li Pang Pang, thank you for your comfort, but I genuinely cannot defeat the large ants. Yang Shuliang, if all else fails, use your talent to kill the ants. Don't tell me your talent is utterly useless. Li Pang Pang, my talent is indeed of no use. Yang Shuliang, what is your talent? Li Pang Pang, to gain weight. The crowd, this talent is indeed the most lackluster of all. Yang Shuliang sighed deeply, stop struggling. You may as well accept your fate. Li Pang Pang, Yang Mi, today I opened a treasure chest and received a large sofa. If anyone desires it, they may trade with me. Han Feng's expression shifted. Is it still that 2-meter-long wooden sofa? Yang Mi replied, yes. Han Feng declared, I'll take it. Lu Chushuang interjected, Han Feng, didn't you just exchange for a sofa yesterday? Can your thatched cottage accommodate so much? Han Feng retorted, when adults are speaking, children should refrain from interrupting. The reason for exchanging the sofa is not for my own use, but to assist in upgrading the wooden fence. As long as it is made of wood, I can acquire as much as I need. Lu Chushuang was infuriated. I was merely inquiring. Do you really need to target me? Han Feng responded. In future interactions with others, you should try to keep your distance. Otherwise, every encounter will lead to conflict. Lu Chushuang exclaimed, despicable. Di Lihua added, Han Feng, you are being rather excessive. Han Feng shot back. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Who do you think you are? Chapter 81. Are you 3 here to relieve yourselves? Di Lihua's lips quivered in annoyance. Don't let me catch you. Han Feng retorted, and what if you do? Di Lihua replied, I'll raise the stakes. Han Feng shot back, who's raising the stakes against whom remains to be seen. Just wait. Di Lihua warned. Come and bite me. Then, Han Feng taunted. How infuriating. Seeing the quarrel escalate between Han Feng and Di Lihua, Yang Mi quickly interjected, Han Feng, shall we proceed with the transaction? Sure. Han Feng agreed. Yang Mi continued, I haven't finished the crabs from yesterday. I don't want food anymore. I need pure drinking water. How many bottles do you require? Han Feng inquired. 8 bottles. Yang Mi replied. Not a problem, Han Feng assured her. The small water pool could produce 10 bottles of pure water daily. So exchanging 8 for a large sofa was entirely feasible for him. The two then proceeded to the trading hall, successfully completing their transaction. Afterward, Han Feng stepped out of the thatched hut and approached the wooden fence, chuckling softly, little fence, open wide. Brother, did you manage to get more wood? The wooden fence eagerly asked. Han Feng nodded slightly. Without hesitation, the wooden fence opened its mouth wide. Han Feng accessed the trading hall's warehouse, retrieved the sofa, and inserted it into the fence's mouth. Once the wooden fence finished its meal, Han Feng discreetly activated his insight talent to observe. Target, wooden fence. Level, 2. Evolution progress, 70. Attack power, 0. Defense power, 3020. Mental power, 1010. Talent, rebound, level 1. Seeing the evolution progress of the wooden fence reach 70, Han Feng nodded in satisfaction before returning to the thatched hut to rest on the grass bed, uncertain of how long he had slept. He was vaguely aware of someone calling for him. Han Feng opened his eyes and inquired of the hut, Little hut, is someone outside? The 3 women from the island are just outside the shelter, the hut replied. What do they want? Han Feng furrowed his brow, rising to step outside. As expected, Zhao Yunqi and her companions were standing outside the wooden fence. Han Feng approached them, greeting, Ladies, are you here to relieve yourselves? Zhao Yunxi responded with silence while Lu Chushuang and Yu Lingshan were taken aback. Is that all you can think about? Zhao Yunxi cleared her throat. We have come to discuss important matters with you. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. What important matters? Zhao Yunxi's eyes flickered slightly. Could we discuss this in your thatched hut? It's not very convenient for a lone man and 3 women to be in the same room. Han Feng tactfully declined. Knowing that after trading so much furniture with Yang Mi, the wooden fence had consumed it all, if Zhao Yunxi and her companions saw no furniture at all, they would undoubtedly become suspicious. Is that what you're thinking? Lu Chushuang stared, astonished. How can you say such things? Remaining calm, Han Feng replied, I've always maintained my integrity. Humph. Lu Chushuang pouted. Then let us discuss it here. Zhao Yunxi gazed gravely at Han Feng and inquired, Have you seen the announcement recently released by the Heavenly Tao? No. Han Feng shook his head, curiosity piqued. What does it entail? I was asleep just now, and had no time to check, Zhao Yunxi replied slowly. The announcement states that in 3 days, the natives will launch an assault on all the islands where the survivors reside. Han Feng displayed a dismissive expression. Let them come. Do you really fear a mere native? Lu Chushuang huffed. Of course, we are not afraid. Then why have you come to discuss this with me? Han Feng rubbed his nose. Zhao Yunxi elaborated. The number of natives can be chosen freely, ranging from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 100. The exact number must be approved by a vote among all survivors on the island. Is that so? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. What Zhao said is indeed true. Yu Lingshan affirmed. Zhao Yunxi fixed her gaze on Han Feng. How many natives do you intend to select? Han Feng hesitated before asking. What levels are those natives? Level 3. Zhao Yunxi responded swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng spoke again. What benefits arise from hunting more natives? If there are no advantages, I would certainly opt for just one. However, since the Heavenly Tao has offered a choice, there must be a reason behind it. Zhao Yunxi explained. For each native you hunt, you will earn 5 gold coins. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. What can gold coins be used for? Zhao Yunxi replied plainly. Gold coins can be exchanged for experience points. 1 gold coin equals 1 experience point. Upon hearing this, Han Feng became immediately excited. Since hunting natives could yield gold coins that could be converted into experience points, he would certainly choose the maximum number of natives. Have you made up your mind? Han Feng? Yu Lingshan asked tentatively. Han Feng smiled faintly. First, share your thoughts. How many natives do you plan to select? Before coming here, we discussed it and decided to choose 30 natives, Zhao Yunxi stated calmly. 30? Han Feng murmured as he stroked his chin, chuckling lightly. Do you not think that is too few? Is 30 too few? Yu Lingshan clicked her tongue. The 3 of them were only level 3, and Han Feng was at most level 4. Together, the 4 of them would be pushed to their limits against 30 level 3 natives. Adding even a few more could potentially lead to casualties. Zhao Yunxi cast a sidelong glance at Han Feng and said earnestly, Han Feng, we have yet to engage in combat with the natives and are unaware of their combat capabilities. It is wise to proceed cautiously during our first encounter. Han Feng dismissed her concerns. Fortune favors the bold. Such opportunities to gain experience points are rare. Since we have encountered this situation, it would be illogical to retreat. We must select a larger number. And how many do you wish to select? Zhao Yunxi probed. 100, Han Feng replied without hesitation. This was the maximum allowable choice. Otherwise, he would have selected more. Zhao Yunxi and the others were left utterly astonished. Han Feng actually dares to choose 100? How audacious. Is he out of his mind? Lu Chushuang huffed in indignation. Han Feng, this is not the time for boasting. Can't you take this seriously? In her eyes, Han Feng undoubtedly lacked the courage to select such a number. He was merely posturing. Han Feng replied with disdain. Someone as weak as you would never dare to choose so many. But for me, not only can I handle 100 natives, but even 200 would be effortlessly crushed. Zhao Yunxi and the others were left in stunned silence. Why did Han Feng's words become increasingly bizarre? Where did his confidence stem from? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Yu Lingshan advised, Han Feng, you may not realize that if you choose 100, it won't just include 3-level natives. There will also be a 5-level native among them. Can you truly handle that? The corner of Han Feng's mouth curled up in a sneer. I can manage it just the same. Yu Lingshan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 82. The fruit of power, can you not boast for once? Lu Chushuang scoffed disdainfully. Han Feng, however, paid her no mind and turned to Zhao Yunxi. With me here, there will be no unforeseen circumstances. Trust my judgment and select 100 natives. Zhao Yunxi pondered for a moment before replying, Han Feng, our lives are at stake. I truly cannot agree. Neither can I, Lu Chushuang chimed in. Yu Lingshan shot Han Feng a glance and advised, for the sake of safety, we should opt for fewer. Damn it! Han Feng exclaimed irritably. With the meager courage you three possess, you'll never have a decent meal in your lives. Such a golden opportunity lay before them, yet Zhao Yunqi and her companions hesitated. How unfortunate it was for him to be transported to an island with such timid individuals. Zhao Yunqi and the others stood in shock. They had made the most prudent choice based on their own abilities. Why could Han Feng not comprehend this? Did he insist on taking risks? Zhao Yunqi's eyes flickered momentarily, and she spoke meaningfully, Han Feng, if you insist on selecting 100, we will not obstruct you. However, this means we three cannot form a team with you. Can we really separate? Han Feng was taken aback. Zhao Yunqi nodded, replying calmly. The Heavenly Dao announcement explicitly states that when a team encounters a disagreement, they may choose freely. However, this means we cannot cooperate, and you will have to face the natives alone. Is that truly the case? Han Feng's spirits soared. He had never wished to team up with Zhao Yunqi and her companions. If he could indeed choose freely, it could not be better. Indeed, Zhao Yunqi affirmed. Han Feng grinned. In that case, we shall each choose our own. Are you certain? Zhao Yunqi's brow furrowed slightly. Certain, Han Feng replied, raising an eyebrow. If he wished to face his fate, so be it. Lu Chushuang huffed in irritation. She had come to seek Han Feng's partnership out of concern for his safety, only to find him ungrateful and mocking. Since he did not appreciate their intentions, they would leave him to his own devices. Since you have made up your mind, we shall take our leave, Zhao Yunqi sighed. Ladies, take care. Han Feng waved cheerfully. The three of them said no more and turned to depart. Upon returning to the shelter, the trio gathered to discuss their situation. Yu Lingshan spoke first. If Han Feng does not join our team, should we alter our original plan? Zhao Yunqi nodded, her expression contemplative. Without Han Feng, our formidable ally, we can no longer select 30 natives. At most, we can choose 20. I concur, Yu Lingshan replied. Then turned to Lu Chushuang. What is your opinion, Lu Chushuang? I have no objections, Lu Chushuang responded flatly. Yu Lingshan curiously inquired. Do you think Han Feng will truly choose 100 natives? Lu Chushuang's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Han Feng was no fool. He merely relished boasting. What audacity did he possess to select 100? This reassured me. Yu Lingshan patted her chest, exhaling a long sigh. Lu Chushuang's gaze shifted to something peculiar. Why are you so concerned about Han Feng? Have you developed feelings for him? Don't speak nonsense. A faint blush crept across Yu Lingshan's face as she timidly replied. If Han Feng were to perish, who would we turn to for toilet paper in the future? Zhao Yunqi. Lu Chushuang. On the other side, after watching Zhao Yunqi and the others depart, Han Feng promptly opened the world channel. Indeed, a new announcement from the Heaven's Path appeared. Upon examining it, it was remarkably similar to what Zhao Yunqi had mentioned. Additionally, 2 yellow buttons lay beneath the world announcement, labeled Team Mode and Solo Mode. Without hesitation, Han Feng pressed the Solo Mode button and opted for 100 natives. Having completed this task, he closed the world channel. The natives would launch their assault at 8 a.m. 3 days hence. Thus, these 3 days would be relatively safe, allowing him to proceed with his affairs without excessive worry. Subsequently, Han Feng made his way to the eastern side of the island. Just as he approached a large tree, he unexpectedly overheard a conversation from the treetop. Shaoli, I truly like you. Please be with me. Xiao Chang, I'm sorry, but I have feelings for Xiao Zhan from the neighboring island. What is so special about that guy? Just a bit more handsome than I am. A better fighter? Beyond that, what does he possess? Is that not sufficient? That guy is remarkably fickle, always surrounded by female birds. He lacks my devotion. But Xiao Zhan is genuinely impressive. He isn't even afraid of eagles. Being near him would mean no more worries. Didn't I tell you? That guy is nothing but a heartbreaker. I'm certain he has toyed with countless female birds. Once he has done with you, he will cast you aside. Aren't you also tempted by my body? I am different. My feelings for you are sincere. I wish to be with you for eternity. At this point, Han Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. In the realm of humanity, there exists the simp. And unexpectedly, in the avian world, there are also those who pander. I know your feelings are genuine, but you are too weak. There is no future following you. I may be somewhat weak now, but in just a few days, I shall become incredibly powerful. Even Xiao Zhan would not be my equal. What gives you such confidence? To be honest, I discovered a power fruit tree on an uninhabited island, bearing 5 fruits that will ripen by tomorrow. What can those fruits do? Each fruit consumed will permanently enhance one's strength attribute by 10 points. Consuming all 5 will grant an increase of 50 points in strength, ensuring your protection. Power fruits? Han Feng murmured. his eyes suddenly brightening as he quickly glanced up towards the treetop. Through the gaps in the branches, two magnificent parrots perched upon a sturdy limb could be faintly discerned. Their feathers, a vibrant blend of yellow and green, shimmered resplendently in the sunlight. These two parrots were the sole occupants of the treetop, and it was inevitable that they engaged in conversation. A subtle smile played on Han Feng's lips as he fixated on the parrots, discreetly unleashing his spatial binding ability. Suddenly, the entire canopy trembled violently. The parrots sensed the impending danger and swiftly spread their wings, preparing to flee. Yet, before they could take flight, an invisible force ensnared them. "Come down, you two," Han Feng remarked with a light chuckle. In the next moment, the parrots were effortlessly yanked from the treetop, suspended before Han Feng. "Human, why are you capturing us?" The male parrot, named Xiao Chong, exclaimed in terror, struggling desperately. However, under the influence of the spatial binding, all attempts at resistance proved futile. Chapter 83. Weakness is original sin. Han Feng cast a fleeting glance at the two parrots before suddenly extending his hands to grasp their necks, lifting them into the air. The two parrots were nearly paralyzed with fear. "Human, what exactly do you intend to do?" The male parrot was utterly panicked. Han Feng's gaze flickered slightly. "Do not be afraid. I am benevolent and shall not harm you." The male parrot was left speechless, while the female parrot softly interjected, "Human, I can scarcely breathe. Would you kindly release your grip?" "Not just yet," Han Feng replied, raising an eyebrow as his gaze shifted to the male parrot. "I overheard you mention knowledge of the whereabouts of the power fruit?" The male parrot froze momentarily, then quickly comprehended the situation. Han Feng must have eavesdropped on their conversation, coveting the power fruit, which was why he had captured them. The male parrot hastily retorted, "I was merely boasting. How could I possibly know anything about the power fruit?" The significance of the power fruit was paramount to him, as it determined his potential for ascendance. He could not allow Han Feng to succeed. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Han Feng's expression suddenly darkened. The female parrot felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent enveloping her, causing her to tremble in terror. The male parrot, eyes wide with fear, stammered, "Human, what do you mean? Since you are unaware of the power fruit's location, you hold no utilitarian value to me. I shall see you both soon," Han Feng declared, his face contorting into a menacing grimace akin to a ruthless executioner, instilling a chilling dread. "Do not eat me. I am nothing but bones, unappetizing," the female parrot cried in desperation. "Fear not. I relish gnawing on bones. They are delightfully crunchy," Han Feng chuckled. The female parrot thought to herself, "This human must be a devil." The male parrot, filled with indignation, protested, "Human, we are merely two adorable little parrots. Is it justifiable for you to bully us so?" Han Feng scoffed. "In this world, the strong prey upon the weak. If you wish to place blame, then blame your own fragility. Weakness is the original sin." The male parrot fell silent, though reluctant to concede. He could not deny the truth in Han Feng's words. After a moment of internal conflict, he spoke, "You desire the power fruit, do you not? I shall provide it to you. Just let us go." Though he felt a deep sense of resentment, he recognized he had no other choice. If he refused Han Feng's demands, today would mark their demise. A wise individual recognizes the tides of circumstance. "Your choice is indeed sagacious," Han Feng remarked with admiration, then loosened his grip on the male parrot's neck. The female parrot, however, remained firmly in his grasp. The male parrot regained his freedom, flapping his wings vigorously as he swiftly ascended to a nearby tree, glaring defiantly at Han Feng. "Human, release Xiaoli. Do you take me for a fool?" Han Feng retorted disdainfully. The male parrot was utterly devoted to the female parrot and would never forsake her life. As long as the female parrot remained in Han Feng's clutches, he could easily manipulate the male parrot. If they are released, what if they fail to uphold their promises? Wouldn't that be a futile endeavor? "Just release Xiaoli, and I swear I will provide you with the power fruits." The male parrot guarantees it. "I can't even trust a human, let alone a mere bird." Han Feng scoffed, coldly stating, "If you wish to save your beloved woman, bring me the power fruits. Remember, not a single one can be missing. If one is absent, I shall dismantle a part of you. Human, if you dare to harm Xiaoli, I will fight you to the death." The male parrot roared in rage. "I could crush you with a single finger. What do you possess to challenge me?" Han Feng retorted mockingly. The male parrot fell silent. Han Feng's eyes flickered momentarily, and he said earnestly, "The opportunity has been granted to you. Whether you seize it depends on your performance." "I understand," the male parrot nodded. "Stop dawdling and hurry to procure the power fruits," Han Feng urged. The male parrot glanced deeply at the female parrot and reassured, "Xiaoli, do not worry. I will return to rescue you." Xiaoqiang, if you save me, I shall marry you, the female parrot whispered. The male parrot's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. With a powerful flap of its wings, it sped away into the distance, vanishing from sight in an instant. Han Feng cast a glance at the female parrot before opening a spatial pouch and retrieving a large machete. Human, what are you planning? You promised not to kill me. The female parrot panicked, seeing the gleaming machete in Han Feng's hand. Thoughts raced through her mind, wondering if Han Feng intended to slay her. Who said anything about killing you? Han Feng smiled faintly, then drove the machete into a nearby tree. Ah! The tree let out a wretched scream, angrily exclaiming, Human, I have not provoked you. Why do you wish to harm me? Han Feng smirked, Little machete, enlighten it. The machete replied, My master acts with absolute authority. He does as he pleases, and on this island, he is unequivocally the boss. Do not think that just a stab is all he can do. Even if he were to cut you down, you would have to endure it. Han Feng cast an approving glance at the machete, then turned his gaze to the tree. Do you dare to dispute this? I concede. The tree responded without hesitation. In the presence of such a fierce individual as Han Feng, resistance was futile. Han Feng ceased further words, wielding the machete to carve 2 cuts into the tree bark, and then gently pulled, tearing off a strip of bark. The tree shivered in pain, yet, intimidated by Han Feng's might, it could only suppress its rage. Subsequently, Han Feng used the bark as a makeshift rope to bind the feet and wings of the female parrot, preventing her escape. The female parrot protested angrily, Human, how can I relieve myself when you have tied me up like this? Han Feng chuckled lightly, In your pants pocket. The female parrot retorted, But I have no pants pocket. As the mother parrot wished to express more, she was abruptly lifted by Han Feng, much like one would pick up a chick. Subsequently, Han Feng meandered about, foraging for wild vegetables and catching grasshoppers. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, he returned to the shelter. Brother, you have returned, greeted the wooden fence. Han Feng nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, Has everything been well during my absence? All is normal, replied the wooden fence without hesitation. That is good to hear, Han Feng said, feeling relieved. His gaze then shifted to a pile of straw on the ground, which appeared to weigh around 30 kilograms, likely delivered by Lu Chushuang. Han Feng casually picked up the straw and approached the straw hut, intending to call for dinner when he suddenly noticed a black iron treasure chest lying on the ground. Chapter 84. The strongest in Area 10086. Upon seeing the treasure chest, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? How could there be a treasure chest in the sanctuary? Where did it come from? After a brief daze, Han Feng inquired, Little thatched hut, where did this treasure chest come from? The thatched hut replied mysteriously, You might not believe it, but it fell from the sky. Han Feng, a treasure chest that fell from the sky? It just happened to land in his sanctuary? Was this not akin to a pie falling from the heavens? Was his luck truly this extraordinary? Suddenly, Han Feng recalled something. After the oil lamp had leveled up to level 2, it awakened the blessing talent, which could increase luck by 10. Could this be the reason? Without overthinking it, Han Feng's gaze drifted toward the treasure chest as he softly murmured, Little treasure chest. What do you hold within? Treasure chest. Do we know each other well? Why should I tell you? Han Feng's expression darkened as he seized the treasure chest and strode purposefully toward the toilet. Human, what are you planning to do? The treasure chest exclaimed in a flurry. Han Feng grinned ominously. I'll toss you into the cesspit and drown you. Please, spare me. I will tell you everything. The treasure chest was on the verge of tears. You insolent creature. Han Feng hurled the treasure chest to the ground, his voice cold. What do you contain? The treasure chest quickly responded, a dress. Without hesitation, Han Feng opened the lid of the treasure chest. A dazzling light erupted, revealing a dress before him. After a brief examination, he casually stowed it away in his spatial pouch. He then turned to the thatched hut and declared, It's time to eat. The thatched hut opened its mouth wide in excitement. Han Feng gathered the thatch from the ground and stuffed it into the thatched hut's mouth. After completing this task, he opened the door and stepped inside the hut, tossing the female parrot at the feet of the blue electric mouse. At that moment, the blue electric mouse was dozing on a grass stool. Hearing the commotion, it suddenly opened its eyes, and, upon seeing the female parrot, a fiery excitement flickered in its gaze as it exclaimed, Big brother, where did you catch this wild chicken? Female parrot, are you blind? You are the wild chicken. Your entire family are wild chickens. The blue electric mouse stared blankly at the female parrot. If you are not a chicken, then what are you? Female parrot, I am a parrot. So it was a parrot. The blue electric mouse muttered to itself, fixating its gaze on the female parrot, licking its lips. Regardless of whether it was a chicken or a parrot, as long as it could be eaten, that was sufficient. Upon hearing this, the female parrot felt a chill wash over her body, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Han Feng cautioned, "This creature cannot be eaten." The female parrot was crucial for obtaining the fruit of power. Until the fruit was secured, no risk could be taken. "Why can't it be eaten?" The blue electric mouse grumbled. "I said it cannot be eaten. There is no reason," Han Feng replied coldly. "Understood," the blue electric mouse sighed, then asked, "Big brother, if it cannot be eaten, why did you throw it to me?" Han Feng chuckled lightly and said, "I have a task for you. Keep a vigilant eye on it. If it escapes, I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, I shall fulfill this responsibility," replied the blue electric mouse. It then reminded, "Brother, the sky is nearly dark. Shouldn't we prepare dinner?" "Indeed, it is time for supper," Han Feng mused thoughtfully, stepping out of the thatched hut. He subsequently kindled a fire, setting 4 potatoes and 4 taros beside it. Then, he placed a flat-bottomed pan over the flames to concoct a pot of shepherd's purse and egg soup. Dinner, as always, was modest yet exquisite. Having feasted and quenched his thirst, Han Feng reclined on the straw bed, idly opening the regional chat channel. "Jiang Feng, brothers, have you seen the Heavenly Path announcement?" "Wudahai, I just finished reading it." "Jiang Feng, how many natives did you all select?" "Sudama, we chose 4. "Yang Shuliang, you are all rather timid, aren't you? For people selecting only 4? "Sudamao, do you think everyone possesses such formidable offensive talent as you?" "All 4 of us have supportive abilities. Whether we can contend against 4 natives is still uncertain." "Zhang Sheng, Yang Shuliang, how many natives did you choose?" "Yang Shuliang, 5. "Sudamao, huh? I thought you were impressive, yet you only selected 1 more than us. You're not so remarkable after all." "Pengyu, Yang Shuliang, aren't you supposed to be a god of prowess? How could you choose only 5 natives?" "Yang Shuliang, I opted for single-player mode." "Everyone, what?" "Li Qingguang, you plan to face 5 level 3 natives all by yourself? Can you manage that?" Yang Shuliang remained calm and composed. "With my mental energy reserves, I can unleash 4 consecutive cyclone cannons, sufficient to obliterate 4 natives. As for the remaining 1, I shall engage in a one-on-one duel. With my level advantage, I can surely vanquish it." "Li Pangpang, impressive." "Lu Tai, 5 natives, what is there to boast about?" "Yang Shuliang, how many did you select?" "Lu Tai, 10. I intend to confront 10 by myself." "Pengyu, are you truly that formidable?" "Lu Tai, eliminate the question mark. I am indeed that incredible." "Su Lin, Lu Tai is the highest-ranked player in our region. He certainly possesses the capability to take on 10 natives alone." "Sudama, I wish I could be as remarkable as Lu Tai someday." "Li Tai, individuals of my caliber are rare. Envy cannot bridge that gap." "Zhang Linlin, are there players in our region stronger than Lu Tai?" "Sang Shang Yuya, Lu Tai can grow stronger just by basking in the sun. Who can compare to him?" "Lu Tai, beyond the heavens, there are more heavens, and beyond people, there are more people. While there may not be anyone in our region who can rival me, there are still formidable players in other regions. One must remain humble." "Gulainasha, who declared you the strongest player in our region?" "Who recognizes that?" "Pingyu, Naza, you finally made an appearance. I've missed you so much." "Gulainasha, let us discuss serious matters. You ought to be more restrained." "Pingyu, Lu Tai, feeling indignant, responded, "Gulainasha, do tell. Who in our region is stronger than I?" "Gulainasha, Dili Ba is indeed more powerful than you." "Everyone, what?" "Dili Ba is stronger than Lu Tai?" Their disbelief was palpable. "Su Lin, Dili Ba, is it true?" "Dili Ba, don't listen to Naza's nonsense. I only selected 20 natives. How could I possibly be the strongest in our district?" "Everyone, Dili Ba selected 20 natives? If that doesn't make her the foremost powerhouse of District 10086. Who else could claim that title?" Lu Tizui's lips quivered. "Dili Ba, did you really select 20 natives?" "Dili Ba, I never lie." "Wudahai, what is your level? What awakened talent do you possess?" "Dili Ba, it's a secret." "Su Lin, since you have chosen 20 natives, you are certainly worthy of being called the strongest in our district. Right? Is there anyone who has selected more than you?" Dili Ba chuckled. "There is one fellow who selected 100 natives, so of course, he is superior to me." Chapter 85. The sale of women's underwear. At this moment, everyone was utterly astonished. Who possessed such audacity to challenge 100 natives? Even a level 10 player might hesitate to undertake such a daring feat, especially considering that, at this stage, no one could possibly ascend to level 10. This was clearly an act of self-destruction. Wu Dehai could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Dilihua, who exactly is this person you speak of? Dilihua replied, Han Feng. The crowd gasped. What? Han Feng intends to challenge 100 natives? Has he lost his mind? It was inconceivable that someone as astute as Han Feng would commit such a foolish act. Was this truly the case? Peng Yu interjected, Dilihua, you and Han Feng are not even on the same island. How do you know this so clearly? Lu Chushuang responded, I informed her. Lu Tai chimed in. Did you hear this from Han Feng? Lu Chushuang affirmed. Indeed, it was Han Feng himself who spoke. Jiang Feng asked, Han Feng, is this true? Han Feng confirmed. I do indeed have such intentions. Yang Shuliang exclaimed, Good heavens! You are utterly reckless. Do you not comprehend the terror of facing 100 natives? Are you not afraid at all? Han Feng replied, I believe I can manage. Lu Tai scoffed, Ha! Han Feng, spare us the bravado. Han Feng appeared perplexed. How am I being boastful? Lu Tai retorted, Even I dare only challenge 10 natives. You cannot possibly think you are superior to me. Han Feng derisively responded, Your inability does not imply that others are similarly limited. Do not overestimate your own significance. Furthermore, allow me to advise you. Refrain from comparing yourself to me. Do you truly think you are worthy? The crowd fell silent. It is noteworthy that Lu Tai was a level 5 player. And here he was being belittled by Han Feng. From whence did Han Feng draw such a sense of superiority? Lu Tai was momentarily taken aback. His lips trembling with indignation, I am a level 5 player. Basking in the sun alone can strengthen me. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Han Feng replied, Your level has no bearing on me. Do not seek validation in my presence. Lu Tai cursed under his breath. Yang Shuliang declared, I now understand the situation. Li Qingguang asked, What are you trying to convey? Yang Shuliang responded, I share Lu Tai's perspective. Han Feng is merely posturing. Han Feng retorted, Is it now impossible to speak the truth? Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone's excellence? Li Pengping interjected, Do you have any evidence? Yang Shuliang replied, I possess no evidence, but with a bit of reasoning, everything becomes clear. Lu Chushuang inquired, What is your reasoning? Yang Shuliang explained, At present, the highest known level among players is 6. Let us assume Han Feng is level 6. Can a level 6 player defeat 100 natives? It is a preposterous notion. Sudama pondered aloud, then why would Han Feng select 100 natives? Yang Shuliang asserted, Are you certain Han Feng chose 100 natives? Ultimately, only he knows the truth. Even if he selected a single one, he could still boast of having chosen 100. The crowd nodded in agreement. That does seem plausible. Lu Tai excitedly declared, Han Feng, I have seen through your facade long ago. What else do you have to say? Han Feng replied helplessly, Your mouths are your own. Speak as you please. I cannot control you. Lu Tai laughed, Ha. So you admit to your pretentiousness. Jiang Feng, I still find it somewhat perplexing why Han Feng would act in such a manner. What benefits could he possibly derive from it? Peng Yu, to satiate his own vanity, I have encountered many such individuals. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly. Han Feng, you are already quite exceptional. There is absolutely no need for such behavior. Han Feng, believe it or not, this matter ends here. Su Lin, shouldn't we focus on strategizing against the natives? Are you all aware of their methods of attack? Yang Shuliang, I have encountered a native once before. He was remarkably robust and imposing, resembling a beast. Likely belonging to the melee category. Lu Chushuang, if he is indeed a melee type, then there is little to be concerned about. She herself possessed a combat talent, boasting formidable close-quarters combat capabilities. Among her peers, few could rival her. Yang Shuliang, I am merely speculating. It is prudent to remain cautious, as the natives may possess other forms of attack. Zhang Sheng, regardless, I have chosen only one native. No matter how powerful he may be, I am unafraid. Wu Dehai, isn't your talent transforming into a gorilla? And yet you have opted for just one native? Zhang Sheng, after all, I have never faced a native in battle, so it is best to err on the side of caution. Wu Dehai, your caution is excessive. Han Feng, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to interrupt. I happen to have a pair of ladies' underwear. If anyone has an interest, I am open to exchanges. Qin Chong, how does a grown man come to possess ladies' underwear? Han Feng, I acquired it from a treasure chest. Is that not valid? Qin Chong, so it was obtained from a treasure chest. I thought you were some sort of pervert. Han Feng, is there anyone who desires it? No one in the group responded. Han Feng, are you all too shy? It's perfectly fine. Feel free to message me privately if you wish. He then proceeded to close the chat group. After a brief moment, the private message icon began to flash. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. and quickly clicked on it. Dealy Re Ba, Han Feng, I would like it. Han Feng smirked. What is it that you desire? Dealy Re Ba, you are feigning ignorance. Han Feng, I have an abundance of items. Without clarification, how am I to know? Dealy Re Ba gritted her teeth. The underwear. Han Feng, what color do you prefer? Dealy Re Ba, do you have many? Han Feng, only one, and it is pink. Dealy Re Ba, then why did you even ask? Han Feng, I must inquire if you like it. What if you do not? Dealy Re Ba, I do like it. Han Feng, what will you offer in exchange? Dealy Re Ba, at the moment. I have nothing. Han Feng smirked. Are you attempting to obtain it without any compensation? Dealy Re Ba, first, give me the underwear. And after I hunt the natives in a few days, I will provide you with gold coins. Han Feng, haha. Dealy Re Ba, trust me, I never deceive. Han Feng, call me brother. Dealy Re Ba was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Han Feng, simply call me brother, and I shall believe you. Dealy Re Ba, how old are you? Han Feng, 24. Dealy Re Ba, you are not even older than I. Do you consider that appropriate? Han Feng, I do not mind. Dealy Re Ba, Han Feng may not mind, but she certainly does. Han Feng, so, do you agree or not? Unwilling to acquiesce. Dealy Re Ba hesitated momentarily before ultimately conceding. All right. This sensation of being manipulated left her somewhat displeased. However, she had no alternative. Her need for that particular piece of lingerie was too pressing. Han Feng interjected, don't just stand there, call out. Dealy Re Ba responded, brother. Han Feng urged. Show some sincerity. Dealy Re Ba then said, brother. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. That is sufficient. I'll set aside that piece for you. Whenever you acquire the coins, come find me for the trade. Dealy Re Ba paused, her anger surging uncontrollably. Are you toying with me? Han Feng replied. When have I ever toyed with you? Dealy Re Ba retorted. Didn't you say that if I called you brother, you would give me the lingerie? Han Feng clarified. I said I would trust you, but I never promised to give it to you. Dealy Re Ba exclaimed. Han Feng, you are utterly despicable. Han Feng replied. We are alike in that regard. Dealy Re Ba warned. You better watch out. Don't let me run into you. Han Feng chuckled. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. When will you come and step up the intensity? Chapter 86 describes an island with a mountain rich in iron ore. Subsequently, Han Feng engaged in a battle of wits with Dealy Re Ba, which lasted a full 20 minutes. Ultimately, Dealy Re Ba was defeated. After closing the game panel, Han Feng contentedly retired for the night. The following morning, the sun began to rise slowly in the east, painting the sky a vivid red, reminiscent of a colossal ruby suspended in the heavens. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating every corner of the shelter, bringing warmth and hope. Brother, dawn has arrived. It's time to relieve yourself, called the engineer's shovel. Every day at this hour, the engineer's shovel would dutifully rouse Han Feng like a clock. Han Feng yawned and gradually sat up. After a brief pause, he opened the door and stepped outside. Adhering to his customary practice, he greeted the sun, saying, Good morning, Sunday. The sun replied, I believe you ought to use a different title. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. What should I call you? The sun responded, I am of a similar age to the clouds. You refer to them as brother yet call me grandfather. Do I truly appear so old? Han Feng smirked. Does it matter to you? The sun retorted, Who doesn't wish to seem youthful? Han Feng, somewhat speechless, conceded, Very well, from now on. I shall address you as Brother Yang. The sun chuckled, Now that's more like it. Shaking his head, Han Feng proceeded to the restroom. Meanwhile, the 4 corn plants became animated. A few minutes later, as Han Feng exited the restroom, the corn plants rushed in frantically, leading to a cacophony of heated arguments within. Hearing the commotion, Han Feng's expression darkened, and he coldly commanded, Silence. Instantly, the corn plants fell silent. Without further ado, Han Feng turned and entered the thatched cottage. Brother, what are we having for breakfast? Inquired the blue electric mouse eagerly. Ignoring the question, Han Feng directed his gaze towards the female parrot and softly asked, Shaoli, are you hungry? Do you wish to eat? Yes, the female parrot nodded without hesitation. Han Feng's eyes flickered momentarily. If you wish to eat, you must answer me a few questions. Ask away, the female parrot responded. Han Feng calmly inquired, You and Xiao Chang do not belong to this island, do you? Where do you come from? The female parrot replied truthfully, There are countless uninhabited islands in this sea. We come from one of them. Han Feng's eyes glimmered slightly. How far are those uninhabited islands from here? The female parrot pondered before answering. The nearest are several dozen kilometers away, and the farthest are even more distant. So far away, Han Feng murmured. No wonder those islands are invisible. Their distance explains it. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng asked again, "Have those islands always been uninhabited?" The female parrot replied, "Initially, there were inhabitants, but they all perished over time, rendering the islands deserted." Curiosity piqued, Han Feng inquired, "What kind of people were they?" Mother parrot, "A survivor just like you." Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. How long had those survivors been here? Mother parrot, "At least over a year." A year? Han Feng's expression suddenly shifted. According to the mother parrot, there must have been several groups of survivors who traversed into this world. However, their outcomes were far from optimistic. They were likely all deceased. This serves to illustrate the perilous nature of this world. To survive, one must continuously enhance their strength. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before one is eliminated. Human, I have answered all your questions. Could you provide me with some food? The mother parrot gazed at Han Feng with pleading eyes. Han Feng smiled slightly, replying, "I haven't finished my inquiries yet. Why the haste? Then please be quick." The mother parrot urged eagerly. Han Feng cleared his throat, asking, "Are there any valuable resources on those uninhabited islands?" Mother parrot, "What do you mean by valuable resources?" Han Feng responded directly, such as ores, spiritual materials, and the like. Mother parrot, "While I haven't discovered any spiritual materials, there are indeed several iron ore deposits." Han Feng's eyes brightened, excitement surging within him. "How much?" Mother parrot, "A mountain of iron ore." "What?" Han Feng was taken aback. How much iron ore could be contained within a mountain? Undoubtedly countless amounts. If he could acquire that, his machete, entrenching tool, and frying pan would soar to new heights. Han Feng took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and inquired nonchalantly, "How far is that island from here?" Mother parrot, somewhat uncertain, replied, "Approximately 60 to 70 kilometers." Upon hearing this, Han Feng squinted thoughtfully. Given his current abilities, traversing the ocean to such a distant location seemed nearly impossible, unless he elevated his level to a considerable height and procured a sturdy vessel. The challenge was indeed great, but it was not devoid of opportunity. He would have to proceed cautiously. Having asked all necessary questions, Han Feng commenced preparing breakfast. There was no need for anything elaborate. A simple bowl of rice porridge sufficed. After a brief period, a pot of fragrant rice porridge was ready. "Little mouse, it's time to eat," Han Feng called out. The blue electric mouse dashed out, clutching a clamshell. Ever since their last encounter, this clamshell had become its exclusive dining ware. Han Feng poured some rice porridge into the clamshell and instructed, "Go, bring the mother parrot over. The mother parrot is of great use and must not be allowed to starve." "All right." The blue electric mouse swiftly zipped into the thatched hut and returned with the mother parrot at Han Feng's feet. Han Feng glanced at the mother parrot, coldly stating, "I will untie you shortly, but do not even think about fleeing. Otherwise, I shall break your wings. Rest assured, I will not escape." The mother parrot assured him. With Han Feng's spatial binding talent, it wouldn't dare to flee even if granted 10 lives. Han Feng nodded and proceeded to untie the bark binding the mother parrot. Then, another oyster shell was produced, filled with a small portion of rice porridge, accompanied by a gentle reminder, "Eat up." The female parrot appeared to be ravenously hungry, eagerly rushing forward to consume the food. In terms of speed, even the blue electric mouse would have to concede defeat. In less than a minute, the female parrot had devoured every last morsel of the porridge. After finishing, she gazed longingly at the frying pan in Han Feng's hand, her expression one of insatiable desire. Chapter 86. The lavatory has been cleaned for you. The three of you are to return tomorrow. Han Feng, of course, comprehended the intentions of the female parrot. She was clearly still hungry, fixated on the porridge simmering in the skillet. He had not consumed any himself, so how could he possibly share it all with her? Han Feng set down the skillet, picked up some tree bark, and rebound the female parrot before tossing her into the thatched hut. The female parrot was perplexed. Is it not enough that I receive no food? Why must I be tied up again? After completing this task, Han Feng lifted the skillet and began to sip the porridge. However, before he could savor more than a few mouthfuls, the wooden fence suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, those three girls are here. What do they want?" Han Feng muttered. Han Feng. At that moment, Zhao Yunxi and her companions had already approached the shelter. Standing outside the wooden fence, Han Feng set down the skillet and walked directly towards them. The blue electric mouse glanced over and quietly poured the porridge from the skillet into an oyster shell before scurrying into the hut. "Little mouse, how do you still have so much porridge?" The female parrot questioned, puzzled. "Does it concern you?" The blue electric mouse retorted with a dismissive glance, relishing the porridge. "Little mouse, let me have a sip," the female parrot said, drooling with desire. Get lost. The blue electric mouse cursed. The porridge had been riskily pilfered from Han Feng, so sharing it with the female parrot was out of the question. The female parrot remained silent. Han Feng approached Zhao Yunxi and her friends with a slight smile. Ladies, what brings you here? Yu Lingshan lowered her head, speaking softly. We came to use the lavatory. Han Feng paused for a moment, suddenly recalling his transaction with Lu Chushuang the previous day, where he had exchanged 2 black iron treasure chests and a roll of toilet paper for a blue treasure chest. However, the condition was that the other party had to come to his shelter to use the lavatory. The thought that they were indeed there for that purpose filled Han Feng with excitement, and a warm smile spread across his face. Ladies, please, do come in. Zhao Yunxi and her companions were bewildered. They were there to use the lavatory, not to dine in a restaurant. Why was Han Feng so enthusiastic? Momentarily dazed, the 3 entered the shelter. Han Feng, seizing the opportunity while they were preoccupied, opened his spatial sack and retrieved a roll of toilet paper, tearing off 3 pieces and distributing them to Zhao Yunxi and her companions. Who will go first? There was only 1 pit in the lavatory, so they could only go 1 at a time. I'll go first. Yu Lingshan jogged into the lavatory. Zhao Yunxi and Lu Chushuang waited outside, free of any worries. Brothers, a grand feast is about to be served. 3 individuals represent 3 delectable meals. Why does this feel like a dream? Stay calm, everyone. We must remain steady this time. We cannot afford to be reckless like last time. The boss is right. 3 meals are enough for us to share, so no need to rush. The 4 corn stalks were filled with excitement. 5 minutes later, Yu Lingshan emerged from the lavatory. It was now Lu Chushuang's turn. As Yu Lingshan retraced her steps, she unexpectedly discovered 4 cornstalks had appeared in the vegetable garden. What was the meaning of this? The last time she visited the restroom, these 4 cornstalks were clearly located outside. How had they ended up in the garden? Han Feng, why are these 4 cornstalks here? Yu Lingshan inquired, perplexed. Han Feng quickly pondered and replied, these were moved to the garden as their presence outside the restroom detracted from the aesthetic of the surroundings. Yu Lingshan, still confused, asked, aren't you worried that constantly relocating them might harm the cornstalks? Han Feng smirked. These cornstalks are quite resilient. They won't perish. The cornstalks could be relocated freely within the shelter of Su. So how could they possibly die? Zhao Yunxi cast a sidelong glance at the cornstalks, her expression curious. Aren't the ears of corn ripe? Why haven't they been harvested yet? Since we are not in immediate need of food, it is prudent to leave them be. We can harvest them when the need arises, she mused. Han Feng chuckled in agreement. Zhao Yunxi nodded thoughtfully, preparing to divert her gaze when she suddenly noticed a tinder sprout had appeared in the vegetable garden. Curiously, she asked, Han Feng, what is being grown in the garden? It's a seed I traded for. I am uncertain of its nature, Han Feng replied dismissively. This sprout was a pea shooter, requiring 3 days to mature, and was merely in its initial germination phase, showing no extraordinary features yet. Oh, Zhao Yunxi acknowledged, refraining from further inquiries. A few minutes later, Lu Chushuang emerged from the restroom, and Zhao Yunxi promptly took her turn. Lu Chushuang approached Chu Feng and quietly asked, Han Feng, have you traded that item yet? What? Han Feng responded, somewhat bewildered. Lu Chushuang, appearing slightly embarrassed, whispered, the pair of underwear. Han Feng suddenly understood, responding nonchalantly, it is still in my possession, but has already been reserved by someone. Who reserved it? Lu Chushuang frowned. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Your good friend, Diliriba. If it's her, then it is what it is, Lu Chushuang sighed lightly. Diliriba was Zhao Yunxi's friend and had previously defended her in a chat group, having exchanged sharp words with Han Feng. Since the underwear had been reserved by Diliriba, Lu Chushuang had no choice but to concede. After a few minutes, Zhao Yunxi emerged from the restroom and faced Han Feng. How many natives have you selected? Han Feng smiled knowingly, a hint of intrigue in his expression. Regardless of how many I select, you won't believe it anyway, so it's best not to inquire. Zhao Yunxi scrutinized Han Feng. Since you wish to keep it to yourself, so be it. Let us return. Han Feng smiled slightly. I have tidied the restroom for you. The 3 of you should return tomorrow. Cleaning such a rudimentary facility was an unpleasant task. However, with the 4 cornstalks present, there was no need for him to intervene. No matter the volume of refuse, those 4 could clean it up entirely. Zhao Yunxi and the others exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, and silently departed. Brothers, charge. 4 stalks of corn dashed frantically into the restroom. Just as Han Feng was about to continue sipping his rice porridge, he suddenly realized that the frying pan was utterly devoid of any remnants, not a single grain of rice in sight. What in the world was happening? Where had the porridge vanished? Han Feng focused intently on the frying pan, the small iron pot. Where was the porridge? The frying pan remained silent, like a mute. Suddenly, it struck Han Feng. He had previously silenced the frying pan for a staggering 10,000 hours and had completely forgotten about it. No wonder the frying pan had been unusually quiet these past few days. It had been silenced. Clearing his throat, Han Feng lifted the ban on the frying pan. The frying pan, with a voice tinged with sorrow, lamented, "Woo-woo. Big brother, you finally remembered me. Do you have any idea how I've been these past days? It was truly a torment beyond compare." Chapter 87. If you do not finish the mess, you shall be served one instead. Well, isn't this a lifting of the silence? That should suffice. Han Feng chuckled softly, then inquired, "Who consumed the rice porridge?" The frying pan responded, "It was the little mouse that did it." It poured all the porridge into an oyster shell and stealthily entered the thatched cottage. Han Feng's expression darkened as he shouted towards the cottage, "Little mouse, come out immediately." The blue electric mouse, realizing its theft had been discovered, trembled in fear and cautiously emerged from the thatched cottage. "Serves you right for being greedy," the female parrot gleefully remarked. "Brother, did you call for me?" the blue electric mouse asked with an awkward smile. Han Feng scrutinized it and pointed at the frying pan, saying, "The porridge inside was taken by you." "Indeed," admitted the blue electric mouse. It understood that there were eyes everywhere for Han Feng. Denial was futile. Han Feng glared. "You could have just eaten without sneaking around." The blue electric mouse hesitated, then tentatively asked, "Brother, are you not going to punish me?" It had initially assumed Han Feng would be severe. Yet, from Han Feng's tone, it seemed he would let it off lightly. "Is it necessary to punish you for a bit of porridge?" Han Feng smiled faintly and added, "Remember, if you wish to eat, just tell me directly. Do not engage in such clandestine acts again." "Brother, I will remember," the blue electric mouse exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, 4 combat corns emerged from the restroom one after another. Han Feng fixed his gaze on the combat corns and discreetly activated his inside ability to observe. Target, combat corn level, 2 evolution progress, 97 attack power, 0 defense, 2 mental power, 20 talent, corn bomb. Upon seeing the evolution progress of the combat corn reach 97. Han Feng's expression shifted. If it were to consume another batch of waste, the combat corn would undoubtedly advance to level 3. However, it had already done so earlier that morning and could not produce more in such a short span. Yet, the blue electric mouse had not yet relieved itself. With this thought, a smirk tugged at the corners of Han Feng's mouth. "Little mouse, having consumed so much, aren't you feeling the urge? Hurry up and relieve yourself." The blue electric mouse responded, "Brother, I cannot." Han Feng's expression darkened. "Why can't you?" The blue electric mouse appeared perplexed. "I do not know." After pondering for a moment, Han Feng asked, "Is it because you are not full?" The blue electric mouse's eyes brightened as it nodded vigorously. That was likely the reason. Without further ado, Han Feng set the frying pan back on the fire to cook more rice, to encourage the blue electric mouse to relieve itself. He also retrieved several sweet potatoes and potatoes. Seeing such a delightful array of food, the blue electric mouse excitedly rubbed its paws together. Before long, a pot of rice porridge was ready. "Little mouse, go fetch your utensils," Han Feng reminded. With a swift motion, the blue electric mouse dashed into the thatched cottage, clutching the oyster shell as it exited. "Little mouse, what are you doing? Are you going to eat again?" the female parrot inquired curiously. "You guessed correctly." The blue electric mouse grinned broadly. "I want to eat too," the mother parrot exclaimed urgently. "Do you think anyone can eat just because they want to? First, you need to relieve yourself," the blue electric mouse replied with an air of superiority. The mother parrot retorted, "So, as long as one can relieve themselves, they can eat? Is that so challenging?" Momentarily taken aback, the mother parrot called out to the outside, "Human, I have something to say." Han Feng entered the thatched hut with an impatient expression, asking, "What do you want to say?" The mother parrot declared, "The little mouse said that as long as one can relieve themselves, they can eat. I can relieve myself too." Upon hearing this, Han Feng pondered. Given the mother parrot's petite frame, even if she could relieve herself, it wouldn't be a significant amount. However, if she could do so multiple times, the total could be quite considerable. With this thought, Han Feng fixed his gaze on the mother parrot and said, "I can provide you food, but you must relieve yourself more often." The mother parrot assured him, "Rest assured, I have a straightforward system. The more I eat, the more I will relieve myself. You won't be disappointed. I believe in you." Han Feng smirked and then untied the restraints on the mother parrot. She excitedly dashed out of the thatched hut. "What are you doing out here?" The blue electric mouse glared at the mother parrot menacingly. Without hesitation, she replied, "Of course, I'm here to eat." The blue electric mouse scoffed, "You're merely a captive. Can't you recognize your position? Do you think you deserve to eat? Your words hold no weight." The mother parrot huffed, turning to Han Feng and asking, "Can I eat, human?" "Yes," Han Feng nodded. Immediately, the blue electric mouse expressed his discontent. "Brother, with such a small amount, I one tea have enough to eat. What are you anxious about?" "There's plenty," Han Feng chuckled, then opened a spatial bag, revealing a pile of sweet potatoes, and several red pine crabs. "Brother, are these for us?" The blue electric mouse exclaimed excitedly. Han Feng smirked. "Your task is to eat. Devour to your heart's content." The blue electric mouse and the mother parrot began to eat voraciously. After a while, the mother parrot was the first to react, exclaiming, "Human, I need to use the restroom." Han Feng's eyes brightened. "Go quickly." The mother parrot rushed into the restroom. Han Feng then summoned 4 corn plants and instructed, one by one, "You'll come. Don't rush. Let the little one eat first. Once it levels up, we'll switch to the next." "Understood, brother," the 4 corn plants replied in unison. Han Feng then turned his attention to the blue electric mouse, "Little mouse, what about you?" The blue electric mouse, munching on a roasted sweet potato, mumbled, "Brother, I'm feeling it. Just 2 more roasted potatoes should suffice. Hurry and eat." "Don't let me down," Han Feng urged softly. The blue electric mouse did not speak further and focused on eating. Minutes later, the mother parrot emerged from the restroom. Smiling at Han Feng, "Human, I'm done. I'll go rest now. Come back here." Han Feng chided. "What's wrong?" The female parrot was taken aback. "Continue to feed me." Han Feng glared at her. The female parrot weakly replied, "But I am already full. Even if you are full, you will still eat. If you do not produce 10 piles of droppings today, I shall extract them from you," Han Feng declared menacingly. The female parrot was perplexed. 10 piles of droppings? Could it be that Han Feng regards her as a mere excrement machine? "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and eat," Han Feng urged. "Fine." The female parrot relented and began to consume her food. "Little Jia, it is your turn now." Han Feng signaled to the battle corn. The battle corn swiftly dashed into the restroom and, shortly thereafter, emerged exclaiming, "Brother, that foolish bird's droppings are inedible, devoid of any nourishment, akin to eating coarse grains. They pale in comparison to yours." Chapter 88. The power fruit acquired. Han Feng clicked his tongue, discreetly activating his inside ability to observe. Target, combat corn, level 2. Evolution degree, 99. Attack power, 0. Defense, 2. Mental strength, 20. Talent, corn bomb. Upon reading, Han Feng's expression turned contemplative. Previously, the evolution level of the combat corn was at 97, and now it had barely risen to 99. The increase was indeed minimal, indicating that the nutrients contained were scant. However, should the quantity increase, it could still facilitate the corn's evolution. "Stop complaining. Just consume more to level up," Han Feng remarked nonchalantly. "For the sake of evolution, I shall spare no effort," declared the combat corn resolutely. At that moment, the mother parrot suddenly interjected, "Human, I can sense it again, hurry up." Han Feng felt a rush of excitement. The mother parrot swiftly darted towards the restroom. Han Feng turned to the blue electric mouse, saying meaningfully, "Look at how many times the mother parrot has gone. You've only gone once. You need to put in more effort." The blue electric mouse retorted defiantly, "I produce more. One of my droppings equals several of hers. I prioritize quality." Han Feng merely clicked his tongue, replying, "We shall see your performance shortly." A few minutes later, the mother parrot emerged from the restroom, while the combat corn eagerly dashed inside. Han Feng stood silently, filled with anticipation. Before long, the combat corn exited the restroom, exclaiming excitedly, "Big brother, I've leveled up to 3. Nice." Han Feng clenched his fists. With the combat corn's ascension to level 3, its strength surged significantly, capable of inflicting harm upon level 5 players. "Boss, you're incredible." The other 3 corns expressed enviously. The combat corn chuckled, "If you eat more, you can also level up to 3. Little mouse, it's your turn to contribute." "Hurry up," urged the frozen corn. "Not a problem." The blue electric mouse grinned, adopting a proud stance as it strode towards the restroom. Han Feng sighed in exasperation. Was it merely defecation? It felt akin to entering a battlefield. Was such dramatization necessary? "Human, may I take a break?" the mother parrot asked softly. Han Feng's expression darkened. They were far from finished. "We still need more. Keep pushing." Today, he intended to elevate all 4 corns to level 3. However, the blue electric mouse could only assist 2 corns, leaving one reliant on the mother parrot. "All right." The mother parrot appeared on the verge of tears. 5 minutes later, the blue electric mouse strolled out of the restroom, beaming with pride. Big brother, it's done. Han Feng turned to the frozen corn, advising, remember? Just level up to 3. Don't be greedy. Leave some opportunities for your brothers. Understood, big brother, the frozen corn replied, swiftly rushing into the restroom. Following Han Feng's instructions, it emerged after leveling up to 3. Next, it was the turn of the flame corn. Likewise, it smoothly ascended to level 3. At this point, only the wind blade corn remained at level 2. Big brother, what about me? The wind blade corn gazed expectantly at Han Feng. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you in advancing to level 3 today, Han Feng reassured, then shifted his gaze to the female parrot. Shaoli, give it your all. The female parrot replied with a hint of grievance. Why don't you let the little mouse do it? Why must you always pressure me? Han Feng retorted disdainfully. It's a matter of quality, not quantity. Just one mess from the little mouse surpasses several from you. Don't you have any self-awareness? The female parrot fell silent, despondently nibbling on her food. Shaoli, I'm coming. I'm here to rescue you. Suddenly, a bird call echoed from the sky. Han Feng glanced upward and saw a large parrot soaring in the air, clutching several crystal-clear fruits in its claws. This large parrot was Shaoli's mate, Xiaochang. Woo-woo. Xiaochang, hurry to rescue me. The female parrot cried. In a swift motion, the male parrot descended, glaring at Han Feng. What have you done to Shaoli? Have you taken advantage of her? Han Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of a female bird? How desperate must one be? This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Han Feng's expression darkened ominously. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I shall stew you today. The male parrot was taken aback and turned to the female parrot. Shaoli, what has he truly done to you? It's not as sordid as you think. The female parrot shot him a glance and continued. He has been pressuring me to relieve myself. The male parrot. Forcing you to do that? What kind of operation is this? Han Feng focused on the male parrot, cleared his throat, and inquired about serious matters. Did you bring the strength fruits? I did. The male parrot shook the fruits in his claws. Quick, hand them over. Han Feng exclaimed eagerly. I can give them to you, but can you guarantee that you will let us go? The male parrot asked. Han Feng's power was terrifying. If he reneged on his promise, they would have no chance of resistance. Han Feng chuckled lightly. With my abilities, I could easily subdue both of you and seize the strength fruits. Yet, I have not done so. Can't you see my sincerity? The male parrot pondered for a moment and found Han Feng's reasoning sound. Thus he tossed the strength fruits to Han Feng. Han Feng caught them in his hand, scrutinizing them closely, and discreetly connected with one of the fruits. Little fruit, are you a strength fruit? He had never encountered strength fruits before and needed to ascertain whether the male parrot had truly provided them. I am indeed a strength fruit. The expression on Han Feng's face shifted as he asked again. After consuming you, will my strength permanently increase by 10 points? Yes, hurry and eat me, replied the strength fruit. Han Feng furrowed his brow slightly. If I eat you, won't you perish? Why are you not afraid at all? The fruit of power. Our existence is defined by our dedication to service. This is our mission. How audaciously grand. Han Feng mused quietly. Humanity, you have received what you sought. Can you now allow us to depart? The parrot interjected. Han Feng collected 5 fruits of power into his spatial pouch, his gaze drifting towards the parrot. You cannot leave just yet. Humanity, you are untrustworthy. The parrot exclaimed in indignation. Han Feng chuckled softly, urging, do not be hasty. Let me finish my explanation. Speak then, the parrot replied, regaining its composure. Han Feng pointed at the female parrot, claiming, this creature consumed my provisions and promised to relieve itself 10 times. Yet, it has only fulfilled 2 of those promises, leaving 8 unfulfilled. Until the requisite number is met, I shall not permit your departure. Chapter 90. Afterward, I shall protect you. The male parrot paused momentarily before suddenly exclaiming, I shall assist you. Han Feng had been awaiting this declaration, promptly gesturing towards the restroom. It is over there. Hasten your pace. The male parrot strode forth like a valiant warrior, resolutely advancing toward the lavatory. Xiaochang, you are exceedingly kind to me, the female parrot expressed, deeply touched. Han Feng cast a meaningful glance at her and remarked, Xiaochang braved peril to rescue you, which speaks volumes of his sincerity. Would the parrot named Xiaozhan have done the same for you? Upon hearing this, the female parrot fell silent. Moments later, the male parrot emerged from the restroom, panting as he approached Han Feng. Remember, you still owe me 7 servings of excrement, he declared. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. How about you consume something first? Without nourishment, one cannot produce excrement. Very well, The male parrot replied, unceremoniously grabbing a roasted sweet potato to eat. Han Feng then signaled to the Windblade Corn, Xiao Hui. Why are you dawdling? With excitement, Windblade Corn dashed toward the restroom. After consuming the excrement, he returned to Han Feng's side and whispered, Brother, I am still a bit short of leveling up to level 3. Han Feng smiled slightly, unperturbed. We still have 7 servings of excrement left. It will surely aid Windblade Corn in his ascension. The male parrot consumed 3 roasted sweet potatoes in succession before heading back to the restroom. After his task was complete, Windblade Corn swiftly entered. Upon finishing 1 serving of excrement, he emerged dejectedly, Brother, I have not yet leveled up. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. The combat corn had successfully leveled up to level 3 after consuming 2 servings of excrement. Why was Windblade Corn unable to do the same? Could it be that the male parrot had produced insufficient excrement? Or was Windblade Corn's evolutionary stage inferior to that of combat corn? How many servings would he need to consume to level up? With these thoughts, Han Feng activated his insight talent to observe. Target: Windblade Corn level 2 evolutionary degree, 99 attack power, 0 defense, 2 mental strength, 20 talent, Windblade Corn Bomb. After reviewing the information, Han Feng's expression turned contemplative. With Windblade Corn's evolutionary degree at 99, 1 more serving of excrement would guarantee a level up. Xiao Chang, give it your all. Han Feng encouraged. I cannot. I need a moment to recover, the male parrot gasped. In just a short while, I have produced 2 servings of excrement. Who can endure such a feat? Han Feng reassured him. If you manage 1 more, I shall exempt you from the remaining tasks. Are you serious? The male parrot's eyes gleamed with hope. Han Feng nodded. I never deceive birds. A resolute glint appeared in the male parrot's eyes, as though he had made a firm decision. He then extracted a small bluegrass from his feathers and swallowed it whole. Han Feng was taken aback. Why are you consuming grass? The male parrot forced a smile. Did you think I desired to eat? It is merely to facilitate my need to relieve myself. Han Feng was bewildered. Could consuming a single blade of grass indeed lead to such an outcome? As the male parrot was on the verge of uttering something, a sudden flicker of anguish crossed its visage, and it darted into the restroom with remarkable speed. Shortly thereafter, a series of peculiar splattering sounds emanated from within. Han Feng stood in bewilderment, as the noise hardly resembled the ordinary sounds of nature. It was akin to a fountain. Surely, it couldn't be a case of diarrhea? But the intensity was quite alarming. The female parrot sighed softly. That particular grass contains potent toxins. Consuming it will inevitably lead to a bout of diarrhea. Upon hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Was such a struggle truly necessary? 5 minutes later, the male parrot emerged from the restroom, moving with exaggerated caution. Witnessing this, Windblade Corn rushed towards the restroom. However, upon arrival, before it could take a single bite, the male parrot dashed back inside, exclaiming, Move aside. I'm not done yet. Windblade Corn could only respond with a resigned, Little Gray, could you wait a moment? Han Feng interjected, recognizing that the male parrot deserved to finish its business. All right, big brother. Windblade Corn complied and stood obediently outside the restroom. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, 10 minutes had elapsed. Finally, the male parrot staggered out, visibly diminished, resembling a wilted eggplant. It approached Han Feng, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Little Strong, are you all right? The female parrot asked with concern. I'm fine, the male parrot murmured, mustering the strength to lift its head and gaze at Han Feng. I've had quite the ordeal, having produced an excess of waste. Will you allow us to leave? Of course, Han Feng nodded in agreement. The 2 parrots assisted him in gathering 5 power fruits, producing an additional 5 messes. It would be unreasonable to impose further difficulties upon them. The male parrot turned to the female parrot. Xiaoli, you should go on ahead. The female parrot paused. And what about you? I need to recover for a while. That last episode felt as though my insides might burst. I'm utterly drained and can't fly at all. I want to leave you. I will stay by your side, the female parrot declared resolutely. Having been profoundly moved by Little Strong's actions, she resolved to follow him henceforth. This place is perilous. You must go first, the male parrot implored, gesturing earnestly. What danger could there possibly be? I wouldn't harm you, Han Feng replied with a dismissive glance. He then leaned down, pressing firmly against the male parrot's abdomen. Human, what do you intend to do? The male parrot was taken aback, suspecting Han Feng might harbor malicious intent. Enough with your nonsense. I'm here to treat you. Han Feng retorted, and subsequently unleashed a healing ability, considering the necessity of enlisting the help of both parrots in the future to seek out iron ore. He deemed it wise to administer some healing now, thereby fostering a favorable impression. Bathed in a radiant white light, the weariness that enveloped the parrot dissipated in an instant, akin to a resurrection, leaving it invigorated and vibrant. Human, can you truly heal? The parrot exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I possess many talents, Hanfeng replied, raising an eyebrow and speaking with a casual air. Should you encounter any difficulties or dangers in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I shall protect you. The two parrots were left speechless. Not only did Hanfeng offer healing, but he also vowed to safeguard them. When had he become so benevolent? The parrot scrutinized Hanfeng, a hint of disbelief in its expression. Human, why do I sense that you resemble a good person? With utmost seriousness, Hanfeng retorted. Remove the semblance. I am, in fact, a good person. The parrot's beak curled slightly. Yet, you previously captured us without cause and coerced me into finding you a power fruit that hardly aligns with the image of a good person. Hanfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat. Let us not dwell on the past. What matters is that from this day forth, you are my friends. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to come to me. Chapter 91. A note on manners. Do not always be so rude. The two parrots nodded in unison. All right, you may leave now. Hanfeng waved his hand. Farewell, humans, the parrots chirped, flapping their wings and soaring into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brother, those two parrots must be delicious. Why did you let them go? The blue electric mouse said, somewhat reluctantly. I am practicing catch and release for bigger prey. Hanfeng chuckled, then turned to Wineblade Corn and instructed, Little Gray, go take care of business. With a swift motion, Windblade Corn dashed into the restroom. Hanfeng then retrieved a power fruit and consumed it. After finishing, he opened his personal attributes panel. Survivor, Hanfeng Region, Zone 10086 Level, 5 Experience, 3600 Physique, Strength, 1840 Agility, 1040 Defense, 540 Mental Power, 6140 Talents, Healing, Insight, Space. Seeing that his strength attribute had indeed increased by 10 points, a smile crept across Hanfeng's face. Without hesitation, he devoured the remaining 4 power fruits. Consequently, his strength attribute soared to 98 points, far surpassing that of his peers at the same level. At that moment, Windblade Corn emerged from the restroom, excitedly exclaiming, Brother, I have leveled up to 3. Excellent. Hanfeng clenched his fists. He had exerted considerable effort over the past few days to assist the 4 corn plants in leveling up. Thankfully, all his endeavors bore fruit as the 4 corn plants successfully ascended to level 3. Shortly thereafter, Hanfeng entered the thatched cottage and laid down to rest on the straw bed. The blue electric mouse followed suit, asking, Brother, aren't we going to the beach today? We'll go in the afternoon, Hanfeng replied softly. With noon approaching, it would not be too late to take a nap and rest a while before heading out. All right, the blue electric mouse nodded and settled onto the straw bench. With nothing pressing to do, Hanfeng opened the chat group. Jiangfeng, there are only 2 days left before the natives launch their attack on us. Are you all prepared? Lu Tai, just a few natives. We can easily wipe them out. What else there to prepare? Zhang Chang, truly the bravado of a level 5 expert. Your words are as imposing as your status. Su Damao, I found a blue treasure chest today and opened it to reveal a seed. Does anyone need it? Su Lin, I heard that blue treasure chest yields spirit pets. How did you end up with a seed? Zhang Sheng, Su Damao, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Su Damao, whoever lies shall not bear offspring. Li Qingguang, what kind of seed did you discover? Su Damao, I've never seen it. I don't know what kind of seed it is. Dili Reba, what does the seed look like? Su Dama, it's red, curved, resembling a chili pepper. Dili Reba, how much are you selling that seed for? Su Dama, I don't know its value. Whoever offers the highest price, I shall trade with. Pingyu, if no one knows what the seed is, who would trade with you? Dili Reba, this seed, I shall take. Su Damao, what can you offer me? Dili Reba, 5 tomatoes, along with 5 eggplants. Su Damao, they are all vegetables. Could you not provide something meaty? Dili Reba, aside from myself, no one else is willing to trade with you, so refrain from being choosy. Su Damao, very well. Dili Reba, let us hasten to finalize the trade. Hanfeng suddenly interjected, wait a moment. If it were an ordinary seed, it would be of little consequence. However, a seed derived from the blue treasure chest is something extraordinary. Previously, one had unveiled a pea shooter. The seeds obtained from the blue treasure chest are indeed worth vying for. Su Damao, Hanfeng, do you also desire this seed? Hanfeng, indeed. Su Damao's eyes sparkled. What can you offer me? Hanfeng, 2 large crabs. Suit amount deal. 2 large crabs are undoubtedly more valuable than a few tomatoes and eggplants. Only a fool would not prefer to trade with Han Feng. Dili Reba, incensed, retorted, Suda Mao, did you not promise to trade with me? How can you be so untrustworthy? Suda Mao sheepishly smiled. I apologize. I simply crave crabs too much. Dili Reba, Han Feng, why do you always oppose me? Han Feng disdainfully replied, this is merely a fair competition. Whoever offers the higher bid claims the prize. You should reflect upon yourself rather than blame others. Could it be that your poverty is the issue? Dili Reba, gritting her teeth in anger, scoundrel. Han Feng, mind your manners, refrain from being so crude. Dili Reba, Lu Chu Shuang, Dili Reba. There is no need to be angry with someone like Han Feng. Tomorrow, I shall teach him a severe lesson. I will avenge you. Han Feng, Lu Chu Shuang. Are you feeling frisky again? Have you forgotten how I have dealt with you before? Lu Chu Shuang, do not be arrogant. Tomorrow will bring you to tears. Han Feng, forget tomorrow. If you have the ability, come now. Lu Chu Shuang, there is no time now. It is not too late to deal with you tomorrow. Currently, she is only at level 3 and is certainly no match for Han Feng. However, she needs only a few more experience points to advance to level 4. Given half a day's time, she could easily attain level 4. At that point, her fighting prowess would allow her to handle Han Feng effortlessly. Han Feng, I look forward to it. Suda Mao, Han Feng, let us expedite our trade. Han Feng, agreed. Subsequently, the two made their way to the trading hall. Han Feng exchanged 2 large crabs, successfully acquiring a seed from Suda Mao. As described, it was a seed resembling a chili pepper. Han Feng examined it closely before engaging in conversation with the small seed. Greetings, little seed. Seed, hello? Han Feng, smiling, inquired, what kind of seed are you? Seed, I am an explosive chili pepper. Han Feng's eyes gleamed. You are not an ordinary chili, are you? Do you possess any special abilities? Explosive chili pepper. I can unleash a flame that extends for 10 meters. If it strikes a target, it will utterly obliterate them. Is it truly so powerful? Han Feng was left astonished. Explosive chili. Its power is indeed formidable, yet it possesses a significant drawback. It can only unleash flames once. After its release, I shall vanish from this world. Only once. Han Feng furrowed his brow. If that is the case, the explosive chili can be regarded as a consumable item, diminishing its value considerably. Nevertheless, it was exchanged for 2 crabs, so it is not entirely a loss. Subsequently, Han Feng stored it in his spatial pouch and began to rest. An hour later, after a refreshing nap, Han Feng set off for the beach with his blue electric mouse. Upon arriving at the seaside, he was met with an astonishing sight. A peculiar creature, endowed with legs and arms yet bearing the head of a shark, was assaulting 2 crabs and an octopus. The 2 crabs were none other than De Zhuang and Xiaorou, while the octopus was the very one with whom he had traded for a treasure chest. Friends in peril must not be left unattended. Chapter 92, Shark Shushu. However, Han Feng did not act impulsively. After all, he had yet to ascertain the strength of the shark, should it prove excessively powerful. He might not only fail to rescue the 2 crabs and the octopus, but could also endanger himself. Subsequently, Han Feng focused on the shark and unleashed his inside ability to observe. Target, Shark Shushu. Level, 5, Physique, Strength, 1840 Agility, 2040 Defense, 1540 Mental Power, 1040 Talents, Boxing. Dimensional Space. What a surprise. Han Feng was utterly astonished. Not only were Shark Shushu's attributes impressively high, but it also possessed 2 talents. Dimensional Space appeared to be a storage ability, which was not particularly alarming. However, the boxing talent warranted caution. This ability bore a resemblance to Lu Chushuang's combat talent, both belonging to the melee category. Coupled with its elevated level, it constituted the most formidable opponent Han Feng had encountered thus far. Momentarily dazed, Han Feng stepped forward. Despite Shark Shushu's strength, it was all relative. Before him, it was still lacking in comparison. Upon seeing Han Feng approach, De Zhuang and Xiaorou cried out as if they had spotted a savior. Han Feng, help us. Little shark, cease your actions. Han Feng admonished as he advanced. The shark halted its movements, its gaze drifting toward Han Feng, a smirk forming at the corner of its mouth. Human, what do you mean? Do you wish to rescue these 2 crabs? Han Feng retorted coolly, they are my friends. Why do you assault them without cause? Shark Shushu chuckled darkly, no particular reason. Simply for amusement. I relish witnessing their agony and cries. What a twisted psyche. Han Feng scoffed, his eyes turning frigid. To bully my friends is to stand against me, and those who oppose me seldom meet a favorable end. Interesting, Shark Shushu replied with a sinister grin, fixing its gaze on Han Feng. I happen to be itching for a fight. Come, let us exchange a few blows. Without hesitation, Han Feng gripped his great sword and slashed through the air. A brilliant arc of light sliced the void, an aura of menace radiating from him. Shark Shushu's pupils constricted as it hastily retreated. Swish. The great sword narrowly grazed its chest, almost eviscerating it. Barely evading the perilous strike, Shark Shushu wiped a bead of cold sweat from its brow. A hint of fear flickering across its face. It then bellowed with anger. Human, you dare to wield a weapon? You lack martial virtue. Who decreed that weapons cannot be used? Han Feng replied with a disdainful smile, charging at Shark Shushu once more with his great sword raised. Panic-stricken, Shark Shushu turned and fled. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback but quickly pursued with fervor. Due to Shark Shushu's superior agility, it outpaced Han Feng. In truth, employing spatial binding would have easily ensnared Shark Shushu, but Han Feng preferred to keep that trump card hidden for the time being. After 5 minutes of relentless pursuit, Han Feng finally halted, panting heavily. With a scornful tone, he challenged, "Why are you running? Aren't you quite formidable? If you have the guts, face me without hesitation." "Do you take me for a fool?" Shark Shushu retorted with a dismissive huff. "How can I fight you with bare hands? If you possess the courage, lay down your weapons and see if I dare to engage you." "Very well, I shall grant your request." Han Feng slowly crouched down, placing his large machete on the sandy shore. Seizing the moment while Shark Shushu was distracted, he grasped a handful of sand tightly. The machete cautioned, "Brother, do not fall for his tricks. That creature's agility is unparalleled. Without me, how can you contend with it?" A sly smirk crept across Han Feng's lips, revealing a cunning plan. The machete remarked, "Are you resorting to treachery again? The opportunity has been presented, now bring it on." Facing Shark Shushu, Han Feng provocatively declared, "Observe how I deal with you." Shark Shushu's eyes glimmered with ferocity as he charged forward. When they were merely a meter apart, Han Feng struck, unleashing a flurry of fine sand that shot forth like arrows. Completely unprepared for such a tactic, Shark Shushu was caught off guard as the grains of sand invaded his eyes. In an instant, he was blinded, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Ah!" Shark Shushu cried out in agony, clutching his eyes and collapsing onto the ground, wailing in torment. The machete remarked, "Is this what you call cunning? Truly insidious." Even the two crabs and the giant octopus were taken aback by Han Feng's underhanded method. However, they were rather pleased. Did he possess the prowess to challenge me? Han Feng approached Shark Shushu, towering over him as if scrutinizing an insignificant insect. "You despicable coward, resorting to such underhanded tactics." Shark Shushu bellowed in rage. "Do not excuse your incompetence." With a derisive snort, Han Feng delivered a powerful kick to Shark Shushu's head, leaving him dazed and on the verge of unconsciousness. "Well done, Han Feng, finish him off." The two crabs and the giant octopus cheered excitedly. Just moments ago, Shark Shushu had mercilessly assaulted them, and now he found himself on the receiving end of violence. Their satisfaction was immeasurable. "Little shark, do you yield?" Han Feng coldly inquired. "I yield my foot." Shark Shushu roared in fury. Han Feng's gaze darkened, followed by a torrent of kicks. Thud, thud, thud. His massive feet fell upon Shark Shushu like relentless rain, sending him into convulsions as he emitted pitiful cries. After a barrage of over a dozen strikes, Shark Shushu could no longer endure, pleading for mercy. "Stop, I concede. I thought your bones were sturdier than that." Han Feng scoffed, halting his assault. He fixed his gaze on Shark Shushu, stating coolly, "Now, let us discuss matters of compensation. The reason I have not immediately dealt with the shark known as Susu is to extract some benefits from him. Despite his seemingly empty exterior, he possesses a dimensional space. Perhaps valuable items are hidden within." "What compensation?" Susu asked, bewildered. Han Feng chuckled lightly. "You just assaulted my friend. Should you not offer some form of recompense?" Susu paused momentarily, then retorted, "Did you not also lay waste to me? That should be evened out, no? What further compensation is required?" Han Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within. "Your beating was merely the collection of interest. If you fail to demonstrate some sincerity today, you may not leave this place alive." Susu was taken aback, his voice trembling. "I can give you something, but I have nothing on me. Just let me go, and I will bring it to you." "Let you go? What if you do not return?" Han Feng scoffed. "Rest assured, I will come back," Susu pledged earnestly. A knowing smile crept across Han Feng's lips. "There's no need for such complications. Simply open your dimensional space for me to inspect. If it is indeed empty, I shall allow you to depart." Chapter 93. The frenzied potion, ah? Shark Shushu was momentarily taken aback. Prior to this, he had never opened the dimensional space. How did Han Feng know it existed? This was exceedingly strange. After a brief daze, Shark Shushu declared, "Don't overthink it. I certainly do not possess any dimensional space. Within that space lies a treasure. If Han Feng were to see it, he would undoubtedly seize it. There is absolutely no way I can admit to it. Are you certain you won't open the dimensional space?" Han Feng's gaze turned icy. Shark Shushu gritted his teeth and retorted, "How can I show you if I don't have a dimensional space? Are you trying to provoke me?" A sinister smile crept across Han Feng's lips as he gestured for Dazhuang. Dazhuang hurried over, eagerly inquiring, "Han Feng, what are your orders?" Han Feng pointed at Shark Shushu and commanded with a voice as cold as ice, "Apply some pressure. I've long desired to teach him a lesson." Dazhuang excitedly clamped his pincers down hard on Shark Shushu's thighs. "Ah!" Shark Shushu grimaced in pain, letting out a tortured wail. "You think you can bully me? I'll crush you," Dazhuang shouted wildly. Han Feng cast a glance at Shark Shushu and said nonchalantly, "Doesn't feel pleasant, does it? Why must you oppose me? Wouldn't it be better to obediently open the dimensional space? Human, do not entertain such dreams. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed." Shark Shushu growled through gritted teeth. Han Feng's eyes narrowed gradually. "I admire your courage, but you have also succeeded in infuriating me. For this, you shall pay a grievous price. You can try to kill me, but if you don't, I will surely end you." Shark Shushu raged. "Dazhuang, target a different area." Han Feng reminded. "Which area should I target?" Dazhuang asked, puzzled. Han Feng's gaze fell upon Shark Shushu's groin, a wicked smile forming on his lips. "Since he seems unwilling to live, let's remove it and take it back to brew some wine." Dazhuang hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Han Feng, do you mean to remove his manhood? If he loses that, he can no longer be a man. That's too cruel." "Indeed," Han Feng nodded. "Good heavens." Shark Shushu felt a chill run down his spine and trembled. "Human, you cannot be so cruel. You will face retribution for this. And you dare to shout?" Han Feng scoffed, instructing Dazhuang, "What are you waiting for? Perform the operation." Dazhuang gritted his teeth and slowly extended his pincers toward Shark Shushu's groin. "Damn it." Shark Shushu struggled to swallow, seething, "Little crab, I've merely given you a beating. I haven't killed you. Why must you castrate me? Do you have any humanity left?" Dazhuang chuckled lightly. "I am a crab, not a human. Thus, I possess no humanity." Shark Shushu paused, quickly retorting, "Little crab, you are kind. Do not be swayed. This individual is utterly deranged, devoid of any humanity. You cannot assist in such cruelty." Upon hearing these words, Dazhuang became infuriated, exclaiming with fervor, "Although Han Feng may be somewhat despicable, insidious, shameless, and vile, he has saved my life. He is my savior. I will not permit you to slander him so." Shark Shushu. "Aha." The great blade could not help but chuckle softly. Dazhuang's assessment of Han Feng was remarkably astute. He truly possesses keen insight. Han Feng swallowed hard, asking, "Dazhuang, is this truly the image I present in your eyes? I have always been forthright and righteous, my integrity as apparent as the sun and moon. Yet, from Dazhuang's lips, I am portrayed as a cunning villain? How dare one utter such words without a twinge of conscience?" Dazhuang quickly realized he had misspoken, saying, "Han Feng, allow me to explain." "Enough." Han Feng interjected with a wave of his hand. "If you can speak, say a few words. If not, do your best to remain silent." Dazhuang. After a moment of stunned silence, he inquired, "Han Feng, shall I continue to carve it?" "No need for you. Just stay aside. Your presence is bothersome." Han Feng shot him a sidelong glance. Dazhuang paused, then retreated in defeat. Han Feng then seized the great blade, brandishing it before Shark Shushu like a merciless executioner, ominously stating, "Little shark, I shall personally perform the operation. Humanity, spare me." Shark Shushu was on the verge of tears. "Give me a reason to spare you," Han Feng coldly demanded. Shark Shushu hastily replied, "There are so many female sharks in the ocean waiting for my attention. If you castrate me, they will be heartbroken and perish." What a tragic fate that would be. Can you not exaggerate? Han Feng was thoroughly exasperated. What is so special about Shark Shushu? He merely possesses a couple of extra arms and legs compared to other sharks. Shark Shushu proudly declared. Who is boasting? Do you know what my greatest ability is? Stamina. Which female shark? Stop. Han Feng quickly interjected. If Shark Shushu continued, the conversation would become inappropriate for children. Clearing his throat, Han Feng's gaze sharpened, stating, "Castrating you would also rid the ocean of a menace. Stop struggling. You cannot evade this fate today. as Han Feng prepared to strike. Shark Shushu finally relented. I will open the dimensional space for you. You think I cannot handle you? Han Feng smirked, saying, my patience is limited. Hurry and open it. With a thought, Shark Shushu conjured a sizable square space before them. Inside, there were 4 items, a bunch of bananas, a pot lid-sized scallop, a bottle of red potion, and a fist-sized gray stone. Han Feng glanced over, maintaining a calm demeanor, and asked, Little Shark, could you elucidate the red potion and the gray stone? Shark Susu elucidated that the red potion is a vial of berserk elixir, which, upon consumption, instantaneously doubles all attributes for a duration of 5 minutes. However, it carries a significant side effect. Once the berserk effect subsides, one will succumb to a period of weakness. Upon hearing this, Han Feng squinted thoughtfully. Although the berserk potion has its drawbacks, its effects are undeniably apparent. The doubling of all attributes results in a substantial surge in combat prowess, undoubtedly proving invaluable in critical moments. And what of that stone? Han Feng inquired further. Shark Susu hesitantly replied, it is merely an ordinary stone. I find it aesthetically pleasing and intend to keep it as a decorative piece, with no real value. Is that so? Han Feng responded, his skepticism evident. If it were merely an ordinary stone, why would it be associated with the berserk potion? This suggested that Shark Susu was not being entirely forthright. Moreover, given Susu's visibly anxious demeanor, it was plausible that the stone's worth surpassed that of the berserk potion. Chapter 94. The Rampaging Great Ape. It truly is an ordinary stone. Shark Susu's gaze flickered. Han Feng chuckled softly. Show it to me. Let us discern what manner of stone it is and communicate with it. After a moment's hesitation, Shark Susu ultimately produced the gray stone. To the naked eye, the stone bore no remarkable features, resembling an ordinary rock in every respect. He could not fathom how Han Feng might detect any peculiarities. Han Feng inspected the stone closely, discreetly establishing a connection. Hello, little stone. The stone replied, what is it? Han Feng inquired. You are not an ordinary stone, are you? What abilities do you possess? The stone responded, indeed, I am not a mere stone. I am an infinite stone, capable of shortening the growth cycle of plants. Indeed, it was no ordinary stone. Han Feng's heart stirred as he opened his spatial pouch to secure it within. An item that can hasten the growth of plants is undoubtedly a treasure. Naturally, one would not overlook such a precious find. Shark Susu stood dumbfounded. Human, you desire a mere ordinary stone? Han Feng grinned. Since it is an ordinary stone, you wouldn't be reluctant to part with it, would you? Shark Susu's lips quivered slightly. If you fancy stones, I could gather a few more for you. Perhaps 100 or so would be no trouble. But you must return that stone to me. I have developed an attachment to it. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid I too have taken a liking to that stone. I cannot return it. Shark Susu was momentarily taken aback, pleading, Human, I implore you, return the stone to me. Without it, I may lose my life. Intrigued, Han Feng asked, what is the matter? With a sigh, Shark Susu lamented, that stone was stolen from the great ape. If I do not return it, the great ape will surely kill me. Han Feng rubbed his nose. And what concern is that of mine? Shark Susu protested. This matter hinges on the fact that you have taken the infinite stone. How could it not concern you? Han Feng cast a curious glance at Shark Susu. Who is this great ape you speak of? A flicker of dread crossed Shark Susu's eyes. The great ape is a formidable and ferocious gorilla. Han Feng's eyes glimmered. Why would the great ape wish to kill you? That stone belongs to the great ape. I stole it while it was distracted. Shark Susu confessed sheepishly. Why did you steal its stone? Han Feng pressed further. Shark Susu elaborated. I reside on an island with the great ape. It is tyrannical, monopolizing nearly all the resources on the island. Frustrated, I took its stone. So that was the crux of the matter. Han Feng pondered. What level is the great ape? Shark Susu replied solemnly. The great ape is not particularly high in level, only level 6, but it possesses a berserk talent. When enraged, it becomes akin to one under the influence of a berserk potion, its combat prowess soaring to extraordinary heights. Thus, it seems this fellow is indeed quite formidable. Han Feng muttered thoughtfully. Human, I implore you, please hand over the stone to me. Shark Shushu was on the verge of tears from anxiety. Han Feng's gaze flickered momentarily as he inquired curiously, in terms of strength, you certainly do not rival that great monkey. But is there truly any need for you to fear it? The great monkey cannot swim. You could simply relocate to another island, couldn't you? Shark Shushu managed a bitter smile, responding, you are unaware. The great monkey not only swims but does so with greater speed than I can. Additionally, its sense of smell is exceptionally acute. Even from hundreds or thousands of kilometers away, it can detect my scent. At this very moment, it may already be on my trail. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. A swimming monkey was not entirely surprising. Yet the notion that it could outswim a shark was somewhat exaggerated. Lost in thought, Han Feng commanded, "Bring forth the other 3 items. Human, if I give you everything, will you return the stone to me?" Shark Shushu proposed. "Enough of your pointless chatter. Do as I instruct, or I shall ensure your silence permanently." Han Feng's eyes glinted menacingly. Shark Shushu trembled in fear, reluctantly producing the items. Han Feng stowed the banana and the large scallop into his spatial pouch, then glanced at the berserker potion and asked, "Did this come from a treasure chest?" "No," Shark Shushu shook his head. "Then where did you acquire it?" Han Feng inquired with immense curiosity. Shark Shushu replied directly, "It was concocted by the great monkey." "The great monkey possesses such abilities?" Han Feng asked, astonished. Shark Shushu nodded, explaining, "The great monkey has 2 talents. Aside from its berserker talent, it also possesses alchemical prowess, and the berserker potion was crafted through this alchemical talent." "What a remarkable talent," Han Feng remarked sincerely. Shark Shushu cast a sidelong glance at Han Feng, cautioning, "That stone is the great monkey's lifeblood. Should it learn that it is in your possession, it will not let you off easily. I advise you to return the stone to me to avoid impending calamity." Han Feng raised an eyebrow, dismissing the threat. "It is merely a monkey. I hardly regard it with any concern." Shark Shushu's lips curled into a smirk. "It is no ordinary monkey. It is a level 6 berserk gorilla. Its combat prowess is terrifyingly formidable. Are you truly unafraid?" "I am no pushover myself." Han Feng's lips curled into a knowing smile. His greatest trump card lay in his spatial talent. With a single spatial binding, even the most furious of monkeys would be rendered powerless. Shark Shushu swallowed hard, speaking meaningfully, "You may not even be able to best me. What do you possess to contend with the great monkey? Where does your confidence stem from? Did I not already have you pinned to the ground?" Han Feng scoffed. "Is that not a clear indication of your defeat? Can you not face reality?" Shark Shushu retorted, "Isn't that merely because you resorted to underhanded tactics? In a fair fight, who knows who would emerge victorious?" Han Feng's expression grew solemn as he slowly replied, "You remain entirely ignorant of my true capabilities. I was merely indulging you in our earlier encounter. If one were to truly engage, a mere flick of a finger could easily crush you." Shark Su was momentarily taken aback, feeling that Han Feng's boastfulness was utterly outrageous. Suddenly, Han Feng shifted his tone, suggesting that if you truly desire to reclaim that stone, you may exchange something of value with me. The function of the infinite stone is to shorten the growth cycle of plants, undoubtedly a treasure in its own right. However, for him, it holds little practical significance. The flora in this region grows at an exceptionally rapid pace, often maturing within just a few days. Even having the growth cycle would render it rather inconsequential. It would be far wiser to use it as a means to barter for something of genuine utility. Chapter 95, The Arrival of the Great Monkey. Shark Shushu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What do you wish to exchange?" he inquired. "As long as I can retrieve the Wajishi, I am willing to pay any price." Han Feng pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and replied, 1,000 treasure chests. Shark Shushu was instantly taken aback. He had not a single treasure chest to his name. "I do not possess any treasure chests," he sighed. Han Feng smiled gently. "No treasure chests? Not to worry. We can also trade using iron, or wood, or glass bottles. I lack iron, ore, and glass bottles, but I can procure wood. How much do you require?" Shark Shushu asked hastily. There were numerous uninhabited islands nearby, each adorned with trees to varying degrees. Gathering some wood would not pose a significant challenge. Han Feng pointed towards a towering tree in the distance. "That tree, bring me 1,000 of those." Exchanging one Wajishi for 1,000 trees was undoubtedly a bargain. If all were consumed by the wooden fence, it would elevate several levels. 1,000? Shark Shushu's mouth fell agape. While there were indeed trees on the nearby islands, their total would scarcely exceed 1,000. Furthermore, transporting such a large quantity was no trivial task. Was Han Feng deliberately making this difficult? "Do you agree?" Han Feng inquired, a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. "Could we perhaps reduce the amount?" Shark Shushu proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Han Feng replied, 900 trees. "That is my final offer." "I accept." Shark Shushu nodded, then reminded, "You must give me the stone first." Han Feng regarded Shark Shushu with a bemused expression, chuckling lightly. "What are you thinking? Do you truly believe I would hand it over?" Shark Shushu looked up at Han Feng. "So when will you give it to me?" Han Feng replied coolly, A fair exchange. You provide the wood, and I shall deliver the stone. Very well, Shark Shushu gritted his teeth. He realized that attempting to gain an advantage over Han Feng was futile. Reluctantly, he resolved to comply. I shall gather the wood promptly. Han Feng chuckled softly. Shark Shushu rose from the ground and cautioned, Human, take great care of that stone. Do not lose it. Rest assured, it shall not be lost. Han Feng smirked. Shark Shushu said nothing further and strode towards the sea. However, after only a few paces, an enraged roar echoed from afar. Little shark, I curse your ancestors. Shark Shushu jolted, glancing ahead. From the vast ocean surged a gargantuan black gorilla, swimming with incredible speed, akin to a speedboat. The great monkey had arrived. Shark Shushu's heart raced violently, his legs quaking, terror washing over his eyes. Before long, the great monkey reached the shore, striding with an air of menace, and approached Shark Shushu, delivering a powerful slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. Immediately, a large foot was raised and stamped onto the cheek of the shark, Susu, driving him directly into the sand. Alas, poor Susu felt as though he were suffocating. How brutal! Han Feng muttered under his breath, and then activated his inside ability to scrutinize the great monkey. Target, Silver Howling Gorilla. Level, 6. Physique, Strength, 3050. Agility, 2050. Defense, 3550. Mental Power, 1050. Talents, Berserk, Keen Scent, Alchemy. Good heavens! After reviewing the information, Han Feng clicked his tongue in astonishment. The attributes of the great monkey were astonishingly high, and it had awakened 3 talents, undeniably a formidable being. Brother monkey, spare me this once. Susu pleaded in terror. The great monkey raised his foot, fixating a menacing gaze upon Susu, and growled, How dare you steal my boundless stone? Do you wish to perish? Brother monkey, I acknowledge my mistake. Susu whimpered weakly. The great monkey snorted, Return the boundless stone to me. I do not possess the boundless stone, Susu replied feebly. You lost the boundless stone? The great monkey's eyes widened, exuding an aura of terror. Brother monkey, please calm your wrath. Susu hastily exclaimed, The boundless stone was snatched away by that human. The great monkey turned to Han Feng, coldly inquiring, Human, do you have the boundless stone? Indeed, Han Feng candidly admitted. The great monkey narrowed his eyes slightly, then leisurely pulled out a cigar from a pouch at his waist, inhaling deeply and exhaling a cloud of white smoke. The boundless stone belongs to me. Can you return it? No. Han Feng shook his head, chuckling lightly. The boundless stone is compensation given to me by Little Shark. Why should you receive compensation? The great monkey raised an eyebrow slightly. Han Feng explained, This island is my private domain. This fellow trespassed without my permission and unprovoked, assaulted my subordinate. If it were you, could you endure such a slight? Shouldn't you seek some compensation? The great monkey took a deep puff of his cigar and turned to Susu, asking, Is what he said true? I merely played with those 2 giant crabs and that large octopus. I had no intention of harming them. Furthermore, he mercilessly beat me and took all my belongings. Susu protested indignantly. Brother monkey, you must advocate for me. Silence, you pitiful creature. The great monkey scolded, then turned back to Han Feng, sincerely stating, This matter was initiated by Little Shark. I apologize on his behalf. Quite cultured, isn't he? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had initially expected the great monkey to attack him directly, but was surprised by its willingness to apologize. The unexpectedness of it all slightly exceeded his expectations. The great monkey cleared his throat and earnestly continued, The boundless stone is of great importance to me. I wish to exchange it for something else. What do you think? Han Feng's eyes flickered momentarily. What can you offer me? He inquired. As long as the stakes are appropriate. Returning the infinity stone to the other party is not a significant matter. The big monkey opened the pouch at his waist and retrieved a vial of blue potion. I will trade you this. What is this? Han Feng asked with curiosity. The big monkey, with a hint of pride, replied, This is an attribute potion I concocted. Consuming it will permanently enhance your agility by 10 points. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. A potion that could permanently elevate one's agility was an immense temptation for him. However, he felt that the quantity was somewhat lacking. Will you make the trade? The big monkey inquired. I am willing to exchange, but you must increase the quantity, Han Feng stated calmly. How many do you desire? The big monkey took a leisurely puff from his cigar. Han Feng replied straightforwardly, I won't ask for too much, just 10 vials will suffice. Cough cough. The big monkey coughed heavily, nearly choking. Asking for 10 vials of the potion, Han Feng certainly had the audacity to make such a bold demand. Chapter 96. The duel with the great monkey, is there a problem? Han Feng raised an eyebrow. The great monkey smacked his lips, saying, "A potion that permanently increases attributes cannot be compared to a frenzy potion. Do you have any idea the cost of concocting such a thing? It requires 18 rare spiritual materials. I might not even be able to brew a single vial in a year, yet you expect me to part with 10? Don't you think that is excessive?" Upon hearing this, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. While I may not possess the knowledge to brew potions, I am aware that the value of the wajishi far exceeds that of a single vial of potion. If you do not offer me a few more vials, I certainly will not agree to the exchange. The great monkey took a deep drag of his cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke as if he had made a resolution. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I will give you one vial that enhances mental attributes and one vial that boosts defensive attributes. This is my utmost sincerity. Is that not generous enough?" Han Feng contemplated quietly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It still fell short of my expectations. I must double the offer." "What?" The great monkey's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Han Feng. "Are 3 vials insufficient? This human seems rather insatiable." Han Feng locked eyes with the great monkey and spoke earnestly. "Without the potions, one can continue to brew more. However, the wajishi is singular. You must surely understand which holds greater significance." The great monkey clenched his jaw, wrestling with his thoughts for a moment before finally conceding, "Very well. Let it be as you wish." "Deal." Han Feng rejoiced. The great monkey retrieved 5 vials from his satchel, adding the previous one, and tossed them to Han Feng, reminding him, "Now, hand over the wajishi." "Wait a moment. I must verify the goods first." Han Feng chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on a yellow potion, silently inquiring, "What abilities do you possess, little potion?" "Yellow potion. Upon consumption, it permanently increases defensive attributes by 10 points, and there are no side effects." Han Feng felt a surge of delight, then turned his attention to a purple potion. "And you, little potion, what is your function?" "Purple potion. Upon consumption, it permanently increases mental attributes by 10 points, with no side effects." Having confirmed the authenticity of the potions, Han Feng turned to the great monkey, eager to pose a question. "I have no time for your inquiries. Just hand over the wajishi." The great monkey replied impatiently. Han Feng shrugged. "If you choose not to answer, then I must rescind the transaction." "You." The great monkey's mouth quivered in frustration, yet he managed to remain composed. "What do you wish to ask?" Han Feng replied nonchalantly. "If these potions can permanently enhance attributes, why did you not consume them sooner, instead of storing them away?" The great monkey sighed deeply. "The purpose of storing these potions is to trade them for evolution stones." "What are evolution stones?" Han Feng inquired with curiosity. "You humans require experience points to level up, while my kind, including the little shark, require evolution stones," the great monkey explained succinctly. "So that is how it is." Han Feng let out a realization and subsequently opened his spatial pouch, retrieving the wajishi and tossing it to the great monkey. "Finally, it has returned." The great monkey exhaled deeply, swiftly stowing the wajishi into his pouch. Han Feng reminded him that the transaction was complete and they could take their leave. "Not so fast. There is a matter that requires my attention." The great monkey's gaze suddenly sharpened. Han Feng's eyes flickered momentarily, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You don't intend to reclaim the potions, do you?" "The potions were exchanged for the wajishi and naturally belong to you. I have no intention of snatching them away." The great monkey replied calmly. "Then what do you mean?" Han Feng asked, somewhat bewildered. The great monkey pointed at the small shark, declaring, "This fellow has been following me. He is my subordinate." "You struck my subordinate, so should you not provide me an explanation?" A playful smirk appeared on Han Feng's face as he countered. "What sort of explanation do you seek?" The great monkey sidestepped the question, replying, "If someone were to assault your subordinate, how would you handle it?" "Without hesitation." Han Feng replied, "At the very least, I would give them a thorough beating." Upon hearing this, the great monkey grinned widely, revealing a set of uneven teeth. "I think the same way. This is intriguing." A flicker of disdain passed through Han Feng's eyes as he sneered. "I can appreciate your perspective, but I must caution you. You may not be my match. It would be wise to remain calm and avoid humiliation. Whether I can match you will only be determined through combat." The great monkey replied fearlessly, discarding his cigar and fixing his gaze intensely on Han Feng, his eyes glinting with a fierce desire for battle and unwavering determination. "Then let it be so." Han Feng beckoned provocatively with a finger. "Be cautious, brother monkey. This fellow is exceedingly cunning," Shark Su exclaimed urgently. "If it comes to a genuine fight, I have no concerns for the great monkey's well-being. The crux of the matter is that Han Feng is exceptionally treacherous, often throwing sand to obscure your vision. Who can withstand such tactics?" If you fall for it, you will undoubtedly suffer. The great monkey scoffed. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are mere trifles. Shark Su fell silent immediately. With a sudden roar, the great monkey threw his head back and unleashed a fierce howl, then began to pound his chest with his fists. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding echoes of his strikes reverberated like war drums, instilling fear in the hearts of those who listened. Han Feng stared in astonishment. Is such extravagance truly necessary for a mere brawl? Han Feng shook his head in exasperation, urging, enough of this. Let us commence. Is there a strong desire for suffering? The great monkey grinned, his smile laced with mockery. Suddenly, a mist of blood erupted from his body, enveloping him. Bathed in this sanguine haze, his aura surged to unprecedented heights. Is this the manifestation of a furious talent? Han Feng mused quietly. Human, brace yourself for my wrath. The great macaque let out a chilling laugh, striding forward with fervor, charging recklessly towards Han Feng. Could Han Feng withstand this onslaught? The two crabs and the giant octopus watched anxiously, sensing an overwhelming aura of malevolence approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Feng unleashed his spatial talent. After activating his furious ability, the macaque's attributes surged far beyond Han Feng's. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic defeat. With no other option, Han Feng was compelled to employ his ultimate technique. As the macaque closed in on Han Feng, an invisible force suddenly enveloped it. In an instant, its movements became sluggish, until it was entirely immobilized. What is happening? The macaque's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an expression of utter incredulity.